Sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Edwin from San Leandro. I'd like to express my appreciation to Carlos, Victor, and Gerardo on an excellent job on an installation of a commercial overhead roll-up door. I highly recommend R&S to anyone in need of dock, roll-up door, or gate repair and replacement services.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community-focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In San Francisco today, clouds and sun with a high of 67.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup.
Oh, it really is. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Happy Hump Day here in the Bay. It's Spadoni at Shasky with you for the next 4 hours. And thank you for choosing us, whether that be on YouTube where we are streaming, the free Odyssey app, or the old-fashioned way. You know the number to get involved, and we would love your involvement today. It's 888-957-9570. It's a little foggy down here in downtown San Francisco, but man, the stars were shining yesterday around the World Cup. We had a 9 o'clock start at Levi's Stadium, by the way, between Austria and Jordan.
My boy JJ was out there.
Your boy?
Yeah.
Nice.
And his mom and dad. Yeah.
Oh, wait, I think I know him.
Yeah, Bonita Taqueria.
Yeah, Bonita Taqueria. He follows me. Yeah.
JJ's the man.
Yeah, that was awesome. I saw them. They were all in their traditional garb and stuff. That was awesome.
Yeah. And Bonte was there.
Bonte was there with the lovely Anna.
Agnostically rooting.
Well, Austria, Jordan, who are you going to take? Throw the record books out with this.
Bro.
Jordan?
Jordan.
Yeah?
Rooting for my homies to be happy.
Old Testament?
Same
old play to me.
Same old Austria to me. 3-1 winners, right? Oh, that's good.
But that's pretty cool for, because I know him and his family. I mean, they've been, obviously huge sports fans their entire life. For them to see their own team and their own home country play like that was really cool.
Well, and that's the cool part of the World Cup is like the non-traditional countries finally getting representation that have never been there. Like, what a moment for Jordan. What a moment for Curacao. Even though they ended up getting destroyed, 7-1? It didn't matter because they had that one goal in one moment and they tied up Germany and that whole place went up. A country of 550,000 did that? You had Curacao, Cape Verde, off the coast of Africa. I don't even know where that is. Some of these countries, I couldn't even put it on a map. That speaks more to my education, but in my ignorance. But it's incredible. They tied Spain, nothing. Like, this is what the World Cup is all about. And prior to that match last night at Levi's Stadium, the star was shining, and the ultimate star in global sports is Lionel Messi. I think we could all agree, right? Like, that guy is king. He's the reigning champion. Argentina are the reigning champions. They played yesterday in Kansas City. We're the home of the Chiefs, whatever they're calling it. Not Arrowhead Stadium, but Kansas City Stadium. I know. The whole thing is so dumb.
I was listening
to cover up the sponsorship.
I was listening to Dibbs do a read about the thing you and him are doing for the soccer.
Yeah.
And San Francisco Bay Area Stadium in Santa Clara. And I'm just like, God, this is so dumb.
I know.
You know that they're covering up the Levi's thing, too?
Not only are they covering
that up. And everything.
They're covering up the signs on the highway. That if it says like Levi's on the highway,
stupid.
They have to cover it up.
See, but like if I'm one of the sponsors, like part of being a sponsor was I paid for all of it.
Yeah, but you didn't want to be a sponsor in the World Cup, so too bad. Like so some of the ones that
the mob, like the straight up mob,
the
they
mafia
strong on people. It's FIFA.
Oh,
like
wow.
those are the officials.
Oh. There's a lot there with FIFA. The corrupt nature of it and all of it. Yeah.
Yes.
There's levels to this, right? Like the NFL, we like to think of like king and they dominate everything, and Roger Goodell and all the owners. They're like a small time little like gang compared to the mob that is FIFA. That's exactly what they are,
They
Joe.
literally are a strong-armed mob.
It doesn't help.
Messi was incredible last night.
I mean, he had a hat trick at 39 years old, Joe.
It's crazy.
39 years old. The guy's having a hat trick. They beat Algeria 3-0. It was incredible. Might have done something a little bit dirty yesterday. Not going to lie. He cleated that Algerian player on the calf. Guys have been given a red card for less. I'm just saying. It's Messi. He's the golden goose. You're probably not going to put a red card in him in his opening debut match. That being said, it was an incredible atmosphere. I think I made the joke to you before the show started, Joe. I was like, you wouldn't even know it's in Kansas City. Everyone was having such a good time. It was all blue. It was incredible. And that's what the World Cup is. You have Cristiano Ronaldo today with Portugal. Earlier in yesterday's slate, Kylian Mbappe, the young French star, who's, I think, already got 14 World Cup goals. He's like 27. Yeah. He's 27. And Messi, obviously, with his third goal yesterday, tied Miroslav Klose, the longtime German national team player, for most World Cup goals of all time. 16. 16. So he's living up to the hype already in game one. It just got me thinking, we were shooting the breeze in the chat like, God, I really feel like we might be living in the greatest era ever for aging athletes and aging superstars. We might be. Now, that might be an ignorant take. I got to do my history homework here. And obviously, I acknowledge guys like Roger Clemens and Bonds that were able to do it into their 40s. But that's, there's an element of, they had to take some things potentially to, prolong their longevity.
Well, Messi famously took HGH as a child.
Well, he took growth hormones because he did have, it was a medical reason.
But
yes.
let's,
No, he did.
He did.
But again, he was
what it is.
No, he was 4, 5, 6 years old when he had to do that because he had something with his thyroid. Yeah.
LJ, if we could do that for him, I'm all in. Like, let's go.
Age
it's legal.
He growth hormone therapy at the age of 11 because he had a growth hormone deficiency. So that's why. And he's not the biggest player. This again adds to his legacy and lore because he's 5'6", 5'7".
Yeah,
what he's able to do
incredible.
It's
There's
absolutely
a
incredible.
Curry-like effect in terms of size and speed and everything where you don't see him and you're like, wow, that guy's physically imposing.
I'm glad you brought up Steph Curry, another guy into his late 30s, still doing it at a very high level, although maybe we're starting to see the decline with the runners need. LeBron James, I mean, I can't talk about that guy enough. I know he's enemy number one in the Bay, but
he's
what
an
he's
unreal
doing,
outlier.
Yeah, what he's doing at the age of 41 is
he's a unicorn.
He's truly incredible, Joe. And by the way, we will get into some LeBron James news a little bit later in the show. Anthony Slater of ESPN covers the Warriors, had a latest piece on what the Warriors could potentially do this summer, some of the names involved, obviously LeBron being one of those top guys, what they're going to do in the draft. So we'll get into that. But yeah, it just got me thinking, are we living in the greatest era for aging superstars? When I look along the sports landscape, Novak Djokovic, LeBron, Steph, Messi, Ronaldo, Serena Williams is coming out of retirement to play with her sister at Wimbledon in the doubles, at least, not the singles, but in the doubles. You got Lewis Hamilton, if you want to go F1 racing. Like, the list goes on and on and on of some of these guys and girls that are able to do this. And I just don't think we're appreciative enough sometimes, Joe, of what we're watching, especially when it comes to Steph and LeBron. And now we have Messi in the World Cup. And I get it. United States, we like to pretend we like soccer every 4 years. We just haven't really embraced it as much as some of these other countries. But for yesterday, for him to have that moment, I do think it was oh, wow, I am watching something that I've never seen before. And Lionel Messi is that dude. And I was appreciative of the moment in real time.
There's no doubt Brady.
Yeah, Brady.
I would throw Phil Mickelson and Tiger into this bucket of this generation.
Yes.
There's no doubt that there have been some just unbelievable runs at the ends of their
careers. Even though it's like ended poorly.
He won two MVPs at the end of his career, basically. I mean, final 2 seasons in Green Bay. There's no doubt that guys are looking physically unlike they've ever looked at this age.
Yeah.
I would argue there's always been outliers throughout history, and I would take a different stance. I think the primes are a little earlier than they were before because of all the wear and tear. Guys are retiring a little earlier. Like Russell Wilson, if this was the 80s, Russell Wilson would have stayed for what, another 5 years?
Probably, yeah.
Right? Because he wouldn't have had the financial... the wherewithal to be able to step away from the game on his own accord.
True. And if it was the 80s, maybe his body wouldn't hold up as much because of some of the punishment he'd be taking. Yes, that's what I thought immediately. Absolutely.
Though. But I I think the primes of players are actually a year or two younger now than they ever were because of the amount of games and reps that these people are doing, these athletes are doing before they even step onto the high school scene. It just feels like your body has taken a wear and tear at an earlier age than it ever has before. And so maybe you could argue that your prime, instead of being 27 to 31, in some of these major sports, your prime is actually like 25 to 29, and you might start clicking down, and there's always going to be outliers. But let me give you some old athletes from yesteryear. I wrote down a list of people. Some of these are off the top of my head.
I just love this conversation, by the way, because I just think it's peak sports talk when we start talking about some of the greatest of all time that we're able to do it, and we forget into their 40s because we think it's just a more recent phenomenon, but you're about to point out, no, this has been happening throughout history.
I'm going to go random sports, and then I'm going to go more obvious ones. George Foreman won the heavyweight title at 45 years old. Could you imagine that happening today?
Rest in peace. No, I cannot imagine that happening today with some of the athletes we're seeing.
Dar Torres won 3 silver medals after having multiple children and was 41 years old.
Baller.
Oldest Olympian to ever win a medal for the United States in swimming. Darryl Green, 21-year-old, a 21-year career in the NFL. Oldest cornerback to ever play. Darryl Green, if you're my age, Darryl Green was one of the baddest dudes on the planet.
Yeah.
Again, 21 years at cornerback. I can't even fathom that in the NFL now.
One of the fastest corners in the history of the game, maybe the fastest.
Jaromir Jagr won the scoring title at 44 years old. Hank Aaron hit his 715th home run at 40 years old and made the All-Star game that year. Emmitt Smith obviously had a 20-year career at running back. Richard Petty, he competed from 1950s to 1992.
Driving.
7 NASCAR Cup winner all time. Gordie Howe obviously is one that everyone's going to bring up. Jerry Rice is one that everyone's going to bring up. How about Martina Navratilova?
Yeah, Navratilova, yeah.
Winning in her 40s, all right? Obviously Bonds, Favre. What if I threw Warren Moon at you? His best years were like his last 4 or 5 years statistically.
That's not bad.
John Elway, David Wells. Okay, these are guys that aren't linked to performance enhancers. Randy Johnson, Ricky Henderson.
Yep.
These are all guys that were as good in their late 30s to 40s as they were earlier. Vinny Testaverde's best years were from like 38 to 46.
Right.
All right. Bernard Hopkins went to jail. This is a boxer.
Yes.
Came
No, I know. Yeah.
And won a heavyweight championship. Dikembe Mutombo.
No.
One of the all-time. Kareem is obviously a great example who you brought in. So I just bring all these up to say that I think that there's always going to be outliers no matter what generation we're in. Joe, if I give you if I close my eyes and I think of elite pitcher who pitched well beyond his years and was still amazing, Nolan Ryan comes to mind.
Sure.
For my dad's generation, they might say Satchel Paige.
It's not bad.
Who is like the go-to name to come up with when you think of like aging pitchers who were still elite later on in their careers.
And more recently, I know he wasn't great with the Giants last year, but prior to that, he was a really good Astro. Was Justin Verlander. I mean, right? He was incredible.
He's still better than Malley and Hauser.
No, he is. You miss him? You miss Verlander at all?
A little.
We got a little rain delay yesterday. We're still in postponement, but why were we taking so long? Real quick on that. What? Just
either we're gonna
figure it out. Yeah, either you're playing or you're not. And the umps let the managers decide. Hurry it up.
When they went out to shortstop and they're testing the dirt and looking at it, it's just that was one of the most bizarre things I've seen.
It was
one thing that I think about though when you bring up this conversation. So I referenced tons and tons of athletes. Old man Gordie Howe was not in the LeBron James shape in his 40s and 50s. That I freely acknowledge.
And sports are different. So what a pitcher is able to do. Bartolo Colon, what he was able to do pitching into his 45, he could not have that level of shape if you're playing tennis.
Exactly.
Right? So
Bruce
there's
Smith
levels
being
to this.
A defensive lineman, he could still get after the quarterback and not be, in Myles Garrett level shape in his 40s.
Yes.
Because Trent Williams right now.
Perfect.
Right? Trent Williams. I don't think he's in the best shape of his life.
No.
But he's still one of the best players in the game.
And it goes back to all these guys and women, what they have in common. Technique and skill,
no doubt,
and their brains. They're able to make up for whatever they lack in physicality because they're a step ahead of you.
Sure,
that's what they're able to do.
The thing though that I would as we're conversing about this, and I'm chewing on it last night. I think now because of the money and the amount of games that you play and the amount of reps and how hard these guys work. Not that they didn't work hard before, but I've heard Rick Barry talk about this a lot. Rick's like, what would I look like in the modern game? They're like, you couldn't play, Rick. And he's like, well, wait a minute. I would have had a shooting coach from the time I was 6 years old on. I would have had a dribbling specialist. I would have been refining my nutrition and my weightlifting and my this and my that. And, Rick takes it very, very serious.
Absolutely.
And he really thinks about it. And he's right. Like, if Babe Ruth played today, it would be very, very different in terms of what he would physically look like by the time he got to the bigs, right? And all of the individualism and all that. I also think it works against some of the modern athletes. Look at Calvin Johnson, retiring early. The game was so punishing. Would he have lasted longer if he played in a different era, maybe this more modern era where you couldn't headhunt? I don't know.
Maybe. Or different franchise, quite frankly, because Detroit, oh my God.
But would he have played longer if he didn't make hundreds of millions of dollars?
It's a fair question.
Barry Sanders played the generation before, didn't make as much as Calvin. He walked away early. I think about Patrick Willis all the time. What if Patrick Willis played in the 50s? Would he have continued playing? Or, because he didn't make a chunk of money and didn't have, the wherewithal to invest it and do that. So these guys were, pro wrestlers in the offseason or selling milk like Bob St. Clair. Russell Wilson, I was thinking about, who retired this week. I don't know. Like, obviously there's the height. Would he have lasted in the 80s? I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But let's just forget his size. Let's just talk about him, like how much money he made. Do you think he'd still be bouncing around the league playing if he didn't make hundreds of millions of dollars? I don't know.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. That money aspect is absolutely a real thing, which is why I have respect for guys that continue to play at a high level, even though they've made like $500 million. Yeah. Steph and LeBron being the two guys I
was thinking about like Vince Carter. Like, forget Steph and LeBron because they're still so good. They command equity within an organization.
Vince Carter's a good one because
he was a great player and then he became like a role player for like 10 years. You know what I mean? And like, I find that to be fascinating. Iggy, we talked about what's his face, David West, for example. Guys that aren't necessarily mega superstars, but great players.
Al Horford.
Yes, exactly. Who then become more role player types. I always have like tremendous respect for those guys.
Well, because they can put their ego to the side a little bit. Some guys, I don't think they can handle not being one of the top 3 or 4 best players and a starter on a team.
No.
As they get older. Like, they can, and some guys, they're so good that they can just continue to play and be one of the best. LeBron's being that guy. It took LeBron being 40, 41 years old, and then we started talking about, okay, now you could be the third option, right? Like that.
No
it
question.
took till he was 41.
I mean, like, I think about Frank Gore, right? Frank Gore, what did he spend, 7 years kind of splitting carries?
Kind of being a journeyman back, yeah. He turned into one at the end.
And it wasn't because he sucked. I mean, he was solid. He was solid. I find it admirable. The guy loved football.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He just loved football. Julio Franco. Julio Franco is a name that I think of all the time. Like some guy in his 40s who bounced around. Ricky Henderson.
Yeah.
Playing for the Surf Dogs? What was the minor league team
he played with every other MLB team, it seemed like.
And he never retired.
Never.
And I think it was clearly a love of the game, right? Yeah. A clear love of the game, not because of the money or anything like that. So I don't know. I have so many thoughts on this, man. And then I think about like burnout, because I do believe burnout is real, like true. I really do. I see it at all levels. And I can't imagine, how many swings, like let's say Freddie Freeman. And I was listening to him talk about this. This is the first baseman for the Dodgers. He's like, do you know how many swings off a tee I've taken? And he goes, I think about my sons because he's got 2 young sons. Yeah. Maybe he has 3 young sons. And he goes, my son has maybe taken more swings off the tee than I did for the first 17 years of my life. He's 6.
It's unreal.
So he was talking about like the individual refinement and how much the equipment and the technique and the strategies and the specialization has advanced so far, even in just his lifetime. Now think about it from the generation prior. There's full catching academies, and we're over here watching, like I showed you guys, Herman Munson and Johnny Bench catching balls. Like they haven't received half as many balls in their pro career as little Johnny has at 12 years old.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk's righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, baking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. I think that's a great point, and the guy I actually thought of immediately when he brought that up. And this is a guy whose prime we thought early on was going to last forever. was Tiger Woods. Oh. And then because Joe, that was a guy, his dad having him swinging at such a young age. What show was he on? He was on Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson when he was a little kid, swinging at he was doing that ever since he could walk. And then he, dedicated his body to fitness, worked out too much. And then he was physically shot by the time before he even got to 40 years old. And then we thought his 40s, he was going to continue to dominate. And now we're seeing the kind of ramifications of that. Painkillers, he has to go to rehab, et cetera, et cetera. And then you think about his son, Charlie, probably had him hitting off a tee ever since he could walk. Like, it is kind of a cyclical thing. And we'll pick this up on the other side. It just got me thinking watching Lionel Messi last night, 39 years old, had a hat trick, Argentina, the defending champs. It was incredible. And you know what? If you're watching the World Cup, call in. Like, aren't you enjoying this stuff? The stars are shining. U.S. men's national team's balling. They're playing on Friday. Like, I'm hooked, man. I'm hooked. 808. I haven't watched a single Giants game since the World Cup started.
Don't miss that break, Doug.
I'm hooked. I can see why it's the greatest sport in the world. Wow.
It's been a lot of fun.
It has been. And this segment has been sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section on the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Fire up the grill and taste the difference. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin packs featuring high-quality beef with moderate marbling are just $5.99 per pound. And here comes my high-quality partner, Dan Dibley,
who loves marbling as well. And also, you can pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, and perfect for summer snacking. Stock up on sweet summer corn with a clip or click offer and get 8 ears for just $1. Limit 8.
Sweet. I like it. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton is open June 19th through July 12th with plenty of kid-friendly favorites like food, carnival rides, demolition derby, and monster trucks, even pig races. And right now, save big with advanced tickets at AlamendaCountyFair.com.
Hey, it's Joe Spadoni here, talking about getting your home ready for summer with Ashby Lumber. Every detail matters when designing an outdoor living space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch, even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and easy to work with. Humboldt Sawmill Redwood checks all the boxes
for a beautiful and durable building material. Ashby Lumber stocks a full range of Humboldt sawmill redwood lumber products, including decking, fencing, dimensional, timbers, and more. With locations in Berkeley and Concord, Ashby Lumber is here to serve you. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore their selection of Humboldt sawmill redwood products for your next project. Learn more at ashbylumber.com.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. One of the biggest shocks of the tournament so far came in Atlanta as Cabo Verde played Spain to a scoreless draw. It was the first ever World Cup match for Cabo Verde, who put on a master class of defending and goalkeeping to deny heavily favored Spain. All four teams in Group H are on 1 point after Uruguay and Saudi Arabia played to a 1-1 draw. I'm Mike Conti.
Bahala, it's Kia Stokes. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Mark Studios on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. Valkyries are back. Taking on the Dallas Wings tonight at Chase Center. Tip-off 7 o'clock on 95.7 The Game and the free Odyssey app. You can listen to the beautiful voice and sounds of one Kevin Dana. Talking World Cup right now. Lionel Messi, hat trick yesterday. Argentina, defending champs, winning 3-0 in Kansas City over Algeria. Kylian Mbappe, the previous champions prior to last World Cup in France, getting the job done. And Erling Haaland, Joe. Yes, Erling Haaland making his World Cup debut for Norway, gets the brace, which means 2 goals for him. And again, one of the best young strikers in the world. His club, Man City, which I know you're very locked in on during the English Premier League season. Big Man City.
Yeah, the red tops.
That's Man United. Close. Very close.
Man City's got baby blue.
They got the baby blue. There you go. Yeah, you're learning.
They're a newer team.
Well, they're not new, but they've been new in contention.
Probably, upstart in terms of the money that was poured in.
Correct. Within the last, I'd say, decade, a little over that. Yes, for sure. Yeah. And they've been not like the Warriors. They're more like the Dodgers in the last decade when it comes to spending and people being mad about them because they can just spend through all their problems. There's also little oil money behind that people aren't very happy about and where the money comes from. But,
just like the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, yeah, just like,
Well, the Dodgers is gambling.
Well, they just defer everything. If they start deferring in the English Premier League, maybe, Man United could come back. Because in the early 2000s, that's who dominated when we were kids or when we were younger.
That's why my boy Rocco's a fan of Manchester.
Well, I was too, because my Uncle Phil, he was a big Man U guy. He's from over in England. And he's a diehard. But they've just been, ever since Sir Alex Ferguson left, just not a big contender.
I would love to be knighted,
I've always thought about that too, but you have to be British. I don't think they knight Americans.
Why not?
They just don't.
Special exemption?
I think maybe if you have a good enough accent.
They're still bitter about that one time.
If they have a good enough accent, Sam, I think they might allow it. So if you wanted to do your best British accent.
Joe Sashasky.
Give you a 2. Give you a 2 for that one. Do you have something, Sam? He ran to the board to play something because Sam's doing double duty right now. Carter sent us a text. I'm actually concerned about Carter real quick. Young Carter Chickering, who's doing a hell of a job on the board. So he threw his back out.
Hear ye, hear ye. Quiet
down, quiet down. The king has something to say. Your Majesty, could you please tell us a king's tale from your travels across the realm?
I thought we should actually call the king. He was in attendance last night at Levi's Stadium, 9 o'clock kickoff for Jordan in Austria.
You don't wake the king. The king wakes himself and then alerts you to come to his bedside.
No, I think like the court, like marshal or whatever it's called, the court jester might, walk into his bedroom and say, "King, get up."
So, I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and they had a great show.
Did they?
I mean, they legitimately, it was rare. And so...
Sure, whatever. Okay.
That killed you to say that. You wanted to just crush him immediately after that. By the way, we got David Sampson joining us in 15 minutes.
Get at. And Mark was making a lot of great points, and Dibbs was kind of going along with the flow. And so
sounds like them.
I was listening, and he was talking about Rafi Devers, and he made a divorce annulment.
I saw that. That was pretty good.
Sure, I didn't even understand what annulment meant.
So I believe, from what I understand, real quick, before you give the explanation. Oh, is it?
That's what my wife said.
I thought an annulment was you don't have to go through all the pomp and circumstance of a divorce if it's within 6 months or something like that and you want to split from a marriage. Well, that's what I thought it was.
Michelle made it out to be that, it was the church not recognizing a marriage that ended up having. I'm sure there's a legal and a religious connotation.
No, there's an actual legal thing. An annulment legally erases a marriage, treating it as if it never existed.
Okay.
A divorce, however, acknowledges that a valid marriage took place and dissolves it. So there is a legal difference there.
So I guess using Mark's conversation, he was talking about Rafi Devers and how, it's not a divorce. It would more be like an annulment. It's like, all right, that's interesting.
You want the grounds for an annulment real quick if they apply to the Giants right now?
Give it to me.
Fraud or misrepresentation.
I don't think there was fraud.
One spouse lied about vital facts, concealing a felony, STDs, or inability to have children.
Gosh.
Bigamy. One spouse was already legally married to someone else. Lack of consent and mental incapacity. So those are the valid grounds for an annulment. Continue. We're learning this morning on the roast.
Well, I guess, he was talking about Rafi Devers and how there's very little emotional attachment to Rafi. And if he ended up going, I don't think the fans would kind of lose their mind. I agree with him on that. He hit the nail on the head. And it's not anything that Rafi did. I don't think Rafi's done anything wrong in this circumstance. I'm using him as an example.
Sure.
Adamas, Chapman, whatever. I think every fan wanted it to work out. I think every fan, for the most part, was like, yeah, you got to do something bold. And you did something bold. You took a swing, and it just hasn't worked out. Now, is it those guys' fault it hasn't worked out? Well, to a degree, some of these guys have underperformed, but I think the big picture is the whole thing hasn't worked.
Yeah.
Right? And so when the whole thing hasn't worked, you have to reevaluate everything, and you've got to find a way to move off of whatever you think could hamper you for the now or down the line, whether that be financially, positionally, etc. And so you've got to do what you got to do to build your team. So let's acknowledge there's very little emotional attachment for whatever reasons to Rafi, Chapman, and Devers, and Adamas.
Yep, I would agree with that.
I think the reverse is in play with Webb. Logan Webb, I think there is significant emotional attachment, and I get it from Giants fans. And I think that's why it's such a difficult conversation to have, meaning he's a guy who's from these parts, Sacramento. He wanted to be a Giant when it felt like no one else wanted to be a Giant. He came in through our system, so he's homegrown. He's never said anything wrong. His only opportunity to go to the playoffs, he was an absolute baller.
Yeah.
2 starts, gave up the 1 run in the second game, should have won that game. Against the Dodgers, just nails, has been an absolute gladiator for this team. Never said anything negative about any of the losing and the negativity that swirled around the organization. You've given him nothing but mediocre bullpens and mediocre managers, mediocre lineups supporting him. And I think the decision on whether they would move or want to move Logan Webb, to me, is an interesting one because Buster Posey said that they are in the entertainment business. We are in the memory-making business.
That was the line.
And I do agree with that to an extent. How much should these teams listen to the fans? Because on one aspect, the fans are like, what I'm seeing doesn't work. I want it like switched up. Change this. I hate it. 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 And I think they might be right. But on the other line, like, you don't just make moves to appease fans. Because if that's the case, signing Adames was an appeasement to fans to a degree.
Right.
Making Chapman an extension was an appeasement to the fans to a degree. Maybe even swinging on Rafi Devers and doing something bold was to satisfy the quench of the thirst from the fans.
Yeah.
You've got to do what's right for you as an organization. But you also don't want to alienate your fans by making crazy moves.
I do think you have to take the fan base into account given the market, right? So once upon a time we had the A's here, right? And A's fans eventually became just used to the idea. They never really wanted to embrace it, but they just got used to the idea of, hey, we have some nice young players right now. We know we're probably not going to pay. So in a couple of years, we're going to ship them out. That's going to suck, but we're going to enjoy for what it is right now. That was what they came to expect, right? That was the expectation of the fan base. The Yankees, on the other hand, polar opposite of the A's. Oh, we're going to go trade for those young guys and give them money. They're going to be kind of our fodder system. And on top of that, we're going to give up some of our own prospects to go out big fish hunting. And then on top of that, we're also going to get the free agents in the offseason. So, you know, there's ways of doing things organizationally that I do think you have to understand the fan base in. Like, the market in LA is different than the market in San Francisco, which is different than the market in New York, Chicago. It definitely does change. So I agree with what you're kind of getting at here, Joe, when it comes to the Giants fan base. And if you're Posey, realizing who are the faces of my franchise, the true faces of my franchise. And for order for you to be a face, the fan base has to care about you.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Like, I find they're in a weird spot because I understand the baseball argument on both sides of keeping them and moving them. Like, truly, I truly do. But you got to do what's best for you to be good.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I would tell the Giants. Like, I understand and I acknowledge the emotional aspect. The two best trades in my life in terms of, like, going against what the fans wanted, Kevin Mitchell and Matt Williams.
Yeah.
Two fan favorites for different reasons, got moved. People hated the moves in real time, and it ended up being two of the best trades the Giants have ever made.
Let's pick this up on the other side with former president of the Florida Marlins / Miami Marlins, David Sampson of the Nothing Personal podcast, Meadowlark Media. You love him or you hate him, but you can't deny he keeps it real. Brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good.
I would love to be knighted.
SF Fire Credit Union is celebrating 75 years to put your idle cash to work. It's their new 7-month tiered certificate, starting with as little as $250. Members earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days. Then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Visit sffirecu.org for full details. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI. Up to $250,000 per account.
Kohl's Father's Day gifts are so good, Dad won't be able to stop bragging about them. To his friends, to his barber, to the server who did not ask. He'll even brag to you, the person who literally bought it for him. From comfy polos to stylish shoes and more. Plus 20% off across the store. Get gifts Dad'll be talking about for months at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. You've been warned. Select styles. Offer ends June 21st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events, and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Administrator Dan Daly at Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center would like to thank his staff, residents, and family members for helping us become both Newsweek magazine and U.S. News and World Report's top-ranked California nursing facility. Lawton continues to be a 5-star facility conveniently located in San Francisco's Sunset District. Please don't hesitate to contact our admissions team of Dab Sterling or Christopher Lord at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. It's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hammond is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
From backyard barbecues to homegrown herbs, the best parts of summer start at Lowe's. Right now, get 3 Ferry Morse 1.3 quart vegetables and herbs for just $12. Plus, get 4 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for only $10. Whether you're planting something new or giving your garden a refresh, now's the time to make the most of your outdoor space. Save more on what you need this summer at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
I said it right. Keep this ship moving.
And Joe Shasky.
Oh, I heard
ship
on 95.7 The Game.
Ship happens, you know? It really does. Stuff's happening around sports right now. And I get it. People are like, oh, well, NBA season's over. Knicks won. Stanley Cup Finals, it's over. It's the dead period. Hell no, it's not the dead period. We got NBA draft next week. The hell are the Warriors going to do? They're going to keep that pick. They're going to trade it. We got rumors abound. LeBron James, now Trey Murphy III potentially could be a suitor. Who knows? We got the World Cup going on. Messi getting the hat trick.
You know what's starting?
What's starting?
The pony which is the equivalent of Little League, but you're allowed to take leads, and actually it's on a, proportionate diamond. The entire tournament to see who's going to be the pony champion in 10, 11, 12, 14, all the different age brackets.
Well, I thought you were going to bring
we'll
up
be in Vacaville next week.
I thought you were going to bring up the recoupling that happened on Love Island last night.
Didn't see that.
And we got to vote on it. It's great. I downloaded the app, and now I could be a part of the voting process, like American Idol circa 2002.
You downloaded the app?
Yeah. I'm a diehard, Joe. Love Island. You know who else is a diehard Love Island fan? David Sampson, who's joining us now on the River Islands guest line.
TV.
He's the best. Look at that smile. He's
TV.
locked in on it. Come on. Joining us now, former Miami Marlins president and host of the Nothing Personal podcast on Meadowlark Media. David, good morning. Oh, sound.
Sammy, turn them up. We got one guy.
No, we didn't even hear that
Do
first
that again.
part.
We got one guy behind the glass today. Everyone's sick.
It's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Good. David, let's start.
I want to be very clear.
What?
I'm a Survivor guy. I'm not a Love Island guy.
Thank you.
Do you think you could survive Love Island, though?
Tell me, give me a break.
I don't even know what you have to do. If it means that I have to be an empathetic, loving partner, I would say I've got like a 20-80 shot.
It depends. You could be that, or you could be cutthroat and just talk to multiple people. So there's that.
David,
80-20.
David, I've been watching you for, quite some time. Yesterday you did a little piece on Buster Posey and how Buster Olney was reporting that they essentially Rafi Devers, Adames, Chapman could all be available. And let's just start right here. You said to us about a month ago that Buster Posey can take one of two routes: acknowledge the mistakes that he's made, or dive deeper into the denial. What did you make of Buster Olney coming out and saying, hey, everyone's for sale?
Well, the rule is in baseball, everyone's always available. And it sounds crazy. You'd never trade Shohei Ohtani as an example, but Shohei Ohtani's available. The Dodgers will listen to anyone on anything, and GMs talk to each other about everything and everyone. So there's no such thing. Even players with the no trade clause, it's available. You just have to pay him extra, talk to the agent. So conversations are happening. So I didn't take the Buster Olney report as a direction that Buster Posey was heading in. I took it as, it's a random Monday. Let's get some information out there, whatever day he did it. But I will judge what actually happens. Does he eat some of the money? Does the owner allow him to eat some of the money in order to move on from some of these players, in order to try to get better? I'm going to judge the action, not the thought of the action.
David, I think you've been probably painted as someone who's very heartless when it comes to players and transactions, because you're very methodical about it. Not that they're widgets, but hey, is this going to make my team better or not? And does it pencil financially? So we were having a conversation. There's not a lot of emotion attached to Rafi Devers or Adames or Chapman locally in terms of the fans, but there is to Logan Webb. How much should that be a factor for any organization fielding a team? How much should the fans and their emotions factor into a decision on whether a player stays or goes?
Well, I guess I would say, let's ask your audience. Does your audience like when you guys complain and talk about a Giants team that doesn't win? Or do you get better ratings and better engagement when you have a Giants team that's winning the World Series every other year? I think it's going to be the latter. And so what you hope your front office does is put together a team that can do that. And to do that, you need the ability to make decisions that are not based on emotion. And it doesn't mean that I'm robotic or all about analytics, which I'm not either. It means that I'm pragmatic, is what I like to think. The Giants aren't good. So that's okay. There's many years that teams aren't good, and the Giants have been really good at being good in a lot of years. But acknowledging you're not good is the first step, and then figuring out how to get good. And if trading Logan Webb is a path that you believe in where you can get good faster, then it's your responsibility to trade Logan Webb. It's not even a question that you ask of the fans or the audience, because when you're good because you were right, believe me, your ratings are up and your audience is happy.
David Sampson joining us here on the River Islands guest line. This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. David, do you think that Buster Posey, so he's clearly acknowledging, hey, I made a mistake here. These guys are available. Let's try to move off some of these contracts. Probably not going to be able to move off all of them, but if we can move off one, I think they'd be happy at this trade deadline, talking about Adames, Devers, or Chapman. Is he the right guy, though, going forward to try to dig themselves in this franchise out of this hole if he was the one that kind of dug it himself? You get what I'm saying?
It's one of the great questions as a team president that you ask yourself, which is, it's like with a pitcher in a game. Do you know how we talk about, well, a pitcher got himself out of trouble? We'll talk about he walked the bases loaded and then got 2 Ks and a pop-up. And you're like, look at that. What a job he did. And then you think to yourself as you're evaluating, well, dude, wouldn't it be great if he hadn't walked the bases loaded? Wouldn't that have been a good start to an inning? So you have to be careful when you're evaluating, and you can't just evaluate the results. What you hope that your owners are doing, they're evaluating the process. Because I recall when the deals were made, let's not forget, and including on this show, when Chapman was signed, it was not, oh my God, what a terrible decision. This is the worst idea ever. When Adames was signed, way to go, San Francisco stepped up and got the shortstop. You traded for Rafael Devers. We're taking advantage of a dysfunctional Boston. It's only been a year, and now you redo sort of your perspective like, we're burdened with these contracts. I hope we can get rid of one of them would be amazing. So evaluating the process is really important in this circumstance.
So, like you have a long history of some incredible trades. Like the Miguel Cabrera and Dontrelle Willis trade was a huge trade for you guys. You also have the Stanton trade, because I remember the Giants were involved. They were trying to send Christian Arroyo over there. I don't know if that was ever a real deal. What are these conversations looking like right now? Like, because you've talked about buying down money. So explain to maybe our audience, like, what are the realistic conversations looking like right now? Are they attaching Logan Webb to one of these not so great contracts? Are they buying down money? Like, maybe walk us through some of that.
Well, first of all, let me just correct you in one thing. I did not trade Stanton. That was done by Derek Jeter, who came after me. But no problem. But 2, like when we traded Beckett to Boston, we really didn't want to. We wanted to trade Mike Lowell because he was being paid a lot of money, and we didn't think he was good anymore. We were wrong because he ended up being an MVP caliber player after that in Boston. But Boston said to us, hey, we'll take Lowell and we'll pay his entire salary, but you got to include Beckett. And we knew that Beckett was beloved by the owner, John Henry. And so you start to make a trade based on, all right, you're going to take money. That means we're going to have to give a better player or receive a lesser player. But we didn't want to receive lesser players. We wanted Hanley Ramirez. We wanted Anibal Sanchez. And so we had to then include Beckett. So what you do in trades is there's 2 components. There's player value, and then there's money value. If you're going to get someone to take on the entirety of a bad contract, you don't get something for nothing in this world. What you have to give up is that you get worse players. You could still hit on those players, but from a prospect standpoint, they're going to be worse quality. And that's what you negotiate first with your owner and then with the other GM, because it starts with your owner, guys. They've got to tell you, hey, we're not going to pay this guy's salary, or I'm willing to.
So teams on the receiving end right now, one of the comments that I get a lot in Instagram and all over basically is like, well, why would anyone want to take on any money not knowing what's happening with the CBA next year? And I've heard you kind of play both sides of it, where you said, teams are going to try to rush and sign everyone before a lockout so that whatever salary number that they're at for their payroll is godfathered in. Like, what is the pro and the con of absorbing a big contract right now with the uncertainty of the CBA for any of these teams that might be interested in Rafi, Adames, or Chapman?
The con is very simple, that if there's no baseball next year, your player's getting a year older, and you still have them signed for multiple years after that, and you're losing a prime year of production. And that's really an important part of the negotiation that obviously has not happened yet, and nor will it happen anytime soon. But one of the last things that gets negotiated in a CBA is what happens with service time. Are we going to pretend that there was a full season, even though there wasn't? Or are we going to pretend there was a half a season so players are property of their existing teams for an extra half a year on the back end? That's a very important part of the negotiation, which, guys, we're not even close to. Like, we're not even in the same zip code as that. But those are important points, because if you have Devers signed, and the theory is the back end is going to be terrible anyway, you need performance on the front end. And if you're losing a year on the front end, you're really quite in a, screwed. I'm sorry to tell you. So that is a factor in these deals that GMs and team presidents think about. So you are thinking about the CBA. In terms of a salary cap, when we talk about being grandfathered in, everyone's going to have a runway to compliance. That is normal. It's possible the runway to compliance will be the length of the next CBA. There's no way to know. It hasn't been negotiated yet. But that's not really what owners are thinking about in terms of complying with the salary cap. They're more thinking about the production that they may miss out on with missed games.
So then, from your vantage point, what is reasonable? Like, what do you think actually could happen here with these three big contracts? 1 goes, 2 goes, 3 goes, none of them go? Like, just in general, I mean, the Giants are just going to have to eat a lot of money here, huh?
So you can get rid of a player. If you volunteer to pay 80% of a player contract, you'll find someone to take Devers at an 80% discount, or Chapman or Adames. So it really comes down to money, and it sounds terrible to say, but it really is true. It's what's your choke point? How much are you willing to pay a player not to be on your team? And that's when you look at other factors like, what do they like in the clubhouse? What is it like for this player to be a member of our organization? How close are we to releasing this player? Because then you're paying 100% of the money. So if you get a team to take 10%, you've actually gained 10% because you were willing to eat the whole thing. So you have to have separate discussions on each player, decide what your choke point is on each player, then send your GM out to negotiate with other teams.
David Sampson joining us here on the River Islands guest line, former Miami Marlins president. Find him with the Nothing Personal podcast via Meadowlark Media. We got this guy, Bryce Eldridge. Giants fans are hoping he's going to be the face of the franchise. Bryce has even embraced and said that he wants to be the face of the franchise. He's 21 years old. Obviously, we're a year removed from the Rafi Devers trade. Rafi never really has had a chokehold on this fan base, on this city. I think the guy, he's making $300+ million, David. He can walk down the street right now, no one would recognize him. That's how much he's landed here
Other than
in San Francisco.
He's big.
And he's a big guy. Well, Bryce, well, this is another thing. Bryce is 6'7", 6'6". He's larger than life. He's this huge guy. Like when do you know you got a future or a now face of a franchise? Because this guy's been playing with his hair on fire the last couple months. He's a number 1 overall pick with this franchise. Not number 1 overall, but top number 1 first round pick for this squad. Like, when do you know you got something, I guess is my question. And when do you know you're going to start going all in and building around someone?
It's a funny question, because you can say you know, but you don't really know. You think you know, and then you get it wrong way more than you get it right. I've thought I've known several times, and I've been right. When you see Giancarlo Stanton in the minor leagues, you know, and then you're right. You see Miguel Cabrera, you're ready to go, you're right. You see Dontrelle Willis, you're like, he's a throw-in, and then you call him up, and all of a sudden he's winning the World Series for you, but then his career lasts for another 3-4 years, and that's it. So was I right about Dontrelle? Was I wrong? What's the way to evaluate? And these are very special people to me who are winning players. It's just hard to know. And it's like, I bring your attention to Pittsburgh. Connor Griffin called up. It's a huge, huge thing. On the heels of Paul Skeens, that team is set for life. They've got the pitcher. They've got the hitter. It's shortstop. It's number 1 pitcher. Look at his legs. He's got speed and an arm. And you'd think they were winning 100 games. Meanwhile, you just don't really know. We are a year removed. Is Paul Skeens the best pitcher in the National League today? The answer is clear. It's no. Today, he's not.
It's
Mizorowski from the Brewers.
Yes.
So what does it mean to know? How long does it have to last for you to know? Do I love the idea of building a team around a guy? No one does that in baseball. It's not like basketball where you can build a team around Curry and you then get a piece with Green and then you get a piece with Clay and then you have that as a dynasty in your mind. It doesn't work that way in baseball. You're constantly needing pitching. You're always needing better defense. You're always needing depth in your lineup. So I don't agree that the Giants are saying, oh, we'll choose him and build the whole team around him.
So, I'm going to ask this question because I want your perspective on and like the front office ownership and how they're viewing this. Everyone is going to these games. I mean, they're averaging 35, 36, 37,000. Awesome. And there's a variety of factors, okay, as to why people are showing up. San Francisco in general is having like a renaissance in terms of downtown, but it's a party atmosphere. So there's one aspect of everyone's like, well, why would ownership want to change if fans are showing up? Almost like the old Cubs mantra in the 80s and in the 90s. Like, hey, even though the product stinks, people are showing up. Are you more or less inclined as an ownership group to make changes on your roster based on attendance figures?
That's like saying that you're the number one rental car company, but you're going to rest on your laurels and not change over your fleet. It's like saying that you've got the biggest market share in a soft drink company and not doing any sort of marketing. Think about if Coke and Pepsi didn't market and didn't do ads. We wouldn't have Michael Jackson's hair on fire. We wouldn't have Cindy Crawford. So God, that aged me. Both of those things. I apologize. But just because you're doing something well doesn't mean you stop doing what you did to do it well. It means you do it even better. My view is you're either getting better or you're getting worse. There is no staying the same in business. Just like with your show and my show, we're either getting better or we're getting worse. If we are stagnant, we're done. So I don't think that anybody looks and says, look, my attendance is so great, I can get rid of my sales staff or I can get rid of my marketing budget. I just don't think they view it that way. And then I'd like to further answer your question. Your ballpark in your city is amazing. I love coming. I didn't miss a trip to San Francisco over my 18 years in baseball. Anytime our team was there, I was there because it's just where I wanted to be. I wanted to be in a ballpark like that, and I just love it. And so the fact that fans get to do that, they are not taking it for granted, and I think that that's amazing.
One more for you, David, and we appreciate your time this morning.
So good.
Giants just recently had their Pride Night, right? So it's a big deal. So San Francisco, right? It's the gay capital of the world. And a couple of the players wrote some Bible verses on their hat with the rainbow, obviously, there. They were asked about it after the game. Didn't really comment on it in general. Obviously, we've seen Blake Trinan of the Dodgers refuse to wear the cap when the Dodgers had theirs on. He said, wrote some Bible verses before. I just want to get your thoughts as a president and someone that's on the organizational side. Like, how does that land organizationally when a player does that? And obviously, this being San Francisco, there has to be some sort of, conversation or a memo put out like, guys, you got to know where you're playing a little bit. Like, you got to know talking about knowing your fan base, right? You got to kind of know how that's going to be perceived. If you're not writing Bible verses on your hat every single day and you choose the one to do it on Pride Night, I just want to get your thoughts on that overall as someone that's been a part of baseball for your basically your life.
I got to tell you that if I am running the Giants, I'm embarrassed because I would have been in the clubhouse well before those hats got distributed because I know my players well enough and I know that I've got homophobes on the team. So I got to figure out how I'm going to deal with it because what I don't want is what happened. I led nothing personal with this story. And every team has hugely religious guys. By the way, the most religious guys are usually the ones who come in last night's clothes, but that's a different story. But I can only tell you that, and I'm not against religion of any kind. I'm for consistency, which was the word of the day on Nothing Personal. At least have some feeling about what you're doing. And as a team president, that was my job to communicate with the players. Hey, I think there's going to be an issue here. Let's deal with this now. Because if we're dealing with it after the fact, we're done. Then we've got MLB involved, then we've got national media involved, and it's all for the wrong reasons. And so this was a totally avoidable issue if they had all communicated prior. Because if you can have control of your organization, then it's not like it's a 2,000-person team. There's 26 guys. It ain't hard to have 26 conversations. Hey, these are the hats we're wearing. Anything we need to talk about? So I just am shocked that didn't happen. But again, in this day and age, the front office feels like they can't talk to players because it's all based on analytics and robots and wiring. But I was always in the clubhouse talking to the players to avoid situations like this. And so it's a problem. And MLB got hung up, had to do 2 statements about it. Now you've got senators involved and attorney generals involved. And its entire mess was caused by a lack of communication prior to the game.
Do you anticipate moving forward leagues to maybe not put out jerseys and hats on the field? Is that maybe something that these leagues might do moving forward?
We saw hockey do it. We saw hockey say, you know what? The juice is not worth the squeeze. We'll do pride jerseys when we do them, and we'll have them in the pregame skate. And then teams can choose, players can choose to use it, do it, or not do it. What MLB does is they've got certain things that are industry-wide. There's Jackie Robinson Day. That's just how it is. Yeah. You wear 42 that day. You don't get to stand up and say, I'm racist, I'm not going to wear 42. Your jersey says 42. Before every game, we hang a hat and a jersey in a player's locker. That's the required outfit for that day. That's it. And there's collective bargaining to go through these sort of issues. You don't get to violate the uniform rules just because you do not like homosexuals and you instead want to promote hatred and bigotry. That's your decision. You don't get to do it on the uniform. But again, talking about it prior would have been far preferable. Do I think that it ends all Pride nights? I do not think it does at all, because especially think about San Francisco, how quickly the team owners came out with the statement they came out with. And when you come out with a statement against your own players, you know there's business involved, big business. And so that's why I don't think it'll go away.
David, great stuff. We really appreciate your time this morning. We'll do it again soon, man.
Look forward. Have a great day. Take care.
There he goes. And that's time for this
Thank you, David.
World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. All right, yesterday on the slate, we talked about it. We'll talk about it again. France getting it done. Kylian Mbappe looking like a baller, 3-1 over Senegal. Norway taking down Iraq, 4-1 the final there. A brace for Erling Haaland. And then last night, I mean, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Lionel Messi, 3-0 the final there for the defending champs, Argentina. And today, we got another GOAT, Cristiano Ronaldo in Portugal taking on the Congo. England taking on Croatia, Ghana, Panama, Uzbekistan, Colombia. That is the slate today. And again, U.S. men's national team taking on Australia for their second group stage matchup. That's going to be Friday, 12 o'clock at Seattle Stadium. I believe they're calling it, Sammy. And that's your World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. And it's all sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of Ford's biggest offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for everybody, for all at Ceremony Ford. Here's the deal, though. You pay what Ford employees pay on most of the new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's way below MSRP employee pricing. Available to the public, not just the employees, not just the insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. And we're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang, Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger. Truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer for American Value for American Values. Go to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma, Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is the time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't miss the Bay Area's own Journey on their Final Frontier Tour. They'll be taking over the Chase Center on November 28th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. The biggest stars showed up and showed out yesterday at the big soccer tournament. France's Kylian Mbappe scoring twice as France beat Senegal 3-1. Norway's Erling Haaland scoring twice as Norway thrashes Iraq 4-1. And in the nightcap, the greatest, Argentina's Leo Messi with a hat trick as Argentina blanked Algeria 3-0. I'm Nick Costos.
Welcome back, Spadoni, Shasky. We're rolling here on a hump day in the Bay. A little fog rolling in. It's beautiful, baby. World Cup happening. Knicks just won the title. Hurricanes. We got NBA draft less than a week away. What the hell are the Warriors going to do with the 11th overall pick? Are they going to keep it? Are they going to trade it? Who knows? Giants, well, hell. Looks like they want to trade everybody. At least Devers, Chapman, Adamas, Arise, Robbie Ray. Could Logan Webb be a part of that conversation? We're talking about it all. We just had a great conversation, by the way, with former Miami Marlins president David Sampson. And if you missed any of it, find it on the free Odyssey app where we are streaming, or on YouTube where we are also streaming, and you can see our lovely faces and Joe Shasky's beautiful white hat. It's tailor-made today. Yesterday it was Callaway. I'm expecting Titleist tomorrow. So there you go.
I play a Pro V1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, everyone does, right? Come on. Not a noodle, huh?
No.
No noodle?
No Max Flash.
You asked this to David Sampson. I don't want to replay it for the audience because I think it's an apt question today, and we've kind of been tiptoeing around it. Just the emotional aspect of, the trade deadline and trading and moving on players. It could be hard, man. It could be very difficult. And it's funny that the three guys kind of listed yesterday or 2 days ago from Buster Olney, Chapman, Adamas, Devers, the three highest paid players on the team, no one has any emotional connection to them at all in a San Francisco Giants fan base.
Who do you think has the most of those three?
Of those three? That's a great question, actually. Maybe Chapman?
Why? Why do you say Chapman?
I think he's been the best out of the three. Of those, right? He's kind of been the best.
What does that have to do with emotional attachment?
You asked the question. I'm just telling you, I don't have an answer for you other than I think he might be, maybe because he's been more local. And I know you don't put a lot of stock. I don't buy that. You don't buy stock that he's been in the East Bay. I buy stock into
Susan
it.
Slusser, does that matter?
I think there is some.
I do think there's familiarity with him, at least, as opposed to the other two guys, which they mean nothing.
I am curious, Shaz, just because I know how you stand on that. I'm curious the difference between
But
Giants
just because
fans
it means nothing to you, Joe, doesn't mean.
Well, no, I'm curious. Giants fans in the East Bay versus Giants fans in the Peninsula. I grew up around a lot more A's fans, so the A's were just more prominent in my life. You notice who their players are, who performs well, and when Chapman was balling with the A's, there was a part of me that's like, man, that'd be cool if he was doing that with the Giants. So I get, if I were to pick one of those three, that's where I would think that comes from.
He's been the longest tenured of the three in a Giants uniform.
I think that also plays into it.
I think Raffy still has more cachet than him with the fans. Yeah. Because of what he represents.
I guess. But as an emotional, it's almost like him going away or trading off of him is an admission of failure that you don't want for Buster Posey, because at the time, as David kind of alluded to, we were all so excited about the trade. And it's like an admission of, man, all that excitement's kind of gone now, huh? That's
what it is.
So that's kind of what you're holding on to if you're talking about the emotional aspect. Yeah. But I think we were all in agreement. Those guys' Q rating amongst the fan base is not very big.
You're also when you bring up Chapman, I do want to make this distinction. Part of how I feel about Chapman is baked into how I feel about Casey, which is Chapman is kind of blocking Casey and kind of screwing up just the vibes on getting Bryce into the lineup. And so it was extremely frustrating.
Okay. I can hear you on that.
And it's not his fault, but he, gets some of that.
Well, and also, if we're talking about Chapman, going back to that San Francisco Chronicle article with Susan Slusser, him feeling it from the fan base a lot. And again, the DMs, all the death threats, I think that stuff it's disgusting. It's a joke. We shouldn't be doing that. But he's clearly feeling it from the fan base. And, I wonder if Adamas or Devers feels that same way. I don't know. But those guys didn't really talk about it. So maybe in that respect, maybe there was some animosity between the player and the fan base, and then fans feeling some type of way about that. Maybe. I have no idea, but I do know who is beloved on this by this fan base. That Logan Webb. People love Logan Webb. He is the longtime familiar face and the longest tenured Giant on the team. Excuse me. That being said, outside of him, I do have question marks about who fans actually have emotional attachments to. Are people emotionally attached to Jung Hoo Lee? I know gets a lot
of popular.
He's popular.
I think it would be Bryce and Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, Casey even. I'm maybe because he's cooled down a little bit. I think Bryce for sure. Casey okay. Luis Ariz. He's been here.
Luis Ariz has been a fan favorite.
He's been here for not even a half a season.
I want to change the rules to put him on the Wall of Fame.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds crazy. That's how much I've enjoyed Luis Arias.
But again, he's probably going to be a rental. Like I was reading the Buster Olney article this morning. I think it dropped on ESPN. The top 100 players that are going to get traded or like part of the trade discussions, he put a 90% chance that Arias is going to get traded. It's like a foregone conclusion.
He reminds me very much of, in the Scudero, Freddie Sanchez mold, guys just felt like he was born to be a Giant. Just like perfect. Just a perfect fit for everything we do.
Good vibes guy. Yeah. Helps other players. Bought in.
Plays well in the stadium in terms of offensive skill set.
But also the defensive skill set he has shown, Major League Baseball and all the other teams that didn't believe in him as a second baseman defensively. He's kind of showing the world right now, like, hey, man, I got this. I can improve still at my 29-year-old season.
I think the other thing is, like, even if you don't hit for a lot of power, Giants fans like guys who put the ball in play.
Absolutely.
We love them.
As we're seeing with Jung Hoo Lee right now, right?
Absolutely.
Who only has, 3 home runs, I think? So I say all that to say it's going to be a very interesting kind of, month and a half here as we approach the trade deadline and how Giants fans are going to be feeling about it. And I'm curious if Logan Webb does end up being a part of this trade talks. I don't think he's going to be. If Giants fans would be pissed, like if they would be pissed if they end up trading Logan Webb, even though the organization and Buster Posey's telling you, hey, I do think this is our best pathway of winning going forward, would be moving off that guy. Because that's what they would be telling us, right? If they decided to trade Logan Webb, we believe our best path is getting a bunch of young prospects in here, guys that could be pretty close to be joining the big league team, and that's our quicker pathway.
I think it would matter who he gets traded with, where he goes, what they get in return. I think it's not just trading Logan Webb. So, like, for example, if you traded Logan Webb and Willy Adames somewhere, people would interpret that as the only way to get rid of Willy Adames was to attach Logan Webb, whether that is 100% factual or not. And I think people would lose their minds.
And obviously, so more of the salary attached going out with Adames' contract, because you'd think stapling him to Logan Webb would kind of ease that burden.
Even
maybe
if it was a big mega deal and you were getting all these mega prospects, I do think that people would be like, oh, so because of, a horrific signing, we had to sacrifice one of our best players.
You asked David Sampson this very question on whether or not they should trade Logan Webb and what would that mean to the fan base. This is what he said. Oh, can you pop me up, Sammy, if you can get the chance? It's all right. Sam's doing double duty back there. He's doing a hell of a job. Carter threw out his back. We might have to get him stretched out.
The Giants aren't good, so that's okay. There's many years that teams aren't good, and the Giants have been really good at being good in a lot of years. But acknowledging you're not good is the first step, and then figuring out how to get good. And if trading Logan Webb is a path that you believe in where you can get good faster, then it's your responsibility.
It's your responsibility to do so, but it's hard for me to sit here and say, and listen, I've been a proponent of if you can move off some of these big contracts, maybe you do discuss attaching Logan Webb to it. But the argument that you're going to be a better team faster by moving off Logan Webb is very difficult for me to understand, because it's very difficult to find starting pitching in Major League Baseball.
Let me ask you this. What are they right now?
Bad.
No. They're the second or third worst team in baseball, right?
Bad.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's say you get some prospects and you're able to move some other money and also move Logan Webb. Can it get way, way, way worse?
Well, it can if we're winning the Logan Webb starts that he pitches. It can get a couple games worse here and there.
Remember, they lost one of those.
Well, they did. It's true.
Ones.
No, it's true.
And he was on the IL for a month, which is part of this conversation. It's not just what he is right now. You're also projecting the next couple of years.
Yes, but also with that projection, you think about what he means in regards to a bad bullpen. I need guys that are inning eaters right now.
There's no doubt.
And we don't have any other than Logan.
You're looking at it for this year.
Sure.
I'm looking at it over the aggregate of the next couple of years.
Well, I'm betting that Logan's still going to look like Logan post-injury these next couple of years if I'm keeping him, right? That's what they're betting, the organization.
Again, like, it's not just the players you would receive, it's the extra money that you would have if whoever goes out the door, and reallocating that money to your rotation, your bullpen, whatever. Like, clearly, whatever they've done in terms of salary this year, payroll-wise, it is a ridiculously flawed team that is not winning.
I agree with you.
So you have to change up something here. I don't want to trade Logan Webb, but you say that you can't see a scenario where they're better. Like, I could. Let's say you get the 6th overall. Again, I said this yesterday, but let's say you get the 6th overall prospect from Seattle. You take his money that you would have allocated to him plus whatever you're spending on other guys that are out the door, and you reallocate that to your bullpen, and you sign a middling guy on a 1-year deal and see if it works out. Now I've turned one player in Logan Webb, who's extremely valuable, into, let's say, multiple prospects, a bullpen arm, and maybe a starting pitcher.
Well, we kind of did the middling deals for starting pitchers, and they've blown up in their face, Hauser and Malley. So we're going to do that again?
Again, 4 or 5 players for the cost of my one player. I'm looking at it from an aggregate of making the team better.
What are the chances that any of those players are going to be as good as Logan Webb in a Giants uniform?
Well, before or moving forward?
Just moving forward.
Well, I don't know.
Well, that's the question. Well, these are the question marks they're asking right now, right?
Yes. Like, would Tyler Rogers not be way more valuable this year for the Giants than Logan Webb is? I would argue, yes, he would be. He appeared in like 70 games a year, every single year. Logan takes his 33 starts. I'm not diminishing him. He's unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean,
this team needs I'm just saying.
I don't think one good bullpen arm is going to make that big of a difference when all the other bullpen arms basically stink.
Well, then
right now.
don't try, I guess. But
no one's saying you don't try. Joe, I was the one telling you last week and earlier in the week that I would consider trading Logan Webb. Now you're doing the 360 on it. So, like, I don't know.
No, I'm not doing a 360. I'm playing it out in my head saying, well, if you're going to go this route, what else are you going to do to bring in, and how else are you going to reallocate the money and put your team together? You are the 3rd worst team in baseball.
You are.
All right? So I'm paying him $20 million. If I, in this hypothetical, I can move off of one of these other guys, I get multiple high-end pitching prospects. I don't love it. You know, I don't love it, but what if I could get multiple high-end pitching prospects, reallocate the money to the bullpen, and then go get myself, a middling reliever who's maybe on a 1-year deal. But you know who was a middling reliever on a 1-year deal who had a monster year and ended up being really good? It was Kevin Gausman.
Sure.
You did it with DeSclafani. He had 2 really good years.
Farhan Zaidi era, though.
Alex Wood, same thing happened, right? Like, so it has happened before. I don't love that path. You're asking for a lot of things to fall into place, but I think standing pat with what they have is clearly getting them nowhere.
Let's go to the phones. People want to join in the conversation. They're pretty fired up. Giants potentially moving off Logan Webb. How would we feel about that? Orange and Black fan base, 888-957-9570. Richie in Queens, Ryan in San Mateo. But let's start with Rich. Rich, how we doing, man? You coming off the high of that championship win?
Yeah, I was just talking and on the phone about the hysteria going on here. You know, what he did, Brunson, was Curry-like. I didn't think he had that ability. You know, people kept saying 6'2", slow. Could he really be a dominant figure? What he did was incredible. Right. Incredible. I remember Frazier in 73 when he took over for Reeves and played center. It's just kind of a figment. I do remember part of it. But looking at this guy, and if you would have told me that Cat would have had 2 points and the bench would have had 7, and he scored 47% of the points, and the other 3 guys was just terrible on the other side. No way did I think they'd win that game. So It was an incredible run. Last time I spoke to you, you asked me what I thought, and I said I really thought they were going to win. They were just on such a high. Did I think they'd come back from 27? But, yeah, you know, this would be the first parade I missed, guys. I worked down on Wall Street.
Oh.
And every year I took clients to the China Chalet on Broadway, and we watched every friggin' parade. And all I'd have to hear from all my Yankee clients were, how come you're not a Yankee fan? You know, they win every year. Your team never does. Little did they know 8 years later that I would get 3, but that's another story. With the Giants, real quick, Logan Webb, I don't want to see him go. I think the numbers, I'm not concerned about the injury to Ware. That was his knee. That's not his arm. You know what I'm saying? And I think that knee really kind of curtailed him. You see what he's doing his last 17 innings. By the way, I think Hauser's ERA in the first inning is 23, isn't it? He is just horrendous. Every start, he does the same thing. Logan Webb gives you 200 innings a year. He's the face of the team. I'm hearing Chapman, guys. By the way, Chapman, where was he the first 50 games? He looks like a different player. Contact, driving in runs. You know, and those 5 games that maybe we could have won, we'd be 3 back in the loss column, but that's another story. But I'm hearing Chapman might go to the Yankees. So, and the other thing you asked is who's the most emotionally? I love that. Yeah, I'm hearing that. I love that. You know, and I think he'd be a plus, obviously be a plus over McMahon. And they do have some pieces that we might get. But
you asked who the most in the one. Adames is not liked at all. That is no. Chapman came here, played in the Bay Area, always had a good OPS, as a terrific defensive player. So I don't think they're in love with him, but if you had to pick one out of the three, it's definitely Chapman. So Ray, I think Arise goes. Do I like Lee? Absolutely, I don't want Lee to go. So they have so much work, but getting back to Logan, he's been such a dominant figure as far as us in innings. I agree. His dog style, I don't think he gets traded, boys.
I don't either, and I don't want him to get traded. Again, I'm playing out what they're thinking. I don't want this to happen. What is that noise?
Sam, I think you're leaving the IFB on in the back, and it's in our ears right now. So we hear whatever you're doing in the back right there. By the way, 9 ERA for Hauser in the first inning. Might as well be 23.
He sucks.
He sucks.
It goes up to a 12:46 in that fifth inning.
They should have blown that game wide open early in the game. But anyway, look, I don't want to trade Logan Webb. I'm just playing it out how they're thinking it. Because, look, I didn't want to trade Matt Williams, and Matt Williams ended up netting us, Julian Tavares, Jose Vizcaíno, Jeff Kent. It ended up being a great trade. I never saw that coming. When they traded Kevin Mitchell, they got Billy Swift, who ended up winning 20 games, Mike Jackson, who was a great setup man, and Dave Burba, who started a lot of games and was a good bullpen arm for them for a long time. I don't want to trade my best player because I've told you, what are they going to end up doing in free agency?
Yeah.
They're going to go back out and they're going to spend a ridiculous amount of money to try to replace him. But if you get blown away, I think you have to consider everything. And again, it depends on what's out the door too.
This was Tom Verducci, MLB Network insider, been doing this for a very long time, on the Giants' approach at the deadline and them being in no position to say no to anybody.
I think it shows that they made mistakes on players they identified as franchise-type players, signing them or acquiring multi-year deals, like far down the line. In some of these cases, if not all of them, they're going to have to pay some money to move those players. Maybe not Matt Chapman, but certainly with Devers and
7
Thomas.
years, $200 million
that's too
left
much
for
to
Devers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a year after the trade, and the contract is underwater, so you're going to have to take on some money to move him. Arise, I think, is a good chance of being traded.
Okay.
I mean, if you're talking the last 2 months of the season, only a $3 million commitment for somebody to pick up. And Robbie Ray is an interesting one. $25 million, that's probably a little high for his value, but, when Robbie's right, man, he's a strikeout machine.
Mm-hmm.
So, in case you know, the Giants are in a position, and they're not in a position to say no on anybody.
Yeah.
They have to do a reset here, and I think you start now, not in the offseason.
And I think they're trying to do that, and now we're wondering, is that reset, is Logan Webb a part of it? I don't think so. According to reports from Ken Rosenthal, he doesn't see it likely. But it's a conversation I think worth having if you truly are going to do this organizational reset, if this guy's going to be in your plans a couple years from now. And also, I got to be honest, Joe, after we were just talking to David and not knowing if there's going to be a season next year, how is that going to go in the collective bargaining agreement, right? Are they going to, for his contract is what I'm saying, are they going to is it going to show that he had a year off the books? Is it going to show that it's going to get pushed back so he still has 2 more years? I have no idea how that's going to look, because then we could be in a scenario in 2028, 2 years from now, does he just have a year left on his deal? I have no idea how that's going to shake out. So there's a lot of question marks with this stupid looming potential lockout on the horizon, which does add a layer of, uncertainty, which is never where you want to be for an organization, is uncertainty.
No. Yeah. I hear you. I'm just looking at some of the good trades over the last, and there's a lot of bad ones. I'm just saying good trades in the league. Did you see the White Sox deal that they made with Garrett Crochet when they sent him to Boston?
What did they end up getting in return?
They got Kyle Teal, they got Braden Montgomery, Chase Meredith, and some guy we've never heard of, Wikel Gonzalez.
Okay.
And Braden Montgomery is now up, and he looks pretty good.
Yeah.
He's very interesting. And Garrett Crochet, the Red Sox are one of the worst teams in baseball.
They're bad.
And this guy was the 12th overall pick by Boston, Braden Montgomery. And, he looks like he's an absolute stud. He was a Texas A&M player.
Garrett Crochet this season, 3-3 record with a 6.30 earned run average. Not good.
No.
Not good.
I don't think he's as good as, he had a moment in time, but I don't think he's as good and has been as good as long as Logan Webb. But those are the kinds of deals. And again, that's what the White Sox did. Right? you would think the White Sox are thinking to themselves, well, when we're good again, we would want to have Garrett Crochet.
Right.
But like they were so bad, they were forced to be able to trade him in that situation. And I think they feel pretty good about it. And I'll give you what he did in the month of May, Braden Montgomery. 26 games, he batted almost 300, 7 doubles, 5 homers, 26 runs, 14 RBIs, 2 stolen bases. So it's pretty good.
The Red Sox are kind of an interesting mirror to the Giants in the American League version of things that have just gone wrong for them organizationally and some of the moves they made. They were banking on their young, stud Roman Anthony to be that dude this year. Not that the Giants were banking on Bryce Eldridge to be that guy, but it has been a nice emergence to see that. And Roman Anthony was the emergence last year for them. And they kind of were trying to put all their eggs in that basket and moving off Rafi Devers, obviously. Mm-hmm. And it just really hasn't worked out yet. Again, am I betting on Roman Anthony if he can stay healthy? Absolutely. The guy's a stud. But injuries this early in your career, you start getting concerned. And all the moves around it has just been god-awful. Casey in San Jose wants to touch on the potential trading of Logan Webb. What's up, Casey? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. So just like you guys, I think nobody wants to trade Logan Webb, but it's absolutely the right thing to do. And Shasky, man, I don't care if it's to get rid of a bad contract. You have to look at from a team rebuilding perspective. They're not going to win anything next year or two, even if there's a season next year, right? So let's say you do get rid of Chapman to the Yankees. You get some prospects, but you don't have to eat any of that money. Then you attach Logan Webb with Rafi or Willie to get rid of that contract. That opens up space for Eldridge. It opens up a spot for Casey. And then you just rebuild. You rebuild faster. Holding on is the worst thing. It's not – we have to trade Logan Webb. He's the only asset we have that's going to help the Giants rebuild quickly. If you drag it on, if they bring back the similar roster next year, I know the fans will show up and the money's going to be made, the park's going to be full and all that. But this team as it is, man, it's not going to win anything anytime soon. There's no turnaround coming. There is no hope. Trade Logan Webb.
I'm not going to say that in particular, Casey, only because we're just talking about a team like the White Sox, who we thought was an absolute dumpster fire a year ago, and for years on end, they're in contention right now. Like things can happen quickly in sports. I think we all like to think, man, this is going to be a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 year rebuild. That's not how it works in sports. Yeah, things are funny.
White Sox are interesting, though, Joe, because they were so bad for so long. Remember, they didn't have a first-round pick in the top 10 because they had multiple years of that. And the Garrett Crochet trade has really sparked them.
Yeah.
I mean, it really has. It's given them 3 different guys that were the top prospects for Boston, and it's made them feel like they've got some juice.
Well, and early on, and it sucks that the guy got hurt his hamstring, but Murakami, that 2-year, $34 million contract, what a deal.
Guy had like 15 home runs. But it was a good trade for Boston because, I mean, Crochet was like 18-5 last year.
Yeah.
He was awesome. He was awesome.
They needed to do that. Yeah.
Well, both teams, I feel justified in making that deal, even though Boston's terrible this year. Again, this is that's the kind of deal that the Giants would have to receive on the end for you to consider it. Like, if you're asking me of all these things, because I hear him, he's like staple Logan Webb to somebody else. I would rather eat $100 million than staple Logan Webb to anything. I would rather the team flex its financial muscle and buy down money as opposed to trading away Logan Webb. The only way that I'm trading away Logan Webb is if, again, I have to be blown away.
The good organizations are willing to eat bad contracts, and that's across different sports. Philadelphia Eagles on line 1. What contract were they willing to eat? And then where did they send Bryce Huff to? That guy, Bryce Huff. They were willing to eat that contract and say, you know what? It didn't work out. We had the emergence of some other young guys. Bryce just wasn't a fit here with Vic Fangio. Let's trade him over there. We'll get like a 3rd round or whatever they ended up getting for him, 5th round pick, and it'll be a glorified salary dump. We'll take on most of it. Like, good teams eat bad contracts, or bad contracts for them they deem sooner rather than later. So for the Giants, to your point, are they willing to eat some of this bad salary a year later? I don't know. I know that's going to be the question, Joe, because if they are willing to, then that does tell me and signal to me as a Giants fan, okay, they're willing to do business and willing to eat some salary and not attach, some of the guys that we love, Logan Webb, that guy, to just move off those contracts. Because I'm with you. I don't want to move off Logan Webb just for a glorified salary dump. That sucks.
No, it would be
that
a haul.
Sucks.
It would have to be a haul.
And it would have Jordan Poole levels, not to the same extent, because I don't think Jordan Poole was as loved with Warriors fans as Logan Webb has been with Giants fans, although he was a fan favorite. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's kind of the feel I would have to it. Now, there was some drama baked into that and why they moved off of him, but you get what I'm saying. It ended up being a glorified salary dump for Chris Paul. It's like, ugh.
Well, because of the other mistakes you've made on the roster, you're now having to sacrifice someone who is good. And, yeah, that would suck.
That would absolutely be brutal. And it goes back to this line of thinking. The reason they made the moves they did for Chapman, for Devers, for Adames, is because they kept whiffing in free agency, right? And they needed to stamp, someone, that being Adames. They needed to have someone to believe in, right? Okay, we like Willie Adames and all. We know he hasn't been an all-star, but we like his energy, his effort, his power. It seems laughable right now, Joe, doesn't it?
I mean, they overpaid by $100 million.
But didn't you love it at the time? Didn't you love it?
Well,
the Adames contract,
I'm glad they got him, but they clearly overpaid in years and money.
Absolutely.
And I knew that on the front end, but I didn't realize how bad they overpaid.
But they kept whiffing in free agency or coming in second. So it's like, God, we finally got someone, right?
Sure.
And then
they're paid to be right, and they were wrong.
They were. But you know what? They made the big Devers trade because of some of those free agency failings. Dan O'Dowd, former MLB GM, said as much.
To me, in the Giants case, I think it's a reaction to not signing Stanton, not signing Harper, not signing Correa, not signing Judge.
They wanted a star.
They realized they can't sign one as a free agent, so they went the trade route.
And that didn't work.
Wait a minute. 10 years of missing out, we're going to, that it feels like an overcorrection.
I agree with you. It feels like that.
Overreaction, excuse me.
And also the Farhan Zaidi deal, an era, he just couldn't close at all. Arson Judge is forever going to be stuck with him. For better or for worse.
Yeah, but even if you had Aaron Judge right now, you're not good enough. You don't have enough pitching. See, I think one of the issues with where we're at right now is that you could put any hitter you want in the middle of the lineup. Their problem isn't hitting. Their problem right now is they have no pitching whatsoever. So as we talk about a Logan Webb trade, the most difficult part to comprehend in any Logan Webb trade is, well, you don't have any pitching, but trading away your best pitcher and then having to still replenish all of the pitching like that, that's just a tough one to understand, right? Yeah. How am I subtracting from something that's already a position of not a lot of strength? It's a weakness, a position of weakness. How is that going to bolster this spot that's already deficient? But if you brought, let's just say everything's the same. They have Aaron Judge in the middle. They still have the same problems in the bullpen. They still have all the same problems in their starting rotation. So I don't buy, and I get why they made the position player moves prior. I get that. What they failed to do is reset their arms in the bullpen and reset their arms in the farm system.
Why were we so high on this team heading into the season?
Because of the offense. And the offense has been good, actually.
Yeah, but
we underrated the arms in the terms of or overrated the arms. Robbie Ray fell back down to earth, right?
That's a big part of it. He's been horrible.
And then Logan missed a month.
Yeah.
And you don't have a closer. Look, I don't think Camilo Duvall is the greatest. Duvall is better than anyone in our bullpen right now.
And he's been bad this year for the Yankees. He has not been good.
I'm talking about when he was a Giant.
Sure.
When he was a Giant. As bad as he was at times, he's still probably better than... do you trust him more than anyone in the current Giants bullpen?
Probably.
Yeah. I think that says a lot.
It does say a lot.
Tyler Rogers, I think you miss him almost just as much because of what he does for the Yankees.
That's what I was explaining. And look, I'm not saying that you're wrong in terms of of course a starter is always going to make way more money and be more impactful than a reliever. But that reliever in Tyler Rogers for this team was wildly underpaid. In terms of 75 appearances every single year, come into high leverage situations, occasionally can close, but he's really good in the 7th and 8th inning, totally unique. Other guys look like they have, harder stuff because of how unique he is in his delivery. They miss him big time.
How do you think this shakes out? If you had to have your best guess, it's about a month and a half. Was it August 2nd, August 3rd for the MLB trade deadline? We got a little bit to go here. What do you think happens? What is your gut telling you is going to happen?
I think it's going to be one of the pitchers, like Robbie Ray, plus one of the players to Atlanta, and I think Chapman to New York. I think either Devers or Adames goes to Atlanta.
Do you think that would be it's hard to say successful because the season's not a success.
And I think they buy down some money.
Would that be a successful kind of trade deadline for them, though?
I mean,
because I think Giants fans see the names of Devers, Adames, and Chapman. You're like, oh, we're going to move all three. No chance that happens. Well, I would put that at a less than 1% chance they can move off all three of those contracts this deadline.
Well, let's go back to the Tyler Rogers deal last year.
Yeah.
At the time, made a ton of sense. At the time. How's Drew Gilbert been? He's okay. He's okay. He's a fourth outfielder, right? I think we all, right?
Yeah.
Blade Tillwell, what's he done for you?
Nothing.
Right? So we haven't really seen the fruits.
Well, nothing yet.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, he's 25. I mean, I don't know. Was that a great trade? You got two pieces that aren't great.
Well,
I mean, you were going to lose the guy in free agency.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because Tyler Rogers signed a 3-year, $37 million contract. I
would rather have him at his money than Hauser and Malley.
I agree with you, but I think they knew that they weren't going to give him that money. I'm with you. And if you want, it pays to play, right? You need to put your money where your mouth is if you're the Giants. Keeping good bullpen arms matters. We see it every single postseason. The Giants' postseason runs were built on what? An elite bullpen and timely hitting.
No,
and starting pitching. It was
I was going to say starting pitching.
Well, yes, but come on, that was a big part of those runs. Was the Affel and the Lopez's and the Wilsons and the Casillas and
those guys
the
were
Ramoses.
Yeah, but it starts with Lincecum,
absolutely,
Kane, Sanchez, Bumgarner. Okay, and then you shined up Vogelsong, who was amazing, and Brian Wilson was homegrown as well as a closer. All right, and so you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different guys that came through your system. 4 of them were starters. 1 of them was your closer. And then you supplement in free agency Affel, who pitched for the Rockies.
Sure.
You trade for Javi Lopez. Santiago Casilla, the A's had him, but you developed him a little more. Sergio Romo, homegrown.
Yep.
It's another guy. Again, look at the common denominator. When you're developing your own arms, you're crushing it. That first title team, Aubrey Huff was a free agent on a 1-year deal.
Yep.
Uribe was a free agent from the White Sox. Torres came out of left field. Pat Burrell was claimed off waivers during the middle of the year. Let's not pretend that first Giants championship was all homegrown. The arms were. Pablo was. Posey was. Almost every other position was they acquired.
I think, getting to your point, it is pretty amazing looking back. God, I can't believe it's been 15 years, but they have no pitching.
Dick Tidrow, no one talks about this guy.
No pitching, Joe.
I know.
And we're talking about the only pitcher that's been worth a damn for the Giants. A couple stretches for Robbie Ray, but the only pitcher that's been worth a damn has been Logan Webb. And we're talking about moving on him just to shed some salary. God, this team is down bad.
They had a guy for the longest time. He passed away, but Dick Tidrow was Sabian's pitching guru guy. He's from San Francisco, born and raised out here.
He had the great mustache, right?
Even they went to school at Hayward. Yes, exactly. Dick Tidrow, and they had Dick Pohl, I believe. Was that who was their minor league system guy? Was it Dick Pohl? Loveman, who's not paying attention.
Pohl, or is it Powell?
No,
I don't remember.
Paul, I see it. Yeah, he was a guy.
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to do the Greg Papa where I'm making.
No, that's his name. His name is Richard Henry Pohl.
I'm legitimately giving you his name.
It is a hilarious name, but we can move past that.
But these guys were pitching gurus, savants who would help Sabian during that time. I'm sure Sabian gets a lot of credit as well. I don't know who that guy is for them right now, but clearly they're doing much better on the position player side of developing. But the pitching side has been awful.
It's been atrocious.
It's been awful.
And that is something that it's kind of this weird twist of fate. Giants fans wanted offense for so long, Joe. I think this is just kind of a referendum on the season of, hey, just because you have all the offense and you have a bunch of sexy name appeal and star power with Devers, whatever, people, that's not going to translate to wins.
No.
And I think for the longest time, Giants fans felt like, hey, I just want guys I know every single day to be out there. And I hated the platooning. I hated that, even though we were winning some that one season. I want guys I could buy the jersey of. That's what it was, that one season. And I want guys I could buy their jersey. And, I know that they're going to be on this team for the long haul. I thought Rafi Devers was going to be here for the long haul. He still might be because they might not be able to move out that contract. But a year later, they're willing to just have an annulment, as Mark Willard says, which is just kind of crazy as we're talking about the season.
It's
June 17th.
I want to have a conversation about the stadium and the attendance because I was listening, and I love Dwayne Kuiper. He's a legend. There's no question. Legend. One of my favorite broadcasters of all time. Tremendous respect for him.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah. We don't have to agree on everything. He's a grown man. I'm a grown man. We have different opinions. We don't have to agree on everything. But he had a quote here. I think everybody's disappointed in Rafi Devers' numbers. But there also has to be a reason there's 35 to 36,000 people coming to every game. There's something about this team everyone seems to like. Enough to come to the park. Him and I disagree on this. I don't think attendance numbers are a correlation for this sport and this team in that stadium to how much we like your team.
I think that's fair.
Did you know? I went through the attendance numbers, and ESPN has them. Anyone can look them up. You can go back to 2000, okay? When 2001 is as far back as they go on that page, but you can go to 2000 when the ballpark started.
Yeah.
Where do you think the Giants typically rank in terms of overall home attendance?
Top 10.
Almost always.
Yeah.
They dipped down to 11 or 12 a couple times during the lean years. 18, 19.
Sure.
The lowest they've ever been, ever. 2023, they were 17th. That's the only time they've dipped out of the top 12.
And that's like rock bottom for them, is being 17th, which some fan bases in stadiums would kill for.
They would die for it. and I want to like explore just kind of like attendance. And I don't think it's a correlation on how we feel about that team. Joe, were the Giants good in 2008 when Barry Bonds walked away?
No.
Do you want to know what their attendance was in 2008 in terms of where it ranks league-wide? 11th. They had almost 3 million fans walk through the door. That was the year Timmy won the Cy Young. Yeah. There wasn't a lot of hope. 2009, they were a much better team. They ended up winning 80 games or whatever it was, 80-something games. What do you think their rank was in 2009? This is after Bonds, before championships.
Still top 10?
10th.
Wow.
Again, just under 3 million. Let's go to 2018. It was pretty bad in 2018. They had not made the playoffs for a couple of years. Like, what are they looking at? They're 5th.
They had that sellout streak that was, I thought, going to be unbeatable in sports. It was incredible.
Bochy's last year, 2019.
Yeah.
It's one of their lower numbers. 2.7 million. They were 11th. Okay? So why in 2023 did it dip so low?
There's a couple factors. I think coming out of COVID still during that, I know it was a couple years removed.
I would agree.
I don't think there was a lot of sex appeal overall with the team. There just wasn't a lot of players I could get excited about.
You wait till I bring up the names on the team and you're going to laugh.
Okay.
Keep going. No, I'll just keep rattling it off.
Well, no, that's kind of what I'm feeling at because they were a couple years, or they were a year removed from that amazing run that they had. It was like, so it's like,
Listen to this lineup. Patrick Bailey, Lamont Wade Jr., Tyro Estrada, Brandon Crawford.
Okay, you got Crawford.
J.D. Davis, Mitch Haniger, Luis Matos, Michael Conforto, and Jock Peterson.
The Pasoy problem was in the clubhouse.
In hindsight, when you read those names, it's crazy that we even got at all excited for that team.
But I think there was a bigger issue going on in the Bay Area. You talk about anybody who's in sales, this region struggled to rebound from COVID worse than any. This region, downtown-wise, was toxic, right? Now,
it was empty.
I'm not here to say it's like the Lurie effect because it's much deeper than that. But, like, why are fans going to the game now? And I just wrote down, like, because they're killing it right now. But their numbers are back to where they were before COVID, even when the team sucked. Like, they really are. They're in the, like, high 30s in terms of 35,000 a game.
37,
that's what they've been doing forever. But why now? Like, why now? Well, coming out of COVID, San Francisco doesn't have the nightlife it had pre-COVID, but it's never really been known for its nightlife.
No.
So the stadium is a huge draw for 16 to 30-year-old single kids. Would you agree on that?
Yes.
It's something to do. It's fun. There's a party atmosphere. There's a Disneyland-like quality for young adults. Every time I open Instagram and TikTok, the amount of girls that I see going to the games doing TikTok videos where, where they'll play a song and then there'll be like 2 or 3 of them dancing.
I love that that's your algorithm. It's great.
No, it's a trip. There are so many people that go, and I call it the influencer effect.
Oh, yeah.
Now
it's the place to be. Yeah.
Yes. Now you have everyone taking off their shirts. You know what? You got to do a quick read.
I do.
Hey.
And Drew Hayward wants to join the conversation too. This hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Injury report.
I would love to be knighted.
Hey, did you guys hear the latest on Elliot Ramos? He is starting a rehab assignment with AAA Sacramento today and is getting closer to returning from the quad injury he suffered back on May 15th, Joey. It was not stated how long his assignment will last. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And the Morning Roast, did you know it's presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Halfway home here on a hump day at Spadoni and Shasky, talking Gigantes, talking Giants baseball, being 6th overall in average attendance this season in Major League Baseball, and yet being the 4th worst team by record in all of Major League Baseball.
So
that's incredible. Dave Fleming joining us in 20 minutes, by the way.
I'm gonna rat-a-tat. These have nothing to do with baseball. The actual team on the field. There's a party-like atmosphere, and coming out of COVID, it just feels like now, 5 years removed, we're back. We're finally coming back, and we're roaring. There's a Disneyland-like feel for adults and for young kids and for single people. It's a party atmosphere. Yeah. It just is. Yeah. There's an IG TikTok influencer fad that's happening when they go to games.
The views, man.
They're incredible.
It's the best view in sports. I don't care. You can give me any other stadium around the world. I'm taking Oracle Park's view. It's incredible.
I would argue that the kind of slow spike on the Warrior fervor has helped the Giants. I think the Niners kind of, being good, but not getting over the hump. And I mean, they're still the top dogs in terms of their presence, but there's not the same fervor and drama around the Niners. I think that's helped the Giants a little bit. There's the tradition aspect where people like myself, Mark Willard's talked about this, Sam, we buy our dozen or so tickets for the year and we go to the games no matter how good or how bad the team is. My brother will buy tickets weeks in advance to go out with him and his family. Sure. I think there's a big part of, hey, the A's left, and there's an inexpensive option that's no longer available.
I do think that is an element we don't talk about enough, is the fact that the A's are in Sacramento now.
Totally agree.
I live in Oakland. I'm trying to go to a baseball game. I'm not driving to Sacramento.
No.
I'm not taking Benny to see an A's versus the Yankees. No. I'm going to see the Giants game.
So let's say that they got, I don't know, what do you think, 10, 11,000 at Oakland Coliseum?
Unlike the year, not like the last couple years, because that was when they were really just saying F you to John Fisher.
5 years ago.
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say a couple thousand of those on any given night would have been, spending their money at Oakland Coliseum, right?
I think that's fair.
I think there's a renaissance of going into San Francisco. So a lot of people that aren't from the city, and I used to explain this to Mark Purdy, and he never understood it, the sports
San Jose Mercury News?
Yeah. When you live outside of the city, there's a renaissance, pilgrimage that used to happen. We're going into the city.
Yeah.
Right? And whether it's young girls, young kids, whatever, we're going to go party in the city. Adults do the same thing.
Yeah.
People have moved out. They maybe live in Petaluma, or maybe they live in Concord, or maybe they live in Moraga,
Joe, it used
or
to
Morgan
be,
Hill.
Even when I was younger in high school or middle school, driving up, I was like, oh, San Francisco. I don't go here very often. This is cool.
It was an event.
It was exactly.
Yeah, it was an event.
I think for a long time, rightfully, there was a negative sting on going into the city. There's a drug situation. There's a homeless situation. There's a crime element. And I want to give Daniel Lurie, I'm being 100% sincere here. Having all of these world events, the World Cup, the Super Bowl, and they have cleaned things up. Is it perfect? Hell no.
No city is.
No. It's got a long way to go. You know that. I truly believe there's a Daniel Lurie effect that has now, we're out of COVID. We're coming back. It's safe again. They're making that routine pilgrimage back into the city to party. And then I just think there's a cyclical nature of what's trendy and what's fun and what's cool. And counterculture always becomes popular. Think about this, Joe. When the Warriors sucked, there was a counterculture movement to go to a Warrior game. Like, I'm in on something, even though the team sucks.
Right.
I'm here because I'm a diehard.
There you go.
I do think there's a small element of, I go to Giants games. I don't care that they suck. I want to go and support my team. And there's always going to be that civic pride thing. And I do think there's an element of the Bryce Eldridge intrigue factor. I don't know how big that is. I really don't. But I also know that tourism is up right now. And so, you know, I think there's all of these things that I listed. When you go to a game, and I know Nick Friedel says it was very sterile. I've been to a couple games this year. The bleachers, in terms of the young people partying, is back. It used to be a vibe when I was in my 20s. It is back. From mid-high school through their 30s, I see people partying like crazy in the bleachers.
Yeah, a question I was going to ask you, Joe, if you notice, like, does the crowd feel younger now than it did pre-COVID when you're there? Because, and maybe this is just us getting older or something like that, but like when I've been going to games the last few years, especially
it
out
feels
in
younger.
the bleachers, yeah, it does feel younger out there than pre-COVID.
It feels younger.
It does, yeah.
Well, I think the tickets are easier to get for cheaper. So back in the day when you wanted to get a ticket, people didn't do StubHub and Ticketmaster. Now everything's on your phone.
Everything's on your phone.
So much easier.
Remember when you had to print tickets?
Yeah,
you guys remember
and you had
that?
to, like, scalp them and everything.
And hope that you remembered them.
So like I think about like my wife in the early 2000s. Her and her girlfriends used to go to all the games. It was a party scene for them, but it was so much more difficult to get tickets back then. Like
Well,
it just
I wonder
was.
how much that's like maybe changing demographics, because we've talked to Hank Schulman at times in the past, and I remember we had him on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys one time, and he talked about how a lot of Giants fans would leave work here in the city and go to games.
Yeah.
But then COVID happened, and what happened? Everyone went remote work.
Yes.
And now it's only like some went back full time, some didn't go full time. I wonder how much these new demographics are a product of the working Giants fans who worked in downtown San Francisco are now remote, and that kind of opens up seats for some of these younger fans to kind of go in and fill that void.
100%. And I think working from home, you're able to cut out your house at 2:00 and come into the city.
See, I think it was kind of the opposite way. If you're working from home and you live deep in the East Bay, you're like, you know what? I've been comfy and cozy all day. I'm not going to make the trip in. Whereas before you're already in the city, it's easy to leave work and just go right to the ballpark.
Well, you can go both ways.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Maybe that's more for like a Tuesday night versus a Friday, but
yeah, exactly. I do believe though there's an event status that is created. And like I think about my niece, and she's like 21, 22. Her and her girlfriends are out in the bleachers all the time.
Oh yeah.
Party, and their groups of 7, 8, 9, 10 girls, and they run into all their buddies, and they're all hanging out.
Joe, if you go on your Instagram, and I know you're born and bred in San Francisco, and you know a lot more people here than I do, but you're going through the Instagram stories, and the Giants are on a homestand. You're seeing
everybody's at the game.
5, 6, 7, 8 of those things. Just everyone at different parts of the stadium all the time, and it's not like. And again, I get all the. It's not like tickets are that expensive.
No, they're not.
Like that's the thing too.
Not.
So like the team is bad. You can get great ticket packages. They promote it all the time. Like they're not very expensive. Now, the food in any stadium you're going to, it doesn't matter if it's here, if it's in LA, if it's in New York, it's going to be pricey. I get you on that. But the vibes that people go to these games, they don't give a damn that the team's 14 games under.
People
They don't
go to have fun.
Yes,
they go to have fun. Like,
are people having a problem with that? Like,
well, no, I think when I see Dwayne's quote here, I think everyone's disappointed in Rafi Devers' numbers, but there has to be a reason there's 35 to 36,000 people at every game.
And you're getting at it's not the team.
He's saying there's something about this team everyone seems to like enough to come to the park. And my argument would be, I think it's actually like the team is independent of the reasons why people are going. Is it an aspect for some fans? No doubt. There's no doubt. Again, I went to that Wednesday day game, and look, a Friday night crowd is very different from a Wednesday day game. I think a Wednesday day game is an older crowd who either is a little more like financially on a budget and isn't working, or maybe they're getting off early and it's more kid friendly. Friday night tends to be a young 20s. We're going out to party crowd. It's just they're two totally different crowds.
In the sport itself, I don't mind going to a baseball game if both teams suck, quite frankly. There were so many times when I went to a Bay Bridge series when the A's and Giants were playing, and both those teams stunk. And the place was packed every single time.
People were going to have fun.
And at both places, too. You're just going to have fun and chill and relax. Like, it's hard going to a game of football when one of the teams really sucks. Like, and you're a fan of that team. It is, Joe, you've been to some of these Niners seasons where your team sucks. It's like, dude, this is tough to watch. It's not fun almost.
Well, and you don't see packs of young girls go to NFL games.
No.
You don't see packs of young girls go to NBA. And not that they aren't at NBA games. I'm saying packs. Like, I see packs of girls on Instagram and
I
TikTok.
see bachelorette parties going to these things.
They're on Caltrain, doing videos on Caltrain, coming up as a crew or coming across on the ferry. It's wild to me. Like, they've really connected with the younger crowd.
Let's go to Drew and Hayward. He's hanging on time. We got Dave Fleming joining us in about 10 minutes, voice of the Giants. We could pick Dave's thoughts on all this stuff because he's very tapped in. He goes to all these games, calls all the games. What's up, Drew? How we doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I guess it's really difficult to be upset about the Rafi Devers trade because I think everybody at the time, and I was pretty juiced about it at the time. It seemed like they got a pretty decent deal. That just has not worked out so far. But I think the angle that I would like to see the Giants take is that this is a big market franchise, and that's just a fact. It may not be the same sort of purse strings that the Yankees or the Dodgers have, but if you take those two out, the Giants are able to compete with basically anybody else in terms of payroll, and so and flexibility and capability in that regard. And so I don't know. I'm going to be disappointed if they don't eat as much money as possible on Adames and. If you decide that, Devers probably as well. I still think that guy is just, he is offensively, he's much more talented when he's right than, Devers or Chapman. But, again, I think that, what I'd like to see happen is them eat, as much as, I understand that that's, an open admission, but to your point about the park, people are showing up. I do think that part of the reason that people show up to the park is that despite the fact that these guys have been not good, you do have some big names, at least. You've got Devers, Chapman, Adames. And so, those are definitely draws. You compare that to the 2023 team, and it's a bunch of guys that are effectively, AAA, utility infielder, fourth outfielder type guys. But again, I think that for me, what I would like to see and I have almost like this weird little bit of hope because, good, bad, or indifferent, I'm going to be a Giants fan for forever. And I would like them to be able to build something that's, sustainable long term. And so, I don't know if every fan is this way, but I am totally good with them being not good next year. They're not good this year, and they're spending a bunch of money. And so, I am totally good with them, eating as much money as possible, even, I don't know structurally how that is allowed if they're able to eat money for next year for contracts. But, I would like to see them eat as much money as possible. They're not going to be good next year, anyway, as the team is currently constructed, and, act like a big market franchise.
There you go. Hey, Drew, great call, man.
muscle.
Sorry, I don't mean to talk you off, but we are up against it. He gave me a little Brian and Palo Alto cadence there, and I appreciated that from Drew and Hayward. Much chipper, though, much happier than BPA sometimes. We love you, though, Brian. Call in if you want. What's coming up with the game is sponsored by Front Bank, here for you, here for good. It's every Wednesday, baby. Dave Fleming joining us on the River Islands guest line.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Need plumbing, heating, or HVAC work done right that very first time? You need to call a UA Local 38 signatory contractor. They're craft certified professionals, complete over 10,000 hours of hands-on training, so you are getting experienced experts who know their trade inside and out. And with Local 38 contractors, you get quality work, you get dependable service, and you're going to get clear pricing from the start. There's no shortcuts, no surprise add-ons, whether it's your home or whether it's your business. Trust the professionals who invest in skill, safety, and accountability. Visit UALocal38.org to learn more.
DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with the code 957TheGame, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957TheGame. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
England carries genuine expectations this time. A composed striker leads a squad packed with Premier League talent. The three Lions are well organized, physical in midfield, and lethal from set pieces.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
You just made the season! Everything for the next 15 years! I just came back from taking my kid to the game. Bryce Eldridge!
Bay Area, it's Tip. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe, Spadoni and Joe Shast. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, they're doing their best, all right? Shasky's a tough one. Spadoni, Polish, Italian. Yeah, there you go. Lubman.
I was listening, Steiny was listening to us when we were talking back and forth.
Wait, Steiny listens to our show?
All the time.
Oh, thanks, Steiny.
And he could not agree more with us. He's like, my daughter and her girlfriends used to go to A's games in packs. He goes, they wouldn't go to Warrior games. Not that they didn't like the Warriors, but like it just wasn't a ritual for her and her girlfriends, and they would never go to a football game in a pack. He goes, they would go to A's games, but now that's not an option for girls that grew up in the East Bay. And so like, yeah, they're all coming to the city now.
Well, I think it's just, and we'll bring Dave Fleming in on this right now, joining us now on the River Islands guest line, 95.7 The Game Giants insider, voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. And Dave, we're just kind of getting at just the unique nature of this season and the Giants being 6th in overall in total attendance, averaging 37,367 right now. And this team is 14 games under. And we're just kind of talking about the why that is. Obviously, the ballpark is immaculate.
It's Disneyland.
It's Disneyland. Hell, if they could play World Cup games here, I would have wanted that. It's that damn beautiful, right? The team was standing. Baseball as a sport, it's just so much more inviting, even if the teams aren't playing well. Like, I was talking to Joe, like, it's tough going to a Niners game if the Niners are a bad team. It's just tough to do that sometimes. You can still have fun at the tailgate and have a good time. It's tough going to watch a bad Warriors basketball team, even if Steph Curry's not even there, or he is. Sometimes that helps. But you kind of get what I'm saying. Baseball's just so unique in that element.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties of the sport. And good morning to you. Hopefully you guys got me fine. A little change in schedules.
I like the glasses, Dave. The glasses are looking good.
Yeah, well, I turned 50 and I can't read anymore. So, I mean, I can read. I didn't go illiterate, but I can't see the words on the paper anymore. So now I'm into. It happened fast, man. God dang. Literally the day after my 50th birthday, I was at the eye doctor. Oh, thanks. Anyway. It's good to see you guys for a long day here at the ballpark. Yeah, it's the beauty of baseball. It's one of the things that I absolutely love about the sport. I'll never forget, I've told you guys this story before, but Kevin Durant came to visit us one day years ago. I think he was still with the Thunder. And he played baseball as a kid, but didn't know that much about big league baseball. And he came up to the booth, and we were just talking before the game. And I think the Giants were playing really well, and maybe it was the Rockies or a struggling Diamondbacks team, something like that. And KD turned to us and goes, so you guys will win this game, right? And I was like, well, yeah, probably, but it doesn't work. In basketball or football, the best team is going to clobber the worst team, almost without exception. And in baseball, the worst team beats the best team all the time. And the worst team still wins 65, 70 games a year. Now, you don't want to be that team, but you every season is so long. Every game is almost like a new day, a new season into itself. And you can come to a game and see something really cool. You can see a walk-off grand slam by your 21-year-old, rookie star when everything feels like is caving in on you and your team's not playing well. And you go home just totally thrilled, and it's one of the cool things about baseball.
I'm glad you brought up last Wednesday. I know so much has happened. People are angry. I took my son out there. We got out there real early. It was like 11:30. I'm up in club level. I'm waving at you. You probably didn't see me because I was way down the line. And you guys are killing me. And so, they're getting their butt kicked. But me and my son are having the greatest time ever. And I walk around the stadium. I run into some people I know. We go over to the little baby field, and he's just hitting off the wiffle balls. And he's having a great time. He's exhausted. We go underneath in the center field where they have skee ball, and we're shooting. Dave, we had a great day. He's fallen asleep. I pick him up. He's 3 years old. He's 2.5, 3 years old. We walk to the car. I get home. It's the 8th inning. The Giants are mounting a comeback.
Right now.
They end up having a memorable day. And I before they even started making a comeback, I'm texting some of the guys at the station. I go, it's impossible to go to that stadium and have a bad time. I don't care what is happening on the field. That place, being with my kid, it was special. Like I was saying, and then to have Bryce do what he did, even though he left early. I mean, Dave, what an incredible day. I don't even have a question. It's just, it was all the emotions of what you're describing going to a game. It's Nats, Giants. They're 13 games under, and we're down 8-1, and I leave, and I'm saying, what a great day. And then he ends up hitting a grand slam, walk off to win the game, and it felt like his coming-of-age moment. It was everything that baseball represents that's good.
Yeah, and we'll remember that game for a long time because Bryce is going to be a really good player for a long time, and that's going to be a signature moment in his career. It's the summertime game. It's the outdoor game. It's the game where it's still affordable to bring your family and come to a game and not feel like you gave up a family vacation to do it. There's so many cool things about being live at the ballpark. And in a world where we live on our phones and live disconnected from people, even this stupid tarps off thing, which, is like already feels like a little played out. Yeah, it's like, hey, it's some 20-year-olds who are making new friends and like having a good time and being out with people. Like I am in favor of, I'm the parent of kids sort of that age, and I'm a fan of anything that gets you out in the world and with other people and talking to other people and off your phone and out of your room and the video game world. And that's, baseball live does that. It brings people together. The city of San Francisco is so perfect for it too, because, we got all types in San Francisco, and it's a true melting pot, and everybody's high-fiving each other, and it's a really, really cool dynamic.
Let's get to Bryce. Last night, the single, which was beautiful in the first inning, but the home run the other day, I mean, that grand slam felt like a coming-of-age moment, and maybe I'm making too much of it. He's got a long way to go. Who knows what he develops into, but I got Will Clark-like feels, I am here, and I am here to stay, and I'm going to embrace the moment. You're talking about yourself turning 50. He's 21 years old. He could be your son. He could be my son. And I'm watching this guy, and he feels wise beyond his years in many aspects. I think he's going to be special, Dave. And you talked about it that morning of. Is this kid the real deal to you?
Yeah, he's the real deal. I told him that yesterday. I said, you are my children's age. And he laughed, and we had a chuckle about it. I mean, I don't feel like I look that old or act that old, but, I mean, here's this just mountain of a human being who's incredibly athletically gifted, and he is my children's age. It's very sobering for me. I love him. You know what? I'll give you a tiny little example of one of the things I love about him. Ron Washington is very popular here. We were here yesterday before the game, and everybody was coming out to say hi to him and hug him. He touched the lives of a lot of players on the other side. So, Ron's doing his work with Giants players, but he's getting interrupted constantly. And it's coaches, it's players, it's support staff. They all want to come over and talk to him. So here comes Bryce to do his, and it's only like Wash, the thing about Wash's infield drills, if you do them every day, it's like 5 minutes. It's not like you're grinding it out forever, but it's just a consistency thing to keep doing it. And it works. There's bottom line results, and it's worked for Eldridge. So Eldridge comes out to do his thing, and just as polite as he could be, there's about 4 Braves there. He says, I hate to interrupt you guys, but it's time for me to work. And he sent them on their way. And he didn't stand back and wait. It's, you know what? He's the big leaguer. It's his time to work. Get to it. He is a confident, self-assured, not cocky, not overly confident. He knows how good he is, but he's constantly working to be better. He wants to be great. It sounds weird. Not everybody in this game wants to be great. You have to pay a big-time price to be great, and he wants to be great. He's going to be such a leader for this team. It's hard for him to do it right now. It's not going to take long for him to be a leader of this group. And I can't wait to watch his whole career. Kruko and I were joking the other day. Mike was like, you're going to call a lot of his home runs, aren't you? And I smiled because it's like, yeah, I would love to say at the end of it all that 500 different times I got to say, Bryce Eldridge took somebody deep. He's got that kind of potential. That's a long way out in the future, but the Giants have a special kid here.
No pressure, Bryce, but Dave Fleming he's counting on 500 for you, buddy. So come on.
Move over Eddie Murray.
Let's go. I can only imagine, by the way, whoever that collection of Braves hitter, unless it was Matt Olson, who's also like 6'5".
Yeah.
Bryce Eldridge walked up. All right, guys, 6'7", 250. It's time for me to go. Yes, sir, Mr. Bryce. Absolutely. Whatever you say. It's a big guy.
And let me just say this too, because maybe I'm putting expectations.
Yeah.
That's not my intention with this. But I know you are. But let me just say this: one thing that's been so impressive about him is he is not an all or nothing yuckadoo aim for the fences hitter. Not at all. He has a 2-strike approach. He has a shorter swing. He's already cut down on his strikeouts. His swing is a little flatter. It was really steep last year. He's changed the path of his swing just a little bit to get some more contact. He's probably given up, he probably is ultimately in the long run going to give up some home runs to be a better overall hitter. And that is really rare. Like, I don't see any other 21-year-olds doing stuff like that looking around the league right now. So just another reason why I'm impressed with him.
Well, to your point, Dave, like the plate discipline is what I've been most impressed with the last month and a half when he's been on this tear. Like I expected him to be, and I think maybe that was just me looking at the imposing figure, DH. All right, he's going to be a 3 true outcomes guy. He's hitting home runs, but he's not hitting for a high average. I'm not going to care that much, right? It's the modern game. We'll see some of these guys like Kurtz, but Kurtz gets on base, obviously, up in Sacramento. But Bryce Eldridge, he's batting .324, and it's the eye and the discipline at the plate that has just been so fun to watch. Like, who do we give credit to? Obviously, the player, but, like, should we be talking about Vitello, who came under a lot of fire with this management because they were kind of, yanking him in the lineup one day. He's out of it the next day, but clearly they knew what they were doing when it comes to the development of this guy.
And that's, not to I got you guys, but you guys weren't alone in being worried about where the Giants are hindering his development. And that's where I just thought I pushed back on that because I just saw behind the scenes the work that was going in, like being around the big league coaching staff, the big league hitting coaches, the big league manager was not going to be a bad thing for this guy. Like Bryce wasn't just sitting around doing crossword puzzles on the day that he wasn't in the lineup. He's a worker. And so being here and being around these guys was going to help him no matter what. And I think you bring up a good point about the plate discipline. Like, there are some guys who are just going to strike out a ton no matter what. Eldridge's strikeouts were really a result of chase. And in the minor leagues, the veteran sort of junk ball type pitchers were getting him to chase the soft stuff down. You would go back and watch. You can queue up every at-bat from these guys in the minor leagues. You go back and watch the final pitch of every at-bat. Almost all the strikeouts, it seems to me, were chases down. And so if he doesn't do that, which right now in the big leagues, he's not doing that. He's not chasing. He's making pitchers come in the strike zone. He's putting the bat on the ball. Like, it's not a ton of swing and miss in the strike zone. So if he can be this disciplined to swinging his strikes only, the strikeout rate is not going to be super high. It's always he should strike out some. When you're a hitter like him, there should be times where you're selling out for power. There should be times where no matter a 2-strike situation, you need to do damage. That I don't mind that at all. He should be striking out some, but I don't think the strikeouts are going to be a massive issue with him just based on the way he's improved at this level.
I'm looking at Casey Schmidt. He's had a monster year on a variety of levels. He doesn't even know where he's playing on a given day. The strikeouts are, much higher than the walks, so the percentage isn't great. In the last, I'd say 8-9 days, only 6-7 hits in about 35, 40 at-bats. Any concern that maybe he's just going through a rough patch right now? Or does he need a day off? I don't know. Casey's carried this team offensively for a while, and he's coming back down to earth this last week or two.
Yeah, I didn't think it looked comfortable for him being the leadoff hitter. And I haven't talked to Casey about that maybe for a minute or two, and Casey's not going to tell me, oh, yeah, I hate being the leadoff hitter. He's not going to say that. Casey's a guy who's going to do whatever the manager asks him to do and do it without complaint. So that's one of the reasons why he's been so valuable for this team. But I thought the at-bat, now it could be just, it absolutely could be a total coincidence. Guys go through periods, they're seeing the ball well, they're not seeing the ball as well. They're in rhythm, they're out of rhythm. It happens. That happens in this game. And so it might be a total coincidence. But I thought his approach, it felt like to me it changed a little when he was in that leadoff spot. And I think last night, he got that at bat early in the game. He smoked one up the middle, hitting down in the 7th spot. I don't know if there's a psychological aspect to it or not. I don't know. But I think it's obvious over the last couple weeks he has been in big-time swing mode and chasing way too much. And no matter how talented you are, no matter how good you are at beating a pitch on the inside or off the inside, no matter how fast your hands, if you chase like he's been chasing, that is not a good formula for success. So for Casey, it's really simple. Just stay around the strike zone more often, and he's going to be a good hitter.
Who would you recommend for the All-Star game if they came to you, Giants fan? Would it be Jung-Hoo Lee, who's been just red hot these last 15 games, or would it be Casey Schmidt or someone else?
I think the Giants I think Luis Ariz has had the best season of any Giant overall. I think Luis Ariz from start to now has been the most consistently excellent player on this roster. Jung-Hoo Lee's going to be, he's second in the big leagues in batting average as of right now. That's hard to deny. He would maybe be a close second for me. Schmidt obviously has a case, and I think Logan Webb always deserves accolades and consideration. Logan's been skipped over for that game a bunch of times when he absolutely deserved to be in for various reasons. Logan Webb is one of the best pitchers in the league. I feel like the All-Star game shouldn't only reflect the first 2.5 months of a given season. I think the All-Star game should also reward just overall excellence. So those would be my 3 guys just right off the shoot. And I think 3 or 4 Giants have a worthy argument to be there.
How did it land when Logan Webb was on the mound the other day with the clubhouse and the players? And I mean, I don't want you to divulge too much privacy here, but when Vitello went out there to talk to him, and it felt like he was asking him, hey, how you feeling? You want to go in there? Normally with the manager will signal righty, lefty. Very few times do they go out there and actually talk to the pitcher. I thought that was a seminal moment for Tony in earning the trust of a bunch of guys. And then Jung-Hoo Lee makes that great catch down the line. Was there any leftover residue of people kind of like going, yeah, that was a great moment for the manager?
I personally didn't hear any, but I definitely felt the way you felt, like, hey, you know what? This guy is learning about, it's just so different. I'm not saying Tony's struggling with this at all. I think Tony's no dummy. He knows. But, when you're dealing with 20-year-old kids versus 28, 30-year-old grown men who've had a career, who've been accountable for their own career, it is a different thing. And you have to, as a manager, give some leeway to those athletes to let them make some decisions for you. You can't cede that always. You still have to be the ultimate decision maker on a team. But I thought that's what Tony was doing, was basically telling Logan, hey, you know what? You've earned the right to tell me if you can stay in this game, and I'm going to believe you. I'm going to listen to you. So I think that's part of the growth process for any new manager. I don't know if that was a moment that would indicate that or not. But it definitely didn't go unnoticed by all of us. And, yeah, hat tip to Jung-Hoo Lee, because it wouldn't have looked as smart if Lee can't make that catch. Then all of a sudden the whole story of the thing changes.
Dave, have you seen any other areas of growth for Tony? Obviously, I think he gets lost in the shuffle sometimes. He was such a big story heading into the season. The season's just gone off the rails. So we're talking about Posey, we're talking about Manassian, we're talking about trade deadline. But this team still has to play a lot of games. Have you noticed any areas of growth for him as a big league manager this season?
I mean, I think he's learned, you never want to learn how to take a loss. You always want the losses to sting. But I think it's a shock to your system when you're new to this and you realize how many times you're going to have to shuffle back in that clubhouse after losing a game, even the very best teams. And I think there is something about having to go through that and learn a little about how to handle losing and not get down on yourself, not grind yourself into a nub before the season's even going, with stress and anxiety about winning. Tony never gave off the vibe that he was just killing himself, but I know it was hurting him to lose games early. So I think that's been a growth area for him. I think he's more comfortable being himself around the players. I've noticed that. I think, he never really struggles with that anyway, but I think you got to be yourself. And I tell that to everybody who would ever ask about any job in this whole deal is like, don't change who you are. Be yourself. And I think that applies to the manager too. Maybe there's some non-negotiables, but I feel like he's more comfortable being himself around everybody these days.
So, Dave, you're also a resident golf expert. This is U.S. Open week. Father's Day's on Sunday. It's one of my favorite afternoons of the year. Shinnecock, I'm sure you've played it. So, who do you like? Give me a name or two of guys you like.
Did I ever tell you the Mike Yastrzemski story from last year at Shinnecock?
No.
Now you got to.
All right, this is probably, So Giants had an off day on the trade deadline day last year, and I've got a buddy who's a member. I like to play Shinnecock. It's, arguably the best golf course in America, certainly one of them. And this guy's gotten to know Yaz a little bit, so the two of us went out there to play on this Giants off day last year, this trade deadline day. And we get finished with our round. We had a great time, great day. We were just having a little beverage after the end of the round. And it's time for Mike to go take a shower. We're going to head back to the city. And he goes back into the locker room, and he's got a text message, call Buster. And so he went to the little phone booth where you're allowed to use a phone at Shinnecock and called Buster, and he got traded in the locker room at Shinnecock. And I will always associate that place with Yaz getting traded away from the Giants because we were together and we shared the day together, and that was his last day as a Giant. So he and I even had a laugh about it yesterday because it's Shinnecock week for the U.S. Open about, hey, that's our place, man. I don't care what happens in the tournament. So that's our place.
Did you give him strokes at Shinnecock, or did he give you strokes? So who's the better golfer? You or Yaz?
He's the better golfer. I played great, and he played unbelievably, and I was trying my best to keep up with him. He played, I think he birdied like 3 of the first 5 holes. He never played it before. I was like, damn. Mike is but he's a legit, really, really good golfer. I just bunt it out there and find a way to get the ball in the hole. Yaz is, ripping 320-yard draws, and he's doing stuff that I can't do. I can usually keep up, but that day was tough on me.
Dave, really good stuff. We greatly appreciate your time this morning. Are we going to play some baseball in Atlanta? Is that going to happen for sure? We got
here. I know not everybody's. I'm going to turn my camera. There's the field.
Go.
All right.
It looks really good.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're playing.
Let's go. It's sunny too.
And from someone that got glasses when he was in 2nd grade, welcome to the club. I'm wearing contacts though, so there you go.
At least I can read my silly notes that I write down during the game.
Hey, good stuff, Dave. We'll do it again next week, man.
See you guys.
There he goes, Dave Fleming on the River Islands.
You play Shinnecock and you find out that you're getting.
I had to dump
traded.
that. Yeah, I didn't know you can say that on air. Sponsored by Safeway. We got a lot to get into on the other side. What are you looking at?
I said you play Shinnecock,
yeah,
and then
I just didn't know you could say that word on air. But
it's the name of the golf course.
Sure. That's what you tell yourself.
It's a top 20 course in every rating for the last however.
Pebble or nothing. All right, that's all I do. I'm a 17-mile drive guy. Spyglass, Poppy Hills, maybe Cypress occasionally. That's where I grew up.
I mean, you found out you got traded after a round of golf at Shinnecock. That's pretty crazy.
I mean, that's the way you would want it, right? Not the start of your round. Wait till after, because then you can't play.
That I would agree with.
Because then it's in your head the whole time.
You're on the 2nd tee, and you're just like, I got 17 more holes to play. Oh wait, you mean I gotta go leave and get traded? Oh, that's no fun.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't see this. I'm gonna put my phone down, and I'm gonna go golf.
Yeah, Royals will be there later.
Exactly. Giants, Braves. They will resume action. What is it? 11 o'clock today?
Yep.
11 o'clock. 3-2 right now. 3-2. So let's see. By the way, Drake Baldwin. Oh my God. Hit that 5,000 feet. Sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week and pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, perfect for summer snacking. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, Spadoni here, and the number 7 is everywhere in the world. 7 days a week, lucky number 7. And in the vodka world, when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka, well, it's the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing Scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
Is that it fuels our morning.
it's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Valhalla, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
I love bicycles.
I love the Valkyries, who are hosting Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings tonight at Chase Center. Tip-off 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game, and the free Odyssey app. Did I mention it's free? It's free. Go get it. It's easy. Simple enough right there. Or you can stream us on YouTube right now and look at our beautiful faces. We just had Dave Fleming on, voice of the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. And hey, if you're high on Bryce Eldridge, you want to listen to that interview because Dave is also very, very high on one Bryce Eldridge. Are we high on... Well, I know we're high, but are we high on any of the Warriors' offseason potential moves coming up? LeBron James has been talked about. We talked about some draft prospects. We'll talk about more. We are less than a week away from the NBA draft. Yaxel.
I am so tired of the LeBron James conversation.
You love him, dude. Come on.
No,
You
it's
love
been
LeBron.
exhausting.
What about Bronny? You want him?
He and they are going back to LA. They are using the Warriors and anyone else in the league who they can as leverage to go back to LA. He's going back to the Lakers.
What about Kawhi Leonard? That's an option.
Steve Ballmer, from what Slater keeps saying, no. He's not trading him, specifically not trading him to the Warriors.
And I'm glad you brought that up because this is what we're talking about. Everything we know about a pivotal Golden State Warriors offseason, this is the latest from Anthony Slater on ESPN. Check it out there. And there's some interesting little nuggets I want to get into, Joe, as we're talking a massive offseason for the Golden State Warriors. Let's start with the guy that you just mentioned that you don't want to talk about, but we can start with that because then we can go on to other things. LeBron James.
No. That's gone too far.
I know, Liam. There's been a lot of talk about LeBron, if he leaves the Lakers, the Warriors being the top option there. This is what Slate's had to say. LeBron James is an obvious top free agent target at the right price point. The Warriors could theoretically tack on a second season player option and get Stephen Curry in on the recruitment process if required.
So Steph's not involved yet.
That's kind of what he's getting at.
What does that tell you?
That it's not real. But they haven't
coming in to
knocked
be
on
the closer.
They haven't knocked on that door because they haven't been given any indication it can be unlocked. So they haven't even done. We've all been told that they've been checking in on LeBron. Slate's is saying, not really. So not realistically checking in on him.
So LeBron, who has made $581 million on the floor in his career, is going to play for $14 million next year?
15.1.
Got it.
That's the non-tax player mid-level.
When was the last time he played for $15 million or less?
His rookie season?
His first season in Miami.
Oh, first season in Miami.
Okay. Technically, he was at $13 million a year. The last time he played for less than $10 million was 2006.
Oh, my God. Yeah, 2 years into the league, whatever it was. Jeez. Do Warriors fans get a little annoyed by that? That Steph isn't this heavy already in the recruitment process?
Because it's not real. He's not coming.
Yeah, but they're not even making like a legit effort to try to go get him. Like maybe if they cared a little bit more and tried to go get him, maybe he'd be swayed.
You need to know who you're talking to. Some people have the taste, like for example, I love my wife to death. I love her to death.
My wife.
If I suggest as we're driving up to the cabin to get fast food, she's ready to kill me. She doesn't do fast food.
What does she do?
She doesn't do fast food.
Well, tell her we can stop by like Safeway or something.
That's not her thing. She doesn't do that.
Get a snack?
No.
She just doesn't do that?
No, she likes going to like restaurants. Like she'd rather go to a small hole in the wall place, like a restaurant, than go to fast food. That's just not her thing.
Takes time.
She's not going to be like, let's go to Jack in the Box. No, she's not her. That's not her thing. She has, in her mind, a finer taste. She'll go to a random pizza place and get a slice of pizza.
Sure.
But she doesn't do corporate fast food. That's just like not her thing.
Okay.
Like that's I understand my wife's taste.
You do.
Okay. And so I'm not even going to suggest it. So as the Warriors are in the car taking the trip up to the Russian River in this analogy, okay, you know LeBron James has taste. His taste starts at, you better come with the money first, right?
Yes.
Right?
Apparently.
LeBron doesn't go to the Piggly Wiggly, all right? He's shopping at the Gucci store.
He's going to be 42, though, so maybe he's at this point of his career where he says, that much money, like a $50 million per year, I could be talked down from that. I don't need to be making $50 million.
But the Warriors can't afford that. See, that's the problem. They can only afford fast food in this hypothetical, okay? They can't afford even like slightly higher grade food.
Maybe I'm at that fast food portion of my career. Maybe I am. Maybe I don't need to be going whining and dining, and I don't need to go to the French Laundry. I've already done that in Miami.
LeBron James.
I've already done that.
Are we talking about the same guy?
Yeah, because they're going to play with Steph.
What's LeBron done to intimate that he's ready
I'm
for Jack in the Box?
I'm going to leave Luka in his prime. Wait, let's think about this.
LeBron hasn't said anything. I don't know. I don't trust anyone in their sources.
I want to talk this out for just a second. LeBron's going to leave Luka in his prime, and where he can make more money and stay in L.A., to go play with an older, more injured Steph Curry and make significantly less money on a team that didn't make the playoffs last year, and he's going to leave a team that did. Wow.
I'm going to go play with guys that I want to play with at the end of my career and Stephen Curry because I got a taste of it in the Olympics. I want to play with him again. And my best friend Draymond Green's also going to be there.
We'll get to him.
So, yes, that would be why I'm going to the Warriors than the Lakers.
I'm done with this conversation. As I said to everyone.
I don't think Warriors fans are, though.
I am. And if you want to join me and tell this station we're done talking LeBron, it's not going to happen. I'm tired of it. Well, I get we got to do it. It's part of the game. And I'm so done with the LeBron James thing.
This was a new little wrinkle that we didn't know before, is that they haven't even knocked on the door.
Which tells you everything we need to know.
They haven't even knocked on the door, which I would actually be kind of peeved if I'm a Warriors fan that wanted LeBron. It's like, you guys aren't even doing your due diligence? You guys aren't even going to try?
You can't do your due diligence unless you come to the table with $25 million. A guy is not taking that big of a haircut when you're him. Like when you're him, he's not David West.
It's like there's no due diligence to do. There's not going to do your due diligence when there's no diligence to do.
You don't have the budget. You literally don't have the budget. So we have to let it go. It's done. I'm being real with you, Joe. I'm looking you in the face. I'm telling you this for all future suggestions on the LeBron James saga. I, as a host of this station who is doing the morning drive, I am telling you, I am done discussing LeBron James. If he comes, I will literally crack the egg and wear it on my face the whole show. That is my promise to you. I will crack the egg, smash it in my own face, and keep it on my face for the whole show.
I don't want you to do that because you can get like salmonella maybe or something.
I will crack an egg on my face.
Okay.
I will let
Can you do a hard-boiled one?
No. I will let you throw an egg at my face.
I don't want to hurt you.
All right. We'll smash it on my head.
There you go. Okay.
Something's going to be done with an egg on the morning roast.
There's an egg on his face somewhere.
Guys, I get we got to talk about certain things. No, I'm done with it.
It's not fun.
Can we be realistic?
All the intel that the Warriors decision makers have gathered continues to point towards James' return to the Lakers, team sources said. This is Anthony Slater's article. And they are currently plotting their summer under that premise, Joe. So don't worry. The Warriors are listening to you. They're going under the...
They're not listening to me. They've seen their budget and they looked over and they go, we can only offer $15 million?
Sure.
Like we're not in this, no. It's like, you ever hear about what happened to Adam Sandler's daughter? Apparently, she walked into one of these high-priced, expensive places to go shop, and they were like, this is only for real customers who want to spend money. Like, we're doing a credit check before you even walk in the door to test drive one of these vehicles. Your credit doesn't pass.
If your American Express card is blue or lower or red or lower, you can't come in here. Black or gold only.
Warriors don't even have a credit card.
Just do me a favor. Okay, let's get past LeBron. I'm done with it. I personally am done with it. If something happens... and there's movement on the story, we can talk about it. But until then, I'm done with it. Like, it's tired.
What about Kawhi Leonard? You're done with LeBron. Are you done with Kawhi?
Should I read exactly what it keeps saying in this article? Should I read it word for word?
The Warriors checked in on Leonard in the days leading up to the February trade deadline. A source told ESPN The LA Clippers team sources said engaged to a greater degree than in the past, but they ultimately returned to the Warriors with the same answers. Team owner Steve Ballmer said no, but team sources continue to indicate he's the type of established wing talent they would pursue in a win-now maneuver depending on the price point. So the problem is, league sources said, Ballmer has maintained a firm stance against a Leonard trade, preferring to continue to build around his star forwards.
So I want to make sure. Steve Ballmer said no.
Yes.
Okay. So can you save that soundbite? And every time the name Kawhi Leonard is brought up, Steve Ballmer says no.
People can have a change of heart. And I don't know what's going on with, what is that aspiration? What's going on there, huh? Is things getting a little tricky over with aspiration and just, hiding money and putting it in places it's not supposed to go?
Since Boogie Cousins came to this team, we have done the name game at this station. And I bought into it, and I was a big part of it. I was paddling up creek with all of you. I was leading the charge. Bring this guy in. Bring that guy in. They're not coming. We got to get younger. We got to get younger. We got to be realistic. Come on.
I'm glad you brought that up, Joe. So we can move past the LeBron and Kawhi portion.
I'm done with them. Okay, let's talk.
Can I interest you in a Trey Murphy III?
I'm all in. Let's go. I'm in. What does it cost?
Look at this. Again, same article from Anthony Slater. New Orleans Pelicans wing Trey Murphy III could be more obtainable in this transaction cycle, league sources said. Murphy is a player the Warriors front office has circled for years as a prime wing who fits a need, the Kerr system, and at 25 years old, accomplishes the goal of getting younger. And this is the part that makes it legit for me.
Shooting.
Yes. And I have his numbers up here in a second. I'll get to it. The Pelicans have clung to him tightly, but league sources said New Orleans has been signaling a desire to jump into the first round of next week's draft. The Warriors have the 11th pick and control of their future firsts. So they could be swayed, it sounds like. And are you kidding me? If they're able to land Trey Murphy III this offseason, I don't care whatever they do outside of that. That's a win, man.
Well, ideally, if you're asking me what would be the most ideal offseason, right now.
Right now.
And I'll get to Draymond in a second. If you could land Trey Murphy III and walk away with a first-round pick that you have executed, meaning a player from this draft, that, to me, you're a better basketball team for next year.
And now, I think, quite frankly, Trey Murphy averaged 21-5
in this upcoming year.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean.
Okay, sorry.
That would be a great acquisition. You would now have two young players who could play every night. Listen to what I'm saying.
He averaged 21, and I get it. The Pelicans stink. Someone had to shoot the ball, but he did it efficiently.
He'd be a solid, really
21, 5, and almost 4 assists on 47% shooting from the field. He's 6'9", 6'8", 6'9". He's exactly what you want.
He's exactly what we want. Also a guy who can low-key make some plays in the half court for himself. I would love him on the Warriors. They missed out on him before. Sign me up for that. Now, if it cost me the 11th pick,
ooh, that's interesting.
It would pain me to do it. I'm going to keep saying it. I want to walk away with a player from this year's first round and Trey Murphy III. If you could do that, I would 100% be in on that.
So it's interesting you say that. So I'm looking up when's his birthday. Trey Murphy's 25 years old right now. Yaxel Lendeberg, who we talked about yesterday, he's just 1 year younger than him. That's insane to me. Oh, Trey Murphy, he turns 26 tomorrow, June 18th. So happy early birthday to Trey Murphy. Let's get him in a Golden State Warriors uniform. I would trade the 11th overall pick at the end of the day if that's what it took. But I'm in your line of thinking. I would rather get greedy and say, hey, how about next year's first for Trey Murphy? And I would like to keep my 11th overall pick this year. But they're trying to trade up this year.
Maybe they use 2 firsts from next year to move back in with someone else later.
Interesting.
Right? Like ammunition style. I don't think that's the most interesting part of this article. I think the most interesting part of this article, and this tells me Dunleavy has more control than I thought. I was afraid Joe Lacob was running things. I really was. I'm like you. I'm afraid about. I want to see what Dunleavy can do.
Yeah.
I thought the Draymond Green aspect of this article, to me, signaled so much about who is actually going to be able to do their job.
We're going to get into that as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. And we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, doing a deep dive right now, the latest from Anthony Slater in his piece on what the Warriors are going to do this offseason, less than a week away from the NBA draft, with the latest on LeBron, Kawhi, Trey Murphy III is available, it sounds like. I would love to go get him.
I'm reluctant to give up 11 for him.
I'm reluctant, but I'd do it if that's what it took because I just think he's that good of a player. I know, Joe. I know.
Because he's going to have to get broken off, too.
And we can throw that up to the audience at 888-957-9570. Would you give up the 11th overall pick for a player like Trey Murphy III? He's going to be 26 tomorrow, but this is a guy that checks all the boxes you have wanted for years now, Warriors fans.
Steve Ballmer says no.
21, 5, and 4. 40% shooting overall from the field, but he's 6'8". He's long. He's athletic. He checks the boxes. All right.
Get to the Draymond part.
Getting back to this aspect of the article. What about their own free agents? That's the little excerpt there. Draymond Green's decision on his $27.6 million player option has a set timeline. He must make a choice, Joe, before the June 29th deadline. We were kind of talking about this, I think, with Nahegan's offense. We didn't know what the exact date was.
It's probably the 30th, but now it's actually a day up, so it's the 29th.
It's the 29th, all right? That is in 12 days from now. That is on Monday. Not next Monday, but the following Monday. Team sources have indicated for months that the Warriors' interest in a decline and extend with Green for multiple years would be contingent on the first year's salary savings, giving them a direct path to upgrade the roster elsewhere. Dunleavy has been in contact with Rich Paul, Green's agent. It's possible something will materialize in the next 2 weeks that shifts the landscape, but the current expectation from the team is that Green will pick up his player option and return on an expiring 1 year, $27.6 million deal, Joe. What does that signal to you?
Mike Dunleavy is in more control than I thought. Mike Dunleavy doesn't want to bring back Draymond Green on a multi-year deal. I don't care what they say about lowering the numbers and this. This tells me Mike Dunleavy is like, no. And I think this is a great sign. We all like Draymond, but it's got to be at the right number and the right time. So he's set to make what, $27 million next year?
$27.6 million would be his player option.
Okay.
They want him, if they're going to do a decline in extension, they want him to drop that first year from 27.6 to around the $20 million range. It's like a $7 million
they want him
decrease.
even more than
they probably do, but this is what they're saying in the article.
Yeah,
yes.
I
think
mean,
like in the teens, maybe like 15, kind of around then.
I don't think Dunleavy wants to bring him back on a multi-year deal at all. I think B, they're telling Draymond like, nope, we're not giving you basically $28 million over 2 years. Anything over whatever he's getting now, even over 2 years, they're not going to give him. That's the way I interpreted this particular thing, and I think it is healthy. This is the smartest way to do business. Who in the league right now is giving Draymond Green $15 million a year?
No one.
On multiple years?
No one. $10 million? Okay. I can talk myself. 2 years, $20 million.
Yeah, but
15?
how many teams have the space to even give you a 1 year, $10 million deal?
Not a lot with this convoluted CBA and all the salary
You're trying
caps.
to entice LeBron James to come here for $15 million, who's still a top 15 player in the league, who won around in the, and Dre was solid last year, but the drop off between the two of them is precipitous.
This portion of the article would actually kind of give credence to what you're saying, Joe. An extension for Green would better solidify that dream of him staying in Golden State. But Dunleavy and the Warriors are valuing their future financial flexibility and are prioritizing keeping the books clean, team sources said. They have only $23.4 million guaranteed, $13.4 million to Moses Moody and $10.3 million to Guy Santos spread over 2 years beyond next season. So it's Moses, it's Guy, and after that, nothing. So they want to keep it that way.
And I think Draymond clearly wants to retire a Warrior or whatever. I think the Warriors are ready to move on. I think this is a healthy sign. I think this tells me Mike Dunleavy's playing hardball. And I fear Lacob's going to get involved at the last second and give in to Draymond and what he wants, which is a multiple-year deal. And I think that would be crippling to their transition that they're trying to do right now on a financial aspect, but more importantly, redundancy. Let's say you drafted Yaxel, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. How many years does Yaxel have to wait for Draymond to not start?
I don't know. I would like him to start immediately. We're talking about this.
He's a plug-and-play player.
Yeah, I want him to play now. The whole point of drafting him with his age is to play this guy now. So putting him on the bench to just rot does nothing for him.
100%.
If that's the case, then you draft a raw prospect. Yeah, which
but
we've learned is not the way to go.
Also needs to play.
Exactly.
So, I think they're playing hardball here. I think basically Dunleavy's like, yeah, I dare you to opt in. I dare you to opt out. And I think that's the smart tactic here. He's praying someone else gives him in free agency more than what they're going to give him. And if Draymond opts in by June 29th, I think he's prepared to move on from him. I think he's going to use that $29 million to flip and get something of significance. I'm actually excited. This tells me that Dunleavy is got more influence on the situation. He's going to start to slowly transition this thing, and he's got the big picture view on what needs to be done. Like, we don't need to do reunion tours. Like, we just don't. If you're not bringing back LeBron like everyone wants, or bringing in Kawhi or whatever, then we start the transition period now. You know, like, you know whose name was not in this article? Jimmy Butler and his expiring contract, making 60-something million. And as I look around the landscape of sports, Draymond at $28 million or Jalen Brunson at $37 million. Just think about what I just said. Think about that.
I know.
What team in the NBA who wants to field a competitive team would be sitting on that kind of money?
None.
Okay.
We talk about some of the bad contracts for, the Giants. And I know he played in like most of the games last year, and he was the guy that kind of like a lot of people have a lot of respect for how he played and everything, but that Draymond contract, that player option.
What I would be doing is I would be calling up the San Antonio Spurs, and I'd say, how many future picks can we get from you? And do you have a player on your bench that we can take?
Oh, I'd love to play with him and Wemby.
He'd be
together.
great. No, it'd be a
him
great
and Wemby
fit.
would be great.
But they don't, like, they have a lot of players. They don't have a power forward.
They have two villains on the team immediately too.
I think it would be I think it would be great, and I think it would be really smart for the Golden State Warriors to find a team that needs a player like him and be all in on that. It gives them financial flexibility, and they can move forward. Joe, do you know how much Josh Hart made this year?
Ooh, not a lot.
$21 million.
Oh, actually, way more than I thought. Whoa. Did he really?
Mm-hmm.
Josh Hart, huh?
Josh Hart made $21
I thought he was like a $12, $13 million guy. He deserves it, by the way. He's the straw that stirs that drink when it comes to their ferocity and rebounding and all that.
Who made probably way too much? $25 million for Mitchell Robinson.
Oh, that's a lot.
It is a lot.
But you know what?
But Draymond making 28? Again, I think we need to be, like, we all love him. He's a great player. Like, I'm asking, is that good value today?
Today, it's not.
No.
Not what the player is at this point.
Well, and if you draft a player who's plug and play, and we've admitted that we need to move forward, and we need to transition this, and we need to change, and we need to have better spacing on offense, and, like, if you drafted, hypothetically, a Yaxel, Draymond's presence would only kind of complicate the situation.
So that's your biggest takeaway from the article, is that you feel like Mike Dunleavy is kind of putting his stones down and saying, we're not doing an extension.
Super optimistic.
Okay.
I am super optimistic. Now, it's got to play out.
Okay.
But I think Draymond, he's playing a game of cat and mouse with Draymond regarding opt-in, opt-out. And I think if he opts in, I think Dunleavy is fully prepared to move him.
There's so many different...
You read that too, Sam?
The Dunleavy having more power thought, like, that stuck out to me too.
And look, he might fail.
But at least I want him to have give him his space so that he can fail. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like same with Buster Posey. Hey, let him do his thing. It might work, it might not. Give him the opportunity to do so.
Let him do his job.
Exactly.
And I told you this before. I actually think Dunleavy could be a good GM. I think he's done some really good things. I think we've unfairly pinned him on some decisions that aren't necessarily because of him. I think when they've gotten into trouble, as great as Joe Lacob has been, it has always felt like Joe's kind of backed Dunleavy into a spot. And in this scenario, let him do his job.
Parker and Petaluma, we will get to you, I promise, because people are fired up. A lot happened in this article with Anthony Slater. The Trey Murphy III aspect is fascinating to me.
I'm in on it.
I'm in on it. I'm more in on, if push came to shove, if I had to give up the 11th overall pick this year for him, given his age, given how much he's making in his contract, it's reasonable, what he did last season, I would do that. I would be willing to give up the 11th overall pick for Trey Murphy III. I wonder if other Warriors fans agree. 888-957-9570. And do you...
They need other young players. That's why this year's draft pick, there's so many plug-and-play players that they could take. I have a hard time moving this year's pick for them.
But if they somehow were able to move next year's or some sort of culmination...
I'm all in on that.
And they get him and another pick, that would be a slam dunk, grand slam, whatever you want to say, sports analogy of an offseason. And it's going to be brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good.
Steve Ballmer says no.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need.
I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Golf's biggest names are chasing one of the sport's most coveted titles, and you can trade the entire championship on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade the overall winner every single round or even select matchups. Scotty Scheffler is trading at 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays $674 if he brings home the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and you get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi, trade on anything 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. For the ones who get it done. 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
Bay Area, it's Kayla Thornton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
I love Trey.
That's a good
I love
one.
Mike Evans. I love Jim Tomey. I love mayonnaise. I love Richie and Queens' accent.
That's my favorite. I love games. I love you, Sam. Can you cut that?
I love Zubac.
The Valkyries host Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings tonight at Chase Center. Tip-off, 7 o'clock right here, 95.7 The Game in the free Odyssey app. We're talking Giants right now in off-season. The latest from Anthony Slater and his piece for ESPN, a lot of little nuggets. Sounded like they're not even negotiating or trying to negotiate and bring in LeBron James because all their feelers are telling them LeBron's going back to the Lakers. Steve Ballmer says no to Kawhi trades right now. That's when you play the thing.
Steve Ballmer says no.
Okay. What about Trey Murphy III? League sources telling Slates they're open for business on Trey. In the past, not, but now they're open to it. They want to get into the top lottery in the first round of pick. They're trying to do that. Would you be willing to part with the 11th overall pick for Trey Murphy III? That is a question, 888-957-9570. And it's also sounding like in this article, a Draymond Green extension? So, like, you know, he has a player option, but signing him at a reduced rate and expanding his years, it's not really sounding like that's going to be a thing. At least that's what I'm reading between the tea leaves. And is that Mike Dunleavy kind of flexing his muscles a little bit and saying, no, I don't want to be tied to some of these contracts after next season. I think that's exactly what he's saying. He wants these books to be open and clean and clear, and he wants to be able to roll up his sleeves next offseason, Joe, and actually hammer down and get some things done and bring in some big boys. I think that's what that's telling me with financial flexibility. Not to say they can't do anything sexy this offseason, but I think next offseason potentially is going to be the one that he really flexes his muscles. Dunleavy, that is.
Can we all acknowledge they're in transition?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it better to prolong it or get right into it?
Probably get right into it, but you could do a little bit of both. Like,
how's that been working out for them the last 2 years?
Well, is prolonging it doing what is what you're saying? What is prolonging
Bringing Draymond back, putting him in a similar role that he was in this year, and sign up for an extra year, and stunting whatever players that you bring in that are younger because of his specific play style and the positions that he's occupying. Like, no one's saying he doesn't have use. He's still a useful player, but you can't have it both ways.
Well, do you think you're being stuck to the past if you keep Draymond on the player option?
Absolutely.
Well, what are you supposed to do then? Like, because no one's going to take that $27 million.
Why not?
Who's trading for Draymond's $27 million
on a one-year deal?
On a cap hit.
Who knows? You have to find someone, and you're probably taking an undesirable contract. Look, do I want John Morant? No. But it sounds like they want to get rid of John Morant at all costs.
You know me. I would take a flyer.
I know you would. But I'm saying, like, there are players like that are constantly available all the time.
People laughed at that. They'll continue to laugh. I would take a look at John Morant. If it's pennies on the dollar, like it's been reported, and that's what you'd basically they'd be doing a salary dump, maybe get a pick and back. I don't know. I'm just be interested. That's it. I would just knock and say, what's the price? We had David Sampson on earlier, president of Miami Marlins. Hey, You're always calling about these players, no matter what. People are calling about Shohei Ohtani still. You're always listening.
Draymond can help the right team. It's got to be a really good fit, and it's got to be a team that he works with. So, like, in this hypothetical, okay, maybe Aaron Gordon gets moved by the Nuggets. Well, what if the Nuggets come calling and they want to offer you, a couple of second-round picks and some bench player for Draymond Green? Is it the greatest deal in the world? No, but I think you can help replenish some of your draft capital and get yourself a useful player while not having finances tied up down the line.
Well, in this scenario, if we're talking about, Mike Dunleavy potentially trading Draymond, do you owe anything to Draymond to send him to a place where he wants to go?
No, he's had a great career. He stayed here a long, long time. I think you owe it to the team and everybody to just do the best you can for your team.
Really? Yeah. You think it's that simple if you're Mike Dunleavy to just trade him to some bad team potentially?
Technically, they traded Klay Thompson, right?
In a weird way.
It was a 6-team trade, all right? So, it's sports. Like, if you do it for this guy, you got to do it for that guy. Like, we can all see, like, Curry's different. I think we held all three of them in the same regard for so long. We're at the end. You can't have everything you want, Joe. Like, at some point, you've got to compromise a little. And if Draymond wants to opt out and play ball with them, I'm sure on a much lesser deal, there is something on the table that they'll take, but you can't have it all.
Parker's in Petaluma wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's up, Parker? You're on the roast. Parker!
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Hey, man, so it was funny. I wanted to go back to more of the trade rumors, but you guys mentioned just a second ago talking about transitioning and how, maybe there's a way to do both. And, Shasky's, I don't know. I think there's a clear-cut way to do both. And I'll say this. There's two players in the league that I've been hammering my fist on the table for years that I think realistic gets. And, like, when it comes to trade talks, one is Nick Claxton, who I still think is a great fit and realistic. And the other, even more so, is Trey Murphy. And I think that this kid, he's a superstar. I think that he can give you 30-plus on any given night on efficient shooting. And, I'll be honest, I don't know as much as maybe I should about some of the prospects because I've been subjecting myself to this Giants torture instead of, the NBA draft. But I think if you select Trey Murphy 11th overall, it's a home run. Honestly, you have a kid, and I'd be saying this if he was 27, 28 years old, but he's 25. You can get him, he's 2 to 3 years before his prime. I think this would be the best move of the offseason by far you could do.
That's Parker in Petaluma. He's saying, hey, if I can get Trey Murphy the third for the 11th overall pick, I'm doing it. You agree or disagree? You in or you out? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. We are less than a week away from the NBA draft. Who will they take? Will they keep the pick? Et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of dominoes to happen. I think that's going to be the first one. It's going to tell us a lot, Joe, too. Who they select might tell us what they're going to do the rest of this offseason. It could very well be that. Are they going to go big? This guy that we want to get into, and we're going to get into in about 10 minutes or so, Ade Mara. Is that the guy that they want to take? 7'3" center. He's a good passer, but God, he's stiff. He's not a great athlete. Can't really shoot the three ball, but if you're drafting a center, does that matter? I don't know. I'm concerned. Is that kind of player still fitting in today's NBA? I get it. We just saw Mitchell Robinson be useful in a series against Victor Wembanyama. If it's all about combating Wemby, I can kind of see the vision maybe of taking a big boy, because what did we see with some of those bigger bodies go up against Wembanyama? They kind of had their way with him at times, right? Karl Anthony Towns, Robinson, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll see. I'm still on Yaxel, but I want to talk about some other prospects potentially, because it might not be Yaxel. As we're talking with Bonte yesterday, he doesn't know if he's going to be there past the top 10. He might fall, or go quicker than a lot of us think. That's what happens in some of these drafts. Nick Friedel joined Willer and Dibbs earlier in the week, and you're talking about Draymond Green potentially. Yeah. He's our 95% the game Warriors insider, covers the team for The Athletic. This is what he had to say on a potential extension or him just getting his player option picked up.
It feels like everybody kind of wants to find some way to continue to make this happen. They want it to happen on their number. I mean, Draymond has made a ton of money. He has built the culture with Steph and Clay. He's done so many things to the organization, but he's no longer a $28 million a year player night to night. So I think they can work out some kind of deal for the future, but it would have to be at a lower number than that. And this is the business side of basketball. So as far as odds go, absolutely, I would expect still Draymond to be here at the start of next year. But Dunleavy has said it several times since probably midway through the season and in his press conference last month, wrapping everything up. This is in Draymond's hands right now. They're waiting to see what he decides. If he declines that option and he comes back at a lower number, I think there is a path forward for both parties involved. If he doesn't and he wants to cash all that money, which is absolutely within what he agreed to and what Rich Paul came to the contract negotiation with, then I think the Warriors will look to say, all right, this is probably not the best place for you moving forward anymore.
It's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. You got a big smile on your face right now because it's getting a little juicy. It is.
Well, I'm just thinking about potential teams, right? So who is like maybe not one of the top tier teams that wants to take a leap forward and could use maybe a veteran piece like Draymond Green? And I'm going to throw out a random one here, but I'm just giving you an example.
Please.
Charlotte Hornets.
Ooh.
So let's say you get the expiring contract of Josh Green. He's a shooting guard. Yeah. You need a shooting guard right now. You really don't have a shooting guard.
No, because obviously Mose Moody's hurt.
They're not going to give you Brandon Miller, right? You're not getting Brandon Miller.
No.
And you're not getting Miles Bridges or anything like that. So, like, you're getting an expiring contract on a shooting guard, okay? Maybe you get a draft pick or two. And then you get Saloon, who they took a couple years ago, who's a 6'10", 6'11" power forward that just hasn't shown, I guess the progress that they're looking for. They're a team that needs some veteran leadership. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made
up and coming.
They made a really nice run. That would shed $5 million for this upcoming year for the Warriors while giving them a $15 million expiring contract, which can either be moved, waived, utilized, you let it expire, whatever. Like, those are the types of moves that I think that would actually make the Warriors a lot better.
Do you have the NBA trade machine up right now?
Mm-hmm.
I respect that. Detroit Pistons is one that comes to mind first.
They've got some weird numbers on their books.
How so?
In the sense that, like, there's not a lot of great fits to trade Draymond for.
Damn. Because that would be the one, like, again, and we're having this conversation because I do believe that Dunleavy feels, even if you don't, like, they want to do right by Draymond in this respect. I think they
tried to trade him at the deadline.
Yeah, but again, they didn't.
What does do right by someone mean?
Do right by it means saying, hey, are there some teams? We're thinking about trading you, Draymond. This is a conversation.
Yeah.
Hey, Draymond. Clearly, it hasn't worked when it comes to working out an extension here. You have your player option. We want to do right by you, but we want to move off, that salary, and we're going to look to shed some of this salary going forward. And we're thinking about trading you. And we want to tell you this now before it gets leaked out. What are some of the teams or destinations you would like to?
He doesn't have the equity of guys like Curry. And
really? You don't think Draymond Green has some?
No. I'm talking league-wide. He doesn't muster up the amount of excitement to have, hey, we have 7 options of where you can go. There might only be a couple of teams that want Draymond.
Absolutely. And I think Draymond would know that,
okay,
right?
But if he does know that, like, I'm not going to him and letting him know. If there's only so many suitors and I only have so many packages, I can't take less on only a couple of packages by trying to do right by him. Like, that's no. Like, it's been a fruitful relationship for a long time. I disagree. You and I won't see eye to eye on that.
Well, I'm just telling you, the organization is going to feel that way. I'm just telling you. They're a sentimental organization at the end of the day. They are.
I don't know.
They are. They love Joe Lacob, the owner, loves Draymond Green.
You think I'm just saying, like, hypothetically.
Do you think Joe Lacob cares about Draymond Green?
Yeah, sure.
He loves him.
But that doesn't mean, like, you think
came to his house to get a deal done.
Do you think
Draymond
they cared about where Iguodala went when they had to ship Iguodala off?
I love Iggy. I don't think he has the Q rating in the fan base as a Draymond Green.
I didn't say he did, but it's as close as we're going to find in this scenario. You think they cared where he went, or they had to do business?
They had to do business, right? But like, Iguodala, I think at that stage of his career, I do think more of Draymond Green now than I did Iguodala towards the end there. I do.
You do, or you think the league does?
Well, I think I think you're telling me that Draymond's still a serviceable player on championship teams.
Well, no, he can be the right piece, but not at the number he's at.
Andre Iguodala wasn't even playing.
Well, the Miami Heat played him. He played for the Miami Heat as well after leaving the Grizzlies.
Yeah, barely. And then he came back to the Warriors and was just on the bench talking to Wiggins.
I know. Joe, I think you're thinking higher of Draymond. A lot of people don't view him as like the juice.
I don't think he's a $28 million player. I'm not saying that at all. He's clearly not. That's what Friedell's saying. We can all see that. I also don't think he's some Scrabini that deserves $5 or $6, $7, $8 million.
Nobody said that.
No.
But I'm not.
I know you're not saying
bowing to what he wants. We've already bowed to what he wants.
No one's bowing to what he wants. It was literally just coming up to say, "Hey, Draymond, we're thinking about trading you. What are some places you would like to play for? If we can make it happen, we can. If not, we're going to move off the contract."
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
They did that at the deadline, and he was shook.
Well, yeah, and who was it? Dunleavy was clearly mad about that, and he had to push back and try to protect him.
You think at the deadline he was like, "Hey, Trey, sit down. Where do you want to go?" They were like, "No, we're trying to make our team better."
Well,
right?
I think it looked like Dunleavy was going over his head, and that's why Dunleavy was so defiant after the trade took place. Remember that?
That's an unbelievable assumption.
There you go. That was an unbelievable assumption that Draymond was even a part of these talks. I was like, dude, Draymond admitted he was a part of these talks. Yeah. Steve Kerr admitted Draymond was a part of these talks. We all knew it. But he was trying to do what? He was trying to do right by Draymond, and he didn't want his name getting leaked out there, and he felt bad about it.
We've done right by him for over a decade. Like, it's been a great relationship. I don't even get it. I don't even get what you're saying. Like,
what do you mean you don't get what I'm saying?
He's not Steph. Like, only so many guys.
No, he's not Steph, but he's still a top 3 or 4 guy in franchise's history.
Sure, but we're at the very end.
Yeah.
And I watched them trade away Chris Mullin. I've watched them trade away other great players. Like, I mean, come on. You can't just bow down to him at every... We already... Like,
who's saying bow down? I just said be a nice guy and say, hey, listen, if we can make it work for a team you want to play for, we'll try to make it work.
If that's...
Do I sound insane saying that? You just want him gone. You're done with Draymond. You want him out of here. I get it.
No, I just think
easier said than done, though.
An unrealistic scenario for me.
It's not an unrealistic scenario to just say, hey,
Draymond,
dude,
sit down. We've got 7 spots we can send you to. Where do you want to go?
It's not what it is. No, it's you give me the teams that you would be interested in playing for. We'll try to do that. If not, we're going to look elsewhere. That's it.
It's always a fun game.
Always a fun game. That's it.
I don't think it works like that. I think they've probably got a couple of people that are willing to do something, and they're looking at packages, and they have to do what's best for them.
Four-way. Are Warriors fans delusional? Pelicans want at least 3 firsts for Trey Murphy, not the 11th overall pick.
3 firsts?
Yeah, you can kick rocks, 4-way.
Firsts?
They ain't getting 3 first-round picks for Trey Murphy III. That ain't happening. I think you could take the 11th overall pick and a box of chocolates, and you'll be happy.
I think the last couple of years for Warrior fans, and then seeing what has happened with Klay Thompson, I think it's softened the blow for whatever might eventually happen one day for Draymond Green. I do. I think if this was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, what you're presenting to me makes a lot of sense. I think, but where we are right now, after losing the way that they did and all the stuff, and then just the domino effect of everything that's happened and where the fan base is right now, I think the time is right. I think they're more prepared now than they've ever been for whatever happens with Draymond Green.
408, go ahead. God, 408. I think this is Trey Murphy III's like agent or something. He really wants 3 first rounders or something. I don't know what's going on. 11th overall pick sounds sexy to me for him. If I can do that, fine. If I could get him at a different price for future first rounders, I would do that too and try to draft someone at the 11th overall pick. That would be a slam dunk offseason, as we're talking about Yaxel potentially being available.
I wonder if there's any team out there that wants Jimmy Butler's contract for whatever reason.
God, now talking about tough sell, that one's a tough sell right now.
Well, because like he's going to come back at some point, and
he's extension eligible. Oh, I know.
Come on.
Well, the article brings it up.
Jimmy,
that's why.
Where do you want to go? How much do you want to make?
I mean, his contract and De'Aaron Fox's.
Yeah, that's
kind of
true.
match up.
You want De'Aaron Fox?
I didn't say if I like that. I'm just saying if you're looking for a place to match up.
February, by the way, February, he's extension eligible, Jimmy Butler. We'll know more about his recovery then, too. If he's back, you're going to come back soon.
Oh, he'll be ready to go.
Oh, hopefully.
Negotiate.
Well, he needs to come back, though. Because at this stage of his career, he's coming off an torn ACL. He's the wrong side of 30.
If he was a free agent right now, what would his value be?
Who? Jimmy?
Yeah.
Nothing. Because he's coming off a torn ACL.
Okay, let's say he was
$15 million. Here you go.
No, let's say he played 20 games down the stretch and he's like 15 and 7. What do you think and he didn't play back-to-backs.
Whatever Damian Lillard just signed for recently to Portland is what he'd be worth.
I don't even know what did he get?
Exactly. That would be the number in my mind because that was the only other example that's kind of close to what you're talking about.
So if he comes up asking about extension,
3 years, $42 million.
There you go.
I mean, that's ridiculous overpay. Like it's laughable. That's laughable.
Well, that's the NBA for you.
Well, how about 2 years?
That's laughable.
2 years, $30 million for Jimmy. Coming off the torn ACL.
You're giving him what
that's still more than what
you're giving him what you were going to give LeBron.
I mean, that's still more than what Dame's making every year too.
Joe, I'm not saying I'd do this deal. I'm telling you what he might want.
And I would just let it expire then.
Okay.
Like,
well, they probably will.
Good luck going to get that.
They probably will, Joe, is what I'm telling you. As from what it sounds like in this article from Anthony Slater, it sounds like they want no parts of bad contracts going forward. And they are owning right now.
That's the most sane thing I've heard from the Warriors front office in a long time. There's no magical pill to save everything. There's no magic trade that's going to make us contenders. There's no magical acquisition. Like, now's the hard part. You got to make tough decisions. You might alienate some guys at the end of their career. You might tick them off. So be it. If you are in this for the long run, you have got to hunker down, make the right draft pick, make a couple of shrewd moves. You got to be tough and you got to be firm. Like, this is the difficult part.
Nick Friedel, Dunleavy's in a tough spot. Look for next season for maybe it to be the splashier one.
Dunleavy is in a really kind of tough spot because all we ever hear is Joe Lacob wants to win and he wants to still be competitive. Guys, this is not a very competitive looking team right now. Let's get real. Jimmy's hurt for at least probably half of next year. Who knows if Moses is going to make it back next year. Steph is getting older and just missed 2 months because of a knee injury. I mean, this team on paper just is not very good. You've got a draft pick. There are some moves that you could potentially make. But, Mark, I think part of the reason that Kerr came back in the first place is he loves the job and certainly he's getting paid a ton of money. But what was the next best option? You can't tear this thing all the way down because you still have Steph. And Steph is the engine of everything. But so long as you have Steph and you owe it to him to continue to try and win and put a good product out on the floor, you tell me what the moves are. Because the way the cap looks and the money that you already owe is in place, I think this season is going to look a heck of a lot like we just saw last year.
It's going to be a tough sell. It's going to be a tough sell.
Well, let's say that Draymond's not in the equation next year, right?
Yeah, he's not. Yeah.
I think it's a much more appealing place for a variety of younger players than it is currently with him on the team. Well, that's why no one even wants to bring up that aspect. Let's say I am a $25 to $35 million overpaid free agent that's out there who's good, but is going to probably get overpaid in free agency. Like, none of those young guys want to play with Draymond, do they?
I think they want to play with Steph. They love to play with Steph.
Agreed. But, nobody wants to play with Dre like that. If you have options, most don't.
I honestly don't know what Draymond Green's Q rating is within the younger athletes. I can't speak to that. I don't know.
He was on a podcast yesterday. He's bringing up Jordan Poole from 5 years ago again.
That was weird. But he needs to let that go.
Well, he can't. You know why? Because
he needs to let it go.
It's the guilt now has seeped in. And
it's the moment the dynasty was truly over in hindsight. That punch ruined everything. Post-championship, night, see you later. The dark cloud that was lingering the entire season.
But, so in this scenario, let's say I let Butler expire. Whatever happens with Draymond, either he opts in and we move him, he opts in and he plays and he expires, whatever. I think they're just about done with Draymond no matter what.
It sounds like it. His days are numbered in Golden State.
Yeah,
yes.
And look, we've had a great run. It's a great run. Not everyone can say... Brandon Crawford played for the Cardinals.
Weird.
Yeah, but you know what? He's still a Giant.
Played against the Giants at the Rookwood game.
Brandon Belt played for the Blue Jays, right? Those guys are Giants. Yeah. Will Clark played for the Cardinals and the other random teams, the Rangers and Orioles, and he's a Giant. It happens, okay? So, and Draymond could play for someone else for a year. That doesn't mean that we hate him, and that doesn't mean that it's over. It's okay. It starts with Steph Curry taking less money, right? And whatever the extension is, he takes 40 instead of the $66 million extension. Now we're cooking. We got $40 million on the books. You got a freedom of movement. We've got one of the all-time legendary players. You got all your draft picks. Now you're talking about a desirable situation.
So Mike Dunleavy's speaking to the media today, Sammy, correct? What time? We're going to take it here at 95.7 The Game, correct? I'm putting you on the spot. Sorry, you were locked in. I apologize. You're doing a hell of a job today doing double.
Yeah, so we were taking that today at noon, and then I think he's going to be joining Steiny and Guru again, I believe, 1 o'clock today.
Let's
so
go.
Dunleavy presser at noon, Dunleavy on with Steiny and Guru at 1 o'clock.
It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. What do you think the first question is going to be to Mike Dunleavy today?
Now that Steph Curry has accepted billions of dollars overseas, do you anticipate him taking slightly less considering he's made $500 million from the Warriors on court?
I don't know if they're...
That will not be the question. That will be the question I would ask.
Curry is extension eligible, though, in late August. And, it's been mutual that they want to, stay together. What's the price point, though? I think that is an interesting conversation to have. Like, hey, Mike, it's no secret. Draymond's making $27 million next year. You'd probably want him at a reduced rate. Like, Stephen Curry has runner's knee. He's an aging superstar. Is there any way that he would take a pay cut other than the max? You can't, speak on that. I know he's not going to, but, off the record, I would love to pick his brain on that. Because it's hard to sell Steph Curry doing the Kobe years, the last couple. Now Warriors fans will accept it because they love Steph and they want just to see him on the court, and that's fun and it's great and it's stuff. That's going to be the selling point next year, Joe, is come see Steph and whoever this 11th overall pick is. That's basically what you're selling next year, right?
Okay.
And I think that's enough to, I'll get in there. I'll wrap my mind around, hey, if you got Steph, you got a chance. And if he could just stay healthy, because that's been the conversation, and maybe you get Jimmy back, maybe you have some 1% chance of hope there. But for the most part, you're going to be watching Steph in this number 11th overall pick. And then what happens after that is going to be fascinating for me. I have no idea what this team is going to look like.
Has it been fascinating the last 3 years?
Yes.
It has?
Yeah, it's been interesting to see what this team is going to do.
I don't think Warrior fans would describe the last 3 years as fascinating. I mean, very disgruntled.
Oh, the fans would be pissed.
Yeah,
sure. I think it's fascinating.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm saying people have not been happy the last couple of years. And what have you done the last couple of years?
Well, hold on. Jimmy Butler, that run was very fun.
For 20 games?
Yeah, but that was very fun.
2 months.
Yeah,
that
but
was fun 2 months.
This year? But okay.
It sucked that they got hurt.
No. Before he got hurt, what was it this year?
Oh, Jonathan Kuminga.
No. What was the vibe?
Just tell me, God.
What was the vibe like?
Tell me.
It wasn't good.
What wasn't good about it?
The stadium was bored out of their mind.
At the start of the season?
Yeah, for the 2 months that Jimmy was healthy.
After beating the Lakers and having an overtime win against the Nuggets?
That happened in November. I'm talking about December. They had no signature wins after November. December, January, and before he got hurt on January 24th, it was dead.
Yeah, they were mired in mediocrity, and then Jimmy tore his ACL, and then the season was over.
Yes, but people were bored before that. Yeah. They were an 8 seed, kind of stuck in no man's land.
I think we were kind of waiting for that team to start gelling a little bit more than they did.
Maybe.
And I do think that the injury, Joe, it sounds like an excuse, but it is a legitimate excuse. When you lose your top 2 player, your season's going to go in the tank, especially in the NBA. And that's what happened. And that's why it sucks that we're talking about this upcoming season, and Jimmy Butler's probably not going to play for most of it. I don't know what he's going to look like at this age coming back from the ACL. It's not like I can compare it with the 49ers losing George Kittle, because football's different. One player and one tight end is not going to be the total difference. Now, what George Kittle means to the offense, sure, maybe they'll miss him for a chunk of the season, and it's going to show with Purdy and the run game and McCaffrey. I have no idea.
The most exciting parts of last year for long stretches were people opining for Pat Spencer. I'm not trying to hate.
Well, that seemed like we were just reaching for stuff to be excited about.
I think it was more of an indicator of how kind of ugly things had gotten.
Well, I get that, but I also don't want to sit here and say there hasn't been any joyful moments. And
I'm just.
I think we're glossing over. I think we're glossing over how fun that season ended last year. Talking about the Jimmy Butler going to the playoffs second round, and the sour taste of Steph getting hurt, and maybe that was a sign of things to come. It's man, maybe that was their best opportunity. Hope not. Hope they can stay healthy, because I think that was what we were all banking on. If this team can stay healthy. And now it's staring us in the face that, no, this team's not healthy. Steph's new normal is probably not playing in as many back-to-backs as we would want. Maybe not even in any. I don't know. That sounds extreme right now, the Al Horford method. But that's kind of what we're talking about now is, man, I just hope Steph is going to be available when I'm going to the game. No, you're scoffing, but that's how fans are looking at it next year.
I
want to buy a ticket to see Steph. Hopefully he's going to be available.
If I'm running the team and I have an opportunity to make things very different. I'm going to do everything I can to make it as different as possible from the last couple of years because I know you guys as a fan base didn't love the product. We weren't winning at a high enough clip, and it's just too old and it's too difficult to be able to navigate the regular season to try to win anything of significance.
It's going to be different, though, in the respect that starting last year, we had Kuminga. He's gone, right? He's gone. Moses Moody didn't start the season last year. He was hurt, but he was a mainstay, and then he got hurt. He's probably not going to play next year. The start of the season last year, Jimmy Butler was available. He's not going to be at the start this upcoming season. So there's going to be some major changes. DeAnthony Melton, obviously, he didn't come until halfway point of the season. They want to bring him back. I don't see that really happening at the price point he probably wants. We'll see. Podziemski is probably going to be a main focal point, as he was last year.
What about Porzingis?
That's a great question. I don't know. I have no idea about Kristaps Porzingis. That is a major question mark for me.
If Jimmy's making $60 million and Draymond's making $27 million, that's $87 million.
It's like $90 million guaranteed to two guys that are past their price.
And I mean, do you know what the cap space goes? It goes to 120. Okay.
Oh,
right. So like,
I know, Joe. I know it's a tough sell right now. You want just something different. You want it to be a different feel and a different vibe, and different could be good. I'm with you.
Different can be good.
Different can be. Different could also be what the Giants did this past year and not be good. Hey, for the first time, we're excited about this offense. Don't worry about the pitching. Don't look at the pitching. But this offense, I tell you what, it'll be exciting. Hey, maybe that's going to be the Warriors this upcoming season. They might have a Giants feel to them. We'll talk ourselves into it and say, hey, maybe they could be a play-in team. And then after the first couple months, they're 14 games under 500.
They were the most expensive team in terms of cap allocation last year in the NBA. $285 million.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
You didn't even get out of the play-in.
Injuries happen, man. Injuries happen.
You were $120 million over the cap space. This is last year.
I know.
So, like, what they should be trying to do is just wipe their hands of any of these older contracts and move on. Like the team that we've been talking about, rebuild. The team that really needs to rebuild is this team.
Hey, Joe, 530 says, Dub Nation's remaining loyal to the squad through the ups and downs, unlike you two casual ball knowers.
Casual.
Okay. Hey, we're not down with Dub Nation because we're just speaking about reality. I guess that's what the fans are getting at.
And then, like, can you imagine you give Kristaps Porzingis a 2-year, $15 million a year deal? Let's just say hypothetically. And Draymond's
I don't want Kristaps back, by the way. I'm out.
So now we moved Kuminga for nothing. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying.
Once you traded Kuminga, it was a guarantee you were not getting anything.
You lost that whole exchange when that trade happened. Yeah.
Honestly, they could have just done a glorified salary dump, and I think it would have hit better. Just say, hey, here's Kuminga for nothing.
They did that.
Yeah, I know.
Soon.
For a bag of chips.
But let's say you bring back Kristaps Porzingis. Like, let's just say $15 million a year.
Sure.
What do you think Draymond's saying? You don't think I'm worth more than Kristaps? Now you have this. I mean, it's just.
I'll give you a 4 for that Draymond, by the way.
What?
No, you're not wrong.
I mean, like, listen to what we're so worried about status and money and this. Dude, I'm just trying to feel the good team.
Sure, whatever.
Can we just feel the good team?
No.
Possibly.
It's not allowed. Final thoughts?
Thank God they hung on to Kuminga, though, right?
I think that Brian and Palo Alto drop is what I asked him. I was like, hey, Brian, do you want John Morant as a Warrior? And he's like, it's not going to happen. And it's not going to happen.
From the personal text line, everybody forgets.
From the personal text line?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's mine. Everybody forgets Jimmy and Dre seemed like they hated each other.
Who sponsors that one?
That's strong. I don't think they hated each other.
There were a lot of videos about a lot of plays.
Those are two guys, gladiators. Gladiators go at it sometimes. I don't think they hated each other.
Then Jimmy got hurt, and Dre almost got traded. And now all of a sudden, because it's extension time for Draymond, he's playing nice for the rest of the year. We have seen this playbook from him before.
But it'll be different this time.
You owe it to him. Dre, where do you want to go?
Hey, if I lie to myself, anything's possible.
All I'm saying is I'm not getting mad at an organization that's trying to do right by one of their all-timers.
I mean, here's my final thought. If Draymond made a list of these are the teams I'd be cool going to, and the NBA made a list of these are the teams that want you, how much overlap is there? What's that Venn diagram look like?
That's a great question.
You guys don't think any of the previous teams that were just in the playoffs could have used a Draymond Green at times? I absolutely think they can.
Yeah, but again, this is
especially against Victor Wembanyama.
At $28 million. Like, you have to fit
it into the cap. You just told me Mitchell Robinson's making how much?
No, I know, but he's 28.
$25 million?
Draymond for Mitchell Robinson?
I'd rather have Draymond Green, all things considered.
You think the Knicks would? I don't know.
How many teams do you think Draymond's shtick actually plays well with, too? The Warriors will make a lot of concessions for him. Do you think
Brown could coach him?
No, I think Mike Brown.
Yeah. They need to
Again,
reload.
I do think him playing, he's not, you said it's
Imagine him and
convoluted.
Mitch Johnson.
Oh, God.
That'd be hilarious.
He'd be cussing him out.
Mitch, what are we doing?
You wouldn't be calling him Mitch.
Get the ball into De'Aaron Fox's hands.
You'd be calling him Coach, obviously. What else would I be
starting with a B.
insinuating?
For sure, Sam.
Howdy, Coach.
That. No, he'd be called. Yeah, I did. Detroit Pistons. I think that would be a team where he would love to go to, but to your point, their salary cap's all convoluted.
They've got weird numbers that you're not trading any of their guys at their price point.
Speaking of them real quick, I know it's hashtag random. Duran, what is it?
Yeah, he faded.
God, that was bad. That was not a good debut in the playoffs for him. Well, that has me reevaluating their whole thing too.
Cade missed so much time with the
collapse lung.
Yeah. Like I just think their season got screwed by that.
Sammy?
I guess my other final thought, since we got Giants baseball coming up in a little bit, that was just crazy last night watching the Braves grounds crew. Like every now and then the grounds crew has a bad day. Yesterday the Braves grounds crew had a bad day, and I threw this in the chat, but it totally reminded me of I think it was 2016, I want to say, or maybe it was 2014 when the Giants were in Chicago. And it started raining in the middle of the game. The grounds crew completely just botched getting the tarp on the field correctly. And the delay was so bad. I remember they had to send the grounds crew to Home Depot or something to buy more dirt. And you see the door open at Wrigley Field. They're just wheeling in all these bags of dirt for the thing. And Giants protested that game. I think it's still the most recent successfully protested game in baseball.
What happens when you successfully protest?
So basically, I think they called the game. I think the Cubs ended up winning that game when they called it. And the Giants were like, no, they screwed up. We need to keep playing this game. So they protested. MLB was like, okay, fine. And the Giants came back and won that game.
Oh, there you go.
My favorite in terms of the grounds crew at the Memorial, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, Jack Nicklaus's course, that tournament. It's Sunday. It's the championship ending of this particular tournament. And as they're finishing holes, the demolition crew is coming in to demolish the course.
It's like Caddyshack
so they can renovate it. I swear to God. They get off the 12th green, and they're like, and here comes the demolition truck.
Here comes the dynamite.
I swear to God.
That's great.
I swear to God.
Oh, man. No, my favorite, as we're doing all these ground screw stories, the A's getting rained out when it didn't rain. Remember that?
No.
Because they had a sprinkler malfunction and got caught under the tarps.
That's what was bad is when the Marlins had the Marlins have a roof and one time got rained out because the roof didn't close fast enough. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Baseball's funny.
It does take 2 or 3 hours for those roofs to close.
Some of them do, yeah.
All of those stadiums in the South that have a lot of rain in the summertime, just build a roof so we don't have to deal with this crap.
Yeah, that's lame.
No, I agree, Sam. Rain delays are lame. Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good.
I would love to be knighted. Steve Ballmer says no.
SF Fire Credit Union is celebrating 75 years with a new limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. That's right. A certificate is similar to what a bank calls a CD, and this one gives members a big earnings boost up front. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7th-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASI, up to $250,000 per account.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. It's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Daryl Guru the Johnson.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how's your mouth? Mouth?
Wow, you love that.
I've been waiting on that one. How you doing, my man?
I've been better, but Yuck Mouth got root canal yesterday.
So it was a legitimate root canal.
Yeah, Stotty, it was touch and go. The boss was like, "You gonna be able to make it?" I had to get back. We got so much to get to, but I posted a video and I was off that helium, and I got a little nervous after it was all done. I had to go check what I said, and I was just sharing with you all that I was scared, but I'm here.
That's good news. We're happy to have you back.
Did you fight yesterday, you and Evan? Because I felt something.
Such a different kind of show with
the
Evan.
Day before.
You know,
it's because he's different than I am.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, let's say I'm Christian McCaffrey. Okay.
Mac.
And I have a certain style. All right. And, I'm going to play 85% of the time.
Right.
So when you sub out for McCaffrey, do you want a different look entirely? Or do you want someone that resembles McCaffrey? And my point is, I have both.
Okay, well, there it is.
Yeah.
Shout out Evan for holding it down for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was.
How you doing? I'm wearing this shirt people hate. The boss hates this shirt.
I find hating an inanimate
do you like
object.
your shirt? Remember that day he said that to me?
Yeah.
Wow. What you got?
Hey, Mike Dunleavy today. Mike Dunleavy at noon, press conference, but then after that...
The dessert, what do we have?
Yeah, he's going to call in and join us for an individual interview.
That's dope.
So Dunleavy's going to talk to the media at 12 o'clock, and then anything left unsaid, we're going to come down his road.
Yeah. And we got breaking news.
What?
Well, lightweight breaking news. No sounder needed, E.
What?
You and I are going to be at the Valkyries against Minnesota Friday. Yeah, baby. Let's go.
Okay.
What just happened? Dude, you got to be kidding me. No, it's done. This is going to be your first Valkyrie game. I want to be a part of it.
Well,
and you said, yeah, you gave me the commitment.
Well,
what?
I got tickets for a game in July with the fam.
I am your fam, and this is Friday.
I'm in.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah. Shout out R Double. People in the know who that is. Ritter.
Oh.
Yeah. What's up, baby?
There's something I wanted to...
LeBron.
No, not LeBron. He
Looks
ain't
like
coming.
He's going back to L.A. That's a victory lap for both of us. If it happens.
Yeah, wait, it's the Clippers. Then what?
Then I'll change it. What'd you guys talk about yesterday? For a majority.
It's funny. It's just places Evan and I can go, you can't, but there's places you and I can go that Evan can't, and we really did a deep dive on some of the prospects.
Yeah, you sound like a Republican sometimes, but go ahead. What you got?
We're just talking about the Warriors and what they're going to do with 11. We talked about Lendeborg. We talked
That's
about
who I want.
Lopez.
Yeah, Yaxel. Steiny, that's who I want.
Talked about his upside. He's 24.
When did that become 34? Old. That's so whack.
Well,
24.
If there's a 19-year-old they're interested in, that's 5 years difference if they're thinking Kareem Lopez.
But the last teenagers they invested in, how'd that work out?
Well, so does that influence what you do this year?
Well, speaking of which, some Kaminga news I was a little shy about. You're ready.
I'm here to tell you.
Look at you.
What's really going on with Kaminga?
Like shrimp on the barbecue grill in the foil. Letting it marinate.
Let me make a prediction. Okay, I saw a story today from John Hollinger in The Athletic. It said he's reporting the Hawks probably aren't going to pick up Kaminga's option. They are.
Did you say the lower number?
No, they're going to pick up his option. They can't just let him walk. They're not just going to let him walk. They have to pick up his option if they want to trade him. Or if he wants to rip it up and take less money per year.
Well, that'll probably happen. Like Draymond.
Oh, you think Aaron Turner's going to say, let's rip up 25 and give us 15 for...
I'll tell you what, that ego of them not exercising that option, that hurts AT because for the I'll say not majority, but when he hit an ATL, he was a thing, Kuminga. But the fans don't write the checks or balance the books. Well, I mean, but I would be shocked.
I mean, it's the Hawks' decision.
Yeah.
So they'll give us a clue, but that's not really what we're here to discuss.
Yeah.
What we're here to discuss is the NBA draft, which is 6 days away, and we're here to discuss what Mike Dunleavy's thought process is, and we're also here to discuss an interesting story that Anthony Slater dropped on ESPN today with some nuggets. It was a story about the Warriors and everything we know about this pivotal offseason. Yeah. And here's where I'll start. A little line in the story.
Give it to me.
And it has to do with Draymond Green. And it says, team sources have indicated for months that the Warriors' interest in a decline and extend with Draymond Green for multiple years would be contingent on the first-year salary savings in the $8 million range, giving them a direct path to upgrade the roster. So what he's saying is, for months, the thought process was, we'll let Draymond opt out of his contract, and then we'll redo the contract for 2 years at less money annually, but more money overall.
Yeah. And I'm at 104% that that's how it's going to go down. That's me, your partner.
Well, I'm now far, far less than that. Dunleavy has been in contact with Rich Paul, Draymond Green's agent. It's possible something will materialize in the next 2 weeks that shifts the landscape. But the current expectation from the team is that Green will pick up his player option and return on an expiring 1 year, $27.6 million deal. Now, Draymond has until June 29th to decide if he's going to opt in or not.
That's after the draft.
Correct. But that's why Slater says it's possible something could materialize in the next 2 weeks that shifts the landscape. But the current expectation from the team is Green will pick up his player option and return on an expiring 1 year deal.
Okay. With that.
Here we go.
Yeah. What if your partner told you, and I'm about to tell you all, one, I think Draymond's ego would be bruised, Steiny. And two, and this is no assassination on Draymond, but Steiny, I don't like Draymond knowing that it could have went a different way. The pay cut or the annual money dips and he's got more years. If that doesn't happen, what type of Dre are we getting on the Calipari one and done? Like, that scares me just hearing that. And I'd be shocked if the Warriors were willing to do that.
Why?
Because they've never done it before. Like, you want to make sure you got the Draymond Green, the junkyard dog version. I don't want him irritated.
I do. I do want him irritated. You know why?
Tell me.
Because I want a 3-ring circus next year.
But then you're not trying to win, because that 3-ring circus could get into us trying to get another ring.
What?
What? It felt good coming off. But go ahead. You got what I was putting down.
I should have been listening.
Yeah. But you know what I mean?
Okay, so like, if Draymond Green wants 2 years, then you got to give him 2 years?
No, it's not got to give, but Steiny, there is something to this series that is the Golden State Warriors, this dynasty, the nostalgia of Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green going out together. I get that, and I just don't think they're going to mess with that. And
why would Slater even put that in the story?
You. Slates is our guy. I'm shocked. Like, it's one of those things, let me see you do it.
It makes sense to me.
And it's right around the corner.
Now, the only thing I don't understand is the part where he says, he says he must make a choice. Team sources have indicated for months that Draymond could, if he takes less money, somewhere in the 20 range, gives them a direct path to upgrade the roster elsewhere. So in other words,
I get that.
One of the things they can do with Draymond is extend him 2 years at less money, and it opens up the $15 million mid-level exception. But it sounds to me like there may be other ways to open up that exception. Maybe they know Horford's retiring.
Well,
maybe they know for sure DeAnthony Melton's not coming back.
Got you.
So maybe they're doing it that way. But
I still think he's getting more years, and we'll find out. But right now, would you say that's the leader in the clubhouse?
What?
Did Draymond will opt out? I know. No. I got the report.
No.
And come back for more years at less.
No. I know enough about
almost want to bet
this story to know that he put it out as two facts. There's not a lot of insight. But when a guy like Slater writes the current expectation from the team is Green will pick up his player option, return on a 1-year deal, he's hearing that.
Yeah.
It's got to mean he's hearing it. Now, he did leave himself an out by saying, landscape could change in two weeks. But, all right, we're just getting into it here at 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Value's employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and that includes the matches at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium. And right now, Algeria is trading at 65% to beat Jordan, meaning a $100 trade pays out $150 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, and you get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Some matches are too big to watch alone. That's why before the sun comes up, the lights are already on at Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown. Fans gather shoulder to shoulder as chants build toward kickoff. Tables shake after every goal. By sunrise, the whole place is roaring with the sound of the world's biggest matches. For decades, Bay Area soccer fans have found their way to Jack's for mornings like these. Open every weekend at 6 a.m. Real soccer culture. Real match day atmosphere. Jack's Bar in San Jose's Japantown.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
You all know what the 2 best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90+ days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Don't miss the Bay Area's own Journey on their final Frontier Tour. They'll be taking over the Chase Center on November 28th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
For great talk radio from 10 to 2, Steiny and Guru will get you through.
I want my 3 seconds back.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it.
PP.
You know, sometimes you're feeling pretty good and you don't even know why. I got no clue.
Well, maybe I'm back.
Might be part of it. I think it's probably a lot of things coalescing, as they say.
Well, Friday I scored the put one up for the Goo for us to your first Valkyrie game. Like, I'm excited. Like, I'm gonna put you on my Instagram reels, Snarty, my story. Not till
Friday, dude. Don't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When you're in there.
Yeah, let's make. Yeah, we'll see. Because as you like to say, tomorrow's not promised. So let's wait till Friday to make sure.
Well, it's really not, man.
I can get there.
Yeah. Hey, I tell you what. People just take what I say just to the bank. Shout out Wells Fargo, B of A. Give me another bank.
BMO.
The BMO.
How about Fremont?
Fremont. There we go. Shout out Dibs.
Here for you, here for good.
Dibs been rubbing his reeds in my face here lately.
What is
it's
going
on
weird.
With that? I don't like it. It's like he's saying something. I know what he is, but I'm starving.
You know what he is?
Shaq. Baby Shaq.
Starting to be a mouth.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
I had a little joke. I run material, Steiny, and I said, I didn't say the Warriors were going to win a ring. In regard to Draymond, people, they're not going to win a ring. Relax.
Sometimes you got to just realize what you're saying.
No. Yeah. What I'm saying is I think we need a new show open. How about that?
Okay.
I've been thinking about it. And what did you say? Do you remember what you said?
I do remember what I said.
Well, tell the people.
I think we do too.
No,
That's what I said.
You said you got nobody here to do it. We got people. We got greatness here.
Yeah. We got greatness. We're talking about the Warriors. Mike Dunleavy today at noon. He's having a press conference.
What do you want to hear?
The NBA draft is 6 days away. Mike Dunleavy is talking to the media at noon. Formal press conference setting, but he's going to hop on the phone with us afterwards. So if there's any loose ends to tie up, hopefully we can get those from Mike. So expect Mike about 12:30, 12:45-ish on the phone. But we'll also take the press conference live. So that you can hear everything that Mike Dunleavy says, as we are the flagship of the 5-time champion going back to 1975 Golden State Warriors.
Steiny, seriously, on the Steiny computer, what would you like to hear from Mike most? just his answer on, like, what's in
That's a great question.
What do you got in your holster to where you're like, you know what, mine's Jimmy Butler.
What's he going to say about Butler?
Do they have a realistic target date?
No, I mean, it's too early for that, Goo, but we hope to have him back sometime the second part of the year.
So he'll play. Is there any doubt?
We're hoping.
Okay.
Yeah, we're hoping. Of course, with injuries, you can never predict too far into the future, but we're optimistic that he's going to join us at some point in the second half of the season.
All right. What if he says the exact same thing? That'd be awesome.
He's going to. Yeah. Why is Dunleavy doing a press conference today? Well, the NBA draft is 6 days away, 6-5-0, and usually all the GMs before the draft hold a press conference with their local media to talk about the draft and where the team is, kind of update the media. It's been a month or so since the season's ended. But Anthony Slater of The Athletic, as we know, the Warriors have a lot going on. They've got a lot of people who need to make decisions, players, and they've got some front office decisions. And Anthony Slater, in his piece today in ESPN, here's some things that he wrote.
Right.
Draymond Green's got till the 29th to decide whether he's going to opt in or out. And according to Slater, which this would be a little bit of a change, he says, while everybody seems to have been under the assumption that they're going to do a 2-year deal for Draymond, in other words, he's going to opt out and take a 2-year deal, Slater's saying that unless something happens now in the next 2 weeks, that they expect Draymond to simply opt in and play under an expiring contract this upcoming season. That invites a lot of questions, but I think it's a solid decision myself.
Not risky at all to you, though, huh?
No.
And I'm talking about
we're not in a championship window. We're just not. And if he takes that as disrespect, I'm sorry. We gave you a 4-year deal.
You did
4 years ago when we probably shouldn't have. So where we are right now, Draymond. We look, and here's what we'll do. If you want to get moved, we'll try to move you. But I don't know if they told Draymond the second year's out or don't even bother. Don't rip it up because we're not giving you an extra year. And yeah, if they say that now, how does Draymond react to that?
No doubt. And again, I guess I got to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I would be super duper shocked if he was put in that position and he came back and just played on the final year of that. I would totally be shocked because, Steiny, and listeners, I think he's a lifer. But I want to ask you this.
But, I just do. With all due respect.
Especially now if it's not about championships, and obviously it's about competing and put the best version of your team out there. Draymond Green, I feel like, is going to walk out of this thing along with Kerr and Curry. And again, it might not make the best basketball sense to the naked eye, but as far as what I think this team is about, what they've accomplished, I'm going to use the family word like we got on this show, Draymond Green's family, and I think they're going to find a way to finesse it to where he is here for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in that. Things always happen until they don't. And
I've never heard, I like that.
Klay Thompson,
well,
we probably wanted and hoped would be a Warrior for his entire career. He's not. Why? Well, because with Klay Thompson, we reached a point where it just didn't make sense, apparently. And what I feel like is it's sounding to me like this could be the time where the Warriors simply say to Draymond, look, you're under contract for $27.8 million. Okay? You see the way our books are right now. You got to play. And this is the other thing, and I get it straight, but so he's mad. He's been mad half his career. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, you cannot, if you believe as a front office that it's a sound move to not do that, you can't do it just because he wants it. They've had various times over the years to hold the line and to make strong decisions. Sometimes they've done it, other times they haven't. But this would be a time where I believe they could do it.
Okay.
You're not there yet, which is fine because nothing's happened. But I look at it as, man, Slater just wouldn't put that
no doubt.
in a story as a throwaway line.
No doubt. And my ears are perked and my eyes are wide open. And I'll say this to you all. I feel like I'm the emotional one on and off the air of the show. And I believe emotion plays a big part in life and decisions. And at every turn, I believe Draymond Green, right or wrong, nobody's perfect. His emotion has won out to the point to where it got him that 400 when it shocked everybody. And I will say this to Klay Thompson and put it right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Wouldn't you agree with this or tell me if I'm not in the ballpark? I believe Klay, without trying to be a dark cloud, became a dark cloud, and his emotion about where he was at and what was going on with his career from a personal standpoint, it was sucking the life out of the team. And I think a part of that is why the Warriors made their decision to move him. Would you say I'm in the ballpark with that? Klay's emotion became, something that, it was a bear. And I think people might
mollify Draymond so he doesn't become a bear. This is, you know what? Chris A. in Oakland has it.
Give it to me.
He's absolutely right. The way I look at it, I kind of think Draymond owes the organization. You know what?
I would love to hear Dre respond to Chris.
If after all this time, the Warriors simply say to Draymond, not hit the pike.
I got you.
All they're saying to him is,
but there's a message there.
Yeah, the message is this is your last year with the Warriors.
I got you.
Unless you're actually good. It happens to every player under the sun.
No doubt. So it happened to Klay. But I just don't think they'll do that to Dre. I'm in. I'd have to see it, partners. All I'm saying.
You know what's funny is the whole verbiage behind this. Like you say, I don't think they'll do it to Draymond. I don't think they look at it like that.
Give it to
I think Mike Dunleavy, and this is kind of the way he set it up.
Yeah.
A month or two ago, he said, Draymond has a decision to make. Like, Draymond has the decision, not the Warriors. He's got the player option. Okay. Draymond, what are you going to do? Well, I'd like to opt out and get a 2-year deal.
And I'm willing to take a pay cut.
Okay.
To secure my future here in the Yay.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work for us.
That card could be over. Or
just doesn't work for us right now.
And then he's going to possibly watch his counterpart, his best bud. And again, they're two different players, and we get it. One's a franchise. So you're telling me that's going to happen with Dre, and we're days or weeks away from an announcement in regard to whatever that figure is for Curry's extension?
Well, you think Curry's going to be like, I'm not signing
I'm not even saying that. I'm just looking at it through Dre's glasses.
Yeah.
Like the handwriting would be on the wall.
Wake up and smell the roses. You're 36 years old, and
I thought you was talking, I'm 56, but yeah.
And you got to figure it out at some point.
I just want to see them do, because that would be, to me, a signal like, Mike D is like, some things have changed, Goo. We're going in a different direction. So people might not be, super happy with, but this is it. And I'm like, okay, I'm watching.
I think what the Warriors are doing here, and I could be wrong, but I think Draymond said to the Warriors, the Warriors said, what are you going to do? And his agent said, well, you know what we want to do. We want to rip it up and give us 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a feeling the Warriors are saying something to the effect of, well, if we do that, hey, Rich Paul, you see our books. We're setting up for everything in next year. So if we're going to have Draymond occupy the year after next, then we've got to rip up this $27 million, but we can only give you 30 total. We can only give you 15 and 15 for the next 2 years. Or even if it's like 16 or 17 and 17.
Yeah.
Then he gets up to 35, which is just $8 million more than he'd make in 1 year. Like, I think they're putting the onus on him, but they're not like, it feels like they have to push that salary, if they use him to do it, from 27 or 28 to like 19.
Yes.
And if that's too low for him, well, then he's not going to sign a 2-year deal, and that's why he's opting in. So if it plays like that, if it plays out like that, it could work out well for the Warriors.
Yeah. And I don't want to – I know you, Willard, and Dibbs and I talked about it on the evening crossover a couple weeks ago, just about would Dre take the 2 for 38. And, I don't want to count his piggy bank or his checkbook, but the bottom line is if he truly is willing and he doesn't want to uproot his family and be here for the next few years, it's easy for me to say, dude driving a 2019 Cadillac, Stoney, but I think I would really think hard about doing that in regard to, okay, from 27.5 to 19, but I'm here. I got an extra year. I'll do it. And I'll tell you who didn't take a pay cut, and I'm not comparing the coach to the player, was Steve Kerr. And I thought he was the guy for the job, but I thought he was the guy for the job because Draymond was going to be here for the foreseeable future.
See, what I think is, I think everything matters that's happened in the past. And Here's what I think Mike Dunleavy's probably thinking. And I'm sorry, but I'm going back to the Suns game. Because we all talk about the Clippers game and the way that ended.
Right.
But maybe the more important game might have been the Suns game and how Draymond finished off the year again. And when he walked by Mike Dunleavy, and Mike Dunleavy didn't even look at him and was clearly disgusted.
Man.
I believe Mike Dunleavy at that point said, we cannot do this for another year, or it would just be. I'm almost
this
convinced.
Could be your finest moment, man.
I'm almost convinced that he's ready to not take on Draymond, but he's ready to say no. You got one more year left in your contract. What are you gonna do? Okay, I'm opting in. All right, do you want us to look to trade you? Well, I don't know. I want to retire here. Okay, well, you can retire at the end of the year, or we can talk at the end of the year and we'll give you another year at, the mid-level or something. But they're not going to it doesn't feel like they're going to let him dictate that. Now I'm on the team for 2 more years. Period. End of story.
And Stoney, I keep bringing up the E word, and I hear you, and I thank you. And I thank you about that night, that game against Phoenix that, again, I was at the bar. I didn't, the draft, shout out to Pleasanton Sports Bar. I didn't see that in real time. And when I went back and watched that, and that's the stuff I love, I think there was something there. Now, I'll tell you this. If you're telling me that they're saying, hey, do you want us to look to trade you? If he's so offended by not getting that extra year or them playing ball, that could lead him to, you know what? If that's what you want, Stoney, and that's what you want, yeah, let's do that. It could be bang, bang.
Yep.
Not Niner game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Dunleavy.
It's interesting, man.
It's not like Dunleavy has to sit down with Draymond. All Dunleavy has to do is tell Draymond's agent, we're not gonna. He's got 2 choices. He can opt in. Hey, Rich.
I'd love to hear that podcast.
Hey, Rich. Paul, look at our book. You're not an idiot. Look at our books. We don't want anybody clogging up our books in that year. We're not going there. We're not. And you know what you could also say? What if you could say this? We're not touching pods this year either, Draymond.
Because I thought that was coming.
Steph has given us permission to push it off 1 year.
Wow.
Well, then he's 9-9.
And I'll do this, Mr. Emotional, talking about myself. So you're telling me, I'm stealing that from you, when it's all said and done, only Curry and Steve Kerr would have finished and walked through the doors of the dynasty coming and going. Those were the 2 that finished. Because that's what would happen if
unless Draymond retires at the end of this year.
Well, yeah, which not going to happen. But you know what I mean? Even another uniform,
I wouldn't say
I would
for
be,
sure.
Whoa. Yeah, that would be a shock.
He is declining in a big way. Yeah. And look, Draymond declining with his attitude and his reputation, he might be a guy who, if next year is his last year, but he's a free agent, I don't know that somebody's going to give him a lot of money. I would almost think that nobody's going to give him any money, but until he becomes such a no-brainer that you're like, let's just go get Draymond. But keep in mind, that'll be a year and a half from now.
Yeah. And you can scoff at this.
He'll be further diminished.
I'm just looking at the year the Clippers had, and I can tell you right now, they got some pieces, Kawhi, but they don't have a player like Draymond Green. If it wasn't the Lakers, for that matter, don't have a player like Draymond Green. So I just think he would be attractive. Now, at what number, I don't know. But, man, I believe if that were – and I'm kicking the can down the road. But if that were to happen, I'm just talking about how emotional and fired up Dre would be and pissed off. You're going to get whoever, if that did happen or transpire, you would get a Draymond Green that's ready to go. You would think.
Let's go to Jimmy in Bayview. Hey, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
How you doing, man?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Welcome back, Guru.
Right on.
I would not extend Draymond for this reason. I think Jimmy and Dre are somewhat redundant, and they both have expiring contracts. And at the trade deadline, you could see whoever is not clicking with the team and move them. We moved Iguodala in his last year, and he was supposedly, a homer. And Dre extracted that fourth year. So everything's up in the air. And what I would also do if I was Dunleavy is I would hit up OKC for that. I would trade the 10th for the 11th, and then a future draft pick that's protected for that. I think it's 14th or 15th.
They got 14 and 18, OKC.
14 and 18. Yeah, I would look to because you're doing a pick for a pick, essentially. You're just trying to get in advance.
Right.
And two young players, and then another young player at the deadline, or just somebody different. You're talking some changes there. What do you think?
I actually like the idea of you lumping Draymond and Butler together because of A, redundancy in a way, and B, you're right. They are both expiring contracts. And they both could be, I don't want to say valuable, but they both could be assets at the trading deadline. So that's another, it's not that Mike Dunleavy's being vindictive. It's that maybe Mike Dunleavy is just looking at the road down the way and saying, Rich, we're not doing it. We just can't. We're not doing it with Jimmy either.
I got you. And what year, and I know it's, me. I just hate to, put stuff up for a rainy day. Good Lord. I did say that out loud, but you talk about once this year culminates and it's over this upcoming season, the book status for the Golden State Warriors is something to get excited about.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy will be talking to the media at noon at Chase Center. And so we will carry that live. The entire media will be there asking him questions. We'll take that live. And then Mike Dunleavy is going to pop on the phone after that. Come on 95.7 The Game, our flagship partner, and join Guru and I. I'm sorry, I messed up. OKC's got 12 and 17. Charlotte, thank you, 707. Charlotte's got 14 and 18.
Okay.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that yesterday. Just the idea of would Charlotte want to trade 14 and 18 for 11? I mean, if I were the Warriors, I would do that in a heartbeat. But I don't know that maybe the Hornets are looking at.
They would have to really love somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Get them.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of deal where maybe, and look, they might not even be talking about this particular deal, but it's a kind of deal where the Hornets could, in theory, say, after the 10th pick, they call the Warriors and say, our guy's there, so now we'll make the move. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how it all shakes out. Once again,
draft is upon us, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's going to be a fun one. There's a lot of legitimate players out there for the Warriors to get. And we'll get into some more of the roster on the other side because Slater, again, he had about 3 or 4 nuggets in the story. We'll get to some on the other side. But, the biggest one to me was Slater saying that the plan right now is to not tear up Draymond's contract and give him an extra year, that things are looking right now like Draymond's just going to play for one more year with the Warriors on his expiring deal, and then we'll figure it out after there. All right. Hey, DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states, and that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now: group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time, heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California, so whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code 957THEGAME. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 957THEGAME. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC-registered introducing broker. Trade involves risk of loss, market availability varies, and eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued in a non-withdrawable Predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms dkngb.co/predictions promo.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing: fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. It's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dub Nation, this is Alex Tui, coming to you live from the Laughing Monks studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Thank you very much.
Little church music there, huh?
Let me ask you this, Goo.
Stop being a little cat.
That's two. That's two from Evan today.
That's the anthem of the summer, man.
No, it's not.
I said it is.
An anthem's got to be a song.
Well, I'm having some fun. Hey, real quick. Oh, go ahead, Stan. You were about that.
Nah, go ahead.
I didn't meet Susan at the dentist yesterday.
Oh, did you get to the bottom of it, though?
No, I got into some fisticuffs. Look how my morning started.
Don't say fisticuffs.
Yeah.
Fisticuffs means fighting, throwing.
It was verbal.
Throwing down.
So I'm a child at the dentist. I never told you, Evan, about my dental accident I had in 1995. They thought I was under and I wasn't. And Dr. Wick, he's probably retired. But
I think that's my doctor.
I'll never forget the pain of him using an instrument on my teeth, and I wasn't numb. And I've been in almost fatal car accidents, jumped.
Yeah.
That is the worst pain.
Yeah.
With that said, I was sweating all night. I had anxiety about going to the dentist.
Yeah.
My appointment was at 10.
Okay.
Why do I get called at 8:45? Daryl, this is such and such from Dr.
Was it Susan?
No, it wasn't Susan. We need to reschedule you. No, I took off and I sweated all night. We can't the dentist doesn't have an assistant. You find an assistant. I just took off. Nahegan, Steiny, I can't take time off. The chat, everybody, I need to be seen. And I hung up. Steiny. I let them know about themselves. I brought up Susan. Stuff has changed. I can't get a call. I'm talking to fake people. I hung up. I talked to Susan. Steiny, I was so hurt. I told me they can't see me. They can't. I took the day off. I can't fix it. And I'm hurting. 2 minutes later, I get a call. Carla called me back. Real person, Carla. She says, just come in. I normally am not the assistant, but I'll be the assistant. And the doctor said she can see you. So I came in, filled out the papers, and real quick, this is when it was awkward. Southwest want to get away. Carla goes, I'm the one you yelled at. And I said, I hope you don't have any instruments. But I apologize, but I had to let her know I'm running hot. I took off. You got to see me. I'm hurting.
Did you say the chat would get on you?
Yeah, I did.
The chat's going to get on me, my coworkers.
Anyway, but they saw me 3 hours later. I'm here, baby. Yeah. Steiny, I got hot.
You ever see The Marathon Man?
No. Robin Williams?
With Dustin Hoffman?
Oh, no. Another legend.
Yeah. You know what they do?
What?
They drill his front tooth. Because you're kind of torturing him.
Oh, see, yeah.
Dude brings out a drill, an actual drill.
Yeah, see, I was
they hold his mouth open. So the rest of the movie, he runs around with a hole in his front tooth.
I told the doctor, we're good, right? The yelling part, we're good. You knew where that was coming from. We're good. She called me Mr. Darryl. Mr. Darryl, you're good. So all went well. But Steiny, they tried to cancel. Man.
Well, I'm glad it all worked out.
Part one.
Yeah. Hey,
I got a temp crown in.
Now, let me ask you this. Would this statement I'm going to make, would you just think it's a statement made by a jerk or not?
Steve Martin. Let's hear it.
So I just got a text from Shasky. And he said, it's an excerpt from a story. Jalen Brunson is currently playing under a 4-year, $156 million contract signed in 2024. By signing early, he famously sacrificed $113 million to provide the Knicks with the roster flexibility to build their championship. He's making $37 a year for Brunson.
And he took a lot of heat for that.
Steph Curry can't take a pay cut?
No, I'm sure he can.
I mean, Jalen Brunson took a pay cut in his prime.
Yes, he did.
And bet on himself. And now he's going to. I mean,
I expect the Chef to do something.
I completely expect the Chef to.
But it may not be this offseason, right?
I don't know. Well, he says he wants it. So
now, let me ask you this:
Curry's different than Draymond. Draymond needs to understand that.
Yeah, Draymond's potsy. And I'm going Happy Days.
Ralph Malph.
Well, I'd be Ralph Malph. But, Steph is the Fonz. Anthony Slater, a big boy, our friends, Donnie family. Been rocking with him for years. I want to know what this article and that nugget that he gave us with sauce about Draymond and the Warriors possibly not, re-upping for multiple years. Has that taken your, Goo, I was at a 2 to an 8? How much just that bar in that story, how much him reporting that has changed your, this thing may really happen. They may play hardball.
Well, honestly, all these things to me, even though we think we know what's going to happen, I got to wait for them to happen. You know what I mean? Totally. It's one thing to say, well, Pods is going to get his extension, $30 million coming. It's like, let's wait and see that. Draymond, I just had a feeling something was fishy with Draymond. And here's why. Because it was Draymond who suggested taking less over annually for more years. But damn, when Dunleavy did his season-ending press conference, and that'll be something to listen to or listen for today. When he did his season-ending press conference, I felt like he made a point to simply say Draymond has a decision to make. There was no, we'll talk to Draymond and see if we... No, it was, we got to find out what Draymond's doing.
Wow, that's wow, man.
And, by saying that, you might be able to eliminate any comment about what is happening or what isn't happening until the 29th. It'll come out before that probably. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think Dunleavy might be there.
Yeah, and again, I'm operating under the theme of feelings, and the basketball part of me, is yearning for the Warriors to do this and have Draymond play this out. But I just keep going to, the feeling component from Draymond Green. There is no, and I know you don't care, but Steiny, in a perfect world, he'll be, and he probably won't even say anything. He'd be livid if that's how it plays out and he's playing on his last year in G-State.
You know what? You know what this would tell me? I mean,
who cares?
Exactly.
Yeah. And that was what Mike might have been putting down.
Enough is enough. Yeah. You're 36. You're declining.
I got you.
You embarrassed us and yourself again on the last day of the year. You're under contract for 28. You're already not a $28 million player. You got a 4-year deal 4 years ago.
Right.
We gave you a player option. Dude.
Right. I got it. You're winning.
Put your money where your mouth is and show us that you're willing to leave this place in a better place than you got here by doing the right thing like you said you would do.
Spike Lee.
It's really that simple.
Yeah. I can't wait for this to play out.
All right. Here's another thing. What do you think about this? And by the way, Mike Dunleavy's talking to the media at noon today. We're going to take that live, and then he's going to join us right here, Guru and myself, on 95.7 The Game shortly afterwards, probably around 12:45. So we're going to get a lot of Mike Dunleavy today. How about this? There's growing momentum toward a deal to bring Porzingis back.
I was just going to bring him
There's growing momentum toward a deal to bring Porzingis back. And what he says is it's going to have to be a short-term deal. Now, if they don't want to go into that second year for Draymond, they probably don't want to go into the second year for Porzingis, but they might have to. So maybe what they do with Porzingis, can they get him for 2 for $30 with a team option for the second year? I don't know if he's going to go for that, but I think that's the game they're trying to play.
I'll tell you what. Again, it's nothing about the basketball part of it in regard to just his DNA. You know, I won't even call him Baby Wemby because he's a champion. And when he plays, it's just, I like watching it. So I wouldn't be opposed if they brought Porzingis back, Stoney. To be honest, I'm kind of hoping that that's what they do. But I thought Porzingis, was taking a step back to look at the Warriors and see if they fit what he was trying to do in regard to where they're at and who they have and who they don't have. Are they a legit contender to be playing postseason basketball, So that part scared me.
For Porzingis?
For Porzingis looking at the Dubs, yeah, we got Steph, but do we got enough, especially after, how last year ended? But if there's growing momentum, I wouldn't be against him coming back at all.
Yeah, I don't like.
Then if we went through Potts and his availability.
Porzingis isn't going to have a lot of leverage around the league. There's just no way he can have a lot of leverage around the league. And so if I hear Kristaps Porzingis utter to an agent, wouldn't mind playing for a contender. You're gone. See ya. Because we're not a contender. You know that. And
so that was in the same Slater story, huh?
Yes. All right. Horford hasn't made his decision. The assumption is Melton's definitely going to opt out. Whether they bring him back or not, we'll see. But Horford's an interesting one. I think it would help the Warriors if he retired, quite frankly. They can't.
If you're thinking about it, you're done. Al, I got you. That one night in L.A. and, you talked about the team did at the postgame, at the season in the presser but that shocked me. Turnovers and back-to-backs and availability. But let me ask you this, and Warrior fans. What's the goal next year? What's the goal this upcoming season?
To be as good as we can be. Yep. See, that's gonna shut you up.
We
want to be the best version we can be next year. That's what we want to be, Goo.
But what if that means you're 35 wins?
Well, hopefully it'll be better than that, but we want to be as good as we can be. And where that leaves us is where it leaves us. We want to reach our potential as a basketball team.
But what if I told you every team could say that? That could be their moniker.
They can.
That's too easy.
We want to win 47 next year. That ain't happening.
Get to the playoffs.
Oh, playoffs are always our goal. Dunleavy's good at this. Except when he asked him about a Draymond Green trade.
Yeah. He was never, you're right.
And I learned another little detail about something that we talked about. Evan and I talked about it yesterday for a little bit. And
you got to reveal your source.
I learned, what do you mean?
You said you learned another detail.
Yeah, well, it's in Slater's story.
Okay.
It's in Slater's story. And we actually did talk about this a little bit, but
what you got?
I'm pretty steadfast, and Evan thinks I'm overreacting a little bit. But first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I think Butler. I don't think we're done dealing with Jimmy Butler. I am not convinced that at some point Jimmy Butler
going to kick up some dust?
Yes, absolutely.
But what dust could he kick outside of trying to be healthy? Like, you got to go work on you know what I mean?
He's got one more year left in his deal.
Right.
Okay. In Slater's story, when he's eligible for an extension?
I can't even believe
the earliest he can be eligible for an extension, February. I mean, you've got to be kidding me.
For him to think that might even be feasible.
I think he thinks it's way more than just feasible.
Then Houston, which is Golden State, we got a problem. Snotty, come on. Now that's not reading the room. Just because
when
you
has
can
he
do
read
something.
the room? Now, I'm trying to put myself in Jimmy Butler's position.
So am I.
And Evan disagrees with some of what I say about what I think he could do.
Championship coming soon. Jimmy!
I believe wholeheartedly he's rehabbing. He's going to try to get back when he can.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's mid-January, and he's like, yeah, it's all right. It's not great, but it's all right. Give me another couple weeks. Okay. February.
All right.
You know what? Hey, Warriors, I feel like I'm about ready, but, you know.
What are you? Whoa.
I don't think it's fair to ask me to, go test this thing out without another year on my contract.
Wow. Now, that would be the definition agreed, but it would also be basketball smart. But
exactly.
There's another player involved, which is the team, and I think that would be asinine to think.
I think what's asinine
my
is for
engine just
people
blew a gasket and I'm going to go get new interior? Come on.
And I feel it is beyond naive, and we do it all the time, to think that a guy who has sabotaged teams in the past for personal gain wouldn't do it because we're the Warriors.
I mean, you can ask, but the Warriors doing that would be, come on.
That's why
I would be,
I believe the Warriors will see this coming if they don't already. And that's why they will move, Dre. They will move Jimmy Butler.
I got you.
Like, I don't believe Jimmy Butler's going to play anymore for the Warriors.
Okay, and listen, I love Jimmy and what he did in a short time, and I think we've seen the best of Jimmy. Athletically, I was like, had we seen that before he got hurt? I'm okay with that. But that scenario is a nightmare. But, boy, it wouldn't be the first time. You're right. That would be the epitome of the guts of a cat burglar to be – me coming back is predicated on me getting a little more insurance.
Yep.
Boy.
And now here's where Evan.
Tell me.
I shouldn't speak for him, and I think you'll probably disagree with this too. I feel like if you're Jimmy Butler, and I think I'm going to be in the minority here, I actually don't think him coming back for 25 games will dramatically impact his free agent value. In other words, if he sits out the entire year and becomes a free agent, yes, he will not have played all last year rather than played 25 games, but a team's going to take a chance on Butler one way or the other.
Yeah.
And so, like,
but you want to check the goods,
but I don't,
if I'm another team, I'm going to watch
work out for guys for teams in the summer. But like, I don't think Butler's thinking, well, if I come back for 20 and play well, I could get another 2-year, $100 million deal. He's probably thinking, well, if I'm not ready, I'm not ready. And, then the following year, I'll still get 2 for 80 because I'm Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. Well, you were. Now you got to prove it to, some entities that you're still Jimmy.
I mean, what boggles my mind is fans who say there's no chance Jimmy would ever do that. It's like, oh, my God. It's funny. Jim Mole here on the text line.
Jimmy.
Now, Steiny, what would Jimmy Butler think if he heard you say that about him? You know what, Jim? He'd say, young fella, I'm already there. That's all. The wheels are already in motion for my extension.
Don't tell Jimmy how to think.
Exactly. So that's why I absolutely believe they're almost going to have to move Jimmy Butler.
Man. We'll see.
And we'll talk to Mike Dunleavy today. He's going to join us at about 12:30, 12:45. After he does his press conference at Chase Center, which comes up at noon, and we're going to take it live. Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors.
So what draft will this be for him? This will be his.
Good point.
We had Richard, and then How long Myers
he's got Pods, he's got Richard, he's got Post, he had TJD. I think TJD was his first draft, so whatever year that was. He didn't have Kuminga. Obviously, he didn't have Moody or Wiseman. There might be a guy there might be another guy, but he's somebody we forgot about. So
Dub Nation, this is Quentin Post.
Said Quentin Post.
QP. What's his future?
He's done.
Dude,
he's done.
No, it ain't even you. It's just,
don't you get it?
I like the kid, and we thought he was the stretch five, Stoney, and he's battling, and now just around town and bars or wherever you go, it's just kind of like he's an afterthought.
Yeah. One thing I've always paid attention to is, and the Warriors had a bunch of these guys who play, and then they're just not good. Eric Paschall
got Rookie of the Year.
Well, I don't know if it was rookie there, but he's on the first team, all-rookie team.
It felt like it.
And he couldn't play. He couldn't play.
Well, he couldn't play with Steph when they weren't around.
But he could play on a 15 and 50 team.
Then went to Utah. It wasn't good there.
Like Trace Jackson Davis.
Well, he's on a team.
They drafted him. He starts to play. Then it's like, he doesn't even play anymore. Post. You know what? Post, maybe. Afterthought. He got hurt. Okay. James Wiseman, rookie year. Steiny. He had averaged 12 and 6.
I mean,
rookie year.
He's not even in the league.
He ain't even in the league. Man. He might be,
but they didn't draft themselves to the Warriors. All those names and whatever happened, No,
but who would have ever guessed that the Warriors would have drafted a player with number 2 who 5 years later wouldn't be in the league? I mean, that's astounding.
Dude, if you wanted to pour me a Bloody Mary with the celery in it, I'd sip it right now. Man, that's heavy.
Anthony Bennett, Michael Olowokandi.
Yeah, but not on our watch.
No. Now we join the club.
Chris Washburn-like.
Well, here's my question to Warrior fans. Do you trust this front office right now?
What if I told you this is the summer we're going to find, you know what? I'm 50-50, but this is it. And the draft, this is it. I want to see if you're going to be Joey Lightyears and go NWA gangster and feelings. You don't matter. You're doing what's right for the club in the future. That I think we're right here. I can smell it. Now watch Dre come back for 2 more. I get it, man. That Phoenix game, that blew me away that I missed that in real time. The Dunleavy kind of the non-conversation, it might really have been telling.
Look.
But Mike could be sick of it, but what if Joe was like, you know what?
Well, that's the biggest, that may be the biggest problem if it exists in the Warriors. That Mike Dunleavy may not agree with the way Joe Lacob wants to do things, and Joe Lacob wants Mike Dunleavy to I don't know, push the pedal to the metal more.
They call that the override, where the boss overrides. Yeah, I know what you want to do, young man, but we're going to do it Frank Sinatra my way.
I mean, we knew Dunleavy was coming into a tough spot. We absolutely knew it.
Right after Myers, man.
And the reality is I'm not convinced that, I don't want to say this, I'm not convinced that every decision is his. And I'm talking about Mike Dunleavy's.
But why doesn't that offend me? Because I've been saying it when we talk about it, I know we can talk about Fortune 500 companies, lesser, but Steiny, there's always, we do it, and these words have come out of Joe Lacob's mouth, it's a group effort, but at the end of the day, no, the one guy that has the power, shout out Stars, that has the power, they can exercise that power and override all the due diligence that some have done. And why, and it's not a bad thing, why do I feel Joe Lacob is kind of like that and has done that?
So my question would be this. No matter how they come out of the room after a decision, the rule is that we're all on the same page. So my question is this. If Mike Dunleavy doesn't think it's a great idea to even pursue LeBron James, if he just doesn't want to go down that road, but Lacob is pushing him down that road, and something happens where LeBron is ready to come here, and they sign him, Dunleavy's got to go out there and say, we're looking forward to the next 2 years with LeBron James.
But hoping to God that he doesn't leave L.A., under his breath.
Well, I'm talking about already at the press conference after they signed LeBron. Dunleavy's going to have to come out and say, I'm really looking forward to the next 2 years. No, you're not.
You got to play the game.
You didn't even want to do this.
No.
So, it can be a group decision, but if Joe Lacob does not want to pursue something Dunleavy does, then the point is moot.
Yeah. You were just at Bob Myers' house. My friend, our friend, right? Friend of the program. And we got the family reasons of why he wanted to leave the Warriors when he did, and he's been gone. But is there anything that's happened since he's departed that makes you think, oh, Bob, you left a good, every day and every season that's gone by, it feels like, again, I don't want to try to be negative. I'm trying to get it out, but it seems like a brilliant move on his part to not have to deal with everything Mike and Joe have had to deal with and watch. Guys you've traded for go down with torn ACLs, young pups making strides, helping you, but they're gone. I guess, Donnie, in the crazy world, has been a brilliant move in regard to stress.
Absolutely.
Man.
And he saw it coming.
That man.
He also, you know what else he saw
X-ray
coming?
vision.
You know what he also saw coming is at that time, he knew that 3 or 4 years in the interim, they were going to have to make moves. Some of them may work. Some of them, a couple might not. But even the ones that work, they're not going to get you back to where you were. They're just not.
Oh.
They're not going to get you back
We're on the side of the road right now, man. The car is on the side of the road.
So,
man,
you know,
we're on hold with AAA to go give us a tow, man.
Yeah. All right. Mike Dunleavy coming up at noon today. He's having a press conference at Chase Center, and we will take that live, and then we'll get Mike individually. He's going to call into 95.7 The Game after the press conference. That'll be 12:40 or so. If you want to jump into the Warriors conversation, a lot of interesting things from the Anthony Slater ESPN story. We can get more into it. You guys know the number. If you don't, it's 888-957-9570. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th to July 12th with plenty of kid-friendly favorites like food, carnival rides, demolition derby, and monster trucks, even racing pigs and fireworks. Open Wednesday through Sunday. Don't miss nightly movies on the lawn. Or Big O Tires concerts like Flo Rida, Tribute to Demon Hunter, and Twist on Taylor, all followed by a drone show. Plus, enjoy live entertainment the whole family will love and the Junior Livestock Auction. And right now, save big with advanced tickets at AlamadaCountyFair.com.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play.
Who let the dogs out?
Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Sun's out, so dads are too. This Father's Day at Lowe's, shop the gear that'll make his summer. Get 2 free Select DeWalt power tools when you buy a Select 5 amp-hour battery kit for weekends in the garage. Plus, get a free Blackstone 6-piece stainless steel griddle kit when you buy a Select Blackstone griddle. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Stop hating on the Warriors.
I'll be plotting my
That's
revenge.
3.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't do that.
That's 4.
Don't be so sensitive, Steiny. What did I miss yesterday? Give me the big
I'm telling you,
What
it's
about the crossover? What you guys talk about? I think about you.
Well, it's just such a welcome change of pace.
Everything.
Working with Evan. And now today becomes a welcome change of pace back to you. It's invigorating.
Right, well, let's put a rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pesca. You do know I've worked with Evan when you're not here.
Yeah, but it's invigorating.
Different type of offense.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no doubt. Evan and I play more than a half court. You and me are 40 minutes of hell.
I got some good news.
Arkansas Razorbacks.
Just try to support me when I give you guys this good news. So it's official. My first lessons with Christy Willard will be next Wednesday. Willard has clubs for me. We're the same height. I'm so excited, but in the dental chair, this is where I'm going, and tell me if I'm thinking about the wrong thing. I've diagnosed my swing. I want one like Bronny. I want my hips to slippery hips. I don't have that. It's a fight.
And you'll never get it.
What?
And you never ever will.
Snotty, Jason Kidd, Magic went and got a jump shot. I saw it. They got it down. Why would you tell me that slippery hit mechanism that I see?
You don't have it.
I know I don't have. I can get it.
No, you can't get it.
Snotty, I'm still playing defense.
Yeah, but you can't really get it.
Are you being serious?
Yes, I'm kind of being serious.
Okay, why can't I get it?
Because your body is not like Bronny's. And our bodies are not like the golfers you see on TV. They can turn.
Yeah.
You can't. You can turn a little.
Okay, why?
Because you're older. Because you're in your mid-50s. It means that everything you do.
I'm saying the older dudes do it. pros. Even I'm seeing guys. Evan
my point is this. You know what? 888-957-9570. I know we got golfers out there. I know we got golf pros out there. If you've seen LeBron James's swing, and then you've seen Bronny's swing, Bronny's got a legit swing.
But it's not just age, though, right?
Well, LeBron has that mechanism where he can't bring the club up.
I got it, too.
I know, and you just can't. And Barkley had it for 29 years.
But I can hit a softball still, Steiny.
Well, go play softball then. But
that is so disheartening.
I know.
That I deem Bron.
Trust me, if I didn't play golf, I wouldn't pick it up now.
Right. You're just saying, so it's age is the only reason you're saying I can't get that
flexibility.
I'm hoping.
You don't have the ha-ha. That's what it's about in golf.
Like when you say I don't got the flex, Steiny, I'm still playing D, getting rebounds, so I'm still nimble.
So if you've seen LeBron's swing, Guru's is exactly like LeBron's. Only LeBron's 6'8" and infinitely stronger. Like you can't, like, here's your problem. Ready? Here, I'll help you.
Okay, no, serious, man.
But you can't, you won't figure it out. So you got to have your extended. Let me put my mic up.
Okay, I'm watching.
So you got to, like, extended.
Okay.
And I can't even, you need to pull that club back to here. And you can't. Your mechanism stops right here. It just does. You can't. It's all like, you ever see some people who can't throw a baseball?
Every rapper.
They go like this?
Yeah.
Right. And they never learn. They just can't do it.
Now, real quick here, Sonny, I got to tell you, I could cock it up higher. I don't have the confidence. The higher it goes, the more I think I'm going to miss my target, which is the ball. Yep. But I can physically do it now.
6 of one, half dozen of the other. That's the problem with golf.
I can't wait for these. Steiny.
How much you paying for them?
That's none of your business.
Well, probably 100.
So Christy hooked it up.
It's usually about 100 an hour.
You know who her husband is? Like, he had nothing for that.
I was going to make a joke.
Yeah,
the king of the...
Our guy.
Yeah, you know what? Come to think of it, now
dude, I wish we could leave now to go here.
You reminded me something about Willard.
What that means?
No, Willard's always got something going on. Have you noticed that? Outside of outside of the station, he's always got something going on.
He tutors the kids and
like all that kind of stuff,
which is a good stuff.
And you ever notice he'll come in and be like, I went to the Giants game last night. Or, yeah, we were at the Valkyries.
It's called living.
Yes, he's got connections, and he hates to share them.
But if he's never turned you down?
No, he
why
has.
Would you?
He has.
You are incredible.
About 2 years ago, I just said, "Hey, Giants tickets."
Oh, and you remember like it was yesterday.
It's like I started to disrobe in front of him. He's looking at me like, "What?" No.
So he didn't come through for you.
You know what? The one thing I like about Willard, he's very clear and concise. I don't have a hookup with the Giants. And then he turned around and said, for you.
Hey, Steiny, I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to cock that thing higher. Well, that's half the problem. It's confidence, but I'm going to show you.
Let's go to August in Vallejo. How you doing, August? What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks, man.
Funny story. So I was at I have kids that play AAU ball.
Okay.
We were in Oakland at OGP for a tournament, and Dunleavy was there. And sitting right behind me, it's hard to miss. 6'9", long legs, taking up 3 rows of benches. But I was like, hey, man, big fan. I won't tell anyone. You can tell me. Are you guys going to keep Draymond next year? And he says, he great, and he had a big smirk. Was like, well, he's got a playoff. He's got an option next year, so it's up to him. And that was it. I mean, I didn't want to talk shop. It was a day off. He was watching his kid play, so yeah, that was it.
Hey, how's his kid?
Pretty good.
What age?
Pretty damn good.
What age group are we talking?
8th grade.
Wow.
8th grade.
Yeah, he's got a good shot. He's got a good. Pretty good IQ. I like it. But
that makes sense.
Have a good weekend. Happy early.
Thank you, August. Appreciate it. And see,
How did he get the name out? Why not September?
I'll bet he was born in August.
Okay, no, seriously, August. Why not July?
You know what? For some reason, I was under the impression Dunleavy had all girls. No,
I've seen his boys with them watching the game.
Clearly.
In the seats I used to watch.
Well, we got those seats one year when they were 15 and 50.
No, Stoney, Relaford and I, when I got hit with the ball by Mo Bamba, but when Bob left, that hurt me, man. Those seats are incredible. Maybe I'll ask them today.
You know,
they got to start winning.
I forgot about this the other day. So, and I was thinking about it. So you had a root canal.
Root canals.
On the same day, or I don't know if it was the same day or not, but radio's Theater of the Mind. On the same day, you know that our good friend Jim Mole had a colonoscopy.
Yeah, he texted me. I didn't want to share that. Wished him good luck.
Oh, well, he texted it in the other day, so he doesn't. Hey, anybody, I've had one too. Who cares?
No, that's good.
But let me tell you something out there, people. If you are younger than 50 and haven't had a colonoscopy, if you ever get asked, what would you rather have, a root canal or a colonoscopy? Take the colonoscopy every time. Every time.
Now, I'm looking at your digits, your chiclets. I don't think you've had a root canal.
No, I haven't.
So how?
But what I'm saying is a root canal is worse than a colonoscopy.
Yeah, I lead the league in them. I'm J.J. Evans.
You had a colonoscopy, right?
Yeah, but yeah. Remember, you and Ray Ratto had to give me therapy.
You know what? Ratto gave you tough love.
But he did.
Ray Ratto gave you tough love that day. I remember that.
I'm hugging him right now.
Ray Ratto, in his own inimitable way, said, "No, you got to go, Goo. You've got to go."
Evan, I was worried about everything under the hood.
Do the right thing. Guru.
But the scary thing is, Stoney, at 56, you got to go back.
I know. I can't wait. Dude, I lost 9 pounds last time I got out of my colonoscopy.
Now you'll be wimpy if you go get another one. You look slim over there.
I mean, you have to drink this liquid for 2 days.
Yeah, that way
it clears out your system. But I'll tell you what, when you get out of that colonoscopy,
you don't want
get on that scale immediately, and you'll start feeling great.
Because you don't want polyps, right? And my friend...
but they can take out polyps
and my friend
while they're in there.
Brooklyn... I can't tell you his business. Stoney, he had... let's just say they went to remove him, and he thought he was good and had the worst abdominal pain ever. He had to go back. They had to go back and fix some stuff.
Okay. And everything worked out, though?
Yeah, but he was in Kaiser 2 days.
But it's all's well that ends well, right?
He's at the parade now.
Yeah.
That was TMI.
You might not know this.
What happened?
We got a guy in this office who's quietly the biggest baller going. I don't even know if you know this. I know you know the one part of it. You know, we got somebody in here who's going to the parade.
Oh, I thought you meant hooping. I was getting jealous. Okay.
Kenny Luttrell.
Hell, he married up.
He went to San Antonio.
Yeah,
came back, and now he left today for the.
Yeah. And he's not a host.
What does that mean?
Like, you're asking where the chicken coming from.
I never asked that.
No, you are.
I never asked that.
That's
I'm not in this one.
No. He married up, man. Good for Kenny.
I don't know.
He went to the I didn't like it because he tried to one-up Evan. Evan went to the game.
Well, Evan's still got it because Evan's going to the Grand Canyon tomorrow.
Dude, that isn't...
And I'd rather go to the Grand Canyon than the Knicks parade.
Evan, how did you decide it's going to be the Grand Canyon?
I've never been, and I wanted to drive to the Grand Canyon, so I picked a weekend, and me and a friend are going.
So, can I ask you this, though? Were you going to go regardless of whether the friend came with you, or did you and the friend decide, let's do this, and you were like, I've always wanted to do that anyway?
No, my friend was saying, hey, here's a couple of bucket list items that I would love to do. And one of them included a particular tour on the north side of the Grand Canyon. And they said, hey, have you ever been? And I went, no, I've driven all across the country. I've seen just about every single state outside of Alaska.
Damn.
But I've never seen the Grand Canyon.
I'm living vicariously through our young dudes here. And you.
Can I be honest? Now, I know tomorrow's not promised.
It's real.
I got a problem with a 30-year-old even having a bucket list. I mean, come on.
See, this is what we're doing.
Seriously.
No, listen, we give Evan
you can't
real
have a
advice
bucket list till you're 60.
about relationships. No, we got to quit acting like 30's 20. It is to us, but 30's up there. You know what I mean? You catch my drift. I tell Evan that all the time.
Bucket list at 30.
Why? You ain't
Too
18.
young.
I'm trying to make you older, Evan. To feel better. But, Evan, live your life. But 30 is, come on, Steiny. Some people don't get there.
And a few things you can't do once you reach the age of 60. So you got to knock them off before.
I can go to the Grand Canyon.
Have you been?
Yeah.
Norton took us back in 79.
Can you hike all day?
Yeah, of course.
In 95-degree heat.
Hey, Evan.
I'm just being honest, Steiny.
Evan.
You wouldn't lie to us, Steiny, can you?
Dude, I carry my golf bag for 4 miles when I golf up hills. That's with a golf bag on my back. Yes, I can hike. You know what?
Your privilege really shows.
I'm going to also be honest.
I carry my golf bag.
I'm going to also be honest with you.
In 90-degree heat.
Just because you wear boots doesn't make it hiking. You're walking. You're taking a long walk, and it happens to be on some stones. I can't
but that's terrain,
Steiny. What'd you do? I went hiking. It's like you just walked up on that hill. It's not really hiking.
You don't
I could have done that in my sneakers.
You don't mean this.
Yes, I do.
Hey, are you coming to Little Daryl's function Saturday? The grad party? Let's move on.
There's no chance.
I have 2 engagements that day. And one's in the Bay. Yours is in the Central Valley.
You came to Norm's party.
I did, thank you.
You punched your ticket. Dibbs showed up, and he's family forever. I don't even expect him to. I know Will can. He's got something going on. Nobody from the station will make it. You really think?
Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll be a surprise. By the way, Mike Dunleavy, he's the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He's going to join us in a half hour. He's addressing the media in advance of the NBA draft, which is next Tuesday. How dumb can you be trying to think you're the NFL doing it in 2 days?
Nah, man.
They're going to have a draft on Wednesday of second-round players. Nobody's heard of any of them. But that's the way we go.
Now, did you and Evan, you know I'm different, did you and Evan have or make a bet or set the lines on a possible bet that the Warriors actually go through with this pick? Is there any of your thought process that could the Warriors get frisky and somehow trade this pick? I would be floored. As if Mike Tyson hit me. Like they're doing this.
I'd be surprised, but the other name it's out there is Trey Murphy. The guy
I would love him.
Well, would you give up the 11 for him?
Oh my gosh, I would.
You would?
Yes.
Okay, well that might be something they're considering. I don't know.
I mean, New Orleans is done, right? Zion is probably available. But man, Trey Murphy the third.
Yeah. Anyway, I did too, 650.
What?
That's just a text from the text line.
Hey, can you read it?
Yeah, he said
I don't have it up.
It's from the 650. I thought Goo was going to go to that game in Fremont for Shasky's baseball game.
Okay, we talked about Shasky.
Hey. I'm just reading a text.
I had the graduation last Saturday, and then I got the party this Saturday. And Sunday's Father's Day. I don't even think he said they had a game. So don't try to put a jacket on me. You do it enough already.
You told me to read it.
I got you.
Let's go to Pete in San Ramon.
Pete.
Hey, Pete, how you doing?
Hey, good. Well, it's still morning. Hi, guys.
How are you?
Taking the call.
Absolutely.
Love you, Pete.
Okay, look here. Look here about the Grand Canyon. I say do it. I did it in my mid-20s. From the South Rim, I hiked down a real easy 6.5 miles or so. Took about 5 hours. Spent the night on the edge of the Colorado River.
Wow.
The next day, going back up the other trail, the Bright Angel Trail, 2 days, the same distance. We got halfway up. I had to sleep on a picnic table overnight.
Look at him thugging it out.
The last half of the second day, I'm eating brown sugar right out of the carton.
Wow.
Rolling Stones.
But the thing is, when you first get there, it's so amazing and clear to look at everything. It looks like you could just reach out and touch it, and you realize, oh, that's 5 miles away.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you can get so fascinated. I was worried about stepping off the edge, just gawking.
Wow.
So I got it. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, Pete, here. I don't think I would enjoy a hike where it's all downhill one way and then all uphill the other.
Well, it's hard to avoid with a canyon or a mountain.
Oh, exactly.
I'm like
But the other
Scotty
thing
Woods.
is,
Exactly. That's why I don't hike.
What hiking do you do?
This is like in early November, and it was like snowing lightly and maybe below 20 degrees at the top. When I got to the bottom, it was 75 degrees.
Wow.
And then after I got back out, I drove to Chicago from there for Thanksgiving, and it was 11 degrees with full-on Chicago hawk.
Wow.
Coldest place I've ever
Let me ask you
been.
this. Oh, real quick, Pete. Have you been back since? Have you been back multiple times, or that was it?
No, it's the only time I've actually been there.
Okay, gotcha,
I lived
baby.
in Tucson for a while, so I've traveled around a lot of the rest of Arizona.
All right.
And Arizona's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Tucson's nice.
Yeah, thank you, Pete. Appreciate you as always.
You know what? He reminds me of one of Norm's buddies. Like, just a storyteller. Like, Evan's about to have a good time.
It's a memory.
We go with a friend. That's always fun.
You'll have a dry weekend.
Why would you say that?
The Grand Canyon?
You can drink there.
I'm just.
That's a 3.
They don't have prohibition.
I'm just. But where are the? Ain't no old ships in the. He's hiking.
They got those park. The stores at the park that you can get. 6-packs and stuff.
Look, Evan looks concerned.
You do have to hydrate.
Yeah, water's tiny.
Do you know already it's going to be really hot?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 95.
All right.
We got
what?
We got to do something like that. Nature.
I do it all the time. It's called golfing.
Not walking down Market.
It's called golfing.
Please.
It's called urban hiking too. That's what I do.
What kind of hiking is not up and down? I was like, what's the dude walking the ball?
Like, I'll tell you how it can be sometimes.
That's hiking,
You
my
go
man.
up like this, and then you kind of go across. Then you go up a little.
That's
then you
deer
come
hunting.
down a little.
Oh.
Then you go up so that it breaks it up a little
You are
bit.
something else.
Oh, Antonio in Oakland wants to talk sports.
There we go.
Thank goodness. Hey, Antonio, I'm with you if this take is what it appears to be.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
As far as I would not trade the 11th pick for Trey Murphy like Guru.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not doing that, man.
No.
Like I said,
I don't think many are.
I wouldn't trade the 11th pick for somebody who's not going to be a number one option. And I like Trey Murphy's game. He was I really do, but not 11th pick, especially when you consider this is like the deepest draft in a while. If the draft wasn't deep, then maybe.
But Antonio, I hate to break your heart or break it to you. Whoever we drafted 11th is not going to be our number one option.
You never.
Not right now.
Well, no, not right now. But I'm saying in the future, though. I don't think Trey Murphy is going to be that guy. See, look at me and Steiny. We agree the Warriors should draft Kareem Lopez.
Yeah,
I think he can maybe blossom into a number one. I think his upside is higher than Trey Murphy. That's basically what I'm saying.
You don't want Yaxel
or him or a Diamara.
No Yaxel?
What happened?
Lindenborg, you don't want him? That's who I want him to draft.
I kind of like Lindenborg.
Hey, I like his game too. I really do. He's 6'9". He can do a lot of things, but people question, does he have upside? But he can do everything. I'm high on him, no question. I think Kareem Lopez a little bit more. He might have a little higher upside.
Hey, Antonio, how come I don't see you at Montgomery anymore? I see that other dude.
Oh, I work at different places, man, different spots. Yesterday I worked in Livermore. Today I'm in the city too, but I'll be heading to work soon.
Gotcha.
I work at
Get that money, baby.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, we need to all hang out one time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know where we are Fridays.
You know where to find us. Thanks. Oh, that reminds me.
We'll see. What you got? Like you're smiling.
We got only 2 minutes. And we got Dunleavy. This is something that I'm interested in. Chris A. on the text line.
I don't have it up with the boss and I talk. I don't have it up.
He says, caller, the 11th pick is not going to be a number one option. We'll see.
I just said that.
No. I'm talking about down the line.
Oh, yeah, I got you, but I just said that.
I guarantee you, there will be at least 2 number one options that are picked between 10 and 20 in this draft. Maybe not right away.
Yeah, but we go to the Kuminga draft and or the Wiseman draft, And you're right. You got Maxey, all kind of dudes, Halliburton. So I ain't mad at you. Let's just hope we get whoever we draft is one of them.
Yeah. And I'm with Antonio. The 11's too much to give up for Trey Murphy. It's just me.
Wow.
The other thing is, like, he was drafted at 17, and I get it. It's a better draft.
But he's better than that. I mean, man, what don't you like about him? His length,
what
his
I
height,
don't like about him is
athleticism, he can shoot.
Maybe he doesn't have Kareem's upside. First of all, he's a role player. Like, he's not a star.
Well, what's this kid going to be?
Exactly.
We're hoping like Bob, but how's that worked out in the past?
Okay. You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. One chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, and you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We all know what the 2 best words in sports are. Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka. Because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. Spelled N-U-E, New Vodka is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning, American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your local liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com. Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
Bay Area sports fans have plenty to cheer for. Here's one more. San Francisco Fire Credit Union is celebrating its 75th anniversary with a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days. Then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after a third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
In San Jose today, early clouds, then sun with a high of 82.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
The whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap.
You need to go to Kaiser and do something in the cup.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mike Dunleavy's coming up in 10 minutes. We're going to join live his press conference with the media at Chase Center. NBA draft is 6 days away, so he will be addressing the media on what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. After he's done with that, he's going to call in here to Guru and myself, and if there's any loose ends to tie up, hopefully we can do that with you. I will say this in another subject. You may not believe me, but I'm starting to I feel like I'm getting a little bit of a fever. I feel like I'm getting a little World Cup fever.
Oh, man. Yeah, I thought you meant the other fever, like you'd be out.
Last night, watched Messi. 3 goals.
The GOAT, man.
Watched the U.S. on Friday last week. Talked to my daughter today in London. She is revved up. England, Croatia today.
Man.
That's a 9:00 p.m. local start in London.
Like last night, I told you here in the Bay at Levi's. Bonte was there.
Starts at 1 o'clock here. And Goo, I think I'm going to go watch the second half somewhere.
I love that.
So I root for England because my daughter lives there. But here's what I'm really talking about. And I'd like everybody to get the word out.
It's at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm going to watch the second half.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So we're a host of the World Cup. And we'll get deeper into this. Do you hear what's going on in Boston?
I heard, and Bostonians, I tip my cap to you.
Apparently Scotland, well, not apparently. Scotland's playing some games in Boston, and apparently Boston has run out of beer. They've just
Say that again?
Boston has run out of beer.
Come on now.
They've just run out of beer. There's no more beer in Boston right now.
Norm Peterson rolling over in his grave.
But it got me to thinking. And I'm looking at the World Cup schedule.
Give it to me.
And this is for my international friends. So Friday, we've got Paraguay, Turkey at Levi's. Then Monday, we've got Jordan and Algeria.
Jordan, yeah.
I would love to make the Old Ship the official World Cup bar for people who are staying in the Bay Area.
Let's do it right now.
Like if there's anybody, you're going to think I'm crazy, Goo. I want to meet somebody from Paraguay. All
right.
The hell's Paraguay all about? I want to learn about it. I want to hear about it. Algeria.
Let's go.
Give me one thing you think you know about Algeria. Thank you.
No, what was that guy on Duke years ago? Wasn't he from there?
That was Alaska.
No, what's my guy's name? The Leitner curly hair. Silk Basile text me.
Okay.
I thought he was from Algeria. Duke basketball player. Now he back in, what's my boy's name? He was a brother, but.
I can't remember. Wasn't Algeria the team that Barkley said, I think Algeria's in trouble?
Wasn't that Ghana?
Oh, yeah, it was Ghana. See, that's what I mean. I want to meet people so I can learn more about
that sounds
geography.
Like STD, Ghana.
Anyway.
Yikes, yeah.
Anybody out there from Turkey or Paraguay, Jordan or Algeria? We'll take Australians in there.
Let's do it.
Who else is playing? Those are the teams that are playing.
Did you watch the game last night at Levi's that I mentioned?
I did. That's a little too late for me. That was a 9 o'clock start.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Okay, this is what I mean, guys. When I was in the Navy, we took a long canal to get to Paraguay.
Oh.
There you go.
Last
time a ship ran aground. Oh, okay. They speak French and Arabic in Algeria, according to the 858.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Before we get mics, Donnie, my cup runneth over because if all you radio heads know about sports radio talk and its history here in the Bay Area, you and I were just contacted by one of the greats, not just on the air that we've worked with, and I had the pleasure to work with. Josh Rosenberg just sent us a text. He's a teacher now here in the Bay. Says the summertime he gets to listen to sports radio. He didn't have to do this and said, we sound beautiful together. And that's coming from Josh. I don't just throw stuff up against the wall, Rosenberg. So if you know, you know, and that just put me in a good mood. And Evan, I'm going to defend you here because I remember the days Pasta, who's on the board today, used to come in and before he got a bigger role, and he would say hello. That hadn't happened today. But Evan can't have anything. We talked about Kenny Luttrell, one-upping him in San Antonio after Evan went to San Antonio. And I get one of the dopest pictures from Pasta. He's at the Grand Canyon, Steiny. You can see it all with his back turned to the camera, just looking out yonder. I'm like, Pasta, you could have waited till Evan got back, but it's all good. Pasta, he said he cried on that photo. Is that true?
I have no idea what happened, but the second I walked up the steps, tears started rolling out.
It's incredible.
It was uncontrollable. I have no idea how it happened.
Do you know why you were crying?
No, it was involuntary.
God, I'm always uncomfortable when someone says something that I can't make fun of.
Well, you can.
I know.
Go for it.
Yeah. Dude, it was a sick photo.
What? You're a man of depth. And now, let's see Evan top that.
The picture, it's incredible. So you've been one time, Grand Canyon?
Yeah, one time. It's kind of all you need. It's like playing Pine Valley Golf Course, you know.
What? No. I will find out.
No,
Christy
you won't. You will never find that out.
Dude, I'm bringing that stick all the way up.
Now listen, I know sometimes you turn things racial. And I don't mean it this way. There are courses you can't get on.
Because of my skin color?
No, because they're private.
I was like, oh
Not
my.
because your skin color.
Like Donald's who? Right.
No, it's a money problem.
Well,
it's
I wouldn't be
a racial problem.
I got some stashed away.
No, I know, Goo, but okay, do you have $80,000 to drop?
Hell no.
As the down payment on a country club?
No.
Thank you. Neither do I. We're in the same boat.
And I don't have I got a couple rich friends.
Well, that's the thing. Next best thing is get a buddy. Get a rich buddy, because I ain't it. Are you thinking of
Abdelnabi? What?
Allah Abdelnabi. Abdelnabi.
That's who I'm thinking of.
Oh, you might be right. He's a broadcaster for the Sixers. I think he works with Kate Scott.
You are so right, man. Tell me, I think I got it wrong. I took a stab though.
Even if you're wrong, that's a good guess. I think you're right though. Let's go to Basketball Reference.
It shouldn't take this long. That's my Wi-Fi.
Egypt.
Well, can't we count the bucket?
Why not? Why not?
I feel like I'm going to count the bucket.
Why not? I got it. Algeria and Egypt have to be pretty close.
All right, there we go.
I thought Algeria was on the western side.
Oh, boy.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Of Africa.
Yeah.
Well, I could get a map, but...
Dude, I'm excited about this presser.
Yeah, sure.
All the hard-hitting questions from our
we can lay out for 25 minutes while Dunleavy talks. How about Roni Turioff?
I want to say Jamaica for him.
Well, I mean, somebody could just talk into a computer, say the most famous athlete from Algeria. Anyway, no, the World Cup.
You got the fever.
Kind of.
But the only problem with it is, Stoney, is we're in the city and it's in Santa Clara.
Oh, yeah, I don't mean I just, like yesterday, clearly I saw who played Switzerland? Was it Switzerland or Sweden? I get them mixed up too. But
we were watching Norway.
Austria was
9 o'clock last night.
Okay.
No.
Austria played last night here in the Bay.
Austria. I saw a bunch of people from Austria in the city yesterday.
Oh, come on, Steiny.
Yeah. They all had their red on.
Where?
Like downtown.
Oh, okay.
They all stay. Not
at a venue.
No, they stay in the city, then they go down for the game. It was at 9 o'clock. They didn't need to be down there at 2 in the afternoon.
Man.
So, yeah, I am enjoying it, believe it or not.
Good for you.
Not just saying that.
And hopefully we can win it.
Well,
baby steps. You know, a lot of our guys are MLS players, right, Snotty?
And you know that there's 6 leagues better than the MLS, right?
I understand, but I'm excited.
Now, that's a great question for Dibley, and I remember I asked him that. Where does the MLS fit in, like, all the leagues? And I think he said it's about 5th or 6th. You know, I think Evan gets offended when we don't go to him for soccer because he knows soccer.
No, he does.
No.
Oh, you don't?
Well, not compared to Dibley. That guy's like an encyclopedia.
He is
Cliff
good.
Clavin. Except when he told me Spain 6-1, it would be 6-1. It was 0-0 in a draw.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're from Paraguay, if you're from Jordan, Algeria,
Jordan,
or Australia, Paraguay, what was the other one?
Cape Verde.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Never met it. Like, think about that. I'd like to meet somebody from Algeria.
Nice.
Or Jordan or Turkey.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met anybody from Turkey.
We can always go to the facilities when they play and mingle.
Oh, you mean the actual athletes?
No, the fans. Like if we went to the venue last night,
I don't
not
need
to
it
get
that
in.
much.
Well, then that's
but if they're willing to come to the same place I'm at,
yeah,
then I'll.
You're a talker.
Then I'll. Anyway, okay. My Berkeley auto repair guy. His name's Max. He's from Paraguay. All right. Thanks, Pete.
There you go.
Mad Max. Mike Dunleavy coming up momentarily. General manager of the Golden State Warriors.
What's the first question you think he's asked? If we had to take can you guess? Mine's Jimmy Butler's status.
No, I think the first question is going to be, do you think you're going to use the 11th pick?
All right. I ain't mad
or
at
do you
that.
think you might trade it?
I see the boss in there. What's that about?
He gets nervous when we got a good guess.
That's my guy.
This is what he does.
Right.
This is what he does. And it's a little bit offensive as a guy who's been a journalist for his entire life. You know, he'll be like, hey, we got Dunleavy tomorrow. I'm like, cool, okay. It's like, I'm Matt Steinmetz. It's like Mike Dunleavy. Okay, he's just another guy coming through. You should know that.
Else.
But anyway, and then, of course, I wake up today, open up my email, and Hegan's like, here's some things I was thinking about for Mike Dunleavy.
He's the man.
I'm like, you're not my editor.
I love him.
I know how to conduct an interview. Now, you are one of the best bosses I've ever had, but he's the best.
No, he is.
Well, he's the best. So we may cut out to Chase Center at any given moment, and we'll get there in a hurry too. So it may be abrupt.
Exciting times. I know it wasn't the best year that the Warriors have had in the last decade, but I'm sorry, Stoney. If we're going to go young and exercise this pick, I know it was Will Richard, and we'll see who's next, but this is 11th pick. I know SGA was once an 11th pick. Klay Thompson, our own Klay Thompson, was 11th pick, so let's hope they get something like that if they exercise the pick.
Yep. I'm just I am looking forward to the offseason with the Warriors just to see
because Steph can
where
pop
they
off
go.
now, right? It can all jump off.
Anybody can make a trade right now if they want to. It's unlikely because, well, I shouldn't say it's unlikely, but there are a lot of players that have decisions to make on June 29th. So
Draymond Green being a big one.
Well, and DeAnthony Melton and Al Horford. Those are the 3 restricted free agents. If Steph Curry wants an extension, that'll happen in August. And Jimmy Butler's extension will come in February.
I wonder if he's asked about, and if he isn't, we can ask about, is that imminent, the Curry, or will that be pushed to next season?
I think he'll say we're not worried about that now.
I got you.
It can't happen till August anyway, and that's a lifetime away. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Once again, Mike Dunleavy is going to talk to the media any minute now. So when we get him, we're going to just go right there. In the meantime, Goo and I have you covered on 95.7 The Game. Real quick, just a couple summations. Anthony Slater had a real good piece, as always, on ESPN's website. He's suggesting that, and this is a little different than we've come to understand, but Anthony Slater's saying unless something changes in the next 2 weeks, the Warriors expect Draymond Green to opt in and play this season on an expiring deal. We had heard a lot about ripping that up and giving him 2 more years at more of an annual team-friendly number. But this story said, as of now, Warriors just think he's going to opt in.
Why do I feel like I want to hear the next episode after this report of his podcast? Because Dre will get to it before it gets to him,
So do I.
Out in front.
According to Anthony Slater, there's growing momentum toward a deal to bring Porzingis back. The Warriors were able to start negotiating with Porzingis the minute this regular season ended, and maybe they've made some headway, but it'll likely be a very short-term contract, 1 or 2 years, and I got to believe it's going to certainly be at less money than $30 per year, but I guess there's interest on both sides. The other thing tucked away in the story was Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler is eligible for an extension in February, and I just wrote, oh boy, that one's going to be interesting to my way of thinking, but other people don't think it's a big deal. All right, here we go. Mike Dunleavy, let's head over to Chase Center.
Welcome. I don't have a whole lot to say. We're looking forward to the draft next week. I've got a couple picks that we're excited about. I think we'll get a really good player at 11, and we'll just have to see with 54 the way things shake out in the second round. But, we've done pretty well in the 50s in the past, and we'll study it and have a good process and, probably come away with 2 players on draft night. We'll just see. Everything's on the table. Really good draft, and this is a fun time of year, and I think the first step for us in the offseason is picking up a player or 2 that can help us. So happy to open it up to questions and get right into it.
Mike, this, if you keep 11, it will be the highest pick that you've had as a general manager. Is anything different? I know it varies year to year, the collection of players, but just is the approach different for you? Are you finding it different with picking a lot higher than 17 or 20 or whatever the other ones have been?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, not really. I think you just, you don't overthink it. You think about it the same way, and frankly, don't treat it any differently. I think in this case, 11 versus 19, looking back with drafting Brandon, you get a little uneasy with, hey, we only have 2 guys we like. We hope they get there. Well, getting to 19 is a lot harder than getting to 11. You only have to like so many guys. And I think we're in a range right now where we feel this draft is very strong. And with the 11th pick, we'll get a good player. So I'm probably a little bit more at ease and comfortable that we'll get that versus drafting later on. You just have less of a idea of who's going to be there.
Just throughout the pre-draft process, what's maybe opened your eyes about this draft class that's been so highly regarded?
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at, you doing the deep dives, you look at the data, you look at the intel, you watch the film even more, and, you end up landing in a spot of like everybody's talked about this for multiple years about how great of a draft this is, and you start to see it and understand like, there's not a whole lot of warts. So I think that's the biggest takeaway. And frankly, I know we'd love to be in the playoffs, and because of that, we'd be drafting 15, but I feel a whole lot better drafting 11 today than it would be if it was 15.
In general, just around the league, how active do you expect teams to be within trades in the lead up to the draft and on draft night?
I think there'll be a tremendous amount of activity in terms of calling, reaching out and seeing if things are available. I do think because of the strength of the draft, teams are valuing the picks even more than they ever have. I also think with the new lottery odds, it's the draft picks are going to be more valuable moving forward. I think teams see it that way. So in the end, I think trades are probably going to be less and less because of teams being less willing to trade picks. And so between the aprons and these new lottery rules, my guess is you're just going to start to see less trades over the next few years.
Coach, adding on to that, Coach, sorry.
I'll do that
I'm out
too.
of practice. I apologize.
I like the guy we have.
Sorry, you guys have one. My bad. Anyways, going into a draft like this, you want to obviously upgrade your roster, and that's a big thing for you guys this summer. But you can also use the draft to trade. How much are you going into this draft knowing we're going to take someone in this draft versus maybe we might use this into a deal in the next week or so?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's on the table. We'll look at it all. But, I feel pretty confident that we will, draft a player. Does that mean we move back, or we move up, or something like that? Sure, but I just feel like as strong as this draft is, we should probably come out of this draft with a player, unless, if something falls into our lap trade-wise of a veteran guy that we really think can make a difference, we'll certainly look at it and potentially do it. But this is a really good draft to be in, especially at 11. So we don't want to, overlook that.
With NIL, it seems like more and more players are staying in college for longer, and obviously gaining experience, strength, etc. How important of a factor is it when you're evaluating these players is having someone who's a little bit older who can maybe contribute right away?
Yeah, I mean, I think the draft has changed in that regard the last few years. You're just starting to see much older players be in the draft. And, I think it's different, and I think it's sometimes people overreact a little bit to say, oh, this guy's older, be careful, older players don't do well. And I think we're just in a different age where there's more older guys that have stayed in the draft, and so therefore it means that these guys can still be good. They just didn't come out earlier. And so it's I think teams are just much more open to drafting older players, particularly in the second round. We've certainly done some of that. And but the NIL thing and the transfer portal stuff has certainly changed how our draft works, and has probably put a dent in the talent pool, specifically this year.
Steve was really clear when he came back that maybe some of the focus has shifted. It's not just win-win. You do have to look at the longer view. You weren't as directly saying that day, but has some of it shifted, Mike? I mean, as you get into this, are you not thinking as much about one more piece, or is that still part of kind of the DNA of this franchise?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of mentioned it a few weeks ago. I mean, I think the main focus beyond roster construction and what happens next April, May, and June for us is come August, September, November, is the stuff we talked about internally about being more disciplined, taking care of the basketball, cleaning up some of those areas that will put us in a place to be in the conversation for those other things. Right now, we're in a spot where we're not going through the progression the right way. We're sitting here saying, let's keep turning the ball over. Let's make a bunch of threes, try and overcome it. Let's trade for guys with more talent that can overcome these mistakes we're making. I'd rather back it up, clean those things up, and then build a roster from there where it's like, okay, we're doing these things and we have really good players, and now we have a chance to be in the conversation. So that's the way I envision it. So as far as pulling back or changing our focus, I think it's more of a, frankly, it's more of just a refocus on what we need to do to win.
Steve also mentioned that whatever rookie you end up drafting, they're probably going to have to play, knowing Moses and Jimmy are out. Is that kind of the plan? There's a commitment to the rookie playing and contributing right away in year one?
Yeah, I mean, I think the situation of the roster as it stands is going to lend itself to that. I think anytime we draft a player, I think we want to be apprehensive about the fact that a guy can come in and contribute right away. But in this scenario, I think we've got 4 guys right now under contract that'll be healthy for training camp. So I think there's opportunity abound for whoever we draft, both at 11 and 54, to play. And it's probably a little bit different than we've had in the past with some of these guys. So whether we like it or not, the guys are going to be out there, you would think, barring injury or whatever. So, that's a good thing. That probably speeds up their development.
Mike, this is your 4th draft, I believe, as GM. How has your view of this process evolved, changed at all? Are you more averse to risk, less averse to risk, do you think, than the first time in 23? And do you feel some pressure? I mean, as Tim pointed out, it's the highest pick, obviously, you've had.
Yeah, I mean, I think over these last few years, you learn a lot through every draft. right? You have your conversations, you have your process, you go through it with these discussions, and then you come out of it and you look back and you learn, what you're right on, what you're wrong on. So I would say anybody who's every year you go through a draft, you're going to get more and more comfortable. I mean, as far as pressure, I think when you have the right process in place, you're thinking about things the right way, and then you go forward and just focus on making a good, sound decision. I don't feel any pressure in doing that. It's the fun part of the job.
Mike, obviously you were at the Combine in Chicago. How much weight do you put into the Combine, whether it's measurements, the scrimmage, interviews? How much weight do you put into that Combine?
I think all these things are a piece of the puzzle. The interviews, the medical, the workouts, the data, all that stuff's a piece, and you want to complete that puzzle as much as possible before you pick a player. So the Combine's a part of that. I mean, we get to interview guys. Frankly, we interview a lot of guys that aren't going to be at 11, which we would never have in our building. It's a great thing for not only preparing for this draft to get things in the right order, but in the future, you never know with trades and free agency and stuff. So the Combine is a great opportunity for that. Obviously, you get all the testing data for the anthrometrics and the movement stuff, which is good. So we take all that information, we factor it in, and it's all a big piece of the puzzle.
Mike, obviously the baseline is get better no matter what it is, but you mentioned with the pick, everything's on the table, although you think probably right now you're probably going to make it. Is the organization as a whole comfortable if you guys, not just with the draft, but going into the summer, get older? In other words, getting older players compared to taking a couple picks or getting some younger guys and building that way?
Yeah, I mean, I think we got to look at it. It's a sliding scale of it. We're okay with if we're going to get older. I mean, frankly, it's not the best thing, but if it's going to make us better, like significantly better, I think we have to look at that, because that's really our thought process and job right now is to make this team better. So if it means doing older, then we'll do it. But that's pretty unlikely. Like, there's only so many guys I feel like we could bring in that are older. I mean, we've got some guys on the back end of it already, and to add to that, there'd definitely be some risk, but maybe there's a situation we do that and go for it. But yeah, I mean, we'd obviously prefer to get younger.
How much do you use what you saw in the NBA Finals and the playoffs in the evaluation process for this pick?
Good question. I mean, I think you got to be careful about overreacting, but the playoffs are the ultimate test, and it's a good place to see and view kind of where the league's at, where it's going. And we've had, eight different champions in 8 years? Is that right? And so I'd say the big picture thing is it's as wide open as it's ever been. We can't make any assumptions that this team's going to do it for the next 10 years. They're going to be here, injuries, salary cap issues, all those things. I think we got to be careful of that. And more than anything, it teaches you just to focus in on yourself and what you can do to be better. Don't worry about we have to beat this team or we got to be better than this at this position. I think it just reinforces we need to be better and let's focus on ourselves.
Can you give us any information about maybe possible conversations you've had with Porzingis, who is a free agent, and Draymond? I know Draymond has to make the call first, but within that, I'm sure there are conversations. Would you consider either one? There's some traction there with an understanding. Where are you with those two players? Yeah,
I think now with I can't remember when the rules change, but there's stuff opens up where we can talk to our own players sooner, which is nice. I mean, just to get that going. But have had conversations with kind of all of our free agents, the representatives. I think we're in a good place with all of them. Lots of good players, but as far as Draymond and KP, Draymond's got the player option, but we're in communication with his group, and then same thing with KP. And both guys, I think we value, we want here, and we see them as a kind of a piece of the puzzle next season.
Would it be a goal to try to get under and give yourself access to that non-taxpayer mid-level?
Sure. I mean, I think there's a path for that. It does come with some ramifications that we have to be careful of. It lowers our spending limit, which is tough when we have some higher salary players. So it's a give and take, but I think it's something we'll look at. It definitely gives us some spending power in the free agency pool, but it also comes with some limitations. So we just need to be careful.
Mike, you guys have hit on some second rounders here lately, and I'm wondering, most franchises seem to have a different philosophy about early lottery picks and then second round picks. Is it an art? Is it a science? Second round? How do you navigate the second round? Because obviously it's much different from the top 15.
Yeah, I mean, I think the approach on the second round for us has been not to overthink it. You got to you're looking for a guy that can just make it. You don't worry about position. You don't worry about size. You don't worry about age. Just you're picking for example, the late 50s. It's hard to make it to the NBA that far back in the draft. So just don't worry, hey, we have too many guards. If there's a guard that we think could make it, and it's just going to mean we have more guards, we just got to do it, because the rest of the guys, if you try and pick for position at that point, you could go wrong. So I think the focus is just which guy has the best chance to make it. Let's get him in our program, develop him, get him to Santa Cruz a little bit, and see where it goes.
And where do you, where do you stand on the one skill philosophy? A guy who has to have at least one NBA skill before you draft him.
Well, I hope picking at 11 we'll take a guy that's got a lot of skills. There's probably some accuracy to that, as well as accuracy to, this guy's an incredible competitor or a winner or whatever. I mean, that could be a skill too. So, generally, if the reality is if these guys have multiple skills that they're good at, that usually gives them a better chance to make it. Sure, if there's a guy that's an elite shooter or shot blocker or defender, they can go that path, but it narrows a path for them. So you got to be careful about that.
You talked about second round pick. You're just trying to find someone who can play in the NBA. When it comes, regardless of position, do you have that same philosophy for the 11 pick in terms of position? Is that something you look at when deciding maybe who you want to take with that pick?
I think you talk about a little bit about position. Picking at 11. More in the light of how many positions the player can play. If you're drafting a guy that can only play one position, I think it's just something you need to be mindful of. But for us, I think we're in a good spot where, frankly, we need everything. So we don't need to be, picky about this thing. I think we'll take whoever we feel is the best player, kind of for the next this arc of their prime of their career that they will be coming into shortly. I think that's the look on it, and we could use a little bit of everything.
Mike, you obviously, over here, you obviously worked with Bob and in this group for a while before you became GM. What did you learn from Bob about specifically the draft and how to prepare and how to make a pick, how to think about the pick?
Yeah, I think the first thing is it's fun. Bob used to always talk about, this is the best time of year. This is so much fun. I love the draft. And he's right. It's true. This is a great time of year, not only for myself, but for our whole staff, our organization. You're evaluating stuff. You're going to bring a new player into the mix. And it's a great time. I think overall, I think we've learned a lot. We've had so many conversations. I've had so many conversations with Bob over the years, whether it's individual or collective, about how to draft, how to look for things. And I think what you realize is when you think you got it all figured out, you probably don't. And then you rethink everything. And that's probably the biggest thing I learned from Bob is you have to be adaptable, malleable a little bit, and constantly evaluating how you're doing things.
Mike, we talked to you probably, 5-6 weeks ago. Has anything changed with the conversations with Steph as far as a potential extension goes?
Raymond, is he trying to put me in a bad spot here? I don't think we can do that yet. They should tell August 30th, I think. So I can address that come September. But we love Steph. We hope he's here for a long time, and we'll see where that goes.
You mentioned there might be fewer trades because first-round picks become more valuable because any one of them could be a top 3 pick. Does that make you less likely to trade future first-round picks?
Could. I think we're kind of thinking through how we want to value our picks moving forward. I do think they have a lot of value based on our, competitive tendencies. So I think we need to be careful about it, as we have already in the last, however many years. But we've shown a willingness to do it, whether acquiring Jimmy, doing the thing with Iguodala. So we'll trade our picks if it makes sense. But I think, as always, you just have to be careful. Good. That's my dad.
Have there been any updates to the coaching staff since we last talked to you?
There haven't. We're still working through that. Obviously, getting the main thing done with Steve was huge. And we'll, with Terry and Jerry leaving, there obviously will be some changes. So we're working through that, but nothing imminent. And if, once there is, we'll let you guys know. Cool. Thanks, guys. See you. When are we doing? Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday? Do I have to do both? Let's do Tuesday and Wednesday?
Have you started planning?
All righty. That was Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors, talking to the Bay Area media. He's going to join us momentarily. And
sure, he's looking for part two of, being peppered, but that's the job. What do you think?
The best thing I heard was getting older is probably not the best thing, and it's pretty unlikely. Those were, to me, the most optimistic words that he said.
Now, what about for me, and I hear you, everything on the table, or was that just a throwaway line?
I think everything is on the table right now with this team outside of Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And
so we definitely can't ask him about that because he said August 30th.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'd like to, I'm probably going to ask him about a couple players specifically just to explain to me what they think their games are like so you could try to imagine them on the Golden State Warriors. I'll ask him a little bit about Draymond probably. Right. I'm curious to know whether past drafts impact your strategy for a present draft. Meaning,
so misses.
Yeah, meaning if Wiseman and Kuminga make it less likely you'll take a younger project type player.
Gotcha.
And what he's going to say is not necessarily. If we think that project is going to pay off, eventually we wouldn't have a problem taking a project.
Yeah, I can't wait.
We'll see. Well, you won't have to wait very long.
No doubt.
So, there you go. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You can talk about anything Mike Dunleavy said. Keep in mind, he should be calling in here in the next 5 minutes. So if he does, we'll obviously jump on. We'll jump on with him, and then we can line him up. But yeah, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, they got 11 and 54, right?
I guess so.
Going in,
I guess so. Oh, no, I guess so. Yes, of course. That's what they have. So, should be fun.
Let me ask you this. What's their biggest need to you going into the draft? What type of player? Where?
I know I don't care about the position. If they get
a good player,
if they get a guy who can start in 2 years, I don't care what position he plays. Even if it's point guard. Because that's the beauty. Like, you can take a point guard or shooting guard, and it doesn't impact Steph Curry in terms of, what does that mean for Curry? It doesn't mean anything for Curry. It means we have another guard here he can play with either as a 1 or a 2. So I would not rule out any position. But the one thing I would say is that's why I'm not in. I wouldn't draft a center. I just wouldn't. It's too hard for centers. Especially the centers in the draft.
And none of this has to do with Quentin Post and or if we want to call it regression, or just where we thought he was at and now where we think he's at.
I'm saying it for two reasons. One is I'm assuming that the Warriors know what Horford's doing. They certainly have to know, I think, by Tuesday. Because if they're thinking right now, we're not going to have Horford and Post is not going to be on the team, well, then I wouldn't be so steadfast in not wanting a center or not drafting a center. But what I do know is the centers in this who are going to be there around 11 are super young and super raw. And so then we get into that situation. So, a guy like, we got Mike? Oh, we're taking a break.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, E. I lost track of the time. All right. Mike Dunleavy's probably coming up on the other side, and we'll talk about it on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section on the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Fire up the grill and taste the difference. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin packs featuring high-quality beef with moderate marbling are just $5.99 per pound. And here comes my high-quality partner, Dan Dibley,
who loves marbling as well. And also, you can pick up sweet, juicy red cherries for just $2.99 per pound. Fresh, flavorful, and perfect for summer snacking. Stock up on sweet summer corn with a clip or click offer and get 8 ears for just $1. Limit 8.
Sweet. I like it. These and other great deals are available in the weekly mailer in the For You section on the Safeway app. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger. Truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Don't miss the Bay Area's own Journey on their final Frontier Tour. They'll be taking over the Chase Center on November 28th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, this is Moses Moody, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Moses. Get well soon. Hope your rehab's coming along well. You're a player that most everybody roots for, so hopefully you'll be back in action next season. Mike Dunleavy's going to join us momentarily. He just finished up his press conference over at Chase Center, and he's going to be calling in here pretty soon, and we'll get him for another 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, off-season is upon us, man.
Tie up some loose ends. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it's going to be an exciting one for the Warriors because, you know, there's a lot of decisions to be made.
Yeah, and I keep thinking about the how you phrased it, or Mike phrased it, you know, a couple months ago. It's up to Draymond, but technically it's not, Steiny, if they're not really – if they want him to play on that 1 year – and he doesn't want to do that, it's not up to him in regard to him getting what he wants. I mean, that if he reads the room and they're like, you know what, we want you to play this out, like we talked about it earlier, discussed it, that can lead to him possibly, you know, being in a new locale if he's that offended or not happy.
And if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I would say, quit trying to cheer me up.
But if you're Joe
Quit trying to cheer me up.
Well, what if you're Lakeup?
I mean, look, the best thing that could happen to the Warriors would be Draymond Green opting out.
Well,
I think.
I hear you. I feel the same way.
$28 million goes away, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
that part's not going to happen. But the other thing, you know, that to me is interesting is some of the play. Like if you look at the pool of players that people think are going to be available at 11, you know, there's one for sure that we know of, Lendeborg. He's a 24-year-old. But there's some 19-year-olds who are raw. But there's a 19-year-old who's playing in New Zealand, who's played professionally for 3 years. And so, you know, I want to know if age matters at all, if these past picks matter at all. But if you missed it, Mike Dunleavy's already talked to the media, and he's going to jump in here in a few minutes. But to me, the biggest takeaway was when Nick Friedel asked if they were comfortable with the team getting older. You know, Mike Dunleavy said is normal, you know, and we'll look at everything.
Yeah.
But to me, the crux of the answer was it's probably not the best thing to do, but if it makes us better. But he put the Warriors getting older as pretty unlikely. So that also may mean they know there will be no LeBron James, and they know there will be no Kawhi Leonard.
And Steiny, with that, you're still old too, though. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, but you're just not going down that road.
So I don't know how everybody else feels, but that's a small victory,
right?
For me, anyway. If that's what he means, getting the 11th pick in here, who's a young player, and start to kind of pivot with this team right now, because I think that's what it needs.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they do make the pick, who it'll be, and then also, as you mentioned, or I mentioned, they got the 54th pick second round, and they've had some success there, and we'll see how they do that.
The other thing I found interesting, and he kind of addressed it a little, but the idea of, because of the new lottery system, the draft picks may be more coveted, and I think that is a big deal, because in the past, if you wanted to acquire a pick from a contending team,
all right,
I mean, you knew that pick was going to be 25. You just knew it, or after, if you're trading a really with a really good team. But similarly, if you trade with a bad team for a draft pick, in the past, that draft pick had big value because we all knew, you all know the team's probably going to be pretty bad. But now, let's say the Sacramento Kings are among the worst teams in basketball. If they come to you and say, we'll give you a draft pick, well, it might not be any more advantageous to have the Kings draft pick than the Spurs draft pick.
Yeah. And do you like that?
Well, I mean, it may, who it may really benefit is the bad team, like the Sacramento Kings. I mean, I shouldn't say the Kings, whatever. You know what I mean?
No, I do.
If you're a bad team that knows that they're probably not going anywhere, well, next year's pick, even though you're going to be bad, isn't guaranteed to be a lottery pick. So maybe you want to go about it differently. So it's all pretty interesting to me.
And exciting.
Yeah. Porzingis he addressed. It's funny, in the Slater piece, he talked about Porzingis momentum to have him back. I would say that if Porzingis comes back, I'm hoping when we see the number, it'll be pretty modest.
All right, what about this other number? Because I forgot to mention this. I was thinking about it. You always ask me this, okay, Draymond, Steph, games played. And I know it's just, you got a blindfold on, but let's just say he does come back. Steiny, what's a goal for Porzingis, a realistic goal for games played from the outset for KP?
It's a great question. I mean, to me, the biggest Warriors problem is they have 7 guys on the team right now who we don't know if they're going to play more than 40 games.
And they're right on the table as their best player now with this new normal with the runner's knee.
Exactly. So, that's another thing.
That scares the hell.
Steiny, not sure why you're so high on Dunleavy. Oh, does it sound like I'm high on Dunleavy? I'm just asking.
Well, I wouldn't say, I think we gave him a grade. What grade do you remember? I think it was a C.
C.
Yeah.
C. I take into account that they're coming out of a dynasty.
Just sounds like you might be excited at what he can do and what he should do. And Draymond
I'm excited about getting younger.
Well, yeah.
I'm excited about getting younger.
And hopefully they do that. But I'll tell you what, exercising these 2 picks, you damn sure have done that.
Yeah. All right. Like I said, Mike Dunleavy talked to the media at noon. He's going to jump on the phone and talk with us for 10, 15 minutes to get a little more information about the draft. Once again, the NBA draft coming up next Tuesday. The Warriors have the 11th pick, and this is one of the best drafts in a while. And I think that's something that everybody pretty much agrees on. All right, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors. Mike, what's going on, man? Thanks for joining us. I know you just did your thing there, so appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, no problem. We got a little minute here amidst draft prep stuff, so good to speak with you guys today.
All right, let me start out with 11. I know things can change, but right now, what do you think the odds are that you're going to use that to draft a player that's on the Warriors?
Yeah, I think it's pretty high just because we really like this draft. I mean, I think at 11, we feel like we're going to get a very good player. So to trade out of that or change from there, go a different course, right now would be surprising, but we still have some time and things evolve through the weekend and in next week, so you never know. But I think most likely we'll be picking at 11 and take that pick and be really high on it.
Mike, always a pleasure. Now, Steve Kerr, talked a little while back, and he had mentioned, it was hard for you guys, the team playing back-to-backs, and the older guys not playing was an issue. And I guess, Mike, the bottom line is, how do you continue to compete, but knowing you have to get younger?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just what this job is problem solving, right? And that's part of the issue, is that balance of older players who are good, you can trust them, but maybe the availability isn't always there. And so trying to find that balance is something that we're looking at constantly. And we got to, we'll have a way to go about addressing that here next week with a couple draft picks to certainly infuse some youth and talent into the system. And then we'll go into free agency and look at some of the same stuff. So I think that's sort of our approach on it. And, I mean, at the same time, having some older guys like Al and Draymond and Steph, you don't complain about that.
Mike Dunleavy joining us on 95.7 The Game, Golden State Warriors general manager. Obviously June 29th is an important day for guys with options, Horford, DeAnthony Melton, and Draymond Green. I know Draymond Green it's his decision to opt in or opt out, but there's been a lot of talk about opting out and then giving him 2 years at less of a number to help your salary cap situation. Is that something that's on the table?
I think we'll look at everything, trying to put together the best team we can for next season and keep being mindful of our future. We'll look at stuff. We're in communication with all of our potential free agents right now. And, once we get through the draft, we'll figure some of the other stuff out. But I think, we'll look at everything for sure.
How does Jimmy's injury and the fact that, Mike, he might not be back to January or February make or change your guys' decisions on, to figure out what moves you're going to make coming up?
Well, I think with Jimmy and Moses both, guaranteed to miss the start of the season, we obviously have to fill the void there on the wing with some players. So we're going to have to address that at the draft or in free agency for sure. And then, we're going to have to hold down the fort until those guys get back. And hopefully when they get back, they'll hit the ground running and be the players they have been for us. And we can have a strong finish to the season. But to the first half of the year, we're going to really have to be our best to get through that period.
Mike Dunleavy joining us on 95.7 The Game. Mike, one thing about your front office that you guys have always talked about is, you've got several voices in that front office, and you like it that way. And if there's dissenting opinion, that's a good thing. But what if there's a difference of opinion in the direction? We know how old this team is. What if there's a difference of opinion in a group of guys want to bring an older player in while a group of guys think it might be better to go the other way? Like, how does that all shake out?
Well, I mean, Joe owns the team. Him and I are aligned. We're completely aligned. So there's not much dissension beyond that. We want to win, and we will do and make decisions based on that. So, I mean, I think from that regard, it's really straightforward. That's how it always has been. That's always how it will be, at least as long as I've been kind of head of basketball. So not a whole lot there that it really concerns us or to be worried about.
Mike, let me ask you this, man, because obviously you guys didn't make the playoffs last year, but I feel like no excuses. You guys were dealt bad hands. You just mentioned Jimmy and Moses going down. But if you look at the inception of your guys' record since the Jimmy Butler trade, does that give you more confidence, to the fan base? Hey, it's not as bad as it looks, because if those guys wouldn't have got hurt, obviously Steph with the runner's knee, maybe it looks better than what it does now.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, injuries are a part of this thing, right? You have to be prepared for them. But most importantly, you have to control what you can control. And I thought the first half of last season, we were super healthy and we didn't play well. If we're healthy, that could happen too. So we've got to come into the season. We've got to focus on the things that are going to make us better, regardless of who's on the court. And that's being more disciplined. That's taking care of the basketball, doing those types of things. And then we can worry about the roster stuff, the talent, all those things. But right now, I think our biggest issue is in those areas. And if we can clean those up, I think we can put ourselves in a position to be in the right place.
Mike, I know how this may go, but I don't mean it this way. I know you had Lendeborg in. We all saw him play at Michigan, but we also know that you went to New Zealand to see Kareem Lopez, who plays down there. I'm not asking you to tell us if you're drafting him or not, but can you give us a thumbnail of his game and kind of who he is and what position he plays, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, Kareem's an interesting young player who's played professionally for a while. He was over in Europe before going to New Zealand, originally from Mexico. He's young, but he's big. He's a big kid. He's got good length. He's got big hands, and he's about the right things. And so going down there, and I see all these guys, but going down there to see him and, see him compete in a professional level, was very worthwhile. But he's a really good young player in this draft. He's somebody we're obviously looking at strongly, and we'll see where it goes on Tuesday night.
Mike, I'm excited about Tuesday. We all are, but I'm fixated on Steph, and unfortunately he had the runner's knee, and he dubbed it the new normal. And I'm just asking you guys as a franchise, is just another regular offseason and Curry will do the same thing to get ready for the season, or is there a concern among you all on how that thing might flare up again, or how do you proceed so it doesn't, if you follow me?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Steph today. He's in great spirits. He's having a great offseason, physically doing really well. Look, we're super confident he'll be back next year in a healthy way and play a ton of games and do all that. But like anybody, like all teams, we have to prepare for injuries. Guys miss games. It happens. And, if it does happen again next year with him, we've got to do a better job of holding it together than we did this past season. And I think that's sort of our thought process. But Steph will do everything he can to stay healthy, to be the best version of himself. And that's what we expect until things are different.
Mike Dunleavy joining us on 95.7 The Game. Last one from me, Mike, and it's got to do with how much, if at all, do past draft picks and the result that you've had with them impact, if at all, the present pick, which will be next Tuesday? And what I'm getting at there is, if you look at some of the players that may be available for you guys, there's a 24-year-old and there's the 19-year-old, and then there's some big guys who are really young. I mean, how do you balance next year with the future, with the guy who might be the best player down the line?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think from the prior drafts, you're always learning. You're always picking things up. And from my standpoint, it's simple. You just draft who you think the best player is going to be. You don't overthink it with age, size, length, athleticism. The number one thing is that they're good at basketball. And so that can come in multiple shapes and sizes. That's the fun part about the draft. That's the fun part about this league. Look at the past 8 NBA champions. Look what the Knicks did this year with a small point guard who nobody thought could carry his team to a championship. So the main thing for us is find a good basketball player, and I think at 11 we'll do that.
Well, does it matter? Like, if I get it, you're going to draft the guy you think's going to be the best player. Do you take into account how long that might take?
Not really. Not when you're picking the lottery. We're good with, and frankly, this year, if I'm being honest, most of these guys are going to come in and play for us based on our injuries and our roster situation. And I think by the end of the year, I think whoever we take will be helping us in producing. But no, I think with the draft, I mean, you've seen it. We've drafted older players. Pods is pretty young. I mean, we've drafted guys all over the board in terms of age-wise. This isn't the NFL. The NBA draft is something where you got to draft for longevity, and then we'll address more current needs in free agency.
Mike, I'm a random dude. We have a saying on the show, #random, and I told Stoney this morning, I wonder when Mike got drafted and we found out he was coming to Golden State. Do you remember draft night? Who was the first one to greet you?
Oh, boy. I'll never forget that. Obviously, getting drafted, going 3rd overall, amazing to have a dream come true and sitting there with my family. But the first guy I ran into after I put my hat on and shook Commissioner Stern's hand was Raymond Ritter. None other than Raymond Ritter, the face of the franchise.
He's the man.
Hey, Mike, I know I said the last one. I'll just end it on this. And we had a buddy who said, so you have an 8th grade son who plays AAU.
I do. I've got 4 children, and one of my sons is in 8th. He'll be a freshman next year. So we're a lot of activities these days, a lot of sports, tournaments running around.
Is he going to be a player?
Yeah, he can play. He's a good little athlete, knows the game, and it's been fun to watch. He plays some basketball. He plays some lacrosse. He's kind of into everything and going to high school next year. So I think he's excited about all that.
Is he going to be 6'8", 6'9" like you, or you don't know yet?
Oh, we don't know. I mean, I was a late bloomer. I grew late, so okay. I think we're holding on to that growth spurt, but. He's got good genes.
Mike, I got to ask you this. I got thrown out of my son's high school game. Don't judge me. But when you're watching your son, are you that loud parent or are you just quiet as can be?
I'm pretty low key, but every once in a while, I'm guessing you got thrown out going at the refs. I mean, sometimes you lose your mind over that a little bit, but I try to hold back and enjoy it and watch him and support him. But I think the competitive fire comes out in all of it.
It's hard.
Yeah, I see you as sitting in the back row, not wanting to cause anybody any stir. You know I'm right, too. You know I'm right.
Yeah, most of the time. All
right, Mike. Thanks a lot, man. Good luck next week in the draft, and we'll talk to you soon.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right. Mike Dunleavy, general manager of the Golden State Warriors.
You asked him some good stuff, Donnie. Yeah.
I don't think they're giving Draymond another year.
Oh, man.
I really don't.
I wonder what Drake feels that.
I think he may already know it.
And that's why I'm waiting on the next episode of the podcast. Or he'll let us know. But I get I wouldn't call it momentum, but verbal momentum, huh?
I'm sorry, but if they knew it was going to happen, they would probably be more open to talking about it as an option. But I feel like he just automatically, like he always says, we'll take a look at everything. But they're not taking a look at everything as it relates to that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Now you've got an hour's worth of Mike Dunleavy, and if you want to talk about it, now's the time. But
I don't know. They need depth, Steiny. That's what I take away from that, too.
One of the fun things about this, Goo, is we all hear what we hear.
Yeah.
And what I heard is Draymond's not a priority, and that extra year is not a guarantee at all. In fact, it feels to me like this is it. He either has to play on the expiring or he's got to opt out and become a free agent. And with those two choices being the only ones, I think he's got to just come back for one more year.
Yeah, to me, and I know some stuff you don't like to bet on, but Stouty, I think he's going to opt out and come back for less money. Basketball-wise, I want this to be the last one, but I would be so shocked, like the 1906 earthquake, if they were to have him come back and this be it.
Yeah, I get the sense Dunleavy is very comfortable with that, extremely comfortable with that. The other thing is, one of the reasons I think he's comfortable with it is because I think all season long is, as it relates to Draymond Green, they know the situation. And I'm sorry. If we were talking about Draymond Green opting out and getting 2 more years at $20 million a year, essentially, and that it would yield them more flexibility with the taxpayer mid-level. But what Mike said was, and I was going to ask him this, but I thought it would get too inside baseball, is he said, but then we're limited in other areas. So, and we get penalized then in other areas. All this to say, I think Draymond knows right now that he's just got to come back and play on on the 27.8.
Yeah.
And that in and of itself, to me, shows that maybe Mike Dunleavy is going to be the one to start to pull the plug on this thing.
Well, I'll tell you real quick. I'll tell you this. He mentioned depth. He also didn't like the card I was playing where since we got Jimmy, we've had a winning record. He kind of went away from it. Yeah. And if Steph gets hurt, we still need to be good enough to survive. So that's what I love. Like, you know, maybe that caught him by surprise last year, Stoney. The guys dropped and they had no depth, and sometimes they look like a G League outfit. But he was intentional on, we got to get deeper. I felt, you know what I mean? If guys get hurt, we still got to be able to compete.
Yeah, he said they want 2 young players out of this draft. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. NBA draft on Tuesday. Mike Dunleavy just talked for the last hour. We'll get into it on the other side on 95.7, The Game.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC/R contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random +1.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Father's Day, go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
Dub Nation, this is Will Richard, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Will Richard, congratulations. He deserves congratulations.
On his first half of it? I mean, man.
No.
What?
No.
What did I miss?
I bet you don't know this.
I was under yesterday. I was under.
Just talk for a second.
I love what Mike was putting down, and he's probably happy LeBron is staying in L.A.
Allegedly.
Well, it looks like it. Come on, we knew he wasn't leaving. He's a narcissist guy. What do you got, Will Richard?
Son of a gun. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Congratulations, Will Richard.
Let's see.
You are. Hold on.
Tick, tick, tick.
You are. Congratulations to Will Richard.
Okay.
He is the player on the Warriors with the longest contract right now. He and Guy Santos. They are signed through 2028, and they have team options for 2029. And nobody else is even on the books right now.
Pods is
for
coming in the rear
2027, 2028, except Moody, Santos, and Will Richard. That's why they're coveting this 2027 year.
He said looking to get 2 players, Donnie.
And now I'm looking at the Warriors' salaries, and Draymond Green makes $27.7, and if you stretch him out, there's probably going to be $18 million then in the 2027, 2028 box. And the Warriors don't want that, I don't think.
Well,
I don't think they do.
I'm with you.
888-957-9570. What'd you guys think of Mike Dunleavy? I got to tell you, and I know people are going to say, oh, you love him.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good because everybody says he doesn't say anything. But when you're the son of an NBA coach and then you go to Duke and then you play for 15 years and then you go to a free agent, or rather a front office, you know how to play the media game. You know how to not say things. And, to me, when you talk to a guy like Dunleavy, you really got to almost try to interpret some stuff.
Well, I interpreted, Steiny, that, and I'm not saying I never got this from Bob, but it was different eras that, we were Billy Badass. But he's truly upset or disappointed in the lack of depth that this team showed when you could just say, or somebody like I did when I asked him, injuries kind of took you out, nothing to see here. He's not playing that. He is disappointed, and I'm sure his boss is disappointed in Joe Lacob. So to me, that's the title of the jam. How do we get younger, and how do we get more guys that are able to get out there and compete and at least give us a chance?
Yeah. Here's the other thing.
He didn't bite when I said when you had injuries.
No, he said, we weren't really good even when we were healthy.
I was like, okay, Mike, I got you. He slapped me with that one.
The other thing he said that I'm wondering why they continue to harp on this. During the press conference, somebody asked Dunleavy about, do you get a star? How do you build this thing?
Yeah.
And his answer had nothing to do with personnel. It said, well, I think we got to start the process by getting more discipline and cleaning it up, kind of like we said at the end of the year. I just don't know why they're hammering home the point that they turned the ball over a lot last year.
It was odd.
And that they're going to get better at it. And they're almost trying to sell us that if they get better in that phase of the game, the personnel will take care of itself and they'll just be better.
And I'm not claiming to know better, more hoop than them, but to me, you need cats, Thundercats. You know what I mean, Stoney? But he was like, hell no, Goo. I'm paraphrasing. Nah, that wasn't it.
The other thing that I thought was interesting came during the press conference. The first time he was asked about Draymond Green. I don't know if you noticed this or not. And this is what I mean. I know there's going to be listeners out there that are going to be like, Steiny, relax, settle down. But this is the way I listen to things. Right. During the press conference, when he referenced Draymond Green and Porzingis, and to a lesser degree, Melton, the three guys with player options, he said, but yeah, we want them all on the team next year.
I heard that.
Yeah, right, next year.
Oh, okay.
He wants Draymond on the team next year.
Yeah, nothing, I got you.
Now, I'm probably making too much out of that, and I could be wrong. And if you want to point the finger at me, when Draymond gets, when he opts out and gets a 2-year deal, feel free. But I think the Warriors are leaning the other way. That's what I'm hearing from Mike Dunleavy and the organization right now. That, and maybe, I was going to say, maybe they're not going to do pods this summer. Maybe they're not going to do Draymond this summer.
I got you. What about Curry? I mean, you technically could. You know,
the other thing about Curry that I was thinking about is, they can't re-sign him till August 30th anyway.
Right, I got you.
So I got to believe they'll have more information by August 30th if they're worried about the knee at all, right? Because
that's my biggest worry, man.
Yeah. And so, it's probably a good thing that they don't have to deal with Steph till late August.
Real quick, what do you think? And again, you could say dumb, you guys out there. What do you think Steph meant by new normal? Because what scared me is it's not going away. That's what new normal meant to Goo.
Yeah, I think it's a new normal in terms of how he's got to prepare his body. I think it's a new normal in terms of how much rest he has to
But do you understand it? I took it as it's not vanishing.
No, it's not. It's runner's knee. It's kind of like plantar fasciitis. Never really get rid of it, but you got to.
I want to ask Evan if you pronounced that right.
I did. Why would you even ask Evan?
Look.
Evan, go help.
Say it again.
Plantar fasciitis.
Yeah.
All right.
Plantar fasciitis.
Fasciitis, whatever.
You got it. You knocked it out the park, bud.
Let's go to Don in Redwood City. Hey, Don, how are you?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How are you?
Hey. Doing well.
Hey, you're hitting on my point. I think they're tired of the turnovers. It's all tied into how to fix that, and Draymond is not in those cards, right? Steph's kind of not in those cards, but you're going to live with that, but you can't live it with Draymond. But honestly, with this roster, I don't know how you fix the issues that they have that are historic. The way they play, is Steve going to try to hold them more accountable? Who knows where this is going? But I don't know about you, Steiny. You played in college. Holding on to the ball was important to you, I imagine. But some of these guys, watching for all these years, risk is an issue, man.
Yeah.
And that's probably right into this Draymond thing. That's got to be smack in it.
Interesting.
Man, it has to.
That's interesting, Don. I hadn't put two and two together like that, but
that's not fun. Steiny, he throws a bad pass. We see it all the time, and he yells at the guy that he made a bad pass to. And if we're seeing it, maybe they're finally just fed up. Like, man.
I think the other thing that's going to happen is I think we're going to see a little bit of a change of style from the Warriors.
See, now that's where I have
because they have to.
What would it look like?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what it would look like. So when the Warriors had their great teams, they were able to play open offense, motion, all that stuff.
Right.
Why? Well, because if you go through position by position, they had size, they had great passers, and they had guys that knew how to play the game. All right? They keep trying to do that, and they've kept trying to do that. All right. The problem is they don't have players that match that system, but for Steph and Draymond has fallen off in a big way. Okay, so here's the thing about turnovers. Little incongruous, but, it's not. I mean, the more you pass, the more you're going to turn it over.
All right.
So when the Warriors were rolling, they did turn the ball over, but their offense was also more efficient. It's interesting, when you look at the teams with a ball-dominant player, they tend to turn the ball over less. Because, why? Well, because Brunson handles it so much that unless he turns it over, most of the other guys are just catching and shooting or, making a move themselves. So I think what we're talking about here is less of an open offense and maybe more plays are being called.
Well, I'd be excited, and I can't wait to see if that does transpire, what it looks like. And if you're right, then that's all the more reason they're feeling that way about Dre not being a part of it. Because if this is his last one, Stoney, it would be a big deal for number 23 not to have a ball in his hands most of the time bringing it up.
Yeah, I get the sense the other issue that the Warriors are running up against was, Dunleavy expressed frustration at the end of the season about just not having guys available enough.
But you brought in Horford knowing he couldn't play back to back.
Well, and now, but that's the other thing. The problem,
his Carfax report.
The problem's not over. I mean, the problem's not over. How do you negotiate a contract with Kristaps Porzingis when you have no earthly idea how much he's going to play?
It's scary. It is truly scary, man.
And I'll just take it a step further. And this is where the huge danger comes in for the Warriors. How do you talk about a Curry extension when he's at the point where maybe this injury is going to inhibit him? Even Draymond, if they were thinking about adding another year, there's no guarantees you're going to play up 130 games over 2 years. So they still, and if Horford opts in, then they've got to deal with the fact that he'll miss a bunch of games. All right, 888-957-9570. No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers, and one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery. It's your income and it's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Tune in for World Soccer Championship updates on the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Afternoons with Dan Dibley. Right here on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza. Your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown.
It's the best time of the year for sports. Teams are making big moves. Maybe it's time your money did too. Celebrate the 75th anniversary of San Francisco Fire Credit Union with a limited time 7-month tiered certificate. Start with just $250. Visit sffirecu.org and click Discover Our Best Offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Germany is in rebuild mode, but never count them out. A tenacious central midfielder drives the engine room while young forwards bring speed and creativity. Their tactical discipline and tournament pedigree remain formidable.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Welcome back. By the way, I told everybody I had World Cup fever, and I do. There is one drawback, though. Like, I do kind of feel like going down the street and watching the second half of the England game.
Do it.
But you don't know. The bar might be packed.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
And then it's like...
Well, you're a people magnet.
Yeah, but like you can't even get a seat.
What about the ship?
You know, hey,
well,
that's the official World Cup headquarters.
Was it packed yesterday? Headquarters?
No, but there weren't games on it too.
Oh, well, okay.
No, there were.
Well, were there? I think one started at 12.
Okay. Mike Dunleavy. He's a Warriors GM. He was on 95.7 The Game with us.
Yeah. After he did his, hit with the media. Do you want to make a bet with me about Dre? I believe this offseason.
Yeah, I'll
Let's
make
put that in
bet.
the hopper.
So you think he's still going to get an extra year?
No doubt. 2 for 38, 2 for 40. Okay. It's coming. Evan, how would you bet?
Not after listening to Dunleavy.
Thank you.
But that's why I'm suckering you. Words are powerful. But, Stoney, I just don't. So you're telling me when it's all said and done and the dust settles, it's just going to be Kerr and Curry left?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
All right. I'll believe that. I'm willing to bet. That's how much I want it to happen.
When's Draymond's next podcast? One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
That is.
Oh, man.
You're great.
Here's Dunleavy from the press conference. This is the most encouraging thing that I heard from Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got to look at it. It's a sliding scale of it. We're okay with it. We're going to get older. I mean, frankly, it's not the best thing, but if it's going to make us better, like significantly better, I think we have to look at that because that's really our thought process and job right now is to make this team better. So if it means doing older, then we'll do it. That's pretty unlikely. Like, there's only so many guys I feel like we could bring in that are older. I mean, we've got some guys on the back end of it already, and to add to that, there definitely be some risk, but maybe there's a situation we do that and go for it. Yeah, I mean, we obviously prefer to get younger.
Bron's off the table, allegedly.
I mean,
go ahead, because I got an analogy.
See, what guys like Mike do is allow in their answers for every possibility, so that when they get LeBron James, he can say, "Well, I said it was pretty unlikely, but if we could go for it."
The report's done. He's close.
But by the same token,
with the Lakers,
when Mike says, and the way he says it, it's pretty unlikely. That tells me that's not where they're going.
Right. And the reports, again, if you're into it, last night a report out of L.A. saying that, Bron's close to re-upping with the Lakers, and that's perfect for him. Winning part, and also, what he wants to do with his whole brand. But you want to hear my analogy?
Yeah.
Mike D sounds like a guy that got cheated on, and the girls told him a line, and now he's out of a relationship and he's in a new one, and he's like, that line will never get me again. And I can just feel the bravado of, I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe again. And you could say, what the hell does that mean, people? But to me, it's like he kept hammering down stuff. They weren't deep enough. And maybe he thought they were. And he was reminded at every turn, like, hey, Guy Santos, no, you earned that bread, but we got to have more. Guy Santos is with an S. We got to have more guys, and right now he feels like he didn't have them. And Quentin Post may have played himself off this team. I'm rooting for him, Stoney. But do you really believe QP3's done?
It doesn't matter.
This is Quentin Post.
Yeah, I'm like, it doesn't.
You're listening to Stoney and Guru.
This is where you and I are different.
He's on the team.
This is where you and I are different.
I don't just throw players away.
This is where you and I are
build relationships, and I built one with him.
This is where you're different.
And you just throw him away. So now he didn't even exist. Had him on the show 12 times.
He exists. Well, I just don't. Like, he's just a guy.
But Stoney, I got you.
Like, it doesn't matter.
You got
if
excited
Post
about
is
him.
back or not.
See,
it doesn't matter.
That's
if
not fair to
Melton
him.
is back or not. It does not matter. It didn't matter that they traded Trace Jackson Davis. These guys have no impact on the team.
But they were drafted to have some impact.
Listen,
Melton was brought in to have some impact.
Let me tell you something about what's going on with the Warriors' second-round picks, in case you haven't noticed. They're using their second-round picks to keep guys at a very, very low cost, and then the minute they may have to pay them more, they just get rid of them. And they draft somebody else out of the second round who can be, can have some minutes. Can take up some minutes.
No, I like Guy Santos. I'm not excited about him.
But he doesn't matter.
They're having fun with me.
It doesn't matter, Goo.
On the text line.
Yeah.
I brought it up. 120.
Yeah. I mean, Santos, and here's the thing about you. Santos is 23, and you keep saying we need Thundercats. What's he? Like, here's the thing.
That's not fair to him. He knows he's not he's good.
Okay.
I like him.
Okay.
He's serviceable, but he's not a Thundercat.
Okay, so he's not a Thundercat.
We don't have many we got one Thundercat.
Okay. That's my point.
With runner's knee.
Fair. If you're not if you acknowledge that a guy's not a Thundercat, then he's not important.
Yeah, but that's not reality.
It is reality.
But you can't do a hockey line swap, Steiny, and throw away all
My point is,
their role
Santos is a nice player for $5 million.
And how about, all right, let's do one more out. Let's put Pods on the table. What is Pods? He's costly. He's more expensive, but what is he?
What do you mean? What is he?
Like, how would you wouldn't say he's a Thundercat?
He's a role
man
player, a good team.
No doubt about it. You need those, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And Santos got his bag.
Yeah. Not much of a bag.
Well, but for him, Steiny, to be on the team and get that re-up, he's got a job.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike Dunleavy, press conference.
Yeah.
Somewhat uneventful.
But you asked him. He was overseas looking at players. I do wonder.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you. That's the other one. They are taking Kareem Lopez.
Oh,
Yes.
So you buried the lead.
Well, they'll take Lendeborg if he's there.
Okay.
If he's not there, they're taking Lopez.
You believe that?
Yes.
All right.
I do. Because the reason I say that is because I have a feeling he might fit yes, he's still young, 19-year-old project, but he's been playing professionally for 3 years. So
I got playing against grown men.
Bee's knees.
What we got?
Says the Warriors' infatuation with Australia. No, it's New Zealand, and the kid's Mexican.
Lopez.
So,
what you like best about him? No, Lopez.
What I like
can you put it on the floor and create?
He's got this little head fake at the 3-point. I don't think he's a great 3-point shooter yet, but he's got a little head fake. He's kind of gangly, big and gangly. He's about 6'8".
Can he go by me, Steiny? Like, you know what I mean? Can he put it on the phone? No. We know that. I'm saying, like, can he put it on the floor and create his own shot?
He can put it on the floor and get to the bucket.
That's all I ask.
I don't know if he can put it on the floor and get a shot. You know what I'm saying?
But Steiny, if you get to the bucket, that's a shot.
Right, but I don't think he can take 2 dribbles and raise up.
All right, okay, got you.
So, but yeah, to me,
you got me excited.
Lendeborg or Lopez will be.
Is there any part of they can get both? Or you're saying somebody's going to swoop Lopez up before?
Well, how could they get both? They only have 1 pick.
They got 2 picks. I'm saying with Lopez be there, the Warriors. They got the 54th pick.
Oh, yeah, no.
Oh, he'll be gone.
Oh, God. Yeah, both those guys are going to go in the top.
Fact, Lopez is.
Oh, there's no chance Lopez laps. No.
Oh, you were looking at me. I'm like, the second round. He's gone.
No chance.
Now, what if they're both there? Could they get Lopez before Linda?
Maybe. That wouldn't shock me if they're both there and they take Lopez. What would shock me is
damn.
if they're both there and they take one of the young centers, like Mara or shame on me. Sinak is another one, a big guy. But man, those big guys are pretty raw.
Yeah.
Those big guys are pretty raw. And, I don't know if it's within the realm of possibility, but the Warriors have had to have a conversation with the Hornets about 14 and 18. And if I'm Mike Dunleavy and you could somehow do that, I would do that in a heartbeat.
Then they would want to get Lopez or somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, the point is like
to give up 2.
Well, but this is a deep draft, and so you give up 11. One of the Lendeborg or Lopez might still be there at 14, and then at 18, you take the guy you love the most, who's still available. I mean, I would absolutely do that. I think the draft is that good that you could get 2 guys in this draft who in 2 years are both on the team, assuming the one guy's, a top 20 pick or not.
Yeah.
But, it's fun. It is fun.
Who is this on the text line? Kareem Lopez projected to go 22nd.
Yeah, I have him a lot lower than that on my big board. And if you guys remember,
could go 11.
Who had the best NFL big board? Me. I had the most advanced, sophisticated, and accurate big board for the NFL draft.
But that doesn't count.
And I have likewise with the NBA draft.
That doesn't count when somebody gives it to you.
Yes, it does.
It's in the business.
No, that's when it does count.
Evan, thank you.
What don't you get? I got what the pros are looking at.
But
thank you.
You're
That's
yapping
it.
like
you can stop right there.
So it's
stop
not
right there.
It's not yours.
Board.
It's my board after I tinker with it and after I receive the link. Once I receive the link, it's my board.
I hated it too. I was jealous. You had the dude's faces.
Let me tell you something.
I had to tell John Curley, like, hey, this technology, man.
707, Swain over Lopez. I like Swain too. I like him a lot.
Tell me if you...
But see, that's the kind of thing where if you could ever move back to 14 and 18, maybe you get Lendeborg and Swain.
You're going to laugh. My oldest Donovan, Saturday at the graduation, says, Dad, they need to draft Nate Ament.
Yeah, man, but he's too raw.
6'9" out of 10. I said, what do you know about Nate Ament?
He's young. He's 19. He's a big boy. He's not 6'9".
Well, Lopez, you say, is playing against grown men.
Ahmed he didn't have a great year.
I guess he went through a great
second half
in
of the
January.
Season. Yes, he had a great stretch in January.
Like young Donovan.
I mean, to me, he's Kuminga. And I'm not saying the game is Kuminga, but I'm saying how about that, what Dunleavy said, which I thought was interesting when he said, to me, it's simple. You just draft the guy you think's who's going to be the best player. And then I said, does it matter when he becomes the best player?
That was a good follow.
And he said no. So
you said this in the Wiseman draft, though.
That once again allows for the possibility they could take a 19-year-old.
But you said that in the Wiseman draft.
What?
When we were remote, I get mad now.
Who?
That was your thing. You, Dibs, and I, or was it Bonte and I, and you kept saying, Goo, Bonte, or Dibs, I would draft the best player.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that. They drafted the tallest player, but had they drafted the best player, he probably would still be in the uniform. Why am I doing that to myself?
No doubt.
Why would I just love...
What do you love?
Misery.
No, that's me.
Hey, real quick, Sonny.
What is going on with the turnovers? You can't get better taking care of the ball in July.
But you hear that in high school.
You can't take care of it in August.
Turnovers.
What the hell is he talking about? We got to get the turnovers under control. How do you get them under control before the season starts?
Personnel. Any Father's Day gift that you asked for?
No, in fact,
I asked for something.
I forgot to tell you. Don't get me anything for Father's Day. I'm good. I don't need anything. I know you're probably.
Why would I get you something?
Because I'm a father
of your family.
Yeah.
8 years in, we've never swapped.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Don't worry about getting me a gift.
I asked for new golf clubs. It looks like a big no, but yeah, I asked for them.
Yeah, it's too expensive.
I'm ready. Next Wednesday.
By the way,
why would you shake your head like you don't want me to get them?
I kind of don't. I want you using hand-me-downs to start.
Like you really
everybody else who starts with golf.
I hope you don't get the job. Wow.
No, there's something about Father's Day.
You asked for something. I asked for some new clubs.
Oh, I got this the other day. I was messing around and I said, you don't have to do anything for Father's Day. She's like, you're not my father. I'm like, well, okay.
Gosh.
I call my sister and wish her a happy Mother's Day.
No, that's deep.
They're not my kids.
Yeah,
She's not my mother.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Actually, I forgot this year to call her on Mother's Day.
I've been thinking, Steiny, I'm serious, man. Just the graduation, they asked me to do Bless the Food, and I did it, and, I veer off and just talk. Mm-hmm. I really want you to fix your relationship with your brother. I just thought that. It can, though. It can. Be the bigger man. Think about your dad up above if he saw his two sons buried at
He'd say, I understand what's going on there.
Just take,
actually, he'd be like, he would be,
fix it if
my
you
dad in his grave would be like,
stop
Maddie, hold strong.
Stop being a little cat.
That is the line of the year.
Dude, you know what? And Mole brings up a fair point.
I love that guy.
Don't get new clubs.
Willer says he has some for me.
Yes, use those.
All right.
Because you don't want to get new clubs and then find out you don't really play a lot. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like fishing poles.
Well, but why would you spend the money? Like, my point is, get Willard's set, play with that set for a year or so,
I hear you.
see how much you play,
all right.
and see how much you like it.
Like, you don't know half my clique. I got guys, they're taking days off and they golf. Like, they go on trips.
Now, that bothers me. That I'm very sensitive to. Actually, that's been one of the hardest parts for me.
The Knick fan, they golf for real. I'm just
what does that mean for real?
Like, they take trips.
Oh, yeah.
And then they got all the gear. Like, I'd like you to update your golf gear. Like, just go on a shopping spree. Nothing wrong with your
the money to do that.
So you come on now.
See, this is what you don't understand.
I didn't say go buy a new car.
I will have a new golf wardrobe by August.
That's all I'm talking about.
But it's going to cost me not a dime.
Wow.
Do you realize
he's buying you stuff?
He buys me clothes.
Cut that as a drop. Like,
dude,
wow.
We play 9 rounds at like 9.
You never feel bad.
No. Hell no. I'm providing a service. It's like an appearance fee. They love me back east, these guys.
An appearance fee. Yeah. I love that.
But, it'd be like a Tuesday. We're playing La Hinch. And I'll just be like, Steiny, go get a shirt.
That's what I'm... That's...
and then it'll be 2 days later, and we're at St. Andrews.
Come
and
on,
be like,
man.
Steiny, go get something. Go get yourself something.
Like you're 8 years of that. Wow. You're spoiled. You're golf spoiled.
But when you like, here's the thing. And you've asked me this a lot. Don't you feel guilty? Don't you? Not a sliver.
I get it.
Not one sliver.
Yeah. But like Shasky, I got to give it to him. He dresses. You got to step it up just a tad. I don't know what Dibs looks like, but
how do you know what I wear on the golf course? I don't
wear it in.
No, I don't. I don't wear golf shirts in. This is not a golf shirt.
No, but when you come in Wednesday and you got your sweater and I peep you.
Right, when I have you don't know what it's underneath.
No, but you got the substitute teacher look. Like, I want some, get that.
You don't
get that new stuff. I know what I'm talking about. Just get a stylist.
I have one, Lucia. By the way, shout out to Lucia, my haircutter.
Yeah. Or your,
one day or 2 days ago, I said, you know what? I want a haircut. She
said,
okay.
Top, Steiny.
I said, let's do Wednesday. She said, okay. Last night, I'm getting ready for bed, and I look in the mirror, and I say, you know what? Steiny, you look all right.
No, you look all right.
Your hair's not that long right now.
But you could get a lineup. You look better when the hair on top is longer.
I'm not done with the story. So anyway, I called, I texted Lucia today. I have a 2:30 appointment.
You didn't cancel,
I
did you?
canceled.
Oh, man.
And I was like,
it's Father's Day.
Well, and she basically said, that usually it would cost, she'd charge me because she needs 24 hours. But because I'm such a loyal customer, she's not going to charge me.
So you wouldn't just treat yourself to a haircut just because it's Father's Day?
No, I'm not ready.
I'm going to see Marky D after we get done.
This is the way they do it. This is the way these haircutters do it, Goo. You go in January. Then you don't go in until June. And then they're like, well, that's a really long time. And then you go in June, and then you go in October. And little do you know, now the haircuts have less and less increments of time between them. And the next thing you know, 1 year, you used to only get 3 haircuts a year, and now you get 6.
So you understand your partner's a brother. I'm black.
Oh, I know that.
So you know haircuts hit different than June and January and June. Come on now.
But here's the problem.
I wish you didn't stand there. I see it, but I
you have
line up.
Look, you can trim an afro in a hurry. Like my hair takes, like if you say trim me up.
Yeah.
That may be a drop. I don't know. But anyway, like to get, what do you call it? Get
a lineup. Yeah, a lineup.
It would take you 5 or 10 minutes.
5, yeah.
It would take me 15 to, it would take me 20.
Okay, but you still can get it.
Yeah, but it takes longer. Do you have to pay for that?
Yeah. But
how much?
What is free these days?
5 minutes?
Oh, no, I get
What's a haircut cost for you and what's a lineup cost for you?
$60 for me, and then I tip.
But then what's the lineup?
About 15. I give 5, 20.
All right, so you slip them a 20.
Yeah.
After they do a 10-minute.
Haircuts are expensive nowadays.
I know. I know. All right.
But as long as you got the confidence and you think it looks good, I just leave the top. I can't name the person, said, and I was there, Steiny, if you just leave the top and just tap the sides, you're Robert Redford.
I don't want to be Robert Redford. I want to be better than Robert Redford. I'm like Pods. I want to be better looking than Robert Redford.
Loveman's like Pods.
You know, everybody knows I'll never be as good looking as Robert Redford, but I can still say I want to be better looking than Redford. Nobody hates me like they hate Pods.
No, that's too funny.
I'm just saying.
Have you ever had your head shaved?
Never.
Not in your, come on, man.
No. Why?
Just come new.
No, I mean, I've had kind of the Marine cut, but never.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, well, yeah, I used to get it really short.
Yeah.
Never shaved my head, though.
Well, that's what I mean. You got hair. The cavadas.
The what?
Cavadas, where you just go low.
I've never heard that term.
Yeah. Look, you love
Evan?
it.
Cavadas?
Not here.
Risotto?
Look at the, hey.
Cavadas.
I got nothing.
Guru with the I got it. It's the low cut, baby.
Uh-oh. Look at that. It's already 1:40, which means it's the, I got.
What did I miss yesterday?
Willard's a saint, by the way.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Right? You just know how to time
I'll tell you why. Because think about this. How tough do you think it is to work with Dibley when there's a soccer game on? Although the hell with it, Willard with the Giants game's the same thing.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah, you guys should have fun today. Mark Willard and Dan Dibley coming in to watch sports while you listen to him talk. All right, I'm kidding. Those guys they're locked in. Hey, what do we got? Oh, crossover. All right. All right. Ceremony Ford, one of our favorites. That's who the last segment was brought to you by. Ford's American Value for American Value's employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. You can get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock. You know where it is. It is right off 280 in Colma Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
History San Jose members are invited to our annual Red, White, and Blue picnic on the 4th of July. Enjoy an evening of crafts, games, and a view of the city's premier fireworks display in a private, relaxing setting here at History Park. Not a History San Jose member? Base membership includes 6 picnic tickets plus many more benefits throughout the year. Join today by visiting our website at historysanjose.org. Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers. When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Odyssey San Francisco is proud to present our second quarterly game changer of 2026, Joe Hawks. He's a true team player who always goes above and beyond. Joe brings kindness and solutions to every challenge, making every day better. Thanks for being a true game changer, Joe.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Go Warriors!
Stop hating on the Warriors.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't do that. It's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibbs. How are my guys doing?
Woo! Steiny in a good mood today.
Well, I mean, how can you not be in a good mood, right? Giants go out and get a W.
Devers hits a homer.
Get to listen to you guys. Grill Mike Dunleavy on my way in.
Oh, yeah.
There was no meat on the
stuck it to him? Feet to the fire.
Oh, yeah.
He was.
Steiny thinks Dre ain't getting multiple years, Dibbs. I'm like, I'll believe it when I see
it. What did you guys hear?
Well,
from the presser and the interview.
Yeah. I heard him
talk to
keep all of his options open in the presser. I know what Anthony Slater wrote this morning, though. And I think that it lands pretty well with a lot of Warrior fans.
Man.
The idea is we're not going to just do 2 years for Draymond because either he wants it or we feel like we're supposed to.
Or they were a slave real quick to Steph Kerr and Dre riding out together.
No,
Clay didn't make it.
The concept is the only reason you would do that is to gain, let's say, about $7 or $8 million of flexibility this year because there's a specific move you want to make.
But Dre would be okay with that if he knew he was going to be here.
Yeah, but it's not for Dre. It's because there's a move to make. And if there's no move to make, then don't do that. And yes, he becomes a very tradable, expiring contract if he just picks up his option.
I mean, the bottom line is they'll have $80 million at least in expirings between him and Butler. You never know. You never know who would want to, lose a guy in exchange for cap space. Now, the player they get will probably be a risky one because those are the players you're going to get in a deal like that. But maybe there's a lot of teams out there that look at a player and say, we don't want to pay him. And the Warriors are going to be in a position, like, for example, I don't know what Zion's contract.
It's about 41. We ran down the list yesterday.
Okay. But how many years?
I think he's got 2, maybe 3.
See, to me, that's the key.
Exactly.
Draymond becomes acquirable in the same way that the Warriors acquired Chris Paul.
Well,
somebody who wants to accelerate their way out of a contract. And it doesn't even mean it's a bad player. It just means like they're not ready to win, so why would they keep that player?
He's got next year and one more after. So
I mean, that's a guy who I think would be perfect.
Appetizing.
I'm not talking about bring him on, but and here's why. Is because the Pelicans already have to start thinking about paying him. I guarantee you they do not want to pay him. Why would they? He's never been healthy for
I understand.
So I think what teams do is say, let's lose him before we even get there. Let's give the Warriors a guy under contract for a year or two. Let them make the decision. Then the Warriors can get him in here, and they have 2 years to make a decision.
Right. And there's other guys in that same category, and I was running them down. Willard was shooting most of them down because John Morant is on the same exact deal. 2 more years, and that's a hard no for most people just because Memphis might be in the same spot, though, right? They already got rid of Triple J's, and they're kind of gutting and starting over, so they're going to try to get somebody to take on this year of Ja and then one more.
Yeah.
How about Zion's teammate?
Trey Murphy?
He'd be great. He's a healthier player than
maybe
Zion.
They want to pay him, but he's got 3 years to go on his deal.
I feel like just the way everybody talks about Trey Murphy, I feel like the Warriors would think he's like a cornerstone.
Completely.
Yeah. He's good.
Him. Yeah.
He can come be your second best player right away.
Well, yes. And then and that's the way I think it has to happen. Like, okay, you got Steph. Pretend Steph were a little younger.
Okay, well.
And you bring Murphy in, and he's like the second best player, but you're like, he's not good enough to really be your second best player. Okay, so let's acquire somebody who will push him down in that pecking order. And if you do that a couple times, now you're like, well, Murphy's our 4th best player. We're pretty good. But it takes a few years.
When you think about the Knicks this year, so Jalen Brunson was their best player. Who was their second best player? It was Karl Anthony Towns until it was OJ Anunoby. And it was Josh Hart at times. And
now you're at 4
Mikal Bridges. I mean, their starting 5 was so balanced and so complementary.
Yes.
We talk about complementary football. So, does Trey Murphy complement Steph Curry? Absolutely. And if you have somebody else who's a little better than him and somebody who's a little worse than him, now all of a sudden you get a deeper team.
That's the kind of money I could see the Warriors being willing to take on beyond next year as well. They love their clean books after next season. Only Moses Moody and Guy Santos right now are on the books after next year. But Murphy after next year would have 2 more years at under $30 million a year. I think they would take that on.
Man.
I think they would take that on.
I mean, and then I always ask, like, what are the Pelicans looking to do if they're looking to move one of their most solid players? You know what I mean? On good money.
I think they're looking to start over.
Yep.
And they also have DeJounte Murray. I was just looking, and he's got this upcoming year in the 30s and I think a player option. And so they've got 3 guys who aren't going to help them win because they're just not good enough. And so they're probably going to be doing the Memphis thing.
They got Poole, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's
all those guys.
He's in an expiring this year, so
I'm for him.
yeah.
I tell you, real quick.
You trade Draymond to New Orleans, and he plays alongside Jordan Poole.
I mean,
storybook.
How good would that be? I'll say this one thing that stood out today that hit me, but no one said it with words. This Anthony Davis stuff is just a bunch of internet
and
babble.
I bit. Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't we? I mean, it's fodder for discussion. Like the
LeBron, for that matter, looked like reports he ain't leaving L.A.
I don't think the Warriors right now. If the name's not Steph Curry, I don't think they're interested in doing big contracts beyond next year with anyone.
Yeah. I mean, what I heard was, if things fall apart with LeBron,
right,
and he's willing to come here for 15 after it all shakes out. Well, you'd have to take a look at that. But when you're even in Dunleavy's ability to leave everything open, he can still make it sound like, but we're not really going to do that probably. You know what I mean? Like when he said, that's pretty unlikely we're going to get older. And he almost laughed.
Right.
And he said that probably wouldn't be the best.
They're going to make the pick.
I think so.
Yeah.
They're going to make the pick.
Yeah, no doubt. And the second round pick, the 54 pick.
Yeah.
He got to
make it another pick.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm just going to give you 10 seconds of advice because I love you, and I really do, Daryl.
Okay. That's what the dentist called me yesterday, Mr. Daryl.
You got to leave the Quentin Post thing alone.
Oh, right. But listen.
And Seth Curry.
Is it Bob Seger? Turn the page?
Yes. But hold on, real quick. It's not a bad... You can't front like you didn't have him on your show. We've had him on ours.
Raymond forces him down our throat.
Help me out here.
He has a great accent, and he had a great month.
I got you, and I'm not saying he's Walton. I'm just telling you, things change in sports. Look at the New York Knicks, and that's why I say sports, man.
Yep.
This Giants lineup that I had on paper with leading off and Arise, it didn't manifest in Ja Morant 4 or 5 years ago was supposed to be the face of the league.
You know
now
where Gerard Encarnacion, he's currently playing in Yokohama. So a month ago, it's like, hey, man, this guy might be able to bring some right-handed football.
QP3, I thought there was something there, man.
Did you?
I really...
did you really? You're like...
Not Kareem, but to be, a center, just a player on this team. So I'm doing my study. Quinn Post, there's something. He'd come in, he'd hit. And what I liked about him is he would go down there and get manhandled, but he was fighting to work on the stuff. Yeah, he tried. But now you're telling me he's just gone?
It's not over for Quinn Post, but it is here.
Okay, wow.
And that's why I want you to just turn the page. Yeah.
What if I told you I actually think they have a philosophy about that, and I actually love it.
What is it?
I think the reason they love, the 54th pick, they have another. Is it my imagination or the Warriors had to pick
every
54
year, right?
every year?
If they don't have it, they buy it.
Exactly. So they're going to draft a dude like Post, okay? And they'll probably do that thing where they guarantee him for 2 years at the minimum. And then in 2 years, they'll be like, he's going to want more money. Hit the pike. We'll get another guy. Or in the case of a Santos, they say, well, he's worth 5. We'll pay him 5. But you get 2 years here. That's why it's starting to make sense now about why they give these 54 picks.
Hi, this is Trace Jackson Davis.
Guaranteed deals.
Right, because
Trace Jackson Davis got a guaranteed deal.
Right, what the Warriors are doing is they're guaranteeing that they have a cheap player.
Exactly.
They're not guaranteeing anything else.
And his agent is Dunleavy's brother, which may or may not have played in, but Will Richard, no guarantee that he's here after another year. I think he's better than the other two in fit and an overall game.
He hit the ground running. Nobody can steal that from him.
He did, and then he kind of leveled off, and that's what rookies do.
He really leveled off.
And, Quentin last year got some chances, but, the crossover should not be dedicated to QP3. I heard it again today, and I was like, you know what? We need an intervention with Goo and QP3. That's all.
Let him go.
Totally.
Let him go. There you go. I will.
Right. A little early. What the hell? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Dibs, Would you believe me if I said I'm starting to catch a little World Cup fever?
I would believe
would
you.
you think that I'm just being sarcastic?
No, because it fits in so many ways. For one, there's about 8 countries you like more than America.
Wow.
Many of them are in the tournament, including your wannabe home place of Canada and England that you love.
Canada.
And there are, like, you watch Congo today, the Democratic Republic of Congo. You watch Cape Verde cry after they played to a draw.
Yeah.
And the other piece that fits perfectly for you, these are on in the day, and they're on in drinking establishments.
Hey.
So,
It's true.
so after work,
Except
if you're at the
Boston,
cafeteria,
They're on at night too, by the way. These things are going to let's drink.
today's a 10, 1, 4, and 7.
I'm in.
Didn't Levi's get started at 9 last night?
Yeah. B. Hill was
Yeah,
there.
it was
And people
great.
are still trying to get home.
Yeah.
What
I
about
don't know if you
Boston?
saw those posts. The long lines at Levi's, people trying to get on the train.
I had a friend
Oh, yeah.
at the game, and they said it got to Lumen Field level decibels
Well,
wow.
last
Wow,
night when
that's Seattle.
Jordan scored.
yeah. I caught Jordan. Hey, what? That's better than running out of beer in Boston.
No doubt. The
That is-
Scots.
The
I've never-
Scottish people.
Because
incredible.
Will,
Yeah.
they drinking,
Man,
boy.
you ever been to Scotland?
No, I have not. Scotland.
You go to Scotland, and the bars, at least maybe it was just the one that I was in, but the bars at midnight, they just stop and everybody sings the national anthem. And they're all wasted. It's really a sight. I'm like, what? And it was just
close early there,
You know when
11 or 12.
Yeah.
it's almost like a flash mob when everybody there just knows something that you don't.
I didn't know that.
All of a sudden, boom, everybody's singing.
Goo. You want to hear something about Ireland
Give it to
that
me.
I know you'll love?
Give it to me.
Ireland bartenders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want you to imagine something right now. I want you to imagine being at the old ship.
Okay.
And it's pretty crowded. There's actually a lot of people eating at the tables, and there's the bar's full.
Yep.
And I want you to imagine one person serving the entire establishment in a timely manner.
Wow. That's
an
impressive.
Irish
Okay.
bartender. They are
A machine.
true professionals. They do, like, they serve. They leave the bar, serve. It's unbelievable.
Wow.
In defense
They're not
of-
on their phones.
Correct. And in defense, though, of our American tenders, they're serving about 84% beer.
That's true.
So it's a lot. There's not so much like, let me get a Cosmo.
A lemon drop and
all that stuff. It's mostly it's like pouring beers, but
Actually,
I got to.
no, you get the Guinness and they do like the little design on top of it. It's like they are incredible.
Well,
But I got better news for you even than that, Goo.
Give me some golf stuff.
You don't have to tip in England.
That's true.
Well, I've mastered that. I'm proud of myself. Yeah. I'm a tipper
to do it in America either.
Yeah, you know what?
No,
What am I
they
going
won't.
to do with that $20?
They won't even let you.
What you mean?
They won't let you.
They're starting to.
Are
now.
they?
Yeah.
I haven't been
At least
in a minute,
in England and
but
London.
yeah, the
big
last
cities.
time I was there,
Wow.
I tried, and they're like, no.
So why, when I brought that up years ago about tipping is not a scam, Dibs, but people took it that way. That's how they look at. They don't want you.
Because you don't live in England,
And they also
You live
they
in
also get
America.
paid a livable
Right.
wage.
Oh
Right.
well, that part.
Yep,
Okay,
there
I
is
got it too.
that. Well, now here we have the 9% livable wage, and you have the San Francisco 6%.
Oh, seriously.
I mean,
Just
you get all those little add-ons, and I'm all for it because all these people need to make more money. But you know, your $11.95 salad is suddenly $19.30 before tip.
Has this changed though? I know that like when I was a server in college, like the people who ran the restaurant were like they expressed their bum because in California we have to make minimum wage. But if you make tips, there were a lot of other states where if you make tips, they didn't even have to pay you minimum wage. They did.
How
like
dirty is that?
Well, that was just
That is downright dirty.
I mean, if you're at
Let
a
me
great,
do my math.
I know, but if you work at a great place and you made enough in tips, your paycheck was actually canceled out. You'd get a paycheck and it'd be like $11 because the taxes on your tips were just wipe the whole thing out. But anyway,
You know what's funny is I think Mark was right. There's a time where you couldn't tip them.
Dude,
But now, you know what? Now they let you tip them.
I got you.
so nice of them.
But
Just the tip.
But like, it's not like
Let me give you a
it's
one.
not over there. It's not like if you go up and drop $1 and then Dibs goes up and doesn't tip, they're like, that guy. I'm not.
All right,
it's
I got
nothing.
you.
They're not mad.
They don't have that gene.
While we're in this space, when you get bad service, like flat bad service, do you still tip? And if so,
Always.
how much?
Here or there?
Here. So you go to a place
have
and
to.
the server's rude. They get your order wrong.
What if they spilled the meal on your daughter?
Well, then usually they go ahead and write that off the bill. But if
That's
you just
also an accident.
True.
I mean, if they trip and dump pasta on your lap, to me, that's actually not as bad as being a jerk.
It was also an accident
You know what I mean?
when we got lamb sliders and it came with a salad and out crawls a pincher bug
you gotta
from
be
the
kidding me,
salad.
man.
And
Not the server's fault.
I asked my chef friend, Alex, who Steiny golfs with a ton, I said, hey, what should they have done for me on this? He's like, first of all, it was organic veggies, and so that does happen because the lettuce was organic. And he said they probably should have just taken that item off the bill. Because I was like, I called, I'm like, free meal and I get 1% of the business. Like, my wife was a little more upset than me, but you saw that out he or she comes.
It happens.
It does.
I told you guys the story when Barbara Streisand bit into the bee at the restaurant. Right?
Oh,
my. You didn't hear this?
No.
You don't remember me? I thought I told this
he
story
might
in
have
the
been out.
crossover.
Evan might have been in.
Yeah, in college, I waited tables, and Barbara Streisand and James Brolin just in Avila Beach, they walk in. It's like 2:30 in the afternoon, so the restaurant's empty. Right. And I'm running the front cafe, and they're the only people in there. Babs and James. They walk in and sit down. And I'm kind of like, oh, God, what are we... You know what I mean?
Yes.
Freak out a little bit.
It's Babs.
The place was famous for its clam chowder, and they ordered a cup of soup, and we brought them the soup, and she bit into a bee that had flown into the soup. And it was at that point that I removed myself from the process. Like, that was the bosses now. Like, they're going to go handle the fact that Barbara Streisand bit a bee in their restaurant because a bee flew into the soup and it's clam chowder and nobody can see that.
Well, did it fly in after it was on the table?
Like
no surveillance in the restaurant.
Yeah, no proof. Don't know.
We don't know when it joined the soup.
To their credit, obviously they tried to comp the hell out of everything and they wouldn't let them, like...
She was nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
man.
They were quiet. They were quiet. Affirming. They were nice, but...
I'm a big Streisand fan.
Who knows what they whispered under their breath after that?
Not coming to
God, did she start swelling up?
No. I don't know if she swallowed it. Let's move on. But anyway,
but that's okay, Granny.
Yeah, thank God.
But that's okay.
Evan's not
It's
there.
got
Right.
I put the word "it" in there on purpose.
Thank God Evan wasn't
I don't
in there.
know.
Yeah.
What's that kids thing about you swallowed a fly?
That's right.
But it's got 10 and everybody swallows an animal.
Right.
Okay,
that's bigger
what?
and bigger.
And no, it's like a song, and it's funny because my wife bought these books for.
actually clever.
There was an old lady who swallowed a snowball, and then the snowball, and then you have to swallow a pipe for the snowball, and then you swallow a hat for the pipe for the snowball, and it goes on and on and on and on. And that's what he's referring to. There was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I wonder if she'll die.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Ringing a
like
bell.
that.
And then after the fly, she swallowed a spider who went down and ate the fly. And then after the spider, she ate like, I don't know, a Gila monster or something that eats spiders. And on it goes. But there you have it.
Is that the spider
something
that
new
sat down
every day.
beside her, or that's
That's Little Miss Muffet.
That's a different song.
And she sat on her tuffet.
Yeah, she did.
Whatever the hell that is.
I never know.
Eating her curds and whey, which sounds very British as we bring it full circle.
I have to say something to you before we get out of here. A World Cup observation. Adam Silver needs to take over the rules and regulations. Too much offsides for me. People want to see more goals. They are just to a T. That offsides is
It's
like
the
a
beauty of the
speeding
game,
ticket.
though. And like, otherwise, you would just have, for example, Cristiano Ronaldo, the disappointment this morning as we.
They lost?
Did somebody put
they
their
drew.
handball?
They drew. But otherwise, he would just stand in front of the opposing goal and just wait for somebody to kick the ball down there. Part of the beauty of it is the ebb and flow of, the defense is going to try to do a high line and go far away from their goal, but they're going to leave space behind for somebody to sneak in around the back. So their strategy in, as a defense, how you play your offside line.
I also think if you took away offsides, it would decrease the amount of the skill players, and why they are the great players they are.
How about him last night? Did you watch him last night?
I did.
Good Lord.
And did you see the meme of his shadow on the soccer field, but it's a goat?
As it
it's
should
supposed
be.
to be him, but it's a goat.
As it should be. I just love watching the announcers be like, he's closing in on the most goals ever in the World Cup. And they're like, now he's within 2. Now he's within 1. He might do this tonight. He did. He might break it tonight. Oh, they took him out. Dude, he'll break it next week.
Miroslav Klose, the great German striker, had the record. And, not anymore and not for long. And you realize he is, Grandy, correct me if I'm wrong, is he 5'5" or 5'6", the Flea? That was always his nickname.
Is Pele still the best soccer player ever, or is now we got?
It is now Messi.
It's Messi.
Okay, well,
And it's kind of been Messi.
Yeah.
I think it was Messi when they won the World Cup last time.
Yeah.
Messi's 5'7".
Oh, I apologize.
Huge.
So like Messi's better than Maradona.
Oh, Maradona's probably he's not in the conversation.
Really?
Did you ever see The Hand of God?
Yes, I did.
He cheated.
Oh, but he was
punched the ball in.
No, I get that. It was one play. But
He was a good player, but
he was just a good
if
player.
you want to do your all-time top 10, and Grandy would be better in many
Give me
ways
top
than
3.
this. Top 3 would probably, you could keep Pele in.
I have Giorgio Canaglia in there, too.
Yeah.
And Franz Beckenbauer.
A lot of the GOATs cheat, by the way.
Well,
I mean, did Tom Brady deflate balls?
Yep.
Allegedly.
Did Barry Bonds use the cream in the clear?
Allegedly.
Okay.
Grandy, that dude from England who retired a few years back, Rooney.
Wayne Rooney?
Rooney.
He's not in the GOAT combo.
I got him in my conversation. You're saying no?
The other Ronaldo, the Brazilian Ronaldo, is up there.
Oh, Mbappe, for sure.
It's Mbappe. And
Mbappe.
He still has a lot of race yet to run. Cristiano Ronaldo is in the conversation as well. But for those of us who partake, it's Pele.
It's Messi.
Oh, it's Messi,
It's Messi.
But as far as who's if we do the Last Supper painting of the greatest football players, and that's always how I try to do it. Steph Curry's probably in the portrait, but he's not sitting at the right hand of Jesus.
Right.
He's further down. He's probably just outside of Judas Iscariot. Anyway.
Steiny and I'm taking him to his first Valkyrie game Friday against the Lynx.
I heard. This is fantastic.
Why that look?
Well, because now things have got... No. I also got tickets for the family on July 20th, and none of us have seen a game. So it just means that I will have seen one before them.
Oh, that's good. Then you can mansplain everything to them.
That's true. That is true.
Thanks, Will. That's nothing for
And Will.
what does it matter?
Yeah, bring them to women's basketball and be different.
Fake it.
Tell them how it works.
Okay. It's
we're playing 10. You
don't want to see a movie
tonight.
3 people seeing a movie for the first time, but Willard's seen it. Hey, look at this part coming up.
Yeah.
Wait.
No, I always lied. I didn't see it, so I can enjoy it with them. Valkyrie's played a night game.
Yeah, they do.
Yes. We root for England.
England scored. Yeah, well, you can say it. England scored. This is like a Coors Field of the World Cup.
Let me tell you who's lit.
There's a lot of goals in this match. Good Lord.
My daughter.
Oh, yeah? Is she still living over there?
Oh, yeah. It was a 9:00 p.m. start.
You guys want to hear a fun flex?
Sure.
No. This is super quick.
Right.
Super quick. I promise.
That's funny.
One of my very, very closest friends was born in England. And when Harry Kane scored his first goal today, I texted him, "Goal!" He responded back with a picture of him and his dad at the match in Texas. He lives in California.
That's a flex.
That's a Ken Luttrell flex.
That's some income.
That's nice.
We got to come up with a name for Ken and his flex and his baller status. All right, on 95.7.
Okay, bye.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys.
Ain't cool. That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know.
We'll let you be the judge. Oh. All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's freaking go. Let's do this. This is going to be a fun day, I can tell. We got a lot going on. Already mentioned, obviously, the World Cup action that is ongoing. We're in a little bit of a intermission show break between the San Francisco Giants. When they start to flash the lights on and off again, that means that they'll go out for their second act, but they've already carded a victory earlier today. Robbie Ray doing a nice job of advertising for the trade deadline. So that was really good. And then the Mike Dunleavy of it all.
Oh, yeah?
The Mike Dunleavy of it all. And we've got, obviously, if you missed any of it, because he both spoke to the world and then spoke to the world again on Steiny and Goo. And so we've got a lot of commentary from Mike Dunleavy. But maybe the most important thing that was sort of said publicly, Warriors related today, I think came from our good friend Anthony Slater on ESPN, who sort of did a what you need to know about the Warriors before this all gets started, and seemingly threw a different pitch with regard to Draymond Green.
Right, and the pitch is yet to be thrown, but they're signaling, maybe it's PitchCom, and they're signaling what that pitch is likely going to be, and it feels like if nothing can be done by him taking a one-year deal and making it two, in other words, if they can't use that financial break this year to do something significant, well then both sides are kind of resigned to the reality that he'll just come back, pick up his option, and be a Warrior one more year or one more day or 4 more months or maybe one more year and then he signs again after that. But if he plays under $27 million, it is a much more flexible contract for the Warriors.
Yeah. Don't you think it represents something a lot more than that? I get what you're saying. You're not wrong. So there's the 1 year, there's the 2 year. As I was just talking about, the only reason for the Warriors to do this decline and sign 2-year thing with Draymond, there has to be a corresponding move that makes that reasonable.
Right.
Like, why? You're not going to just do this because you're like, we really like Draymond Green. I don't think Mike Dunleavy's going to operate that way. I don't think they're that flimsy. You don't just do it for the sake of doing it. There has to be a reason. And in the absence of reason, what the Warriors are saying is, no, just pick up your option. And then if that means that you're no longer a Warrior after this year, or by the way, if it means you're not a Warrior this year, then doesn't that fit in the sentence that he said 12 times today? Everything's on the table?
It does, yeah. And part of the Anthony Slater article was talking about how sources told Anthony that they were really impressed with how Draymond handled the trade deadline last year with his name being thrown out there. And all we heard from Mike Dunleavy last year was a very defiant no. His name wasn't thrown out there, and yet source report from Slate's today is talking about how some within the organization are really proud of the way he handled it. So, yeah, you can listen to all the things Mike Dunleavy said today, and Matt Chapman yesterday talking about the no-trade clause, and it's not so much that these people are lying, because lying is such a harsh and dirty word.
They're kind of lying.
Yes, but it's not their job to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Like, I think it's lying all within an honest space.
The context of their job.
Yeah.
He's supposed to lie.
Like, I mean, I do think there are questions that get asked of them where they have a choice. They can either lie a little bit, fib, white lie, whatever you want to call it, or they can look all of us directly in the eye and go, I'm not answering that. Which is wholly unsatisfying and kind of sets off a whole different tone to the whole thing. It sets everybody off like, oh, hey, what's going on here?
Why even show up to the press conference if you're not going to answer anything?
If you get evasive and it sounds sort of like you're terse, then that's going to rub people the wrong way. But then, this is the yin-yang that we do. So does brutal honesty. Brutal honesty rubs us the wrong way, too. Steve Wilkes knows he messed up. Oh, God. Oh, my God. You jerk. So
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
They get stuck. They get stuck, and that's why, yeah, you're right. The lying to a degree is it's acceptable.
Right. And today he talked about all options open and all the rest of it. The one thing I am thinking more and more about, and you and I talked about it before the show, is clearing the books. And so if you have Draymond on a 2-year deal for $40 million, 19 this year, 21 next, whatever the number would be, that is going to be on the books. And you mentioned it before. Right now you got Moses and you've got Gee and you've got Will Richard in italics, which means it's not guaranteed.
Not guaranteed, yeah.
So your books going into not this coming season, but the one after, wide open.
They're like your dome, dude. They're clean.
Yeah, it'll be cleaner tomorrow.
Clean.
Tomorrow's a haircut day.
It's still pretty clean.
But yeah, I mean, if that's what they want is, roster flexibility, not this year, but next, well then you probably don't want to give Draymond Green an extra year yet.
Here's Dunleavy, what he said today, Draymond and Porzingis. This is what he said at the press conference.
Yeah, I think, now with, I can't remember when the rules change, but there's stuff opens up where we can talk to our own players sooner, which is nice. I mean, just to get that going. But I've had conversations with, kind of all of our free agents, the representatives. I think we're in a good place with all of them. Lots of good players, but as far as Draymond and KP, Draymond's got the player option, but we're in communication with his group. And then same thing with KP, and both guys I think we value, we want here, and we see them as a kind of a piece of the puzzle next season.
Okay. And I don't think he's lying, but I also think it might not go that way. It might not go that way. Like, I tell you what, in about 10 minutes, after reading everything and listening to everything today, I put together what, for me, just as a fan, I'm one fan, what the absolute dream offseason is for the Golden State Warriors. I will freely admit, probably won't happen. I don't think the dream scenario usually does, but I tell you what, I've got the dream scenario, and the only teaser I'll give you is that if Draymond Green just does a simple opt into the contract, then Draymond Green becomes a very tradable, expiring deal.
Yep. And I'm not sure if that would be something you could do now or if it's more likely at the deadline, but you certainly would think about trying to do it now. And I believe that the deadline is June 29th for
That's
Draymond
correct.
Green
That is accurate.
to make that decision. So between now and then, he'll talk to Draymond's people, and Draymond will have his people talk to Dunleavy and his people, various Lakers. And before the 29th, though, there's a draft. And so if the Warriors do want to draft at 11, they might draft a player and trade that player along with Draymond Green for somebody between, I don't know, July 4th and the start of the year.
Well, I mean, all in all, Mike Dunleavy today kept his cards close to the vest, as he should. Do you know what I mean? And so I think what everybody, you tell me if I'm wrong on this, what everybody really wants to access is, hey, Warriors, what's your philosophy for the offseason? It's not what move are you going to make and are you going to draft the player? Are you going to make a trade? I think what we're looking for is some sort of philosophical answer. And what I mean by that is, are you going to aggressively this offseason be about this season? Or are you going to aggressively this offseason be about the larger picture? And I think he kept all of his cards closed. And so sure, all options are on the table. But I certainly got the vibe from him that if he was going to answer that question fully honestly, I would say that this offseason, they're prioritizing the bigger picture.
Right.
They are not everything for Steph this year. I don't think that is their philosophy.
Now, I'm just reading from the Slater piece, and the second paragraph is something that was sourced from the front office, and it's referring to Steve Kerr, who reportedly said, don't mortgage the future for the present. Don't throw around first-round picks for marginal upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
So there are players out there who might not be marginal upgrades, but you may have to throw around first-round picks to bring those players in, assuming you can take Draymond Green and package him, or Jimmy Butler and package him. You may have to throw around first-round picks, but to your point about the philosophy, it feels that the philosophy is more about, doing everything you can now. You use the pick, you bring back Kristaps, you try to make some maneuvers to get your team a little bit better. You get to the deadline, and maybe you can do something with Jimmy's contract, but You don't mortgage the future with your picks, and you see what you can do.
Mm-hmm.
You clear the books for next year, and maybe next year is actually the last dance.
Well, I mean, I think this was in the Slater piece as well. What is sort of evident to me is that the Warriors very, very much, they are prioritizing that financial flexibility that they have after the upcoming season. And certainly a Steph Curry extension is one thing that they will rope into that. But outside of that, Moody's deal and Guy Santos' deal, that's it. And that's nothing. That's less than $20 million.
Yep.
So that's no big deal at all. Do you put a Steph extension in on there? Sure. Is it 50? Is it 60? Is it 40? I don't know, and I don't care, quite frankly. But after that, that's where the whole Draymond question comes in. That's where the idea of Anthony Davis comes in. And I tell you what, to read Slater's piece, to listen to Dunleavy on 2 different interviews today, Anthony Davis's name never even came up. And I know they wouldn't ask him directly about it because he can't say anything about it on June 17th. But I look at the names that did come up in Slater's article, and Anthony Davis was not one of them. And I don't believe that is the Warriors' philosophy. What was stated by Bleacher Report yesterday is, well, this is an obvious move for the Warriors because they've got to have a good player next to Steph Curry on
obvious
opening
move for
night.
the Warriors.
Yeah. No.
How about for the Wizards?
It doesn't even matter.
Right.
I disagree. I think the Warriors disagree. I don't think they think it's an obvious move. I think they think it's a terrible move.
Well, I don't think that there are any obvious moves at that level. And in the piece, he talks about the LeBron James situation. And, many reports now indicate that he's much more likely to stay in L.A.
For sure. Yep.
The Clippers aren't trading Kawhi Leonard to the Warriors. The Warriors were knocking on that door at the deadline last year. And the reports are that Steve Ballmer picked up the phone and said, no, we're not doing that. We're not trading him there. They still want to build around him. And if the Anthony Davis move is dead on arrival, and if Giannis is going to either Miami or Boston, what are we looking at?
Well, the Giannis thing to me is the clearest sign of how the organizational philosophy has changed. In February of 2026, the Warriors were willing to give 4 future firsts for Giannis. In June of 2026, they don't even want in on the conversation.
Right. That's 4 months.
They don't even want to call. They're not interested in getting into the Giannis conversation. This is a big deal. I mean, think about where this town has been for 3 years and what we've talked about with this organization.
Big game hunting.
Big game hunting. No, not anymore.
And I think that the Jimmy ACL injury might be the ultimate pendulum swing, the tipping point on all this, because if you had Jimmy Butler for one more year, you might be more motivated to bring in a third really good player. But with Jimmy out until February or maybe longer, I think you have to pivot.
Dallas Wings are in town against the Vauks tonight, Chase Center. Tip-off 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game and live on the Odyssey app. Let's open up the phone lines on the Warriors offseason and what you'd like to see them do, because I'd like to unveil my 3 pieces that make up, for me, just my opinion, my dream offseason for the Golden State Warriors. Want to run that by you coming up next. The number is 888-957-9570. Brian Kenny of MLB Network is going to join us in 45 minutes. Jung-Hoo Lee is fantastic. Bryce Eldridge is fantastic. Who might the Giants move? Who can they move? We'll get into all of that with Brian. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
For soccer fans who treat match day like ritual, San Jose's Japantown is where it starts. And right in the middle of it all, there's J-Town Pizza. Before kickoff, giant pizzas hit the tables. Cold drinks start flowing, and fans settle in for the world's biggest matches. From pre-game meetups to post-match celebrations, J-Town keeps things buzzing well after the final whistle. Big matches, big gatherings, big pizza energy. J-Town Pizza in San Jose's Japantown.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
This is the Game of the Week Report, brought to you by Hyundai.
The Pro Basketball Draft will once again be held over 2 nights in Brooklyn, with the first round taking place on June 23rd and the second round on June 24th. Teams around the league are expected to explore trades as they position themselves in what many analysts consider a stronger draft class than we've seen in several years.
The Game of the Week Report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent, the future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability, and we're still doing it every day. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Don't miss the Bay Area's own Journey on their final Frontier Tour. They'll be taking over the Chase Center on November 28th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area,
is Draymond Green. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You going to make the pick? Or are you going to be everything for Steph? Come on, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's on the table. We'll look at it all. But, I feel pretty confident that we will, draft a player. Does that mean we move back or we move up or something like that? Sure. But I just feel like as strong as this draft is, we should probably come out of this draft with a player. Unless, if something falls into our lap trade-wise of a veteran guy that we really think can make a difference, we'll certainly look at it and potentially do it. But this is a really good draft to be in, especially at 11. So, we don't want to overlook that.
There will be a fun exercise for Grandy and Pasta. I don't know if you guys want to do this. Can we count up? I got what feels like we're about 15 to 20 Mike Dunleavy sound clips on my board here.
Okay.
How many of them start with, yeah? Everything's on the table.
It's on the table. It's all on the table.
And then he answers.
And I want to see how big this table is. Because the only thing not on the table is trading Steph Curry.
It's like an Italian dinner at grandma's house.
Huge.
Yeah, it's a big table.
It's a giant table, and everything's on there, including moving up, moving back, picking an 11, trading Draymond, trading Jimmy, keeping both, extending Steph, LeBron James, Anthony Davis.
I have access to the script, the transcript.
Wait, there was a script?
The transcript.
They always release it after,
I know. I thought he meant before.
Oh,
I just Control F searching for on the table. It's mentioned 3 times in the interview. Once was by a question though, so the number of times he actually said on the table is only twice.
Okay, all right.
According to the transcript, at least.
I wonder about keep our options open. And look at all things, or he probably said it in a number of different ways, but that's where you're going to be, 6 days ahead of the actual pick that needs to be made.
Yeah. I think I'm warming to your guy Yaxel.
You think so?
Well, I wasn't cold on him before, but I listened to everything today. I read everything today. And I decided that there is a perfect Warriors offseason. It's controversial, though.
Okay.
It's very controversial. It will be potentially unsettling for some.
Wow.
Yeah.
Does it involve pods getting the max?
It does not.
Okay. Because that would be unsettling and controversial.
Yeah, that's actually later off season, and I'm kind of whatever on that. I don't even think that that's controversial.
He's going to get an extension, and fans are going to think it's too much,
right?
No matter what that is.
But he should, we've got over this. You want him on your team. I don't know what the number is, but yeah, you want him on your team.
Yeah, and that's all, like you said, way down the road. The order of operations is make the pick in 6 days. Draymond makes his decision June 29th. Mm-hmm. Free agency starts around July 4th. That goes through, and then you get to Steph in August and pods after that.
Okay, 2 of the 3 things that I'm about to say, I believe are going to happen. One of them is really, really hard.
Okay.
Unlikely, dreamy, and controversial.
Wow, okay.
All right, here's the first thing. Next Tuesday night, with the 11th pick in the NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors select Yaxel Lundenborg, Michigan, forward.
Love it.
Okay.
And I've been advocating that going back to probably the national championship game or even
pre-tournament.
beyond.
No, pre-tournament.
Yes.
Or at least in tournament.
Right, because I watched a ton of college hoop this year with my little system and my pencil and my piece of paper. And
give everybody a little rundown of Yaxel.
First of all, he is 1 week older than Jonathan Kuminga.
Correct.
So we can start with that. And there's a tiny bit of Kuminga stuff that we can talk about down the road.
We'll hold that.
Lundenborg played 3 years at JUCO. Then he played at UAB for 2 years and then 1 year at Michigan.
Okay.
Won the Natty. When he went to Michigan, he became a 37% three-point shooter. He's 6'9". He's pretty bulky. He's versatile. He's a good passer. He's got a high basketball IQ, and he can defend.
Athletic stretch 4.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Draft Yaxel Lundenborg. All right. That's number 1. Now, this next one might be the third one to actually happen. But let's go ahead and move it up to second on the list. It's simple. It's clean. I do think it's going to happen. the Golden State Warriors re-sign to a 1-year deal worth, pick your number, $17 million. Kristaps Porzingis. He stays.
Yeah, I think he stays. And when he called Rick Celebrini, the head of the medicals and the training, when he called him the GOAT, that told me that if he decides he's going to play, then he'll play here. And whatever the number is, they can make it fit. And he probably will come out and play between 50 and 60 games. And you get what you get and you don't get upset.
Now, this next one, to borrow an analogy that's probably a little bit too well-traveled and maybe a little bit too old. But I sort of feel like the Golden State Warriors and this player that I'm about to bring up are becoming like Ross and Rachel. Like, stop flirting for this many years. Will you just, for the love of God, find a way to get together? You clearly want to, so stop with all of the flirtation sensation, okay? Like, let's be done with this and just do it.
Cha-ching!
It involves Draymond Green opting in to this year's contract, about $27 million, but not declining it and getting an extension. And I think that this will be difficult for him. I think it'll be difficult for the organization. It'll be difficult for some fans. But the deal I would pitch to the New Orleans Pelicans is to, at long last, get the player you actually want, and that is Trey Murphy. That's the guy you want. You don't actually want Anthony Davis, Giannis, LeBron, or Kawhi Leonard. All of these people who are well past 30, some well past 35, and some past 40. You actually have signaled this offseason to your fan base that you finally, at long last, realize you have got to get younger. And Mike Dunleavy talked today, I thought a really interesting piece of his conversation with Steiny and Goo. Goo asked him about the Steph Curry injury, and he said, and I'll paraphrase, first of all, they feel very good. Mike ran into Steph today, he said. He looks great. He's having a great offseason. We feel very confident that he will be healthy this year and play a lot of games. However, injuries happen, and if that were to happen again this year, the Warriors need to be ready in a way that they weren't last year to handle that. Okay. All right, here it is. This is exactly what he said with regard to the Steph Curry question from Goo.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Steph today. He's in great spirits. He's having a great offseason, physically doing really well. Look, we're super confident he'll be back next year in a healthy way and play a ton of games and do all that. But like anybody, like all teams, we have to prepare for injuries. Guys miss games. It happens. And, if it does happen again next year with him, we've got to do a better job of holding it together than we did this past season. And I think that's sort of our thought process. But Steph will do everything he can to stay healthy, to be the best version of himself. And that's what we expect until things are different.
Okay, so how do you go about, as he put it, holding it together better if Steph's not there? And by the way, what if it happens before Jimmy is back? Who the hell is able to go out there and get you 20 to 25 a night?
Well, who's able to go out there and actually play NBA basketball at somewhat of a decent, consistent level? Because Kristaps, if you bring him back, he is a guy who's had a checkered injury past. Al Horford probably still won't play back-to-backs if he decides to pick up his player option. And you have a lot of young guys. Will Richard, he can play, but he's not going to lead you with 20 a night. And if Pods is your leading scorer on a Stephless team, you're probably not going to win a ton of games. No disrespect to young Pods. So you not only need people who can go out there and score at a high level, but you need human beings who can play minutes of NBA basketball.
Let me read to you straight from Anthony Slater's piece with regard to Trey Murphy. Pelicans wing, and that's a big word here, Warriors need wings. No Butler, no Moody. They need wings. Pelicans wing Trey Murphy could be more obtainable in this transaction cycle, league sources said. Murphy is a player the Warriors front office has circled for years as a prime wing who fits a need, the Kerr system, and at age 25 accomplishes the goal of getting younger. The Pelicans have clung to him tightly, but league sources say New Orleans has been signaling a desire to jump into the first round of next week's draft. The Warriors have the 11th pick and control of their future firsts. So here's the one rub. The indication there is that the Pelicans might be willing to give up Trey Murphy for the 11th pick in the draft.
Right.
But he also mentions their future firsts. I wonder if the Pelicans' willingness to part with Murphy suggests that they know they're nowhere near ready, and therefore what they're interested in is clearing their books quicker. Murphy's got 3 years left on his deal at between $25 to $30 million. This would accelerate that process if they got into a deal with the Warriors, and therefore they could get out from that money a lot quicker. And what are they going to want in return? Sure, draft capital. That's what they're going to want. But the dream scenario for me is that the Warriors keep this year's pick and still get Trey Murphy. Very unlikely. I get it. But it's my dream.
Right.
So
you're allowed to have it.
I'm allowed to have it.
You can dream it. And from what I was reading, the Pelicans are very motivated to get up into this year's lottery.
I get it.
As everyone is, because the draft is so good. And if Lendenborg does wind up landing at 11, that's a pretty damn good player, in my opinion, at 11. And there's other players who will go after him, 12, 13, 14, who are still good. But the Pelicans are looking at this, and they absolutely are trying to reboot it. They won 21 games 2 years ago. They won 26 last year. Their books are a mess when you've got Murray and Zion. Jordan Poole's expiring this year. Trey Murphy's probably the one guy that they would really want to keep the most. But if you could get the number 11 pick or 2 firsts in the future, you might think about doing it.
I love what you said there with the or. Now, there is a fly in the ointment, and it's that Jordan Poole's on the team. So if you're the New Orleans Pelicans, would you be willing to clear your books by bringing in his adversary? I don't know. I don't know exactly how to handle that. Maybe the Pelicans are able to move Poole to a different team. But for me right now in this moment, the absolute dream deal, and I say this with the utmost respect because you know I'm not one of these people that has been trying like hell to get rid of Draymond Green for the last 3 years. I still think he's got a ton of value. I still am entertained by the guy. I understand why he frustrates people, but we've arrived at time. You have to get younger, and if you're not wanting Draymond deep into the future in a way that guarantees that he's going to finish his career as a Warrior, then I'm willing to go the Klay Thompson route, and I say Draymond Green and 2 future firsts for Trey Murphy. Money lines up. It gets the Pelicans 2 future first-round draft picks and accelerates their $30 million that will clear off the end of the books at the end of this year instead of 3 years down the road. I don't know that they would do it. Maybe not, to somewhere maybe even closer to probably not. But if you're asking me right now, the dream offseason for the Golden State Warriors, and no, I did not say this makes them some sort of an immediate contender, but I think all things considered for the Warriors' youth, being a better basketball team this year, Yaxo Lundenberg, Kristaps Porzingis, Trey Murphy. You give up Draymond Green and 2 first-round picks that are down the road, whether it be 27 and 29, 27 and 30, whatever it may be. Those are the 3 moves that, to me, make this a home run of an offseason for Golden State.
And I think that is it is kind of a big dream because New Orleans most likely would want a pick now, especially with this good of a draft. And I'm looking at their roster and their contracts. And if I'm running New Orleans and I look at Zion, he's got 2 years and $87 million left. Poole's expiring at 34. You've got DeJounte Murray, who's $2 and $63 million if he picks up his option in 2 years. And then you've got Trey Murphy only making $87 over the next 3 years. Yep. And he is 25, and he, I would say, is the best of those 4 players. You could argue Zion, but he doesn't stay healthy. And so if I'm looking to build around somebody, and I'm realizing that I'm not going to be good this year, maybe not for 2 or 3 years, that's the guy I'd want to keep.
I agree with you.
And so I would be looking for more of a king's ransom, which would involve the 11th pick this year and a future first and maybe a pick swap as well.
And I'd be open to it.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I'd be open to it. I would be open to it.
I think
if what you want is a great young player, then Trey Murphy.
Well, if you want a great young player, then draft him in 2021 when you passed on him not once, but twice.
Correct.
Twice.
But that's, that's hindsight and that happens. Who knew?
Well,
who knew?
I think some in the organization had an inkling.
Maybe.
More like Franz Wagner.
Yeah.
You could have had Wagner and Murphy instead of Kuminga and Moody. I mean, let that set for just a second.
There's not an organization in the world that doesn't have those, though.
Hindsight is 50-50, I know.
The draft is it's a crapshoot. And they've gotten beaten on the draft before. Sure. Sometimes it was just the wrong player. Sometimes it was philosophical. I think that's what happened in that draft is they got kind of sidetracked philosophically. They were thinking more long-term as opposed to short-term, and they probably should have been thinking short-term as opposed to long-term. And, they got kind of wooed by the athleticism, and I get it.
Yeah.
And I get it. But the whole thing came up snake eyes for them to where what they've got now out of that entire draft is they have a damaged, nice young wing that they kind of like, but he's super, super hurt. And they have an opportunity to re-sign Kristaps Porzingis. That's what they got out of that draft. That sucks.
Yep. I mean,
that sucks.
It's not good enough, especially when you see Wagner go on to be really good and get the max. And now Trey Murphy III is looking like a very good wing player, the exact kind of player that you needed then and that you need now. So you can't have your present day actions dictated by your past mistakes. And that leads to where if you like the player and you think you can get him for a couple of picks and Draymond Green and that works for you, then you may want to go ahead and pull that trigger because when his contract's up, Steph Curry will be 41 and probably gone, and he could be a cornerstone for your team.
It's just, that's the guy. I don't know exactly how they can get him. I don't know if New Orleans is actually willing. They've flirted with being willing before, according to reports, but not really. This report suggests maybe they're more willing this time. But yeah, if what they're motivated by is to get into this draft, I'd look at it. I don't think I'd look at it for anyone else. And the reason I say him and only him is because he's 25. He's 25, and you're right. The number is 3 more years, and it's super manageable.
Yeah.
Like it fits. You don't even have to be, we always talk about how in this new age of the CBA, NBA teams don't really want to have more than 2 people making the big, like north of $35 million a year. Well, he doesn't need to be one of them. He doesn't need to be one of them. Steph can be one of them. Whatever Jimmy slot turns into in the future can be another one of them. And then there's Trey, who at times can play like one of them, but he's not paid like one of them. And you can get him for his age 25, 26, and 27 season, all for under $100 million.
Yeah, under market value.
That's the guy.
Under the value that he performs at. And so I'm looking at their books, New Orleans. You talked about the Warriors' books in 2 years, and they have 18+ million on the books as of now. Steph will certainly add to that when he gets his extension. But New Orleans, not this upcoming season, but the one after, they've got 150 million right now on the books in the form of Zion, DeJounte Murray, Trey Murphy, Herbert Jones is making 21. And so if they want to clear the books, well, one of the moves I think will be Jordan Poole this year, probably at the deadline.
Well, he's expiring.
That's
yeah,
why.
So he's
expiring at 34 million. So you might, look to get rid of that and take on somebody else's expiring and get a pick or something.
Or you could do that, or he could just expire. You could just let him go.
You can let him go.
Yeah.
And the other one I have my eye on is Zion Williamson, who's played 6 years, and when he plays, he's phenomenal. He doesn't fit with what the Warriors do. I'm not advocating they should make that move instead, but if you're New Orleans and he's making 42 this year and then 44, he might be somebody that you try to get some interest in as well. Because they got to clear the books as much as,
That's the dance I would do. Yaxel and Trey. That's the happy dance.
Yeah, you've got a 25-year-old wing and a 24-year-old wing and
/ power forward.
Right. But I think what he showed at Michigan last year, he showed a greater ability to step out and shoot the college three.
I think that's the way the NBA is now.
Right.
Absolutely. That's what you want. He's also got some toughness. I'm not saying he's going to lead your team in rebounding, but, that's all right. Like, he's a big boy.
Right.
He can handle that spot.
And that's one of the biggest things they lacked this year was wing defense as much as, wing offense as well. And you would bring in two guys in their mid-20s, so when Steph does miss games, and Steph won't play 82, he could play 72. That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I think 65 is a fair number to look at for Steph, just based on load management and minor ailments that may crop up.
I mean, I'm throwing this out there because I still do see a little bit of, I don't even know if this is the right word, but there's a little bit of a split or a chasm or whatever in what I hear all the Warriors brass talking about. They keep saying, we want to get younger. We need more players who will play back-to-backs. We need to handle injury better. They keep saying all of those things. But then in the next sentence, they're like, so we're looking to bring back Kristaps and Al and Draymond. And then Steph. And I'm like, well, that's the opposite of that.
Right, but Al and Draymond, you have no choice. They have player options.
You have a choice if you want to get on the phone and start trading people.
Sure.
They're all expiring deals. Everybody's an expiring deal. So is Jimmy.
But it takes some work to go out there and get younger because these guys can just walk in the door with crutches and say, hey, I'm playing.
I guess what I'm saying is I really do. And this would make sense. I think the Warriors have a hand. It's face down. And it should be. Like, how stupid would it be to come out to a press conference and tell everybody exactly what you're hoping and what you're thinking? You can't do that. You wouldn't do that. But until I know otherwise, I'm going to feel like there's some sort of a secret card they're about to play. Because if not, they're saying they want to get younger and more physically reliable. And in the next sentence, they're like, we're just bringing everybody back a year older.
Right.
Like, that doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't add up. But, as he famously said, trades are hard. And so to make a trade, and it may,
trades are hard.
Honestly, I would feel like the price would go up and up and up if I'm New Orleans. If you don't want to give me the number 11, how about 3 first-round picks?
Okay.
I mean,
I'm in.
They don't want to mortgage the future. That's kind of a mortgage.
I know, but again, my problem with giving up all those future picks is when your core is all 38 years old. But if you get Trey Murphy, now your core is not all 38 years old.
Right, but
that's what I'm saying.
Post-Steph, you're likely going to be a lottery team more often than you have been.
You might be.
So you're giving up lottery picks.
Well, so you got to deal with that then. There's ways to get him back. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll tell you about our draft special coming up next week here in just a second. Brian Kenny from the MLB Network is coming up in 20 minutes, plus the Giant who has flipped the script. That's next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. Golf's biggest names are chasing one of the sport's most coveted titles, and you can trade the entire championship on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade the overall winner every single round or even select matchups. Scotty Scheffler is trading at 14% to win the whole thing, meaning a $100 trade pays out $674 if he brings home the hardware. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in the live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and you get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or Avastin-capted Pagel, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This Father's Day, skip the tie and find something at Target he'll really love. Is he into a fresh look? Don't miss 40% off Goodfellow polos and shorts so he can give that one shirt a break. Maybe he's in chill mode. Buy two, get one free on music and books. Perfect for a night in his way. Or go with a men's fragrance from $29.99. The kind he didn't know he needed and won't stop wearing. Make Dad's Day. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Dub Nation, this is Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willer and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Brian Kinney, MLB Now, MLB Network in 15 minutes. We'll ask him who it was with the MLB Network that received the text from Buster Posey this week that told everybody to scream from the mountaintops that the Giants would like to trade any of their high-priced players. Trade him! Even though they haven't talked to any of their high-priced players, most of whom have a no-trade clause.
Allegedly. And, and talking to the player is not even, it's not the definitive piece here because player can talk to agent can talk to team, and you could say, as a player, I've never talked to the team. That's a fact, but you might have gone to your agent and say, get out of here.
Maybe.
Get me out of here. So, semantics.
I think that goes on maybe less than we realize, though. I do think that we view that lens always through the sports lens. Oh, Matt Chapman and Willie Adames must want the hell out of here because the Giants have more losses than wins. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, these are two people who willingly said, I'd like to basically spend the rest of my career here. I don't even know what their family situation is. And so the idea that they just, let's uproot everything when we worked for a no-trade clause, we worked for millions of dollars, we worked to say, hey, hon, we can spend the rest of our time here if we want. We worked for that. And then you get that. Or not. Or maybe they were just the only team offering. I don't know.
You never know. And it seemed like that for Adames. Milwaukee reportedly wasn't really offering anything, let alone that much. And so it's not that you want to demand a trade. Get me out of here. I demand a trade. But you can express an openness to your agent and have the agent express that openness. Hey, I know you guys aren't having a great year. I've noticed. Just so you know, if you happen to get a call about my guy, Gold Glove third baseman, who happens to be hot right now, he might be open to it.
Hey, is Jung-Hoo Lee hot or is he good?
I mean, that's a great question.
Thank you.
Only time will tell. You could look at a small sample and say, well, it's a small sample. And you could look at what is growing to be a big sample and say, yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee. But then you look at an even bigger sample that includes last year where he wasn't this good.
Yep.
So is he this player? Is he that player? Probably somewhere in between. But right now, it'd be tough to not say he's good. Is he leading the league in batting average?
He started today second. Second batting average, and he raked one over everybody's head, and he hit a Giants fan in right field in the seats.
Man.
Whacked him.
Cruel.
Yeah. Short hopped him right in the kisser, and then it bounced back onto the field. Giants win 7-2. Robbie Ray puts up an advertisement. So, I've circled April 8th. April 8th, Jung-Hoo Lee went 0 for 4 against the Philadelphia.
There it is.
Phillies.
Harry Callis.
And his average was 143. April 8th.
Now, it's not good, Mark.
No, but April 8th is also, count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is only 13 games into the season. So this is nothing. He's hitting 143 on April 8th. From that moment forward, April 9th, they had a day off. On April 10th, they arrived in Baltimore, and Jung-Hoo Lee went 2 for 4 with a homer. And from that point forward, on April 10th, he raised that 143 batting average to 297 by the end of the month of April.
Wow.
Okay?
That's a hot April.
That's a good April. And then in May, he hit 313.
That's good May.
And then so far in June, he has hit 431.
In June?
In June.
And it's what, June 2nd or June 3rd?
It's June 16th.
It's a lot of June.
It's a lot of June.
June 17th, but I'll allow it because the game they played today should have been on June 16th.
A good point.
Appreciate it.
So that's where we're at. This is north of 2 months now where Jung-Hoo Lee has played like an all-star, has an OPS over 800 without a lot of power. He has played a plus right field. He has been, along with Luis Arraez, the most consistent Giant. And I'm ready to put him in the same conversation with Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge about young Giants in their 20s who are a huge piece of the future. Now, the only downside to this is that he's got an opt-out after year 4. This is year 3.
Yep.
So not till after year 4. But if he plays this well for the next year and a half, then he can opt out and leave. But he's got a great contract. It was a 6-year deal worth north of $100 million. So, I don't even know with a new CBA and everything what even would be out there for him another year and a half from now. But I'm convinced. Like, that's enough of a sample size for me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he's a lead the National League and hitting all the time guy. I'm just saying I think he's good.
Yeah.
I think Jung-Hoo Lee is really good.
He's a good enough singles type hitter. He's a Luis Ariz, and they're kind of largely the same player in that, what they do is they don't strike out, they don't draw walks, and they get a whole Casey Schmidt ton of hits. I'm looking at Jung-Hoo Lee's years, his first 2 years, 187 games in total, and he batted .265. This year, 64 games, he's batting .331. So the real Jung-Hoo Lee is probably somewhere in between. His career average is .282. If you're a .282 hitter with an OPS of .739, which is what his career is, that's a good player. And it's not an amazing player. He has almost no thump, but you can have a guy, and in this case, you have 2 guys who don't produce a lot of runs batted in, but they seem to get a lot of base hits. I believe there's value in that.
Okay, I'm about to pull up a number here that I think is going to blow you away. All right, you ready for this? This is fun. I got something for you.
Okay.
Ready for this? Okay. Rafi Devers has 94 strikeouts this year. Jung-Hoo Lee has 15 more than that. In his career.
How many at-bats for Rafi this year?
Rafi Devers this year has 285 at-bats.
Jung-Hoo Lee has 950.
Correct.
So his strikeout rate is basically 1 in every 10. It's about every 11% of that at-bats, 1 in 9.
I just want to, and you're right. You said this yesterday. Earlier in the year, I was kind of like, who knows? Maybe this guy's a trade candidate because he's not bad, but he's also just meh. I kind of gave him the meh.
You did.
And I walk it back. I was wrong. This guy has been fantastic, and I don't think you can understate or overstate how big of a deal that is for this organization. Do you realize the bet that they made on this dude? They gave him over $100 million sight unseen in the big leagues and then turned their entire ballpark into him. Like, we got hooligans, we got Jung-Hoo Crew, we got jerseys everywhere, we got hats, we got all these things, we got a chant. Like there's a drum that starts coming when he comes up. They did all this stuff without ever knowing if he was worth all that. And in the last 2+ months, he has stepped up to go, yep, I'm worth that. So this is not even just a on-field investment. This is an off-field investment too.
And that's why I don't think that he would opt out. And, you come to this country and you come to this city and you've got 2 different fan groups before you even catch your first fly ball in the outfield. And now you're getting comfortable and you're playing a role. You're over in right field and you're just getting a ton of hits. I think that it would be a little foolish to opt out. You never know what the motivation would be. And
for a year and a half away.
And he's still so young that he can let the contract play out. He'll only be like 31 roughly and go out there and get another contract.
What is he? He's 27. He's 27. He'll turn 28 later this summer.
Yep.
27 years old. I mean, isn't Casey Schmidt 27? He's pretty close to 27 too, right? So let's loop him in. You're in. Hashtag future giant.
Yeah, he's 27.
Yeah. Like he's also pretty young. And clearly coming of age, and right now he looks like the player that was advertised to us. Grandson of the wind, uses the whole diamond, tough to strike out.
3 stolen bases.
Well,
I mean,
he's not.
Grandson of the wind, we should go ahead and put that one on the shelf.
He's not as fast as I think that we were kind of hoping he was.
Grandson of the light breeze.
Well, but I mean, I think the grandson of the wind thing, that's kind of not his fault. Because that's based on his family history and nickname and everything. It makes him sound like he's faster than he is.
Right.
I don't think that was purposeful, though.
Okay, I mean,
that's all I'm saying.
I think that it evokes the image of a guy who's roaming center field and he's nabbing bases. He is 15 for 21 stealing bases for his career.
Right, and they've already moved him out of center field.
Right.
He's not Ricky Henderson.
Grandson of the draft. And I'm not talking NBA draft.
You want a draft? The Golden State Valkyries are in action tonight at Chase Center. The Dallas Wings are in town. Tip-off 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game and live on the free Odyssey app. 888-957-9570. All right, who are they moving? And by the way, there's a big list out there, the top 100 most likely to be moved candidates. 5 of them are Giants, and some of them are guys that you're not thinking about. So Brian Kenny, MLB Now, MLB Network, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Valkyries Wings at Chase Center tonight. Bay Bridge is a cruise right now. You'll slow as you come off the upper deck in past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is stop and go from 280, and northbound 280 is going to be slow after Cesar Chavez.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank, as you know, and it's got the family-owned feel. They've been in business for more than 60 years, and they set out to build not only a bank, but a local ecosystem built on relationships that benefit Bay Area communities, and relationships like the one that they have at Aqua Adventure Water Park in Fremont. It's open for the season. It's packed with family favorites, from the 4-store water slide to the lazy river and splash pad. Come make sunny memories at Aqua Adventure Water Park, made possible in part by Fremont Bank Foundation. So as you're out and about this summer, you'll go to places like the Aqua Adventure Water Park in Fremont, and there'll be Fremont Bank working all around you. And this is how they're active members of the communities that they serve. They support local businesses, and the money that gets deposited with them gets reinvested right here into the community. So as you're out and about in the 9-county Bay Area and maybe Carmel by the Sea, where they have a branch, think about Fremont Bank, because it's working all around you. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after a third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Devers out to right field and deep. Yastrzemski back. It is gone. Left on left, Rafi Devers. It's his 10th home run of the year. 4-2 Giants.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Dave Fleming on NBC Sports Bay Area. Were the Giants advertising for the trade deadline today?
Perhaps.
Devers a homer and Robbie Ray 6 1/3 strong.
51 grunts, too.
You counted.
I mean, usually it's a fastball, but now he's grunting on the slider.
Well, the grunt was amazing today because it was a pickup of last night's game, right. And so people had to be ticketed last night to be there today, and most of them didn't show. So it looked like a high school game out there. Not many people, and the grunt was coming through pretty loud and clear.
And the slider was nasty now.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the trade deadline, the situation, all of the things with one of the guys that I hope you all see every single day, bringing MLB Now to you on MLB Network, 9 a.m. Pacific time every day. The host here on the River Islands guest line is Brian Kenny, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Brian, thank you so much for coming on. How's it all going on the show over there at MLB Network?
Oh, well, loving it, enjoying ourselves. It's been a fascinating season, so good to be with you guys.
Well, it's great to have you and kind of kick around what's going on with what I'm sure you realize is an unfortunate and surprising season for the baseball team here in the San Francisco Giants. The report that came out earlier the week, the high-price guys are on the market. I don't even know what the ability is to do that. 2 of them have a no-trade clause. How would you describe the likelihood that any of the 3 don't finish the year here in San Francisco?
Well, I don't know. I think what you're saying is true. It's going to be tough to move any of them. I mean, who wants those contracts? That said, I'm not saying it's time to deal. I think the more I study the game and the more I see the current dynamic, the more I think you've got to keep adding and keep playing and play it out. I mean, that trade was made last year. What's the long-term plan? You ready to ship him out now? He's barely played for you. He's played for 1 year. We're talking about Devers. And the other guy just signed up. So you've got to have more, courage of your convictions to see a plan through.
I understand the convictions part of it, but Rafi Devers plays first base, and now they've got Bryce Eldridge, who also is going to play first base. So you can toggle them between DH and the first base spot. But do you think that Devers ultimately is kind of a block for Bryce?
Yeah, he's going to be a block forever. He's a block when you got him. That the contract was bad. As a third baseman, he had some value because, even though he had bad defensive metrics, he could play there. I've seen him play a decent first base now and then, but, he's already 29 and now he's moved to the very end of the defensive spectrum. So, he's an issue. It was always going to be an issue.
Brian Kenny with us, MLB Now, MLB Network. Hey, Brian, we're going to give you a buzz right back. There's a little bit of a bad connection going on there. A little bit of a clickety-click there with Brian. I want to make sure that we're hearing what he's saying. So we're going to try to reconnect with Brian.
I love that. And, interesting when you think about Devers, Adames, and Chapman, and there are other names on this list that, we can get into. I don't know if we need to hit him with the minutia, but...
Brubaker?
Right. Luis Arraez, number 13 on the list of possible targets.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, to his point, though, you look at the Giants situation, and maybe it's just because they've won 2 games in a row. We always do this. Like, one win makes you think to yourself, I mean, should we just wait? And that's like, there's plenty of time. The trade deadline is a ways away. All right, let's reconnect back out onto the River Islands guest line with Brian Kenny, MLB Now, MLB Network. All right, Brian, good to have you back. And obviously, looking at this whole situation, would love to kind of expand on that. It's one thing to look at this year, but Devers has 7 years to go on his deal, and young Bryce Eldridge looks like the absolute real deal at age 21. Do you think, like, over a period as long as 5 to 7 years, there's room to put both of them on the same team?
Well, there is. I mean, it might be the smart thing to try to get out of it, but you're going to end up, I would believe, if you tried to trade Devers, you're going to have to pay some of that contract down. That would limit your flexibility. No, I'm not enamored of the player or the contract. When I said it at the time, it was very unpopular to say, he's a top 20 hitter, maybe a top 12 to 15 hitter in the league, and he's kind of viewed as a superstar. Right now, how high is his stock? It's extremely low. So as far as hitting the market and having other GMs take him on and his contract, I don't see that being a very good market right now.
Do you think that the ballpark can be part of the issue here with Rafi Devers? Earlier this year, he was last among qualified players in OPS. Is that something that maybe wasn't thought through out here to bring in a left-hand hitter like that?
Possibly. I mean, you can be knocked down a little bit, but you can check things through the process stats, the StatCast stats to see how hard is he hitting the ball, how much is he launching the ball. I think there's something to it. You go from Fenway Park to San Francisco. There's definitely you're going to take a hit offensively, but there are other issues here. I mean, he's never hit really, league average, and that's where he's been between last year and this year.
Brian, ESPN did a top 100 MLB trade candidate ranking situation, and Devers and Adames didn't even make the list, but Matt Chapman is very high on it. He's got a no-trade clause, but that's a conversation. How do you feel the league feels right now about Chapman?
Well, I think he's still an elite glove, and he's hitting above league average. So I think also he has nice StatCast stats, and GMs do love that, especially if you can make them work on the field. So I think his stock is good. His hitting is good. He's had a quick bat, hits the ball very hard, a lot of swing and miss in the swing, of course. But the elite gloves makes him attractive. So, I think other teams will look at him and be very interested.
And you don't think it's too cost preventative that he still has 4 more years and $100 million, taking him all the way to where he's 37?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought that contract was rich at the time. So, no, that's a hindrance. you might end up paying that down. Again, the surprise when Devers got traded is that the Red Sox were able to trade the whole player and the contract. That was a surprise. Normally, you trade someone who's just signed that deal, who's more of a slugger, doesn't have, isn't someone who's a shortstop or a good fielding right fielder. You're going to have to pay some of that down. The fact that they didn't was a surprise. I don't think other clubs are going to want to do that.
Brian, we get that it's not even a half year in, but what's your view on how the Tony Vitello experiment is going?
It's way too early to know. I like some of his ideas. I like that he brings energy to it. I think now that barrier between college and the major leagues has been broken down. I know there's some resentment out there. I'm not watching him day to day, so I can't tell you pitch to pitch and how he's handling his staff. I know there's been some, issues here and there, small things that, he's gotten caught up in. But I kind of like the energy. I kind of like a guy with new ideas. And, I think learning on the job is something that's just going to happen.
Yeah, Brian, I wonder if I ask it this way, though, because I know you're there talking to a lot of ex-players, and so it's way too early to judge the whole situation. But in general, what's your view on Major League Baseball players' willingness to sort of play at the height of their career for a guy that seems like a test case, if you will?
No, I think I don't think there's such a huge barrier between the college game and the major leagues. There used to be. I don't think there is now. I think a lot of guys could manage in the major leagues. So I don't think he's lost. Again, if I was closer to it, maybe you're closer to it, and you see that he's making fundamental mistakes out there. I haven't seen that, and I think if you're open to new ideas, I like some of the things he's tried, like early on, just having an idea that you could bring your closer in earlier in the game. I like that. I don't think the manager is the issue.
Yeah, and I don't know if he is the long-term issue or the long-term solution, but do you think it makes more sense if you have a younger manager with less experience to also pair him with a younger, maybe more inexperienced team?
You mean not with a veteran team?
Right.
I don't know what the best mix is, and I don't know this. Look, it's an entire organism that you're dealing with there, from baseball operations to coaching, through the manager, president of baseball operations, general manager, everything else. So it's the entire organism. Carlos Mendoza for the Mets looks awful right now. He looked great year one. Alex Cora was considered to be a top 5 manager in the game, and he just got fired in April because there was issues there. I don't know what the magic solution is, or if there's friction, or if it's a veteran team with a young guy. I really don't know that. But I look at it's much more of roster decisions, just like with the Mets and Giants, same thing. The bigger issues are with the roster and the talent that's there.
Brian, how much of a look have you had a chance to take at Bryce Eldridge early on here in his career?
Yeah, no, not an awful lot. No, I've just seen the numbers, and I've just seen things in highlights. So no, I haven't had a close look.
I wonder what your sort of umbrella view or just the baseball buzz is, because this city is absolutely this is the guy everybody's been waiting for. It's only 100 at bats in, but the OPS is 959. He's knocked the strikeout rate down already. He's taken walks. He looks like a seasoned big leaguer at age 21. And I'm wondering what your advice would be to fans who are losing their minds. We think we got a Hall of Famer already, Brian.
No, I think you're allowed to think that now. I did essays over the last 2 weeks, and they're both similar in the new super kid that is emerging is a polished, ready to succeed super kid. I'm going to kind of paraphrase Dan O'Dowd, who is on our panel on MLB Now all the time. He's a 15-year GM with the Rockies, and he said something to the effect of the baseball ecosystem has never been more connected. So these days, look at the young players that are brand spanking new to the game. I mean, Nick Kurtz, just hit the game last year.
Yep.
But Kevin McGonigal, Travis Bazzana, these guys at Ryan Weatherholt of the Cardinals, these guys come up with plate discipline. They come up with contact skills. They come up with high baseball IQ. And so the kid that comes up and has that, like, first 100 ABs, as you're saying, you're thinking, oh, what can you really tell? Well, no, you can tell an awful lot in the StatCast era in his plate discipline, how well he controls the strike zone, how hard he hits the ball, what pitches he hits, what he doesn't hit. So, no, the new kid hitting the majors, this isn't 1983. You know, this new kid is polished and ready to go.
And to what do you and the experts attribute that?
Oh, it's the wave of technology, analytics, also having the language. Someone had put this in my head. I don't want to steal things, but hey, the language exists now, top to bottom, about controlling the strike zone. So it's no longer like, are you able to drive in runs? Can you drive the ball? It's like, hey, what's your bat plane? You know, how are you controlling the zone? What's your contact rate? What pitches are you missing? There's instant feedback. A kid can get 1,000,000 reps. The other part of this is that also making it more of a meritocracy, where if a kid is willing to do 1,000,000 reps, it doesn't matter how tall he is. You know, look, there's room for Connor Griffin, who's 6'4", 225, who has blazing speed. You know, he's got Jimmy Rollins' speed and Cal Ripken's size. But there's room for Kevin McGonigal, who obviously is major league ready from the first time he steps into the batter's box at the major league level.
Brian, speaking of inexperience, but having that youth be ready to go right when you get the job, does that extend to the front office? In other words, how are you assessing Buster Posey so far?
No, it's very much up in the air, and I know he came in, with a real shine, just like Derek Jeter did. You know, this is a blue chip player, a Hall of Fame player, but the skill set is vastly different. Now, I'm watching what he did, and I didn't look askance at it. I thought, okay, I liked Willie Adames. I thought Matt Chapman was a quality player, and I really thought maybe there is something to these, not the simplistic view of clubhouse chemistry, but having guys who are, winners on the field. And there's something to that. It's not just cliche. There are guys who behave as winners, and there is something to that. But that said, that's taking on the Devers contract, taking on the player at that time, which was, universally applauded. I thought that could come back to haunt you. And look, clearly it's already, an issue. Already, I don't want to make it more than it is, but it's an albatross already. So you go big, you can make big mistakes.
Well, and I think, Brian, you're being kind to leave out the fact that the young left-hander they traded is now going to be an all-star for the Milwaukee Brewers this year. So, I mean, is it too early to say that Buster did a bad deal there?
That's a disaster. No, you're right. It's but two clubs didn't see it. That is what puzzles me.
Yeah.
We talked to the Brewers pitching coach, and yesterday, and he was saying no. He goes, I thought he was ready to go. We saw a few things. We tightened up a few things. He was good to go. But the Red Sox had Kyle Harrison. You guys had Kyle Harrison, and I'm stunned. Not only that, but also a former first rounder that Tibbs.
Yep.
That's now in the Dodgers organization. Again, it's not just that, hey, he showed promise, but maybe he's finding out that, oh, wait a second, that's the 13th overall pick in a draft 2 years ago. That's a blue chip piece. It's not time to trade that guy. So, yeah, there's a lot of things as I broke down that trade yesterday that I said, there's a lot of bad evaluation going on here. And obviously you have Red Sox and Giants who whiffed on a guy who is one of the top, 15 pitchers in baseball right now.
Yeah, the Red Sox won the Devers trade and then immediately lost the trade by sending Tibbs with 1,000 OPS to the Dodgers and sending Harrison to Milwaukee. So it's like picking up a wallet and realizing there's no ID and there's $1,000 in it, and you just throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, again, when I look back, what really hit me studying it was Craig Breslow actually, he was criticized for trading Devers. He was excoriated, actually, in Boston. This is brutal. You got to get this guy out of here. He has no touch. He has no feel. He pulled off a spectacular trade, but then he destroyed it by trading two of the key pieces that he was gifted from the Giants. So, yeah, there's a lot of miscalculation there. By the way, by two former players. Craig Breslow played in the major leagues. Buster Posey excelled in the major leagues. He's a Hall of Famer. So, those are the guys you would think wouldn't whiff on that, because those are obvious baseball-y things. It's not some wonky thing that a guy is finding in a pitching lab somewhere. These are big things. That's a first-rounder. That's a top pitching prospect, and they didn't see the value in those players.
We got excoriated and askance from Brian Kenny. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's strong.
Very strong.
I'm glad to help. I know you're an intellectual program.
Yeah, I mean, we are now. Yeah, thanks, Brian. Really fun to have you on.
Okay, thank you, fellas. Take care.
All right, Brian Kenny, MLB Now, MLB Network.
A couple of scathers, a couple of hot ones in there.
Called the trade a disaster.
And how can you not look at it that way? And he was talking about advanced analytics, and so I'm just looking at Rafi Devers' 2023 year and all his exit velo, barrel percentage, hard hit percentage, 98th percentile, 95th, 96th expected slugging, and on and on and on. And then here we are in 2026, and his strikeout rate, he's in the 10th percentile, meaning he strikes out more than everybody but 10% of the league. His hard hit and his exit velo are great, but he doesn't hit the ball often enough. That is the problem.
He hit one today.
He sure did. Adios pelota.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, his exit velo is in the 89th percentile. His hard hit percentage is in the 89th percentile. The problem is whiff rate, he's among the whiffiest. Strikeout rate, he's among the strikeoutiest. So he's just not hitting the ball enough.
Do you know that game on Sunday against the Cubs, you know how Jung-Hoo Lee had a long hit streak recently?
Yep.
Rafi Devers has kind of a strikeout streak.
He's going streaking?
So he did not strike out on Sunday in the 5-1 win over the Cubs. He has had at least one strikeout in every other game in the month of June. And if you go back into the month of May, you have to go all the way to Monday, May 25th, game one of a series against the Arizona Diamondbacks here at Oracle Park to find the last time that he did not strike out at least once in the game.
Man.
He strikes out at least once every game.
That's a lot. That's a lot of strikeouts.
Every game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his expected slugging, and he's among the bottom 25% in that as well. And so just not enough contact. When he hits it, it's usually loud and the ball is hit hard, but there's just not enough of it. I wonder, why that's now the reality.
He's also got a hat trick and a golden sombrero this month.
In punchies?
Yeah. You know what that is, right?
That is...
a hat trick is 3.
A sombrero is 4.
That's 4.
Correct.
And 4 is unnecessary.
It is unnecessary, and I wonder if he'll have more strikeouts on this road trip than Arise all season. I believe Luis Arise right now is at, it's either 13 or 15 strikeouts on the year.
That'd be a lot of strikeouts on the road trip if Rafi does. He's got 1 so far.
6 games, and that would be...
That'd be over 2 a game. That's a little much.
Okay. I mean,
it's possible. But
right.
What's he got? 94 this year in, I don't know, how many games have the Giants played? We're getting close to 70, aren't we? Close to 70 games?
I think we're over 70.
Are we over 70? Yeah, we're at 73 games. He's got 94 strikeouts. He's not doing 2.3 a game.
Arise has 13 on the year. So Rafi's got 1. He's down 13-1 right now with 5 games to go.
All right.
Just saying,
I think Arise 13 strikeouts is actually kind of a lot for him, too.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, he's been stacking them up. Last year...
he's been whiffing.
His low is in 2024, he struck out 29 over 2 teams, but he's got... 2020 was a shortened year. He had 11. But
last year he played 154 games. He only had 21.
Yeah?
He's already at 13. Get his eyes checked. What the hell's going on?
Right.
13.
Been chasing.
That's ridiculous.
If you ever want to get some perspective of how great Tony Gwynn was.
Oh, my God.
Arise's strikeout numbers are crazy, in the modern game especially, but Tony Gwynn's strikeout numbers make him look like Devers.
His strikeout numbers are like how often Tony Gwynn would swing and miss once.
Yeah.
Go look at the numbers of how often Tony would swing and miss. It'd be like 30 times all year.
Yeah.
He was
8 of them
best,
being against Maddox.
Yeah. He was the best. He might be the non-Bay Area athlete I respect the most of anyone all time? That might be the answer. Tony Gwynn.
Very well could be.
Good Lord, he was the best. A-plus human being, too. He was the best. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. There's definitely some Giant stuff off of that conversation that we want to expand upon, and that dealing with obviously who might be available, who's on that ESPN top 100 most tradable list. We'll go through that for you, and I have more to say about Bryce Eldridge again. So we'll do all that coming up next, and then get back to the Warriors after that on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. All right, summer is basically here, and if you're still trying to figure out the weight loss plan on your own, you're not doing it right. The do-it-yourself thing can only get you so far, and I want to tell you about what's working for me. It's Jumpstart MD. They're local, and they've been helping people around the Bay for years, and you work with real clinicians who build a personalized plan just for you. They took a look at my eating habits, the food I was eating, when I was eating, and we've crafted a plan that is already showing great results. And yes, they do offer access to GLP-1 medications at some of the most affordable rates around. If you've been waiting to finally get serious, don't wait any longer. Get started now and get ahead of it. Call 855-JUMP-START. That's 855-JUMP-START, or go to jumpstartmd.com today. You deserve to live your best life, and they can help you. Call 855-JUMP-START. That's 855-JUMP-START, or go to jumpstartmd.com.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off Super Paint, Super Deck, and Woodscapes products June 12th through the 22nd. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast.
So, Joan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner Scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Lemonade! Fresh squeeze lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more, or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's a great question because I think that, it's a great question and a hard question to answer.
On 95.7 The Game.
A great man once said that numbers are numbers.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
And I got numbers.
You got some numbers?
I got some numbers.
You got some stats?
I got a stat.
I love it.
I actually got a bunch of stats. Actually, not much of a numbers guy. But I love numbers when they're like, whoa-pow! Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
I want to thank AI.
That's a stat.
No, this is.
Look it up.
I did. I want to thank AI, not the Allen Iverson kind.
We talking about stats.
What was that, sir?
I'm about to tell you. Tony Gwynn played 20 years in Major League Baseball. He's stepped up to the plate 10,232 times.
It's a lot of times.
Total strikeouts.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
434 in a 20-year career. So AI then put that together and gave a rough estimate to how many times Tony swung a baseball bat and missed the ball.
Okay.
And it suggests that through that 20-year career, it was roughly 300 times.
Over the course of 20 years.
That works out to 15 times per year.
Right.
And
which is about twice a month.
All we're talking about is like strike one. Swing and a miss.
The occasional, I'm sure, strike three.
Maybe.
Where he got fooled. Or maybe he was facing the big unit and Randy just put one by him. That is
15 times a year.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
That's not real. That can't be real. But it's real.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn.
And we brought it up in light of Luis Ariz, who is elite at not striking out. And Tony Gwynn is elite-ter. And he played twice as long so far. And it just is remarkable when you think about it. Now, Luis Ariz is in more of a swing from your heels, strikeouts are okay era. But he doesn't actually do that. And next time you watch him bat, Mark, I want you to focus on what he does in the first pitch. Because he really just stands there. He almost never offers at the first pitch.
Remember when you brought up Greg Maddux?
Yep.
Like maybe check this out. He faced Greg Maddux 107 times in his career.
Okay.
Never swung and missed for a strikeout.
Never swung and missed.
I don't want to say never swung and missed.
But for a strikeout.
Never swung and missed for strike 3. 107 times he faced Greg Maddux.
Yeah.
Never swung and missed at strike 3.
It's just unbelievable.
Ever.
Yep.
All right, you want more numbers?
Love them.
All right, these are not Tony Gwynn related. These are Bryce Eldridge related. We haven't brought this up much. He's going to be the Rookie of the Year.
Oh, you think so?
I do.
When you were gone, Grandy and I were running through the odds, and he was down to like 5-1, and we were talking how a couple days ago you probably could have gotten it at like 16-1 or 22-1.
Cal see that sucker now.
Oh, it's probably too late.
It's not too late. Will you look it up for me?
I'm going to do the FanDuel just because that's our house, NL Rookie of the Year. He's probably like the second or third choice now.
Is that where it sits?
He was the 5th choice last time I looked, which was last week. And, right now he is, let's scroll down here, National League Rookie of the Year, J.J. Weatherholt.
Nope.
Minus 115.
Okay.
Sal Stewart, plus 350.
Yep.
Nolan McLean, plus 700.
Okay.
Bryce Eldridge, plus 850. 8.5-1.
Bet it.
Yeah, you might.
Ready? These are rookie rankings for all of the National League rookie rankings. I actually think this is all of the major leagues. This is all of the major leagues. Minimum 50 at bats. He has that. He has 108. In batting average, he is first, 324. In home runs, 7th with 5. RBIs, 11th, 15. His walk percentage, 13.5. That's first among all rookies. His OPS is 959. That is first among all rookies. And his WAR is 1.0. That is 6th among all rookies. Keep in mind, he just got here like a month ago. I mean, he's doing this without having played any of April. And I think it was a little bit of May, too. I think it was a few days into May that he came. And then, of course, the Giants also at times hesitated to play him through the first 3 weeks of May. But now we've gotten a good month of Bryce Eldridge, and he's a star. And he did it again today. You'll go look at the box score. He went 2 for 4 with a walk. That's a great day. But among the times that they got him out, just a searing ground ball right down the right field line that Olsen was playing right on the line, and he backhanded it in foul territory, and they got Bryce out. But, I mean, that's what his outs look like now often. I mean, even his outs look like hits.
Right, but to the point of Brian Kenny, and you asked him about how much you see in Bryce, and he's like, not really at all.
Not much.
Not much. I mean, I'm sure he saw the highlight of the walk-off slam because that thing was awesome, and that played nationally, but this all comes down to voters, and the Giants are not a team that's in the A block or the lead block on highlight shows, and they're not a team that many people are watching.
I think that's okay. That stuff takes care of itself over time.
If you put up like obscene and gaudy numbers, it's still a very small sample.
It's a small sample. I think
100 plate appearances, basically.
108 at bats. That
fine.
Removes the walks. The plate appearances are much more than that.
I was just looking at Weatherholt, and he's played all year, and he's got 300 at-bats.
No doubt.
So he's got some catching up to do in terms of overall numbers. These guys, Sal Stewart had a head start as well.
Yep, but we also, we keep forgetting there is a long way to go.
It's getting late early.
Oh, it's more than half the season still left.
Barely.
You know what I mean?
But yeah.
And he's probably going to play in all the games the rest of the way, I would think, right?
I mean, you would think that he would. You would expect that, but
I do expect that.
You know, and they've probably changed their approach now that he's gone out there and been their most threatening hitter.
An OPS of 959, like you're right, that's in 108 at bats. But oh my God, I mean, that's like the best hitters in the game type OPS. That's what he's done in 108 at bats. Like if we pull up the batting leaders right now. Like, I'd love to see OPS leaders in the league. 959, if Bryce were to run this out over the entire season, he'd be fifth in all of baseball.
Exactly. And I do believe that when you need to qualify, it's 3.1 at-bats per game played of your team. And the Giants are sitting on, 74 games or something. And so he's going to have to play a lot in order to eventually qualify. I think he'll get that chance.
Yeah, like right now, his OPS sandwich is right in between Shohei Ohtani and James Wood.
Yeah, I'm looking right at it.
That's what this kid's doing.
Right, and it's early.
I know it's early, but he's 21. It's not like this is, all of the teams are like, we don't have a book on him. Like that, this is enough. He's been here for a month and a half.
Well, they're getting the book now, and teams.
It ain't working.
Well, teams who were what team has faced him twice early in his career? Not many.
Probably not.
And so when you're looking at getting a book, is you have a series against him, and I think Atlanta is coming here very soon, and so they're going to get a chance to look at the film from the first 3 games and make adjustments.
Right, but at the same time, in the day and age of analytics, I'm not going to give a team we have to see him for a second series before we know how to attack the guy. Let me see. Who has he played twice? He's had 6 games against the Chicago Cubs already. And, he raked 6 games against the Cubs. And, he actually was not. He had 3 hits in the series at Wrigley Field. And then they came here and he went 3 for 4 on that first night. Let's see. Who else is he? He's faced Arizona twice. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we could go through all the numbers. But anyway, this guy is real deal. And I don't know if you heard some of what Dave Fleming said this morning with the Joes. And he was daydreaming a little bit, but he made the comment of like, I hope I call 500 of his home runs.
Yeah. I mean, you can.
That's what there's just no weakness. Like we're talking about the person, the approach, all of the things. There's just, I'm sure maybe there is somewhere. Everyone's got one, right? But they haven't found it yet.
Yeah, they're still searching at this hour. And I'm just looking at his StatCast numbers, and he's hitting 143 against fastballs. He's seen 74 of them over the course of 14 at-bats, small sample, but right now that would be the only thing that's showing up. And, other than that, his numbers are just phenomenal.
Wait, over the course of 14 at-bats?
That was last year. I apologize.
Got it.
Got it. His, it's fastballs, breaking balls, and off speed is how they characterize it.
All right. And what are the numbers?
Really good, still awesome, and very good.
Uh-huh.
Like 294 against off speed, that's the worst of the 3.
Oh, wow. That's the worst of the
batting
3.
average. 328 against fastballs as opposed to 143 last year.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that is so impressive to me is the command, where you're looking at borderline pitches and you're not chasing, you're not antsy, you're not trying to do too much. You're seeing the ball out of the pitcher's hand and you're making the right decision.
I get happy when he does ABS. I don't know about the rest of you. I think he's still undefeated. There was an at-bat, I think it was yesterday before the game ended. I think so. Didn't he have the RBI walk? And I think he ABS'd one of those suckers.
He did. Absolutely.
I think it was 2-1, and they threw the ball below the zone, and the umpire gave a ha! And it was 2-2, and I was like, damn it, that was out of the zone. And Bryce reached all the way up to that big, huge head of his, 6'7" off the ground. He, how about pop, pop, pop? And, that's low, 3-1, and he walked, and the Giants scored. And I'm like, I love this dude. I love this dude.
StatCast has him at 5-0 on challenges. Isaac Paredes is 6-0. C.J. Abrams is 7-0. The only 2 hitters who are still undefeated with more challenges. Yep.
Oh, my gosh. No, see, and by the way, the reason that's exciting, nobody saw that part coming. Well, like he's big and he hit ball far. But the whole thing was he strikes out a lot. And he got to the bigs and he struck out a lot for a few days. And then all of a sudden, he got the best eye in the game. And I was like, where the hell did that come from?
Right. He didn't have that in AAA.
No.
Striking out a lot more in a place where they aren't pitching quite as well as they are here.
Dude, it's wild. His discipline and understanding of the zone is going to be a problem for the National League, for the major leagues. When you've got a player with that kind of bat speed and that kind of pop and he completely commands the zone, what are you supposed to do? Like, that's the whole deal. That's how you get a power hitter out, is you make him go out of the zone. He won't go out of the zone very often.
Right.
Or at least he's not right now. That's how you become elite. You are completely elite. If you swing the bat like that, but you only swing at strikes, that's a problem.
Yeah.
For the pitcher.
Absolutely. And you're going to have to find where his not-so-hot zone is. Feels like it would probably be down and in, but it's not always to get to that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, who play tonight, Dallas in town. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 925, I may have been a bit premature on my mega bust assessment of Mr. Rookie of the Year, Bryce Eldridge.
Mega bust?
I want to let everybody know, like, I don't even care if we're wrong someday. Go crazy. Like, I want to just completely release the hounds. Open the gate. Get crazy. Lose your mind. Buy a jersey. Tell your friends that the best young baseball player in America lives here in San Francisco. I don't care if we're wrong. There's literally, the excitement meter is all the way up. It could not be any higher. And I don't know if some of you, because the Giants have had such a disappointing season, maybe you're kind of dialed out on it. It doesn't seem like it. The ballpark is full. But I stop what I'm doing to watch this guy's at-bats. And I have never in my life of watching baseball seen what appears to be a more mature hitter at age 21. I've never seen this before. I've seen dynamic, right? Juan Soto, Ronald Acuna, I've seen that. But command of what you're doing, maturity, beyond years, I've never seen this at age 21 before.
It's pretty impressive, and, you can't help but think about him continuing to progress, and I wonder about the regression, and I don't think the regression will be a sudden lack of fundamentals and inability to go the other way, or suddenly being a little too antsy and chasing pitches out of the zone. Some of the intangibles are the things that are in place that shouldn't actually be in place for a guy who's come up and done it that quickly. But I thought Brian Kenny had a very interesting answer when I asked him about the why. Why are these young guys now able to do this so quickly? And he talked about all the analytics and the computers and all the tools that you can now use in real time to teach these young players exactly what's going on.
He's gotten on base in every single game in June.
Every single one, yeah.
1 over. And he walked in that game.
Okay. I mean, in June, a lot of games in June so far.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 14 games. He's gotten at least one hit in 13 of them, and he has a walk in the one that he
Very, very impressive. And you were mentioning the Kalshi, and right now J.J. Weatherholt is 54% to win Rookie of the Year. Sal Stewart's at 20%. Bryce Eldridge is at 17.
Will you put some chicken on that for me? I'm good for it.
You want me to do your Kalshi bidding?
Do some Kalshi for me.
A $100 trade would net $556.
Ooh. How much for 200?
Okay. First of all, we're gonna have to get you into your wallet here. It'd be $550. Yeah.
Hey!
It'd be
man.
It'd be $1,112.
Yeah.
Because $556 plus 2.
No, I knew. That was a joke.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, 556 times 2. I got that.
I might put 5 on it for you.
How much for 300?
Seriously.
How much you got in that account right now?
None of your business.
What's in there?
Took a little bit of our trade did not pay off today with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring a goal.
Oh.
Which that was funny because somebody on the YouTube chat told Guru that he had scored. So I came in and Guru was all excited because I gave him my pick of the day, whatever. Guru's like, you hot, Dibs. Stay hot, Dibs. I was like, we lost this morning.
Susan doesn't exist. Yeah, neither do Cristiano goals so far.
He's like, Rats, I talked to Susan. He said, shut up. Somebody on the YouTube told me he scored. And they duped you, Goo. They done got the goo.
They got him. Damn,
I am scared.
I hate when
Bryce
they do.
Eldridge up 4% on Kalshi. So if
we need to do this today.
You need to go and get an account. Use the promo code DIBS. You get $10 when you trade 10.
Yeah, but I can just we can just do this right now. I don't want to wait for who knows what's going to happen by tomorrow. He might hit 8 more home runs.
I'll tell you what. I'll make the trade, and if it comes to fruition, I'll give you a taste. I'll give you a little. Then get your own. It's big boy time.
Wow.
You're 51. It's time you start Kalshiing.
I'm like bringing my laundry over to your house.
Dude, totally. Oh my God. Do you have any fabric softener?
Do you have any food in there?
I feel guilty when I have to ask Sarah across the street if she has any soy sauce. It's like
Wait, you don't have soy sauce?
We ran out. And so it's like, I'd rather just go to the store.
Yeah, go down the street to the store.
How
far is the store from your house?
Further than Sarah's house.
You don't live in the sticks.
No, but
go to the store.
And I just feel I would go to the store.
I go to Safeway like 5 times a day.
I see you.
I know. In the aisles. Yeah.
Yes. But if I just need like a dollop of soy real quick.
A dollop? You don't have a dollop of soy.
I feel like Brian Kinney. Excoriated and askance.
That's a lot.
He was in his bag.
That was a lot. He's trying to be Bob Costas or something.
I was going to look where he went to college.
Someplace nice.
Definitely not a state school like the Dibber.
And your boy.
Yeah, I went to a couple of them. St. John's.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Someplace nice.
Yep, the Johnnies.
All right. Anyway, so, yeah, I think I'm going to have to open up an account tonight.
You should.
He's going to win Rookie of the Year.
I mean, if he continues on this trajectory, then yeah, I like his chances. And I mean, if he ends up with a 950 OPS and he's qualified, then yeah.
Plus, you could also trade out of it too, right?
Absolutely.
Like, what if it just goes up and he's like second in the ranking? You could trade out of it.
You could, right? Absolutely,
for some extra dough.
Nolan McLean is at 7%. Carson Bengi is at 5%. Outside of that, nobody's even moving any needle.
He's gonna win it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of it and him having the kind of year that is worthy of it, but the problem is they stink, and thus the voters aren't really watching.
I don't know if it works that way. What team are these other dudes on?
St. Louis.
Yeah, they're not all fancy. I mean, they're okay, but nobody's like, ooh, the Cardinals. I mean, the Brewers are the team in that division.
Right, and Cincinnati's the other one. And
sort of.
Well, that's where Sal Stewart plays, is my point.
Yeah,
and they're in the cellar.
Yeah. Yeah, their record's a lot better than Giants, but I don't think anybody's looking at those guys because they're on the Cardinals and the Reds. You know what I mean? Rookie of the Year is a little different. You should be able to play for anyone. You should be able to play for the Athletics and have people pay attention.
You can, but I think when it all comes down and you have to vote, if the numbers are similar, you might lean toward a guy you've actually seen.
I don't know. I might lean toward an offensive player that plays in Oracle Park as opposed to someone who plays in the Great American Small Park.
Yeah, Weather, Holton, St. Louis, that's a fair hitters and pitchers park.
Yeah. And Bryce is third right now? That's what you said?
In the Kalshi percentages, yes.
Okay.
So if you do want to trade, 17% is a good time to get in on that trade.
Who's the Reds guy? What's his name?
Sal Stewart. He's the catcher who hit like 5 homers against the Giants.
That's the dude that got the Giants all pissed off, isn't it?
That was Dalton Rushing.
No, that was the Dodger that got the Giants all pissed off. Sal Stewart's the Red that got the Giants all pissed off.
That led to Eric Miller. Bleep you.
That's what got the whole Reds thing. My favorite moment of the year so far, other than the walk-off grand slam.
He's at 20% right now.
Who is?
Sal Stewart.
Yeah.
Well, he's fire on the nose.
Yeah, he's edgy. He's edgy.
Yep.
Sal Stewart. He looks out the Giants' pictures and he's like, bleep you. And then they're like, bleep you. That was one of the few times Eric Miller got.
Because that's after he struck out, and Miller was really happy about it.
They ended the game.
Right.
They won the game. That was one of their wins. Remember that one?
Is it called a save? They got a save in that one, Eric Miller?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Stewart's OPS is 806, and he's got 14 bombs.
Not enough.
Well, now it is.
959.
And he's stolen 11 bases, and he has a mustache.
He's a good player. He's edgy. But he plays in a little teeny bandbox.
Yep.
He's not Bryce Eldridge. Sal Stewart.
Is it going to be a whole summer of you giving Bryce the Brock treatment? Because I need to brace myself for it.
But hello, this is not.
Well, they're both good little players. Brock Purdy of the Willard and Dibbs experience.
This is way less debatable. What are we talking about? This is a first-round draft pick who's been a number one prospect for a long time, has shown up and is balling out over what is now extending into a 2-month period of time and already owns probably the most exciting moment in the last 5 years of Giants baseball.
It is roughly 3 NFL games worth of play right now. About a sixth of the year. In terms of at-bats, maybe a fifth. I'll give you a fifth of the year.
Give me 20%.
So that's 3.5 games. So just pump the brakes a little bit.
No. That's what I just said. Release the hounds. I ain't pumping nothing.
Get his jersey then.
I will.
What number does he wear?
8. Because of Lamar Jackson and the hockey
That's
dude.
right.
I know.
2 pumps is what they're allowed.
Yeah.
You could just turn your Hunter Pence into an Eldridge.
You could.
He wore 8, right?
Well, and if it's a home jersey, it doesn't have a name on the back of it anyway.
That's a good point.
Thank you. All right, the Valkyries are back in action tonight at Chase Center. They take on the Dallas Wings. Tip off at 7. It's right here on 95.7 The Game and live on the Odyssey app. Okay, Mike Dunleavy did a lot of talking today, and we've got to get back to the Golden State Warriors offseason because I think a lot of things came to light today. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you want to see the Warriors do? He answered the question of are they going to make the pick or not? What's the likelihood there? And one other thing. I guess whose name is probably about to come up.
Is it the place that all roads lead to?
Yeah. On Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Valkyries Wings at Chase Center tonight. Bay Bridge is a cruise. You're going to be slow as you come off the upper deck getting past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101, that's heavy from 280, and 280 northbound, that's going to be slow from Cesar Chavez.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Right now, coming up at San Francisco Bay Area Stadium, Turkey is trading at 49% to beat Paraguay, meaning a $100 trade pays out $197 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S. And you get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th through July 12th with mouth-watering food, shopping, and concerts like Flo Rida, plus the Demolition Derby and Monster Truck shows. Save big with advanced ticket prices at AlamendaCountyFair.com today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 22nd, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
The sports calendar is stacked, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is stacking up a big offer of their own. SF Fire Credit Union has a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
It's Bonte. If you've been thinking about making a move, I need you to hear this. The new school year is coming faster than you think, and River Islands in Lathrop is where you want your family to be when it starts. River Islands has 3 K-8 charter schools and a high school, with the 4th K-8 opening this August. Get in before the school year kicks off and set your kids up right from day one. And this summer, there is no better place to be. Miles of trails, beautiful lakes, and parks are right outside your front door. Perfect for family bike rides, morning runs, or just soaking up those long summer evenings with the people you love. Plus, a brand new amphitheater for concerts and events and a Redwood Cafe will be opening in the town center this fall. Homes start in the low 600s to over $1 million. And if you're 55 and better, Del Webb's Lakeview Club is now open, giving you resort-style living right on the water with a pool, fitness center, pickleball courts, and more. Don't wait until summer is over to make your move. Make the good life your life. Visit riverislands.com today.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
San Francisco will be breezy and overcast tonight with a low of 58.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
That big pump of you.
I think 2 pumps is what they're allowed.
I ain't pumping nothing.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I don't want to do it, but it feels like we should at least mention it. It's only fair. It's only fair.
This is some pretty vague segment opening here.
I'm building.
All right.
We'll get there. Just relax. Relax for a second. If the Atlanta Hawks are going to make fun of the Golden State Warriors, if Dominique Wilkins is going to say into a microphone, ha ha, thank you, Warriors, if the Atlanta Hawks, if their fan base is going to chant thank you, Warriors, because of what Jonathan Kuminga does upon arrival and beautiful highlights and windmill dunks and all of the things that he did in Atlanta, then why would they not pick up his option for next year?
Well, they probably would. I mean, seems like somewhat of a no-brainer, although you look at his time on Quinn Snyder's team and he was in the rotation, he was out of the rotation, he played a bunch, it was great, and then he didn't play as much, and it was a little bit of an up and down experience.
It was kind of similar to something we've seen before, which is called his experience with the Warriors. It really was. And I know that it had a completely different vibe around it. The reason that I bring all of this up is because not a prediction from you or from me or any of that, but John Hollinger, the Athletic, who is tapped in and has been a long, long time writer, reporter, all of those things across NBA circles, did a prediction article, and it had two interesting pieces in it. Number one, he is predicting that the Atlanta Hawks will decline the option for $24.3 million this year. Decline. Now, I don't know that that's going to be the case, but why would John Hollinger predict that? He's not doing that because he just thinks it's fun. He's not doing that without having conversations with people.
Well, even beyond the conversation, he has come up with this proprietary formula. It's called boards, big old rating dollars. And I don't have the formula in front of me, but he puts in data over the last 2 years, and it generates a dollar figure. And by comparing that to what the player's contract is, he kind of makes these determinations. And Kuminga's opt for the team, their option, 24.3, his proprietary formula computes the worth at $9.4 million. $9.4 million valuation on Jonathan Kuminga as he currently sits in his career. So if you're Atlanta and you're thinking, 24 seems a little rich, you decline the option and you say, all right, JK, what about 2 years and $24 million? How about that?
There's just some other interesting things that kind of come out of this. Perception and reality often fight with one another, do they not? And I'm not trying to suggest that there weren't like some quirks and uncomfortable idiosyncrasies between Jonathan and the Warriors. There clearly were. Hello. You know what I mean? Like, we know the story between Steve Kerr, Kuminga, Joe Lacob, Aaron Turner, all of the things. But I wonder if our audience, I wonder if the world knows, because once he moves on, like, that's it. He moves on. And all you really get is what Twitter tells you or highlight shows or whatever. And we see Jonathan dunk and we see the Hawks go to the playoffs. And it's like, wow, the Warriors got cooked in this deal. I mean, if we wanted simple numbers, can I give you some simple numbers?
I like simple numbers.
Okay. Do you want to know what Jonathan Kuminga averaged per game this last season for the Warriors? Points per game.
Probably about 13 or 14 a game.
12.1.
Okay.
Want to know what he averaged for the Hawks?
Probably 13 or 14.
12.3.
Way better. 2% better.
You want to know how many minutes per game? Minutes per game. This was the sticking point, right?
Let JK cook.
The minutes per game.
He probably played about 25 minutes a game here.
For the Hawks, he played 22.1.
Okay.
For the Warriors?
Probably about 23.4.
23.8.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Now, I know that's cooking books a little bit, because if he doesn't play at all, then nothing registers. You don't loop that into the average. And yes, there were DNPs.
In both locations, by the way.
Correct.
I'm looking at the Atlanta Hawk game log, and put aside the first six games that he had just arrived. He played 3, he sat 3. He played 1, he sat 1. He played 2, he sat 1. And I know some of that was the injury he took with him, and that's why he sat the first 6. But it wasn't like he hit the ground and was amazing, and they just couldn't live without him.
Do you remember the whole, and again, I'm not trying to drive home some sort of a point right now. I'm really not. I don't have one other than, hey, this is interesting. That's my point. Hey, this is interesting. What do y'all think of this? So the Hawks might decline the option. He averaged the same amount of points. He averaged the same amount of minutes in Atlanta. Remember the whole, hey, he's rebounding now. He went to Atlanta, and you can tell he is really efforting to rebound. In Atlanta this year, rebounds per game, 5.3. With the Warriors, 5.9. I guess maybe I do have a point. And the point is not really about any sort of right or wrong. The point is that the assessment of Jonathan Kuminga was accurate? I don't even necessarily know how to define what the assessment was. But he was the exact same player in Atlanta that he was in Golden State.
Played a little bit more in the playoffs there than he did here, including in the first game when he got 35 minutes. He put up 19 in a win over the Knicks. Hard to believe that. I mean, the Knicks were in a little trouble in that series.
The Hawks were up 2-1.
Right.
And then the Knicks lost one more game the rest of the entire playoffs.
That's right. And in those 3 losses, Kuminga was 3 for 10, 4 for 10, and 3 for 7. And double digits in all the playoff games he played in. But that was a situation where he was definitely a bench player and a key bench player for them. But then you look at this John Hollinger article, and I think that his valuations are very interesting, and they're obviously based on stats more than the eye test. But he also mentioned that they may pick up his option if they can trade him, which is $24.3 million if you pick up the option. So if there's another team out there that wants to be front of the line for Kuminga's services, that's a possibility.
Yeah, this really, and that's kind of the point of all this. This catches my eye because at no point was I thinking that Atlanta would not pick up Jonathan Kuminga's option. That was not part of my thought process when he went out there. Wasn't the perception that everything was going awesome. And I know that not just from social media and our TVs and things like that. Like, I think the vibe was totally different. I think he liked it a lot better. I think they're intrigued with him as a player, but I do think that John Hollinger is driving home a point that at $24.3 million, the teams are like, no thanks. Not at that number.
Right.
That's too much. And that was the hang up.
Right.
The hang up, right? The hang up was the money.
And they could have, Kuminga and his agent, I think it's Aaron Turner, they could have gotten a deal even earlier in the cycle, probably after year 3, that would have been a longer term, maybe a higher AAV, but they did not play it that way. They threatened to use the qualifying offer, and the Warriors were smart to get a 1 year with a team option, knowing that if they trade him, well, that team option falls on the new team. And if this valuation is low, and it may be if you count in if he's healthy and he actually gets to play on a team and the upside, I still don't know if you reach all the way up to $24 million. And so if you're another team out there and you're still intrigued by Kuminga, he's not even 25, and he still can be a much better player than he's been. I don't know if you'd want to take on I guess it's just a 1 year deal, $24 million, but if the team picks it up and you acquire him in a trade, and you would hope that he plays well enough to where you'd want to keep him at a similar number in the future.
Yeah.
It's a little risky.
Yeah. And by the way, we know this already. We're not going to belabor this whole thing. We're not going to talk about Jonathan for the next 2 hours. I find that information to be very interesting. And I can already see on our text line and beyond some of you and how triggered you are by all of this and how, we're trying to relitigate this situation. I'm bringing it up because nobody saw that one coming. I'm sorry. That's interesting to me that the acquiring team that held a bleep you party to the Golden State Warriors started chanting, "Thank you, Warriors." Dominique Wilkins made fun of the Warriors on the air during Hawks games, and we're going to get to the offseason and you're going to decline the option? Like, that's what this is about. It's nothing against Jonathan at all. I know who Jonathan Kuminga is. He's been here for 5 years. I know who he is. He's a nice kid. He did some really good things. It's super unfortunate the way the whole thing went. He handled it with class like a total gentleman and a pro, and I want his career to go awesome. But the Hawks made fun of the Warriors. They made fun of them. And now they're going to decline the option?
It's possible. I mean,
okay.
I just look at their finances, and if they pick up the option and they do the same with Zachary Richache, which, by the way, is no guarantee they pick up that option. He's been real rough through 2 years, but they're already sitting at $153 million, and that's without C.J. McCollum, who they'll probably let walk. But Kuminga's number would be the third highest on the team. One more interesting note from the Hollinger article before we, let all roads lead. Draymond Green. His options for $27.7 million, and his proprietary formula
says,
what do you think, Mark? How much do you think
that's a good
Draymond
question.
Green is worth right this moment if he were to be out there in free agency?
Less than $27.6 million. I would bet that Draymond Green, with his defensive prowess.
Big old rating dollars, according to John Hollinger in The Athletic.
Doesn't score much. Percentages aren't great. And let's see, you said Jonathan was $9.4 million. I'm going to say Draymond is worth I'll just go with about half of what he's actually going to make. I'll say $14 million.
You can go ahead and put that on the board, 13.7.
Yeah, there you go.
According to the formula. So, and John Hollinger goes on to say, if he opted out and re-signed for 2 years and $38 million, that would give the Warriors more breathing room.
Stand on it.
For their offseason goals. I am standing on it. It's really John's numbers, but I'll stand on it.
I think
stand on what you say.
No, we're about
stand on what you do.
We
stand
are.
on what you read in The Athletic.
I think that this is actually a Draymond day to me. And I'd like to get to that. I hesitate to do this, but look, you're kind enough to call our show, so let's do it. Rodney at UC Berkeley. Hey, Rodney, what's going on? What do you want to say?
Not much, man. I'm just trying to gather, what are you thinking? You know, we're talking about Kuminga, and you have a person averaging a triple-single nut shooter in Draymond Green who averages temper tantrums. That's who y'all should be talking about. You should be talking about the 49ers head coach, whose division rivals won Super Bowls. He haven't done anything about it. You know what I mean? Work on that.
Well,
leave Jonathan alone.
Yeah. I like, again, Rodney, with all due respect, I think that you are one of many in our listening audience that for some reason you get triggered by this conversation. Why the hell would we talk about Kyle Shanahan on June 17th when we're in the middle of baseball season and the NBA draft is 6 days away? That's not relevant. And it's your ears that are, by the way, thank you, Rodney. It's your ears that are telling you that the conversation we just had was critical. It's not. That's your ears. Nobody said a damn word criticizing Jonathan.
You compared what he did there with what he did here.
And it's the exact same.
And I pointed out that he was double digits in the playoffs in a near upset of the eventual NBA champs.
And by the way, the Hawks, apparently, according to someone much more educated in the NBA than us, are on the verge of doing something that is also similar to what the Warriors did, which is move on.
Right.
And that's not it. That's just... These are facts. These are facts. This is an article that has been written. I found that very interesting and, by the way, enlightening and surprising. I did not think that the Atlanta Hawks were going to decline Jonathan's option, and they haven't yet.
Right.
But the suggestion is from a well-traveled NBA reporter that that's likely what they're about to do. And that is, checks notes, interesting.
It's a surprise. And as I'm looking through this article from John Hollinger in The Athletic, you're looking at a lot of players who are in the same category or even slightly better. And his prediction is option declined and all the rest of it, because if you've got a guy making between 17 and 25 million, unless they're really doing a lot for you impactfully, you can move off that player and find somebody for less who's doing quite similar to what you're going to end up paying that person.
Which I think brings us perfectly to the larger conversation. As I said moments ago, I find today to be a Draymond day, because this is more kind of, this is more conceptual. It's emotional. It's strategic. The line out of the Anthony Slater article today that suggests what many of us have, I think, been coached to think, which is that the Warriors would like to open up some more money this offseason, and one of the ways to do that would be to ask Draymond Green to decline his $27.6 million option so that he can take a 2-year deal that's worth less on the annual. So, for example, would he take a 2-year, $38 million deal as opposed to a 1-year, $27.6 million deal? And I think we've been coached to think that that's what was about to happen, because the Warriors would like some flexibility, and darn it, they want Draymond to finish his career as a Warrior. Well, this article today suggested that is definitely, go to Kalshi, that's the less likely option. And the more likely option is Draymond just opt in, and we'll see you in camp, unless we trade you.
Right.
And that doesn't even suggest to me much about what's going. I don't know what's going to happen. What that tells me is Mike Dunleavy might be a little bit more of a hard ass than we realized. That's what that tells me. And I think that it's time for that. Don't you?
Yes, and I think that sentimentality is wonderful, and you'd love to see Steph, Dre, and Clay and Steve Kerr all end their careers together, and throw in Kevon Looney as well, and whoever else you want to rhapsodize poetic about. Well, Kevon's gone, Clay's gone, and it's just Steph, Steve, and Draymond. And if you're in a spot where sentimentality is over here on the right and practicality is on your left, so you got sentimentality on the outside, here comes practicality on the inside. Which one are you going to go with? And if you can get something in the practicality that unfortunately ruins the sentimentality, I think it's your job, Mike Dunleavy, to do that.
Well, I mean, look, today's kind of a breadcrumb day, don't you think?
A little bit.
I feel like we're starting to put some puzzle pieces together to a certain degree. Every single time Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr get in front of a microphone since this offseason started, they start talking about something that it's like none of us showed up to talk about that. Everybody wants to know about roster construction, and all they want to talk about is turnovers. And I'm starting to realize that they are obsessive about that. They that's what they want to do. They want to not redo the roster. They want to remove the sloppiness. Now, this is difficult because Draymond Green is brilliant. He is a Hall of Fame player. He is unbelievable defensively, and I think that he works like no other historically with Steph Curry. So that's all great. But let's add another piece to it. He is the team leader in turnovers.
Oh, yeah. He's the league leader in turnover percentage. We talked about whiff percentage, and Rafi Devers among the league leaders. Last year, Draymond Green had a 25% turnover rate, which was 4 points or so higher than the second place guy.
All right, so if you've got, I'm just trying to put pieces together, but if you're the Warrior Brass, and every time you talk, you're saying, look, we need to get younger, and we've got to stop turning the ball over. Am I crazy to think that you're first and foremost reevaluating the Draymond situation? Then you follow it up with, all of us have been coached for 3 months to think that Draymond's getting a tear it up and new 2-year deal. And Slates comes out this morning and goes, yeah, probably not. Probably not. Actually, more likely that they just let him opt in. And then, they were super happy with the way he handled the trade deadline last year. Right. So if more rumors come, no big deal. Look, I'm no insider. I'm just listening and I'm reading, and it feels to me like, sure, the Warriors would love Draymond Green to finish his career as a Warrior, but good Lord, if there's an option out there that makes them better and it includes Draymond being somewhere else, they sound more willing to do this right now than ever before.
And you kind of have to. And I was just looking at this article in The Athletic from John Hollinger and, going through all of the guys with player options. And so if you got the player option, the team is basically screwed. You got Zach LaVine in Sacramento. Player option for 48.9. Well, you go ahead and pick that up. And then Sacramento is going to probably, they're a little different because I don't know if they're quite ready to be good yet, but a team like Miami. Hi, this is Andrew Wiggins. Yeah. He's got a player option for $30.2 million, and I would imagine they would want somebody else in that spot if they can. And so all these guys with player options who are expiring, you might see a lot of them on the move here in the next 2 weeks or so.
Maybe. Especially you bring up Miami. They are the heartbeat of this entire offseason in this moment. I mean, we probably haven't talked enough about this. It's Wednesday. The draft is in 6 days, and the Milwaukee Bucks have long said we want the Giannis thing figured out before the draft.
Right.
Well, that means Giannis is probably going to get traded here in the next 5 days.
And that would mean that Andrew Wiggins would likely be the centerpiece of that at $30.2 million.
I wonder. I don't know about that.
He's expiring.
He's expiring, I know. But
he's a guy who plays basketball.
but they might be focused more on the actual young players that they can get and the draft capital.
Well, that'd be Tyler Hero, who is also expiring, making 33, so that would be a sign and extend if he was the centerpiece.
And what about Ware? I think they like Ware. Khalil Ware?
He's got a team option for 4.6.
Yeah. So he's cheap, controllable, and a young...
Jaime Jaquez is making 6 in the same spot, but you're going to have to lump in one of those big numbers. I don't think Miami's going to trade Bam, who's got 2 years and a player option.
No, I think it's going to be Bam and Giannis. That's going to be their core.
Right, so you need to trade Hero or Wiggins, and then you would trade Khalil Ware and a boatload of picks.
And Jaquez.
Well, and probably you need to throw in like a Nikola Jovic just to get up to, what does Giannis make, 56 or something?
Yeah, well, what's Hero make?
33.
Okay, what's Jaquez make?
Jaquez makes nothing, 6.
6, and what's Ware make?
He makes
4.
5, so we're at about 46.
Yeah, so you need more money.
Yep.
That's fine.
You got a Davion Mitchell making 12, but I mean, I think it'd be either Wiggins or Hero, but my greater point is, as you run through these guys in Draymond's boat, player option, pick up my player option, and you might be like Darren Ruff. You might be on the move.
Okay. We'd love to do 2 things coming up next. The number one thing, as always, would love to hear from as many of you as possible. 888-957-9570. I do think it's a Draymond day. We've done this before, and so the response is always fascinating as to whether or not you feel like the Warriors should be open to moving Draymond. Now, 888-957-9570. And earlier today, Mike Dunleavy was asked about roster construction, and he took the answer in a completely different way. We'll play that for you coming up next as well. 95.7 The Game's draft special next Tuesday, the 23rd, live from Laughing Monk in San Francisco, 2 to 6. Come hang out, watch the draft with us. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Sean, you'll lead us off coming up next. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. All right, summer is here, and you need to get rolling here. And if you're trying to figure out your weight loss program on your own, well, the do-it-yourself thing can only get you so far. That's why I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD. They're local, and they've been helping people around the Bay for years, and you actually work with real clinicians who build a personalized plan for you. And yes, they offer access to GLP-1 medications at some of the most affordable rates around. If you've been waiting to finally get serious before summer, don't wait any longer because summer's upon us. Start now and get rolling. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com. I started a couple, 2-3 weeks ago, and I'm already seeing the results. 855-JUMPSTART. Call 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS4KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS4KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Hi.
You missed that. You were on your way to...
please explain.
You were on your way to catch some air, and I was doing one of the these live reads I have, and I cracked the mic, and hey, it's Dan Dibley. That's how it began. And so you got to power through it. It's a 60-second read, and I love my clients that I work for. Hey, it's Dan Dibley. So as that comes out of my mouth, I'm looking at the copy points, and I just give a tiny look toward Grandy, and he is absolutely beaming, and he's already swiveling over to the computer. Hey, it's Dan Dibley to grab that recording.
You went through puberty at age 57.
And I had to power through 58 seconds of a read while I was just ready to die laughing because he was laughing. Hey, it's Dan Dibley. And I knew what was going to happen. I thought he was going to bring it back last segment, but...
At the end of the read, he tells me, Grandy, don't do it.
Don't do it.
I had already done it.
No, it's done.
I had already did it.
And by the way, if it wasn't already done, the quickest way to make it be done is tell somebody don't do it.
Well, I knew it was Dan Dibley. I knew it was already done, which is why...
Go home and tell Mila, hey, Mila, don't grab that toy. What's the next thing she's going to do?
Depends on her mood and whether or not she is napped. But she might go ahead and grab that toy, depending on her level of defiance.
Yep.
If she doesn't take a nap, defiance.
Of course.
But if she's well rested, she's a delightful young lady. She'll turn on you now.
Yeah, she can be delightful and also a little bit defiant.
It just
independent.
It depends on like how much she has left. Like her phone, when your phone gets below 5%, now the screen's going to dim, and you can't really do a lot of things with it unless you charge it up. When she gets down under 10% on her battery, defiance and like any other human being.
Well, while we're talking defiance, let's get back to Draymond Green. Mike Dunleavy, check this out. We haven't played this yet today. This is interesting. So Mike Dunleavy is asked about roster building. And this is what everybody wants to know about right now, right? The roster construction, what moves might be out there, the draft, etc. So that's what he's asked about by Tim Kawakami. Listen to the way he chooses to answer it.
I think the main focus beyond roster construction and what happens next April, May, and June for us is come August, September, November is the stuff we talked about internally about being more disciplined, taking care of the basketball, cleaning up some of those areas. It will put us in a place to be in the conversation for those other things. Right now, we're in a spot where we're not going through the progression the right way. We're sitting here saying, let's keep turning the ball over. Let's make a bunch of threes, try and overcome it. Let's trade for guys with more talent that can overcome these mistakes we're making. I'd rather back it up, clean those things up, and then build a roster from there where it's like, okay, we're doing these things and we have really good players and now we have a chance to be in the conversation. So that's the way I envision it. So as far as like pulling back or changing our focus, I think it's more of a, frankly, it's more of just a refocus.
Okay, so just to recap that answer from Mike Dunleavy, hey, what about the roster? He's like, yeah, let's worry about the roster after we stop throwing the ball into the stands.
Yeah, that'd be a nice start. And he did a lot of the turning over of the basketball. And so if you don't have Draymond, are you going to be better at turnovers? Probably. You can be worse on defense. So it's not as easy as, well, that solves that problem. You got to balance everything out.
It's such a difficult line to figure out, right? Because he's been a heartbeat of so many different pieces of the Warrior organization. He has been the leader of the defense. He has been the best passer of the ball on the pick and roll with Steph Curry. He knows exactly where Steph's going to be on the court better than anybody else. He's been an emotional leader. But with each year, it's a sliding scale. He's also turning the ball over a lot more. And then if you want to loop in some of the things that have happened that have sort of taken the emotions of the team in the wrong direction. I mean, this is going back, 4 years now, but from the Jordan Poole situation to getting into it now where you walk off the court in the middle of a game because you and Steve Kerr are feuding, it's such a delicate balance. But here's why I would at least be open to it finally now. If you're not, and the Warriors have signaled, they finally agree with the outside world, if you're not a true championship contender, then what's the point of having Draymond Green?
Well, I mean, what's the point of having anybody outside of Steph Curry, which there's obviously box office ramifications?
Well, because everybody else, there is a target. There's a target to either build to the future or, as you just said, the box office or, work toward whatever it is you're working toward.
Well, one reason why you would want to keep Draymond Green is because he actually is somebody who plays basketball on your team. He played more basketball than Jimmy Butler, more than Kristaps and Steph, and more than Melton and more than Horford and all the rest of the old fellas. He actually was healthy last year. He played 68 games, and in terms of total minutes, I think only one or two guys played more minutes. It was probably only Pods. As I look at it, he played the second most minutes. So even at 35 last year, he was somebody who did what they need, played basketball.
Yep. I mean, look, I hate the piece of this where it always denigrates into some sort of sounding like a rip job on Draymond Green. I don't want to do that. The guy's a future Hall of Famer and a 4-time champion here. Done. End of conversation. That's a beloved player always, period. Do I want him to spend his whole career in one uniform? That'd be perfect. But life ain't perfect. And I just think that we've arrived at a spot where if you're not truly a championship contender, then he stands out to me as someone like that's his point. Draymond Green's presence is about all of the championship things, the emotion, the defense, the little things, the putting Steph in his best position to succeed. If what you're doing is now trying to catch up to what 2026 basketball is like and get younger, I don't understand fully what purpose he serves anymore.
It depends on what you have to give up alongside him to actually get those goals that you're talking about. And then you're looking at Trey Murphy III out of New Orleans as somebody who is young and athletic and somebody who could be a piece for a long time here. Depends on what it's going to cost you alongside of Draymond Green, because he still is an elite defender. He's not DPOY anymore. He finished 11th last year. The year before that, he was first team all defense. So he is still a great defender, and he brings that, and Trey Murphy III won't replace that. Nobody can replace the defense. And I do think that there's a lot of leadership that we don't see. We saw glimpses of it last year in the locker room where, he is a true locker room leader. And yeah, he's had his moments, and I've been as critical of him as anybody in this market. But I just don't think that you automatically look to trade him unless you can get something really impactful in return, and it doesn't cost you a lot alongside Draymond.
Let's go to Sean in Los Angeles. Sean, thank you for calling and waiting. What's going on, my man?
Hi, thanks, guys, for taking my call. Really appreciate it. Love listening to you guys. Willard, you said it. It's a Draymond day, so and I love everything you guys have said today, and Steiny and Dunleavy, and I totally agree with you, Willard, from earlier. You were talking about your dream scenario. If we could trade Draymond and, a couple, whatever the package is, a couple future firsts or whatever to get Trey Murphy, and ideally also keep this 11th pick, that would be like the home run of the summer. And you guys are right. Draymond, Hall of Famer, DPOY champion, all that, statue one day, Warriors Ring of Honor, all that. We love Draymond, special place in our heart, no doubt about it. I just don't think that he's an elite defender anymore, as some people might suggest. I mean, yeah, you can lock up Kawhi, an older Kawhi, in a moment, and then 2 nights later you're playing a more athletic, quicker, faster Phoenix Suns team, and he can't really guard anybody. And I just think that Draymond, he's so far past his prime. He's declining. He's slower. He's not as quick. And, if you bring him back, he'll have some great nights here and there. No doubt about it, but most of the time, I think it's just going to be a detriment, and then all his antics on top of that, it's just not worth it anymore for the level that he's playing at in the year 2026, 2027. So I'm totally with you. The thing with Trey Murphy too is I just think he's so underrated. He is one of the purest shooters in the league, and he's so fluid. He can handle the ball a little bit. He's a high IQ guy. He knows when to pass it, when to move it. And he's got so much range on his shot. I think that would look almost like prime Splash Brothers with Trey Murphy and Steph back there. So you talk about, Draymond doing what's best for Steph Curry. Well, Draymond, what's best for Steph Curry is getting Trey Murphy and Yaxel Lindenberg. And, I don't love bringing back Porzingis. I think he's a liability on defense. I don't know what the exact situation is there with, not signing him and bringing in a center in free agency, but I think that would be best. But, ultimately, we love Draymond, but I think it's time for a trade, and the trade you mentioned, Willard, of trading him for Trey Murphy would be a total home run, and I would be so excited for this Warriors season that's upcoming. So, I'm really pumped at that news, and if we can keep that 11th pick and it's Yaxel, or if it's Mara, or if it's even Kareem, I would be happy with any one of those three guys. I would have no complaints at all with any one of those three guys. Pairing that with Trey Murphy and Steph and Guy Santos getting better and Pod's getting better after an offseason. Now this is something that I'm really excited to watch next season.
Sean,
so, go ahead.
No, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah, good call. The only thing I want to mention real quick, you referred to it as news. It's not news. That's not the trade idea is nothing more than that. It's me and my computer and a trade machine, and I would call it very unlikely. Yeah. But a starting point for a conversation. And the other thing is, and this is where the Draymond thing sometimes gets hard for me, I'm not saying trade Draymond Green for all of these negative reasons that people now want to bring up about how he's not this anymore and he's not that anymore. I just think there are circumstances in play where I could see it being the right thing for the Warriors to do right now. And I think it would be with a very heavy heart that they would do it if they would do it. And if that sounds campy and silly to you, then that's fine. But this is a great Hall of Fame Warrior, and I don't think that you take that lightly. I don't think the Warriors will take that lightly. But it may end up, if an opportunity exists, it may end up being the right thing to do because you're transitioning, you're moving forward, you're trying to get younger, and my God, they're trying to bang the idea into our head that it's time to turn the ball over a whole lot less, and Draymond Green turns the ball over a lot.
He does, and he still is. I disagree with the caller in terms of him being an elite defender. Remember what he did against Wemby in the stay-and-play in San Antonio where he D'd him up in back-to-back games, and the Warriors won both of those games. Can he do it every night? No, but nobody in the association does anything every night anymore. NBA insider Evan Sidery weighed in on what would New Orleans be asking for in a trade for Trey Murphy III, and tell me if what they're asking for lines up with what the Warriors have. This from Evan Sidery. He says a bunch of teams are in pursuit of Trey, and what they're looking for is a combination of first-round picks, prospects, and an immediate contributor. So first-round picks with an S, that would probably include this year's number 11, and you could hope you could give him 2 picks down the road. I'm not sure if that would work. Prospects with an S, and to me a prospect would be Brandon Pajemski, or I don't know who else on the Warriors you would even look at it as a, quote, prospect, and then an immediate contributor. And Draymond Green going to New Orleans to play alongside Jordan Poole doesn't feel to me to be the immediate contributor that they would be looking for.
But at the same time, like I'm gonna push back on this a little bit from this perspective.
It's a report, and he's talking about what other teams have that might match up.
They always say the exact same thing. Every single time somebody is available through trade, the other team says the exact same thing. We would like draft capital,
prospects,
young prospects,
and a contributor,
and somebody who can contribute now. How many people do you want for Trey Murphy? We're not giving you 8 people.
You probably want
what are we talking
you want
about?
a pick this year. You want a prospect and somebody who can be good, who's not 37.
Who the hell's got that? And by the way, if you want an immediate contributor, I know a guy, his name's Trey Murphy. What a stupid, like...
Well, we talked about their finances, and they are completely out of whack going forward.
But you were very correct when you said that of all of the financial issues with New Orleans, the one guy you'd want to keep is Trey Murphy. So if you're giving up Trey Murphy or you're open to it, why would you do that? I would argue it's for draft capital.
Well, they probably want to. I mean, I don't think they're ready to give up on Zion Williamson.
I don't know.
So they'd want to. If you think that he's your centerpiece, then you'd want to keep him.
And the other thing I'll say is what they're really after is the thing that none of them are willing to say publicly. You're after financial flexibility.
Right. Which is the only reason why they're taking offers on Trey Murphy.
You're after getting out from underneath contracts. That's what you're doing. I've finally stopped putting up my dukes on this because it's just not a fight you can win. But every single time someone goes, Dunleavy's done a pretty good job, except for that stupid Chris Paul trade. I can't believe he traded Jordan Poole and Ryan Rollins and a pick for Chris Paul. And I'm like, please, you got to understand what was happening there. First of all, he'd been on the job for 4 minutes, number one. And secondly, they were getting out from underneath Jordan's money. Nothing else. Literally nothing else. At no point were the Warriors like, I think we're a Chris Paul at age 38 away from winning this sucker. That's not what was going on. They're getting out from under the money. And by the way, they were right. They were 100% right.
Well, they might be in the same spot with Jimmy Butler and or Draymond Green.
Maybe.
And so you may not actually be able to get a really good player like Trey Murphy. And just reading this article about other teams, the Lakers are a team, obviously, that will be interested. And they've been able to hold on to their picks, even through all their moves, getting Luka Doncic and all the rest of it. And this article's talking about Dalton Connect and Jake LaRavia or Jared Vanderbilt. Those are young prospects, and the Warriors just don't have that.
Right.
Outside of Brennan Pajemski.
Right. All I'm saying is I'm calling BS on the idea that the Pelicans can find a suitor or a partner that will do that.
I'm calling BS on the idea of the Warriors being able to do this without the 11th pick in this draft.
You're probably right. You're probably right. That's why I called it a dream scenario.
And I love your dream scenario. Yeah. Mine would be trade Jimmy for Anthony Davis, draft London Borg, and have LeBron come here on the mid-level.
I thought yesterday you said you were out on Anthony Davis.
I am, but we're talking cockamamie dream scenarios.
No. Dream scenarios are things that you want to have happen, not nightmares.
It's not a nightmare. I mean, that at least would be exciting.
I don't want cockamamie. Like a dream scenario is a dream scenario.
Right, and
you know what I mean?
You probably would have to trade the 11th pick along with Jimmy's contract to get Anthony Davis.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KJMZ FM at 821 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Valks tonight. Dallas Wings in town.
Big.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm with you. You're probably right. And by the way, if it came to giving up the 11th pick, and that netted you Trey Murphy, and I don't even know what else would be in the deal, I'm listening. Let's talk. Let's talk. And it's not even because Trey Murphy is a superstar. I think he's a really good player. But more importantly, I think he's two other things. I think he is a brilliant fit with what the Warriors do. And I think he's 25. And one of those is not an opinion. One of those is a fact.
He's 25.
He's 25. That is awesome.
Yeah.
He shoots the hell out of the three. He's a 38% career three-point shooter. He is somebody who can moonlight as a leading scorer when your old guys need a night off or are hurt. But ideally fits in as a 2 or a 3, which is another job that's open at least until February when Jimmy Butler may or may not return.
In theory, yeah, if he ever comes back. And Porzingis could be your 2 or your 3, but he could be. He's probably not going to play regularly. And I just think about if you're the Pelicans and you really are interested in making this deal, and I saw Houston could, trade Jabari Smith as a part of it, and the Lakers have a much deeper young prospect cadre. The Warriors basically have pods, and if you like Will Richard, he'd be a guy, but they're not that complete when it comes to younger players.
Yeah, but again, I don't if you're going to have Trey Murphy at $27 million, $26 million, whatever he is, why am I you bring up pods? Why would I want a young player who I'm going to have to pay him in 3 months? Just pay Trey. I think what they want to do is get out from underneath the money and start completely over. Well, that's the only reason I throw out Draymond, because in this theory, it would be an expiring deal. It becomes no money at all, and you can have draft capital attached to it, and you can sort of start your whole thing over. This didn't work. New Orleans has got all these interesting young players who make a lot of money, and they stink. They can't even win basketball games.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's how you end up where they did.
But you're not going to totally dismantle it, and I do think where they are, they're outside the lottery this year because they had to confer their pick in a previous deal. I think maybe it was the Anthony Davis trade many years ago, but they don't have their pick.
Might be the one that went to the Clippers, isn't it? Grandy, is that right? The New Orleans pick, isn't that the one that ended up with the Clippers because it came at a certain spot? Or do I have that wrong?
No, I don't think so. The New Orleans pick got sent to Atlanta as part of the trade last year when they moved up to take Derek Queen in the first round, and they gave away an unprotected pick this year.
Got it. Okay, so there you go.
They got Bupkis in the first round, just looking at it. So
who did he play for?
Bupkis, I think he played for Towson State, if memory serves.
Got it. I didn't watch them last year.
So if you are looking at a super deep draft and you're New Orleans, and I do think that they want to fix the books to a greater extent. Yeah. Getting a rookie contract and a good player at the same time, that's your motivation. It's not to wait 3 years and get a pick down the road.
Morgan in Morgan Hill next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Morgan. Thanks for the call.
Hi, guys. Before I get into my Warriors comment, I only listen to you guys about 50 minutes a day, which is a great 50 minutes. But I haven't really heard much love for the New York Knicks since they won the championship. I'm sure you guys have touched on it, but I just wanted to give them some love because, I'm from the Bay Area, but I lived in New York City for 6 years. And that, New York City is hands down the best city in the United States. And that city loves their basketball. And when anytime you've got a team like the New York Knicks where they all of a sudden get that magic, that mojo that championship teams need to have, and they're kind of like a David and Goliath story, with Wemby being the Goliath and Jalen Brunson being the David. It's always fun to see as a basketball fan, and having it be New York City's even better, in my opinion. But anyways, that's just about the Knicks. Going back to the Warriors, yesterday you guys were just talking about Anthony Davis, and I just arrived home. I wanted to call in and chime in about that because it sounded like you guys were out on Anthony Davis. And I tend to agree with you guys a lot, but this is one where I disagree. So here's my thinking about Anthony Davis. I understand we don't get any younger. What can you do, I guess? Trey Murphy is obviously will be a number one target, but Anthony Davis, my thinking, I would say there's a 50-50 shot he plays at least 65 games next year. And if he does play 65 games, I think the Warriors are for sure a playoff team, a top 6 team, and are very dangerous. Just for what he brings to the defensive side of the ball. But so if you told me I had a 50-50 shot of being a playoff lock and a really dangerous team next year, I would take that. And even if it meant it was the 11th pick in the draft, and here's what I'll leave you guys with is, in my mind, and I don't have any data to back this up, I feel like the NBA draft is more of a crapshoot when, you compare it to, the NFL draft. And so I'd love to know, maybe one of you guys can look this up eventually, what are the chances a top 10 pick is an all-star in the NBA at some point in their career versus 10 through 30 versus the second round? I'd love to know what that info, what the data on that is, and see if it kind of confirms what I kind of, anecdotally feel like is a crapshoot. So anyhow, I would be happy with Anthony Davis. So I'll leave you guys with that.
Morgan, thank you very much. We'll answer the Anthony Davis thing here in a second. But let's do AI and get an answer for what he's saying.
Well, really, it depends on the year. And I just picked one out of nowhere because it's 10 years ago, the 2016 NBA draft. And I'll just read your lottery players and you just tell me what you think. Ben Simmons goes number 1. He was an all-star, but didn't last long. Brandon Ingram went number 2. Jaylen Brown went number 3. Then you get to Dragon Bender and Chris Dunn. My name's Buddy. Went number 6. Buddy Hield. Jamal Murray went number 7. I believe he made an all-star team. He's an NBA champ.
Yep.
Marquise Chris, former Warrior, went number 8.
He don't like tomatoes.
Jakob Poeltl went 9. Thon Maker went 10. Domas Sabonis went 11. He was an all-star. Taurean Prince, Georgios Papagiannis, and Denzel Valentine. It's a mixed bag depending on the year. This year, as you look at it, not a great year for the NBA draft. Jaylen Brown, obviously phenomenal at number 3, would go number 1 overall if you redid it, or Jamal Murray. But if you want to go historically, out of the 14 lottery picks, you probably find about half that make an all-star team.
AI says that picks 1 through 3 have somewhere between a 60 to 80% chance of at least making one all-star team.
Okay.
That's a big window, but that's the answer that it gives. Picks 4 through 10 have about a 30 to 40% chance of at least making one all-star team. So that's kind of a fun little exercise. But the larger thing that he brings up, Anthony Davis. Listen, we both said it yesterday. You were harder out on it than I was, but I also think it gets a little bit muted today because I think the news of the day and the conversations of the day from Mike Dunleavy really point to the idea that the Warriors are probably not interested in a move like that in Anthony Davis. And the deal that Bleacher Report threw out yesterday was Jimmy Butler and the 11th pick for Anthony Davis. I don't think the Warriors are looking to take their 11th pick and get older and more injury prone. I think that they are allergic to the idea, quite frankly. Now, Trey Murphy, that's a different story. Not as accomplished as Anthony Davis, but he's 25. He's 25. He's cheaper. He's under contract for 3 years. There's both a fit on the court and in terms of contract that exists there that does not exist with Anthony Davis. So I think that's why the talk has kind of died down today, and I get it. Like, again, as I said yesterday, I totally understand the concept of going after someone like Anthony Davis. I said that I was a soft out on it, and the reason is I just hate the messaging. I hate the Warriors in this moment in their history finally getting into the lottery for the first time in Mike Dunleavy's career as head of basketball ops, and them not using the pick so that they can go get a long-tenured veteran who is expensive and often hurt. I think it's a terrible message.
It'll be a 2-year deal, and you'd probably have to give him an extension, and that's why I was so vehemently out, because of the injury factor and the contract. And if you look around the association, and I was mentioning these guys before, Levine, 48.9, his deal is a player option, and all these other guys who are player options, teams are going to have to make decisions if they opt in, what they want to deal with the contract, and that's where the Draymond Green thing becomes so interesting as we get closer to the end of June, when Draymond Green has to make that decision. And the Warriors have to chart their course starting on Tuesday. The draft is almost 6 days exactly away. We'll be down at Laughing Monk here in San Francisco. Come on out and see us. We'll be there from 1 to 6. The show starts at 1:48. Plenty of good seats still available, and it'll be really interesting to get through the show and get into the draft and see exactly what's going to happen, because the NBA draft, there's always trades all over the board. Yes. Teams are moving up and down.
There's a lot of action.
So there'll be a lot of action before the Warriors. Maybe there is a player they really like and they move up. Maybe there's a couple players they like and they move back. You just never know.
Dunleavy talked a lot about whether or not they would make the pick. We'll play that in a second. But yeah, what's up, Grandy?
He also was talking about what you guys are talking about, trades and movement.
Mm-hmm.
He brought up something that's really interesting, and I think this is maybe one area where the NBA's probably got it wrong. The change to the lottery odds. Mike Dunleavy was talking about how they're viewing other teams becoming even more protective of their draft picks, and they're kind of leaning the same way. It's going to make, we play the Joe Lacob cut all the time. Trades are hard. Mike Dunleavy talking about how it's probably going to get even harder to make deals now because of the new lottery odds.
Yeah, here I think this is the one that you're referencing right here.
I think there'll be a tremendous amount of activity in terms of calling, reaching out, and seeing if things are available. I do think because of the strength of the draft, teams are valuing the picks even more than they ever have. I also think with the new lottery odds, it's the draft picks are going to be more valuable moving forward. I think teams see it that way. So in the end, I think trades are probably going to be less and less because of teams being less willing to trade picks. And so between the aprons and these new lottery rules, my guess is you're just going to start to see less trades over the next few years.
Okay, and he built on that actually later in the press conference.
I think we're kind of thinking through how we want to value our picks moving forward. I do think they have a lot of value based on our, competitive tendencies. So I think we need to be careful about it, as we have already in the.
I know that this is supposed to be the awesome draft, and next year is nowhere near as good of a draft. But in general, if people are valuing the first-round draft picks at an even higher level, if you are willing to part with some into the future, then maybe that lands in a different way. And he did say at the end, we're not unwilling to do it. We just value it differently. They've got control of all of theirs.
Right.
So that's great. That's great. If the value went up, then your assets just went up.
And the assets, I think, are going to be always important. But this year, it feels like they're more important than ever. And just thinking about trades in the draft, I came up with one that's got probably about a 1% chance of happening. But I'm going to throw it out there in case it does. File it under Nostradamus. I've been looking at Oklahoma City and the Thunder. And right now on the books, they've got $250 million in salary for next year. Mm-hmm. That's assuming Hartenstein and Dort, team options. They're probably either going to be gone or reworked and stretched out in some manner, I think. Hartenstein's worth about the $28 million that he could get. Lou Dort, $18 million. They're both really good core pieces, but Oklahoma City can't afford everyone, and they have 2 picks, Mark, in this draft. They're picking 12 and 17. The Warriors need young labor. The Warriors go from 11, they pick up 12 and 17, and the Warriors get 2 picks in Tuesday's draft. A double pick.
Well, and look, if Lundenborg's the guy that they're after, I think it's highly likely that if he's going to be there at 11, he's going to be there at 12.
Possibly. And
I don't think the Thunder are going to move up to take him. That doesn't feel like the right fit.
It feels like the Thunder might move up to take a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
That way you let Shea work off the ball a little more. You got a couple of Jalen Williamses already, so you might be in a spot where I just believe that OKC's not going to make both of those picks. They can't. They don't have the room for 2 new guys.
See, I could argue that the other way, which is that both of them represent cheap labor, and that's what they're going to need going forward.
In a way, but I don't know, like Hartenstein was such a great fit as your true center.
Yeah.
And, you let Chet kind of play the stretch 4, and Lou Dort is one of your better defenders. And so, I don't know, you probably want to run it back if you're OKC.
You probably want to run it back, but the reckoning is coming. And when the reckoning comes, you're going to want cheap labor.
Yes.
Controllable players.
And
so
you already have that in some ways. I mean, you've got Caruso's only making 20 and then 21 and 22. That's very reasonable for a core piece. And, the one that hurts is Jalen goes up to 41.5 next year, and then Shea the following year goes to 61. So the reckoning is coming.
It's coming.
And it's semi here now in terms of Hartenstein and Dort, but I just think about them having 2 first-round picks, and maybe you can find a way to take your 11 and turn it into 12 and 17.
Well, we'll see. Dunleavy does say now, whether it's, 11, whatnot, he does expect to make a lottery pick next Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's on the table. We'll look at it all. But, I feel pretty confident that we will, draft a player. Does that mean we move back or we move up or something like that? Sure. But I just feel like as strong as this draft is, we should probably come out of this draft with a player. Unless, if something falls into our lap trade-wise of a veteran guy that we really think can make a difference, we'll certainly look at it and potentially do it. But this is a really good draft to be in, especially at 11. So, we don't want to overlook that.
By the way, you want to play a game real quick? Sure. Okay.
Would love to, sorry.
Yeah, no, let's... in what spot did he give the better answer? The press conference or Steiny and Goo?
Okay, we're doing a side-by-side.
It's the exact same response. Are you going to make that pick? This is on Steiny and Goo.
Yeah, I think it's pretty high just because we really like this draft. I mean, I think at 11, we feel like we're going to get a very good player. So to trade out of that or change from there, go a different course, right now would be surprising, but we still have some time and things evolve through the weekend and in next week, so you never know. But I think most likely we'll be picking at 11 and take that pick and be really high on it.
Okay, that was the answer on 95.7 The Game. Let's go back again to the answer at the podium. Are you expecting to make a pick at number 11?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's on the table. We'll look at it all. But, I feel pretty confident that we will, draft a player. Does that mean we move back or we move up or something like that? Sure. But I just feel like as strong as this draft is, we should probably come out of this draft with a player. Unless, if something falls into our lap trade-wise of a veteran guy that we really think can make a difference, we'll certainly look at it and potentially do it. But this is a really good draft to be in, especially at 11. So, we don't want to overlook that.
Well, which one gets your vote? I know which one gets my vote. Which one gets your vote?
I think the first one with Steiny and Goo gets my vote.
Why?
Just because I think it's a little bit crisper. It's a little bit more direct. And, in the second one, the press conference, if something falls in our lap, can you imagine, something's going to fall in your lap? Some team's going to call and say, you know what? Trey Murphy for a conditional 2031.
He's sitting in your lap right now.
Totally.
I'm with you. But want to know why I think the Steiny and Goo answer is even better? He actually kind of changes what he's saying. And just so you know, the Steiny and Goo one came after the actual press conference. In the press conference, he says, I think it'd be good to come out of this draft with a player. We might move up, we might move down, but let's get a player. Listen again to what he says in Steiny and Goo. He's not talking about moving up and moving down with Steiny and Goo.
Yeah, I think it's pretty high just because we really like this draft. I mean, I think at 11, we feel like we're going to get a very good player. So to trade out of that or change from there, go a different course, right now would be surprising, but we still have some time and things evolve through the weekend and in next week, so you never know. But I think most likely we'll be picking at 11 and take that pick and be really high on it.
Yeah, he doesn't say we're moving up or moving down. We're picking at 11. is what he told Steiny and Goo. Most likely.
Yeah, and you can pick at 11 and immediately trade the pick. Shout out the Valkyries, which is what they essentially did with Flaugier Johnson.
Easy.
I know, I'm just spitting facts right now.
I know you are, but everybody got all upset when that happened.
Right, because she was a rapper.
Trades are hard.
She's a rapper.
No,
and we were excited for 14 minutes.
Yeah, and then they traded for a few picks later and got a player, and then they didn't keep her.
Exactly.
Right.
So, I mean, Dunleavy can go that route if he wants. He's allowed to, but you could pick at 11 and then, have a trade already in place. So, yeah, I think that they will keep the pick. They'll make the pick, and they will retain the player and keep the pick. But I'm getting fixated on this OKC part of it.
I like it.
Because
I think you should lean into it.
Well, I'm just looking at
Make a big deal. Make a video. Put it on Instagram.
Hartenstein, according to the Hollinger numbers, is worth $32 million.
Okay.
And his options for $28.5. So he might get a long-term deal that gets cheap in the beginning and expensive late. But Lou Dort's a guy that they're going to have a hard time keeping. I just don't know if they're going to be able to make 2 picks in the first round and keep both guys.
I think you should make a Kalshi.
I'll have to look at that.
Is that what it's called, by the way? What do you call it?
It's Kalshi. It's a trade.
No, okay, a trade.
Yeah, trades are hard.
Yeah.
Right. So you can make trades.
I think that they should make up a name for it.
Trades are hard.
When you make a maneuver on Kalshi.
You make a Kalshi?
Yeah, make a Kalshi.
You make a she or a Cal?
Yeah. Something like, I don't know.
It's just a trade, but I get that.
Right.
So, I don't know. I think it's going to be very interesting in this draft with teams trying to move around because there's a lot of good players and different players like the Michigan center, Ade Mara, the 7'3" kid. If you're a team like Oklahoma City, for example, and you're sitting at 12 and Mara's on the board, some team that needs a center might want to come on up and get your 12th pick from you.
Big day for pre-draft workouts here in the Bay tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow. Once they take down all the Valhalla stuff, pre-draft workouts, Chase Center. Burries, Phylon, Steinbach, they will all be here in town.
I love it.
Yeah.
And I don't think Ade Mara is coming.
I agree with you.
And Lendenborg already was here.
He already came, yeah.
And I don't think that the Warriors are in the market for Ade Mara. It just doesn't seem like their kind of player. He's more of a true big, but 7'3", but like in the short term, not so much.
By the way, I disagree with something you just said.
Talk to me.
You just said that Dunleavy could do this the same way the Valkyries did their draft. Let me tell you something right now. If Mike Dunleavy trades down from 11 to 15, drafts a player, and then 2 weeks later, they release the player, and then when he gets to the press conference and they say, why did you do that? And he goes, I don't want to talk about it right now. I'm very tired. And then goes home.
Come on.
No.
The equivalent is a trade down to the second round.
If he does that, I will quit this job.
The Valkyries traded down to the second round.
Correct.
Not to later in the first.
Which was 8 picks later, though.
Yeah, but it was a monetary thing.
Right. Hey, you can defend this all you want. They traded down from 8. They did not keep the player. When they were immediately asked about why, they explained that they were tired and wanted to talk about it some other day.
I'm not defending the explanation.
And then never really talked about it.
It would not be the equivalent of the Warriors making a pick at 15 and then cutting that player.
Listen, I'm going to keep my opinion, which is that was low-key the funniest press conference I've ever seen in my entire life. I thought it might have been the I want winners. I thought it might have been they not going to rook us.
I want winners.
But it turns out it was when the Valkyries came to the podium and said, I'm exhausted and I don't want to talk about this right now. And then they went home. And then they never really talked about it.
No. And, if they select Yaxel Lendenborg at 11 and they had a prearranged deal to trade him to Toronto in exchange for Toronto's second-round pick, and then you probably get TJD back, and then you make the pick.
Exciting.
And then you cut the player. That would be unconventional.
And then don't talk about it.
Right.
Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis.
What up, Trace? He's a nice guy, Trace Jackson Davis.
The best.
He's a good guy. Yeah. So, anyway, I think my other favorite line and this is just me being goofy, but can I play this again? This has my absolute favorite line of the day from Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, I mean, I think everything's on the table. We'll look at it all. But, I feel pretty confident that we will, draft a player. Does that mean we move back or we move up or something like that? Sure. But I just feel like as strong as this draft is, we should probably come out of this draft with a player. Unless, if something falls into our lap trade-wise of a veteran guy that we really think can make a difference, we'll certainly look at it and potentially do it. But this is a really good draft to be in, especially at 11. So, we don't want to overlook that.
Totally fair, but this is just me being goofy.
Yeah.
I love it when Mike is like, now I think in a draft like this, we should draft a player. And also, coming out of a draft like this, I think you really want to come out of a draft like this with a player. It's just like the way he's making it sound, it's as if you could go home with an iguana. But we're thinking player. Like that's what we're going to go into this draft thinking player. I know there's other teams that are thinking maybe turkey. Some want to order the chicken. We're thinking player this year. That's just us.
I like it.
To each their own. But we're hoping to come home with a player.
And that makes sense.
I love it.
I think that dispels all the notions out there. For anybody who was worried about them, I don't know, just not drafting anybody, like the Minnesota Vikings famously.
Come home with a new phone.
Right.
Like, I don't know. What else could you come home with?
Seriously, like a car or something?
I mean, you could catch something.
You never know.
I don't know. You come home with a disease. They're looking to come home with a player.
Yep. And, in this draft, I think we're going to wind up drafting a player, but everything's on the table, as we've discussed.
Yes.
And something could just fall in our lap. And, not that he's not out there working the phones because he is, but at the last minute, something could just fall in their lap. Like,
it
I don't
happens,
know.
apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know if it really does, but everybody says that.
It feels like the Luka Doncic trade kind of fell in the Lakers' lap.
That's a good point.
Like Nico Harrison apparently was going to trade Luka Doncic, and only they and the Lakers knew. And so the Lakers answer the phone one day, and it's like, hey, you want Luka? Are you pranking me right now, Nico Harrison?
How long?
That fell in Rob Pelinka's lap.
Well, how long does it take you if you're in a position like that? And have you ever been in a position like that where somebody calls you and they're like, hey, you can do this. And you're like, what's going on? Like,
yeah.
Not just are you pulling my leg, but once you realize they're not pulling your leg, you're like, what's
it going to cost me? Yeah.
No, but like what? Did Luka tear his ACL last night and I just don't know about this? Like, what are you actually offering me? I wonder how long it took for the conversation to kind of get real. Because you're right. Pelinka had to be like, for Anthony Davis?
Right.
And no picks? What you talking about, Willis?
Seriously.
Yeah, like what are we doing?
I've had a few of those in my life, and one of them was, I mentioned this before, when I went on a trip with Air New Zealand. They came to me with an endorsement, and it was, some videos, and you'll do a little bit of an endorsement, but it's going to be an all-expense-paid trip for 10 days to New Zealand. Are you interested? Am I interested? So I do a couple of Air New Zealand videos, and me and a guest go on a 3-city, 10-day, most expenses paid trip. Yeah, I'm interested.
Mm-hmm.
When do I leave? Where do I sign?
But sometimes...
I fell right in my lap, Mark. I was a sidekick. I was an update guy.
And it worked out.
It did.
Okay.
I
so
went with my mother-in-law, as we've discussed.
I mean, and as you know, and I will continue to not bring up the name of the actual company, but I spent hours at the phone store yesterday, and part of that was because I spent an hour on the phone with the phone company last week, and you saw me on that phone conversation because it took so long. I drove all the way to work, parked the car, came up to the office, then sat here in the office, and I was still on the phone. And this happens sometimes when you're especially with the phone companies. You ever call them and you're like, hey, I need to look at options, let's say to upgrade a phone.
Yep.
And next thing you know, they're like, sir, we can lower your bill by 50%, and all you've got to do is stand on one leg for 2 seconds. And you're like, wait a minute, what do I need to do?
I just fell in your lap.
That's all you need to do. Stand on leg for 2 seconds. We'll send you a brand new phone, and we'll cut your bill in half. And you're like, all right, I'm in. And then the new phone comes in the mail. You stand on one leg for 2 seconds, and then here come all the emails about, oh, by the way, you owe us $8,000 or something like that. It just, I don't know, man. It's hard not to get cynical at a certain point.
Right, especially when something amazing falls in your lap, like Luka Doncic. You'd have to make sure that the person on the other line was really Nico Harrison, as opposed to maybe it was Nico Mannion, former Warrior draftee. So you got to make sure that everything's vetted before you dive too deep.
I want to shout out Aaron in Richmond, who just texted us. Guys, this is how I felt when my then girlfriend, now wife, said yes. This just fell into my lap.
I mean, you didn't go in knowing that it was going to be a yes? Like that?
Well, maybe not.
Of your 3 proposals, that was not threatening.
Go ahead.
We're all 3 pretty much were you feeling pretty confident about all 3?
Yes.
Like 99% and upward.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was in the same. I was at 100 this last time.
Right.
Raise that by yourself. Rot's a ruck.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that just surprises me that someone would go in and, this one could go either way.
Well, Lovely Christie doesn't like surprises. So that was
right.
If being, how people are like, we expect you to go out there and give us 110%. And I'm like, 110% doesn't exist. But if it did, it would have been my proposal to the Lovely Christie. She had planned the whole day out already. Because you can't surprise her.
Right.
She doesn't like that.
Yeah.
So we weren't going to do that. So I already knew.
Yeah, Supper picked out her own ring, and she was with child. So it just was a question of how I'm going to do this.
And I was kind of like Dunleavy. You know how he wants to go into the draft and come home with a player? I was looking to come home with a fiance.
I like that.
I did. I was like, you know what I think we should get out of this tonight? I feel like you go into a night like this and you invite the kids to come out with cameras and you make dinner reservations and you buy a ring. I'm looking to come out of this night with a fiance. That's what I'm looking for.
It's pretty strong.
Unless something else falls into my lap.
Which you could. I mean, what did your engagement ring look like? Oh, that's right. We don't get rings. We get to go to the bank.
I got a wedding ring.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But the Lovely Christie probably has 2.
Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah.
And it costs slightly more.
And after year 5, you got to get her a band to go with the other 2.
She might be listening.
My fault.
Anyway, you know what we should do? We should do a World Soccer Championship update.
Would love to.
Let's go live to Dan Dibley.
And it's on and popping. This World Soccer Championship update brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown. 2 matches down, 1 underway, 1 yet to come. And the first one, Portugal and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They battled in Houston. Early Portugal goal. Looked like they might run away with it, but not so fast, my friend. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, a late marker at the end of the first half, and it winds up in a 1-1 draw. And the match of the day thus far, England and Croatia, highly anticipated. Some think it was going to be the best match in the group stage, and it lived up to it today. Harry Kane with a brace. That's 2 goals, my friends. England wins 4-2, and right now, Ghana and Panama duking it out in Toronto, 0-0 in the 78th minute. And tonight, Uzbekistan and Colombia clash with a 7 o'clock kick from Mexico City. And that's your World Soccer Championship update, brought to you by Jack's Bar and J-Town Pizza, your destination for international soccer action in San Jose's Japantown.
I thought you did a great job there.
Thank you.
Almost as good of a job as Messi did last night.
Messi was phenomenal. Harry Kane with a couple today.
He was great today. Yeah. The England, the match
Croatia,
between England and Croatia might have been my favorite individual match so far. I mean, like USA, sure. But as far as just like, it's 1-0, it's 1-1.
Yep.
It's 2-1, it's 2-2. It's 3-2, like the back, the fourth, the equalizers.
Yes.
It was a lot of fun.
Some high-level stuff out there.
Yeah, really, really good.
I think after tonight, Grandy, we are through the first wave across all 12 groups. And I think that's where we are.
Everybody will have played?
I think, Group L is going to conclude tonight with the late match. And then, starting tomorrow, we roll through the second wave.
Match number 2. Here they come. Okay, beautiful. All right, everybody. 888-957-957 is the number on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Springwater. Heading to see the Valkyries play the Wings at Chase Center tonight. Bay Bridge is stop and go after the metering lights all the way past the Central Freeway. Northbound 101 is very heavy from 280, and northbound 280 is getting thick after Cesar Chavez.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Springwater different? We always bottle our Alpine Springwater less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard at Habas Law. It's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law has focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. It's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
It's 5:30. Everyone's hungry. Nobody wants to cook. So make tonight fried chicken night with Safeway's fried chicken. Usually found hot and ready in the deli section. It's crispy, home-style fried chicken, hand-breaded with a seasoned blend of herbs and spices for that golden, craveable crunch the whole family loves. Whether you're driving home from work, picking up the kids, or running one last errand, Safeway has dinner ready when you are. Stop by Safeway tonight and bring home fried chicken from the deli. Safeway, fresh food, easy dinner, right on your way home.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVACR contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
Bay Area sports fans have plenty to cheer for. Here's one more. San Francisco Fire Credit Union is celebrating its 75th anniversary with a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Be sure to tune into the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where togethering heals.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh, career over. He's fired.
Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
Rumors percolating.
Really? You know what that is, right?
It could be a percolation sensation, but
Ching!
You ever heard of Hondo Carpenter?
Hondo Carpenter. I think there's a basketball player named Hondo, his nickname, I think.
I couldn't get through it without laughing.
Hondo Carpenter.
That's a real person. Hondo Carpenter.
I believe you.
Las Vegas Raiders beat writer for SI.
Is Hondo Carpenter?
Hondo Carpenter.
Okay.
I believe that what was the phrase he used? He said that the Niners are after Max Crosby. And like the rumors are like white hot or something like that. That might be the wrong phrase.
Nuclear hot.
Nuclear hot. There it is. That's even bigger than white hot.
Yeah, it is.
Nuclear hot. Yeah. Niners, Max Crosby.
Okay.
I think he also said the Eagles.
Well, you can't have two that are both nuclear hot. That's too much nuclear.
I think that's what Hondo said.
They're both nuclear hot?
That's what I remember reading.
Did he say nuclear like people do?
I'll
even though the word is nuclear?
One could be 3 Mile Island and one could be Chernobyl. Both were
that was edgy.
Nuclear hot.
Yeah.
I mean, both tragedies, neither that soon.
Yeah. Anyway, there's like some rumors just, boy, they die hard. They just won't. I don't know if will Mark Davis even ever take a call from the Niners? That'd be my question. I don't know what it is what the price is for Crosby now. It's less than what the Ravens paid when that whole thing got blown up. But would Mark Davis even deal with the Niners?
I don't think so.
Okay, then what are we doing? Then it can't be nuclear hot.
I mean, it can be when you have got a YouTube channel, Las Vegas Raiders Insider with Hondo Carpenter.
That's a good point.
And he did, in fact, also call the Eagles' interest nuclear hot.
It's nuclear hot.
Yes.
Man, that's a lot of heat. It's a lot of heat coming off that right there. Oh, man, and he's about my age, maybe even a skosh older, and he is wearing a very pink, what could only be described as kind of a golf sweater.
What are you, on his YouTube page?
I'm currently looking at a muted edition of 10 Raiders hot takes.
Oh.
Trade rumors, position battles, and a surprising Tyler Linderbaum twist.
I'm in.
The camera is about 2.4 inches away from his face. He's got a backdrop of, I think, the Las Vegas.
We have people who do that here, too.
No doubt.
Just thought I'd mention it. You're genius. I mentioned no names.
Me either.
Hondo Carpenter. I
love you.
Raiders Insider. Max Crosby Nuclear.
He's asleep upstairs right now.
I actually should have known the second I saw beat writer for SI and combine it with a YouTube channel. Off of crying out loud.
You know what that is, right?
This guy's full of crap.
It's an aggregation sensation is what it is.
This guy is a big old heaping pile of blowhard.
Ryan Anderson, the report on the New York Post via the YouTube page of one Hondo Carpenter.
Are you like a Via guy or a Via?
Either one, usually
okay.
Via.
All right. I just thought I'd check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
yeah.
His quote is,
Max Crosby.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of interest in Max Crosby.
Well, sure. He's Max Crosby. Why wouldn't there be?
Two teams specifically are nuclear hot. The Eagles and the 49ers. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm telling you, huh? He used that phrase? I'm telling you.
I am telling you. Literally, it's a YouTube channel and you're saying the words, so you are actually literally telling me. If I'm watching it and you're saying it, you literally are telling me.
I do that too, though. The word literally is one of those words in 2026 that gets a little bit overused.
But that is the literal definition of you telling me.
Correct.
Boosh. Pretty much. Anyway, something to keep an eye on.
All right, keep an eye on that. The Niners are nuclear.
Yep.
Nuclear hot.
Yeah.
You know what I've noticed?
Possibly.
I've noticed that the Niner fan base, you ever know those people that just, they always are in a state of chaos? Always. It just, everything, it follows them. And they sort of look at it oddly sometimes. I don't know why all this stuff follows me. It's because you love drama.
Right. Yes.
You're like TNT. So I've noticed that maybe, is there a little bit of that with the Niners fan base? You know how like the last 5 off seasons is this contract and that contract, and Bosa's mad, and Debo's mad, and Trent's mad, and Brandon's mad, and this off season, it's just chill.
Yeah, pretty quiet.
There's a lot of Niner fans that are not okay with it.
Little ass boy.
Yeah, they need some drama. And no, that doesn't count.
They mad because they stupid.
Yeah, that dude and his phone does not equal.
Little ass boy. Being a little cat.
That does not equal a problem for the 49ers.
They stupid ass mad at they self.
Number 11 and a phone. That's not a problem. That's just a click over.
They mad because they stupid.
They're not mad. They may not even know that this is happening.
No. I know some people know that it's happening because Coach Yak, who is...
I love Coach Yak.
I do too. And he retweeted, or he quoted Hondo Carpenter. According to Raiders Insider, Hondo Carpenter, the 49ers have a ton of interest in trading for Max Crosby.
Okay.
He called the 49ers' interest nuclear hot. 164 comments, 111 retweets, and 317,000 views. So when Hondo speaks, people listen.
Why did you sniff?
Felt like doing a guru sniff. That was on behalf of Hondo Carpenter and his YouTube channel because Coach Yak picked it up. And
oh, gosh.
There's 164 replies if you partake.
Like there's a lot of people out there that know how the internet works.
Right. You say something sensational.
Nuclear hot.
You use nuclear, and then you let the comments fly in.
Well, here we are. We're talking about them right now, too. So.
Yep.
So I have some credibility here.
Yeah, maybe. So, all right. Well, that's exciting. Did you get anywhere on the menu for Friday?
Not really. I'm still kind of, in the same space, but I'll think about something that is borderline unhealthy that you actually might also want because we're making some good progress. So we want to keep the momentum.
Good for you.
We want to keep the momentum.
We don't need to invite you to our party.
I work here.
I know, but there's multiple TVs.
I'll be sitting there. I always sit there. You guys can have your little down the hall thing that you and Brandy always have.
Maybe we will.
Do it.
And that's where the fun will be. And you can stay in here and have baby carrots.
I'll be up here with Ryan, a.k.a. Dylan, who comes to work on Friday.
He does.
They mad because they stupid.
going to be the only.
And you can watch the game on that little ass TV down there.
Little ass boy.
That's right.
All right, I think I'm done.
You guys can have your pizza and watch your little screen.
I think the show's over.
I think it's been over. I think it ended with Hondo Carpenter.
What is the point of what we're doing?
I think that's what we're saying. I think we're out of points.
Yeah, that's a great question.
No, it's not a question.
I think you guys should ask Draymond about that.
Well,
Scotty Scheffler going for the career slam starting tomorrow.
Okay.
U.S. Open.
You got a pick?
From Shinnecock.
Did you Kalshi?